If you were to go back to World War II, would you take advantage of the chaos to make a fortune? Or should we invest ahead of time and become the Wolf of Wall Street, who stirs up trouble? Or perhaps you could simply throw yourself into the battlefield and carve out your own glory. My name is Lin Yi, and I'm a top soldier of the 21st century. That day, during a capture mission, I was ambushed and bullets pierced my body one after another. I thought this was the end of my life. But when I opened my eyes again, everything had completely changed. Gunfire, trenches, ruined streets. I had been transported back to World War II. Even more outrageous, I'm also bound to a wormhole system. It can actually teleport modern weapons directly to this war-torn era. At that moment, I silently said to myself, back to the present. The next instant, a wave of dizziness hit me, and when I opened my eyes again, I was standing in a dark valley. I took out my flashlight and shone it, only to find that this was near the battlefield where I had been ambushed, and the surroundings were so quiet that there wasn't a single sound. After leaving the valley, I spotted a village not far away. I crept in quietly and saw a pickup truck parked in front of a house. I tiptoed into the truck and, relying on the skills I had honed in the army, successfully started the vehicle. But as soon as I started the car, the lights in the house turned on instantly. My heart sank. I knew I'd been exposed. I immediately pulled out about 10,000 yuan in cash, threw it at the door, and then floored the gas pedal, driving away. The people inside rushed out with guns, but were stunned to see a thick stack of money on the ground. Is this for stealing a car or buying one? Then they thought that the money was enough to buy several beat-up cars. So they simply took the money, turned around, and went back into the house to continue sleeping. I headed east, straight to Mukalla, a coastal city in Yemen. The situation there was chaotic, with various factions intertwined. Although there was a gun ban in name only, guns were rampant and conflicts were constant. Mukalla, in particular, is nominally under government control, but in reality is a region where local armed groups operate independently. I arrived at a 4-story building by the sea, parked my car, and knocked on the door. After a short while, the door was open from the inside. A man as strong as a bear exclaimed in surprise as soon as he saw me, "Lin, you're back. We thought you were dead." I nodded and asked, "Ivan, are you all right?" His expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "Let's come in first." After I entered the room, a burly man, about 1.9 meters tall, rushed up and hugged me tightly. "Lin, you're really lucky. The shell exploded right next to you, and we all thought you were going to die." I gave a wry smile and briefly recounted my experience. I then asked about the casualties. Andre said gravely, "More than half of the men have been killed or wounded. One small team is basically wiped out. Peter and Nikolai haven't returned, and 9 of our brothers are currently in the hospital." I gritted my teeth and asked, "Was it the Wild Wolf mercenary group that ambushed us?" Andre nodded. "It was those bastards. We'll settle this score sooner or later." I said coldly, "I swear I won't rest until I avenge this." Then I asked, "How did they know about our operation?" Andre explained that the anti-government forces had been infiltrated by the U.S., which led to the leak of the intelligence. After confirming that the problem wasn't internal, I finally breathed a slight sigh of relief, but I still reminded them that security measures had to be strengthened. As I spoke, a thought began to churn in my mind again. Should we go back to the era of the War of Resistance against Japan? After much hesitation, I finally made my decision to go back, not only to help those revolutionaries, but also to escape poverty and earn more money. Next, I started to consider what weapons to bring back. AKMs and M16s were too advanced and wouldn't be suitable for that era. After much thought, I finally decided to focus on Soviet equipment from World War II. I remembered that the Soviet Union produced a large number of weapons back then, many of which were later mothballed. So I approached Andre and asked him bluntly, "Do you have any old equipment from World War II?" Andre was taken aback. "It's such an old thing. Who would want it?" I smiled and said, "As long as you have it, I can sell it for you." As soon as I said that, Andre's eyes lit up. I explained to him that I had come into contact with a group of mercenaries from Africa. Although they were poor, they were in dire need of weapons, and these old equipment were perfect for them. They could also cause some trouble for the Americans. Andre became increasingly excited as he listened, and immediately said he would contact his superiors to check the inventory. I nodded. "Then I'll go and contact those armed groups first to see what they actually need." Before leaving, Andre suddenly said, "Nikolai is dead. I hope you will become our number 2. I was silent for a moment, then said, "Let me think about it." After leaving the room, I went to the armory, got G36 rifle magazines and grenades, and then went to the pharmacy to get penicillin, morphine, and a first aid kit, stuffing all of these things in my backpack. After getting ready, I found a secluded corner and silently prayed, back to the war of resistance. The next second, the familiar dizziness returned, and when I opened my eyes again, I was back in my room. I felt a surge of secret joy. This ability was truly incredible. I glanced out the window and saw that it was still dark outside. I checked my watch again. It was only 2:30. I decided to lie back down and continue sleeping. Not long after, someone woke me up. "Comrade Lin, wake up. The regimental commander wants you to go to the regimental headquarters." I opened my eyes and saw that it was Company Commander Song. I was still a little dazed. "So early?" Company Commander Song smiled and said, "It's already past 4 o'clock. There's a mission." I had no choice but to get up and say, "Wait for me, I'll be right there." After I dressed myself, I went out and followed Song Dabiao to the regimental headquarters. As soon as I entered, I saw that quite a few people were already seated around the conference table, but unfortunately, I didn't recognize any of them. Less than 2 minutes later, Regiment Commander Yi, Political Commissar Xie, and an officer I didn't recognize walked in. Everyone immediately stood up and saluted. After the 3 men sat down, Commander Yi waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. Song Dabiao lowered his voice and said to me, "That's Chief of Staff Sun Kai-ho." I was startled. He was someone who would later be awarded the rank of Lieutenant General. Regiment Commander Yi stood up and said, "On October 22nd, the 1st Regiment was exposed while building positions in Chiging Village. That night, they were attacked by a Japanese regiment and cavalry, suffering more than 30 casualties and losing contact with the division headquarters. Yesterday, the division commander personally surveyed the terrain and found that the Chiging Village area was very suitable for an ambush." He continued, "The Japanese supply corps of over 1,000 men is currently stationed in Seo Town. They will definitely pass through Chiging Village today to transport supplies towards Pingding. The division commander has decided to set up an ambush here, which will be carried out by our brigade. Orders: the 3rd Battalion and the 1st Platoon of the Reconnaissance Company will lie in wait for the enemy, while the 1st and 2nd Battalions will be ready to attack at any time to cut off the enemy's communication with the front and rear." Song Dabiao and several battalion commanders responded in unison, "Yes, sir." I knew very well that this battle was the historical ambush at Chiging Village, but originally more than 100 Japanese soldiers had managed to break through. I thought to myself, this time, can we ensure that not a single one escapes? After the meeting, Regiment Commander Yi called me aside. "I've already reported your situation to the brigade commander. He wants you to observe combat and training within the regiment and offer some suggestions. For this operation, you'll be with the reconnaissance company." I nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." Back at the reconnaissance company, Song Dabiao immediately ordered, "Platoon Leader Liu, take the 1st Platoon and go to Chiging Village to hide with the 3rd Battalion. Depart immediately. Lin Yi will accompany you." Liu Weiping replied crisply, "Yes, sir." After marching for more than an hour, the group arrived at Chiging Village. The 3rd Battalion had already arrived ahead of time, and Song Dabiao led me over to report for duty. The 3rd Battalion commander, Yi Lianzhong, looked me up and down. "I heard you serve in the U.S. Marine Corps." I saluted. That's all I had that experience. After entering the hideout, Battalion Commander Yi pointed to the terrain and said, "This road is narrow, with an earthen embankment on the south side and a deep ditch on the north side, making it very suitable for an ambush. I plan to place the main force on the south side, with the reserve team on standby and a reconnaissance company positioned on the east side to specifically block the enemy's retreat and prevent them from escaping." But I had a concern. Historically, it was because of insufficient troops on the east flank that some Japanese soldiers were able to escape. I stood up and said, "Battalion Commander, the reconnaissance company is weak in both manpower and firepower. If the enemy concentrates their forces to break out to the east, I'm afraid we may not be able to stop them." Battalion Commander Yi pondered for a moment, then quickly ordered, "The guard platoon will be incorporated into the eastern position, under the unified command of Company Commander Song. We must ensure that not a single one is lost." The men responded in unison, "Yes, sir." At 8 o'clock in the morning, the scouts returned and reported that the Japanese army, escorted by more than 200 infantry and cavalry, and leading more than 300 mules and horses and more than 20 carts, was heading towards the ambush area. All units immediately went into hiding and quietly waited for the opportunity. Around 9 o'clock, the 3rd Battalion deliberately let the Japanese vanguard pass. After the supply train had completely entered the ambush zone, Battalion Commander Yi suddenly waved his hand. Fire! Machine guns and grenades exploded at the same time, and the Japanese troops were thrown into chaos, their formation completely broken. At the same time, the main force of the 2nd Regiment launched a fierce attack on the vanguard from the flank, and gunfire erupted in the Chiging village area. Due to the narrow terrain, the Japanese troops were unable to deploy effectively, and many of their heavy weapons were completely suppressed before they could even be unloaded. The 100 or so Japanese soldiers at the rear quickly broke through to the east. Seeing that the enemy had entered the firing range, Song Dabiao shouted, "Fire!" Liu Weiping's machine gun was the first to spew fire, and I also raised my G36 and began to fire 3-round bursts. The fierce firepower immediately swept down a group of Japanese soldiers. In just a few minutes, I had emptied several magazines, my firepower even more intense than that of a machine gun. The Japanese soldiers were forced to the ground, desperately fighting back. The Type 96 light machine gun rattled incessantly, instantly felling several soldiers. Song Dabiao roared, "Concentrate fire on their machine gunners." Intense firepower immediately followed, and the Japanese machine guns quickly fell silent. But before long, others rushed forward to take over, and the two sides were locked in a stalemate. Just then, intense gunfire suddenly erupted from behind. The main force of the 3rd Battalion had circled around and completed their pincer attack. Under the combined attack from both sides, the Japanese troops attempting to break out were completely annihilated in less than 5 minutes. The battle ended extremely quickly. Battalion Commander Yi rushed to the eastern position and said to Song Dabiao, "That was really close. It's thanks to the timely reinforcement of the guard platoon that they managed to escape." Song Dabiao immediately reported, 9 wounded and 4 killed on the east flank. Battalion Commander Yi nodded and said, "Clean up the battlefield immediately and prepare to withdraw." Everyone immediately got to work. An hour later, the battlefield was cleared and the troops quickly withdrew with the captured supplies and the wounded. As the last footsteps faded into the distance, Chiging village returned to silence. Upon returning to the regimental headquarters, Regiment Commander Yi immediately inquired about the results of the battle. The Chief of Staff reported a total of 457 enemy soldiers were killed and 216 rifles for light machine guns, 1 heavy machine gun, 2 mortars, and more than 20,000 rounds of ammunition were captured. In addition, there are a large amount of supplies that we did not have time to count. He added, "Our army suffered 19 casualties, including 11 deaths." Everyone fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Someone whispered, "Fortunately, it was an ambush. If it had been a head-on confrontation, I really don't want to think about the consequences." Commander Yi turned to me and asked, "Comrade Lin, what do you think of this ambush?" I couldn't help but mutter to myself, "I'm not Yuanfang," but I still stood up and said, "Commander Yi, this battle was indeed well fought, and our army fought very bravely and tenaciously." Commander Yi smiled and waved his hand. "Just say but." I nodded and said, "But we must also recognize the gap. Today, we only ambushed a Japanese supply unit, a third-rate force. If we really encountered their field battalion, the situation would be completely different." At this point, my tone became serious. A Japanese battalion has about 1,100 men and is equipped with a large number of rifles, light and heavy machine guns, infantry guns, and grenade launchers. Their overall firepower is even stronger than that of our 2 regiments. In addition, they have air and artillery support, so we must not underestimate them. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Clearly, no one had expected the gap between the 2 sides to be so large. Commander Yi continued to ask, "Then what do you think we should do to change this?" I replied, "The biggest problem right now is that our weapons are too varied, with inconsistent calibers, putting a lot of pressure on logistics. I suggest that each battalion and company try to unify the caliber as much as possible in the future, and if conditions permit, gradually promote standardization." After pondering for a moment, Commander Yi nodded and said, "Standardization is not possible for now, but we can take care of unifying the language first." He then began to distribute the captured weapons on the spot, giving priority to the reconnaissance company and the guard company for re-equipping, and then adjusting the rest according to the needs of each battalion. As soon as the allocation plan was announced, the 2nd and 3rd Battalion commanders immediately objected, arguing heatedly on the spot. Regiment Commander Yi coldly shouted. There's only so much stuff in total. How can there be any absolute fairness? It's settled then. Only then did the two men reluctantly sit down. He then went on to make further arrangements. Pistols were to be issued to officers. Grenade launchers were to be centrally organized and assigned to provide mobile support during wartime. Captured warhorses were to be used to form a cavalry company. And Shen Jifeng was specifically ordered to report to the regimental headquarters immediately. The scene shifts, and the division headquarters phone suddenly rings. Chun Zhong reports on the phone. The 2nd Regiment annihilated 457 Japanese supply troops within 2 hours, with our casualties being only 19. Upon hearing this, the division commander laughed and said, Well done, but there's a new situation. The Japanese army will continue to pass through Qigong village. I've decided to set up another ambush. Chun Zhong accepted the mission without hesitation. The next day, the Japanese army indeed came to Qigong village to collect the bodies. Nakamura Koji personally led a reconnaissance team and determined from the shell casings left at the scene that it was the 8th Route Army who had done it, but they still did not really raise their guard. Back at camp, Nakamura warned him that the terrain was unfavorable, but Sakata sneered. Would they set up a second ambush in the same place? Nobody's that stupid, so he immediately decided to send more troops to continue transporting supplies. On the other side, Commander Yi had already arranged all the deployments. The 1st Battalion will block the west, the 2nd and 3rd Battalions will ambush from the front, the reconnaissance company will block the entrance, and the guard company will be on standby. This time, I'm going to wipe them out in one go. I followed the reconnaissance company back into the position and offered suggestions to further reinforce the trenches and firing positions to improve the overall defensive capabilities. Before long, the entire ambush position was ready. At 11 a.m., a long column of Japanese troops finally came into view. Cavalrymen swept across the front, followed by infantry and a supply convoy stretching for several kilometers. Regiment Commander Yi lowered his voice and said, Don't move. They're conducting reconnaissance. Only after the Japanese troops were fully within the ambush zone did he suddenly shout, Fire! In an instant, machine guns and grenade launchers roared simultaneously, raining bullets down on the Japanese troops like a storm. The cavalry were the first to fall. Nakamura Koji was killed on the spot, and the entire Japanese formation was thrown into chaos. Sakaguro desperately shouted to organize a counterattack, but because the troops were stretched too thin, the on-site command was chaotic. The 8th Route Army, occupying the high ground, continuously hurled grenades into the enemy ranks, and Japanese casualties rose rapidly. Soon, the Japanese army began to try to organize a counterfire. Commander Yi decisively ordered, Machine guns suppress them. Grenade launchers target the strongpoints. In less than 2 minutes, the Japanese counterattack force that had just been organized was completely crushed, and even Sakata himself was killed on the spot. As the bugle sounded, 8th Route Army soldiers leaped down from the earthen embankment and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the remaining enemy forces. At the same time, the reconnaissance company on the other side also encountered the rearguard Japanese breakout troops. The Japanese soldiers charged all the way to within 100 meters without being shot. It wasn't until they were about 20 meters away that Song Dabiao suddenly roared, Fire! In an instant, all the firepower erupted, and the Japanese soldiers at the front fell in droves. However, the Japanese soldiers were extremely skilled in bayonet fighting, and they quickly overcame the heavy fire to push forward, causing casualties to rise in the reconnaissance company. I decisively picked up my automatic rifle and fired bursts, taking down several approaching enemies in succession. I said coldly, Don't engage them in bayonet fighting. Use guns if you can. Song Dabiao looked at the fallen soldiers with a very heavy expression, but he still quickly adjusted the tactics according to my instructions. Before long, the Japanese army completely collapsed. The reconnaissance company immediately launched a counteroffensive, and the remaining enemy troops were quickly wiped out. A few deserters were also intercepted and killed by the 3rd Battalion halfway through the battle, and only then did the entire battle truly end. Good news kept pouring in from the regimental headquarters. Each battalion reported its results in succession. The 1st Battalion annihilated over 100 enemy soldiers, the 2nd Battalion cut off the enemy's main force, the 3rd Battalion suffered almost no casualties, and the reconnaissance company successfully completed its mission of sealing off the enemy lines. When it was Song Dabiao's turn to report, his tone was noticeably somber, especially when he presented the list of the dead, which made everyone's heart tighten. Regiment Commander Yi nodded and said, "Well done. Summarize the results immediately and report to brigade headquarters." Ring, ring, ring. The phone suddenly rang, and Commander Liu grabbed the receiver. A voice on the other end, barely able to contain its excitement, immediately answered. "Is this Commander Liu?" "That's me," Commander Liu replied in a deep voice. The other side immediately reporting to Commander Liu, "This is Chunzhong. The 2nd Regiment concluded its second ambush at Qiging Village an hour ago, annihilating 725 Japanese soldiers. Not a single one escaped. Our regiment suffered 79 casualties, including 41 killed in action." Upon hearing this, Commander Liu slammed his hand on the table, his voice filled with barely suppressed joy. "Well done. Absolutely brilliant. The 2 ambushes at Qiging Village have truly demonstrated the might of our 8th Route Army." At this point, he changed the subject, his tone becoming more teasing. "But Chunzhong, why didn't you report the spoils? Are you afraid I'll ask you for them?" There's a noticeable pause on the other end of the phone. Chunzhong's voice also lowered a few decibels, even sounding a little embarrassed. "Commander Liu, this time we captured a total of 492 Japanese rifles and carbines, 13 pistols, 14 light and heavy machine guns, 9 grenade launchers, and more than 200,000 rounds of ammunition of various types." As he spoke, his voice trailed off, even sounding somewhat hesitant. "In addition, there's a Type 92 infantry gun, 83 war horses, and 106 sets of cavalry equipment." Upon hearing this, Division Commander Liu gasped in astonishment. "Good heavens! Chunzhong, you've struck it rich." Chunzhong grinned, then said seriously, "Commander Liu, I plan to use these 2 spoils to completely transform the 2nd Regiment into a sharp-edged force. What do you think?" "Good," Commander Liu said without hesitation. "In this way, your 2nd Regiment will be the most advanced in the entire division. Quickly familiarize yourself with the new equipment and form combat capability as soon as possible." Inside the 2nd Regiment headquarters, Regiment Commander Yi, Political Commissar Xie, Chief of Staff Sun, and the battalion and company commander sat together. The atmosphere in the room was noticeably more excited than usual. Chief of Staff Sun stood up and said, "Comrades, today's meeting has only one theme: reorganization and re-equipment. Let's unleash the full combat power of our 2nd Regiment." As he spoke, he began to report the equipment data. Currently, the entire regiment has 724 Type 38 rifles, 861 Type 24 rifles, and 310 other rifles, 17 Type 99 light machine guns, 26 Czech light machine guns, 8 Type 92 heavy machine guns, 4 Type 24 heavy machine guns, 15 grenade launchers, 1 Type 92 infantry gun, 116 war horses, and 158 sets of cavalry equipment. As soon as these numbers were read aloud, many people below couldn't help but burst out laughing. Such a configuration, placed within the 8th Route Army, was simply outrageous. Chief of Staff Sun continued, "The reorganization plan is as follows: the entire regiment's organization, 3 main battalions, plus a guard company, a reconnaissance company, a cavalry company, an artillery company, and a communications company, totaling 2,670 men. Currently, there are 1,969 men, leaving a shortfall of 701, which will be filled by new recruits. The main force of the 3 battalions. Each battalion is equipped with 4 heavy machine guns, 12 light machine guns, and 3 grenade launchers. The 1st Battalion is entirely equipped with Japanese equipment. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions, the rifles will be temporarily uniformly equipped with the Type 24 rifle, and the machine guns will be equipped with Japanese weapons first, and if there is not enough, they will be supplemented with Czech-made and Type 24 machine guns. Cavalry equipment, except for 1 platoon retained by the communications company, all others will be assigned to the cavalry company. The cavalry company, comprising 3 cavalry platoons, with officers and soldiers drawn from various units, with priority given to veteran cavalrymen." As soon as he finished speaking, the cavalry company commander, Chun Ji-feng, could barely contain his smile. Chief of Staff Sun continued, "The reconnaissance company and the guard company are all equipped with Japanese equipment. The artillery company consists of an infantry gun platoon and a grenade launcher squad, equipped with 1 Type 92 infantry gun and 3 grenade launchers." Hearing this, I couldn't help but mutter to myself, "Wow, They can put together an artillery company with just one infantry gun. That's quite an operation. The communications company, responsible for telephone lines and communications, comprising a communications platoon and a cavalry platoon. At the end of the meeting, everyone wore smiles. This level of equipment was unparalleled in the entire 8th Route Army. Commander Yi finally made the decision. The equipment has been distributed to you. Go back and train immediately. The situation waits for no one. We may be on the battlefield at any time. After the meeting, Song Dabiao led me to Regiment Commander Ye's office. He lowered his voice and said, "Commander, I heard that Big Brother is planning to provide the J Army with a batch of weapons and equipment. Do you have any thoughts?" Regiment Commander Yi was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Song Dabiao smiled and turned to look at me. I took over the conversation, my tone calm but with a hint of confidence. "Commander, if you want it, I can get the 2nd Regiment a complete set of Soviet-made equipment, and it will be more advanced than what they're prepared to give us, and cheaper too." Commander Yi immediately stood up. "Really? How much can you get?" I said calmly. "How much do you need? I can get you as much as you want." Commander Yi was clearly tempted, but still said, "We've already sent people to Yinzhou to talk to them, hoping to see if they can get us a batch of equipment too." I shook my head immediately. Impossible. In all these years of fighting the war, they've only given us books at most. Weapons, they basically never give us any. The room fell silent for a moment. After a moment of contemplation, Regiment Commander Yi nodded and said, "I'll consult with the brigade commander about this first, and we'll talk about it later." Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Zhang Jianfeng, the field hospital director, rushed in, his forehead covered in sweat. "Regimental commander, something's happened." Regimental Commander Yi immediately stood up. "What's wrong?" Director Zhang's voice tightened. "Among the comrades who were injured a few days ago, 2 of them developed wound infections and had persistent high fevers, and now they are both unconscious. We tried everything we could, but nothing works. Right now, we can only use Western medicine." Regiment Commander Yi frowned. "What medicine do you need?" Director Zhang practically spat out the words through gritted teeth: "Sulfanilamide." The air fell silent instantly. Without the slightest hesitation, Regiment Commander Yi turned and rushed to the phone. "Connect to brigade headquarters. Quickly." The call connected. "This is Yi Qinghuan. I'm looking for the brigade commander." The person on the other end had barely said hello when he was interrupted abruptly. "Brigade commander, our regiment has 2 seriously wounded soldiers who urgently need medicine." "What do you need?" Brigade Commander Chen Zhong asked. "Sulfonamide." Silence followed on the other end of the phone. Regiment Commander Ye's heart sank. "Brigade Commander?" Chen Zhong's voice also lowered. "No. The brigade's field hospital doesn't have it. The S department doesn't have it either. A few days ago, one of our brigade staff officers died because of a wound infection, and we didn't have this medicine." These words were like a boulder crashing into the room. Commander Ye's hand, gripping the phone, tightened slowly. He remained silent for a long time before finally saying in a low voice, "Understood, Brigade Commander. We will think of another way." After hanging up the phone, Regiment Commander Yi didn't say a word. Director Zhang, who was standing to the side, had obviously heard the brigade commander's reply, and his eyes immediately reddened. I stood there watching, and my feelings became somewhat complicated. This Director Zhang's name is Zhang Jianfeng. He is 52 years old this year. Before the fall of Beiping, he was a doctor at Peking Union Medical College Hospital, and his medical skills were quite excellent. After the Japanese occupied Beiping, he was unwilling to work for the enemy, so he took his whole family and fled all the way to northern Shaanxi. Later, he entered the General Hospital of the Army and was specially invited by Brigade Commander Chun to take charge of the relief station. Looking at his helpless and desperate expression, I began to hesitate. Sulfonamides have limited effects and significant side effects, but now that we can't even get that out, should I bring out the penicillin? The problem is, this stuff shouldn't even exist now. Penicillin wasn't truly isolated until 1941, and it will be several more years before it could be used clinically. If I were to bring it out now, I simply couldn't explain it. I remained silent for a moment, but finally made up my mind. I didn't care anymore. Those were 2 lives. I said, "Commander Yi, Director Zhang, there's something I'd like to discuss with you privately." Commander Yi immediately sensed something was wrong and nodded. "Let's go to the conference room." After the 3 of us entered the conference room, I lowered my voice and said, "Before my friend and I returned to China, we worked at a pharmaceutical laboratory in the United States. Based on Fleming's research, they extracted a new drug, penicillin. However, this drug is very difficult to extract and very expensive. My friend spent a lot of money to buy even a small amount. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang was so excited he almost lost his composure. It really is penicillin? I've read related papers at Peking Union Medical College Hospital before. That stuff can kill staphylococcus. I nodded and said, that's right, that's it. Commander Yi hurriedly asked, where is the medicine? Can you spare some for me? We can talk about the price. I waved my hand. Let's not talk about money first. This medicine can't be bought with money. I'll go get it now. Please wait a moment. After saying that, I turned and left the meeting room, returned to my room, took out 2 vials of penicillin from my backpack, cleaned off all the labels on the bottles, and also removed the morphine label before returning to the regimental headquarters. As soon as Director Zhang saw the 2 medicine bottles, he immediately asked, is this penicillin? I replied, yes, it can be injected after dilution. Before I finished speaking, Director Zhang snatched the medicine bottles and rushed out. Actually, I've never actually used penicillin myself, and I'm completely unaware of its allergy risks. If something goes wrong, it could be fatal. But at this point, I couldn't worry about that anymore. 6 hours later, Director Zhang rushed into the regimental headquarters, his face beaming with excitement. Regimental Commander, good news. The 2 infected comrades have recovered from their fevers and have woken up. Regimental Commander Yi was overjoyed. That's wonderful. I didn't expect this medicine to be so effective. I need to have a good talk with Lin Yi right away. Director Zhang, please compile a report on this medication use and submit it to the higher-ups. No problem. Director Zhang agreed without hesitation. Soon after, Regiment Commander Yi found me and said bluntly, your penicillin is very effective. Those 2 soldiers have recovered. I smiled inwardly, but outwardly replied calmly, that's good. Commander Yi then pressed, how much do you have left? Can you buy more? If you can, we'll sell everything we own to get as many as possible. My mind immediately started racing. This was a monopolistic business. Historically, a single vial of penicillin was worth a gold bar, but the modern cost was ridiculously low, and the profits were frighteningly high. I couldn't help but imagine myself reselling it globally in the future, and the more I thought about it, the more excited I became, almost drooling. Lin Yi, Lin Yi. Commander Yi called my name several times before I snapped out of my daze. I composed myself and said, my friend bought 8 vials in total, and there are 6 left. These medicines were originally meant to be kept for life-saving purposes in critical situations, but I can give you these 6 vials first. After saying that, I went back to the room, took out the remaining penicillin and 2 boxes of morphine, a total of 12 vials, and handed them to him. I'll try to go back to the US later to see if I can buy more. I added, these 12 vials of morphine can be used for surgical anesthesia. Commander Yi solemnly accepted the medicine, saying, thank you very much. He then immediately rushed to the aid station with the medicine, handing over the penicillin and morphine to Director Zhang. Director Zhang was overjoyed. If we had had these medicines sooner, the soldiers wouldn't have had to grit their teeth and endure the pain during surgery. Commander Yi said solemnly, test it as soon as possible. If the effect is stable, we won't have to worry about the medicine anymore. Director Zhang nodded emphatically, understood. A day later, I took stock of my supplies and found that they were almost gone, and even my field rations were completely finished. The canned food, chocolate, and coffee I had brought seemed like a luxury in those days. The food here is coarse and hard to swallow, mostly coarse grains with very little oil. Every time I finish eating, my throat feels dry, and I can only secretly eat a little more of my own food. But now, even the last bit of my reserves has been completely exhausted. To make matters worse, I only had 2 magazines left. After 2 battles, I had emptied 12 magazines, and the 5.56 ammunition used by the G-36 was simply unreplenishable in this era. I handed all the medicine over to Commander Yi. I knew I had to go back to the modern world to resupply, but this time I couldn't go back empty-handed. I had to bring back something valuable. Thinking of this, my eyes lit up. Gold, antiques, and even silver coins from that era would be incredibly valuable in modern times. A single ordinary silver coin could fetch hundreds of yuan. And then there were the captured Japanese military swords, especially the officers' swords and imperial swords, which are rare collectibles in modern times. If I brought them back, their prices would be absolutely astonishing. Soon, I came up with a plan in my mind. First, find a stable source of medicines, then acquire suitable weapons, while simultaneously establishing channels for monetization, and finally, set up a trading company specializing in the import and export goods. Just as I was pondering this, Commander Yi and his entourage pushed open the door and entered, followed by an officer in his 30s. I immediately recognized him as none other than the later renowned Brigade Commander Chun. After brief introductions, we shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. Brigade Commander Chun expressed his sincere gratitude for the medicine I provided. Otherwise, the wounded soldiers would not have survived. I politely replied, "It's what I should do." The group then proceeded to the conference room. Commander Chun cut to the chase. "I heard you can procure weapons and medicine." I thought for a moment and began to explain my channels and situation. I stated that I could obtain not only American weapons, but also equipment from the Soviet Union, Britain, and Germany in ample quantities and at low prices, perfectly suited to current operational needs. Then I gave a detailed price list. Mosin-Nagant rifle, $82. DP-27 light machine gun, $225. Maxim heavy machine gun, $600. Overall, very cost-effective. Brigade Commander Chun looked surprised. "How do you know so much about this?" I calmly replied that this was basic skill in the arms trade. Intelligence had to be accurate. I added that I could get a more advanced model, or even provide it at half price. Commander Chun immediately became excited upon hearing this. "Really? Won't you lose money?" I maintained a righteous facade, but in my heart, I had other plans. Soon, Brigade Commander Chun contacted the division commander to report. After the call, he announced, "A brand new independent regiment will be formed with all equipment provided by me as a test unit." I was taken aback. The organization seemed strangely familiar, but I didn't say much. Then, the appointments were announced one by one, and the organization of each battalion was quickly finalized. Commander Yi immediately protested, shouting that it was unfair, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. I couldn't help but spit out my tea and quickly covered it up. The topic soon returned to medicine. I frankly stated that penicillin can currently only be extracted in laboratories, cannot be supplied on a large scale, and is very expensive. When asked about the price, I immediately quoted $35 per dose. This figure stunned everyone present. It was equivalent to over $80. But considering it was a life-saving drug, Commander Chun accepted it. I'd already planned in advance that the price couldn't be too high, otherwise the 8th Route Army simply couldn't afford it. I've even considered involving the 8th Route Army in the distribution of medicines, allowing them to earn military funds through the price difference, just like they do business in various regions. This would actually be a win-win situation. The more I think about it, the more feasible it seems. Penicillin, morphine, alcohol, and medical devices can all form a complete business chain with huge potential. However, I also plan to differentiate the market, sell high-priced drugs to wealthy and powerful individuals, and supply low-priced drugs to ordinary people. This way, I can both make money and expand my influence. I've already figured out this strategy. Brigade Commander Chun frowned and said, "Lin Yi, the penicillin you provided is worth $420, not including the anesthetic. We can't afford that many dollars." I waved my hand and said, "Consider this my support for the war against Japan." Brigade Commander Chun shook his head and said, "No, not all of this is yours." He thought for a moment and said, "Here's what we'll do. We'll give you 100 gold bars and 5,000 silver dollars. You can go to the warehouse and pick out whatever you like." I nodded and then mentioned that I planned to go back to the United States to establish supply channels, and said that I could bring the weapons with me next time, but on one condition. I said earnestly, "I hope you won't interfere with the transportation channels." Brigade Commander Chun nodded. "As long as it doesn't affect the safety of the troops, we won't ask any more questions." The two finalized the agreement on the spot. Brigade Commander Chun then added that the independent regiment would be established in a week, and the personnel would arrive first for training, and then they would be uniformly re-equipped once the equipment arrived. The group quickly headed to the brigade headquarters warehouse. As they walked, Brigade Commander Chun said, "Everything here except weapons and ammunition is here, including captured and confiscated items. Take whatever you like." I indicated that I would pay the appraised value, and high-value antiques could also be used as collateral. I further proposed, from now on, all transactions will be priced in US dollars. The gold, silver dollars, and antiques you provide will all be converted into US dollars. Brigade Commander Chun understood that this was to avoid the devaluation of the legal tender and immediately agreed. "It's a deal." I asked again, Do you have any Japanese military swords? I'll need them when I get back. Brigade Commander Chen laughed and said, Yes, we don't need those, so consider them a gift. I thanked him. Soon, 2 boxes of gold and silver coins and antiques, as well as 6 military swords, were delivered to my room. Commander Yi looked at the box and asked, How are you going to transport it? I smiled and said, I have my own way. After everyone left, I prepared to return to the modern world, but was suddenly reminded that a painting by Zheng Banxiao could not be taken away because it was already in the modern world's collection. I instantly understood the rule. You can't bring back artifacts that already exist in the modern world, otherwise it will cause a conflict. I decisively left the calligraphy and paintings behind and tried to travel through time again. This time, the familiar dizziness struck again. When I opened my eyes again, I was back in my modern car, and all the boxes were there. After checking and confirming that everything was all right, I immediately drove back to base and found Andre. Come see my haul. The two opened the box, revealing gold, silver coins, antiques, and military knives. After examining them, Andre said, Gold sells well. All countries are buying it. Silver is cheap, sold by the ton. The other items are harder to sell. We might only be able to get them for 20 to 30% of their original price. But I thought of the domestic policies on the circulation of cultural relics and decided to handle these antiques myself. I'll figure out the rest. Andre nodded and proposed a new transaction method. I would personally handle the arms deal, and the organization would only provide the goods. I immediately understood that this was a risk-averse strategy. I agreed and asked Andre to help handle the precious metals. Andre readily agreed and showed me the weapons inventory, preparing to supply the goods. The gold weighed exactly 100 ounces, which, at $2,300 each, totaled $230,000. After deducting the cost of the weapons, there was still a surplus. I began selecting equipment, specifically choosing light weapons and mortars suitable for guerrilla warfare, in quantities approaching the size of a brigade. Andre was stunned after looking at the list. Why did you choose these old equipment? Aren't the AKM and PKM better? I explained, long-range combat, cost, and adaptability are the key factors, and these are more suitable for my client. Finally, both sides agreed on a price. Rifles, submachine guns, machine guns, etc. were very cheap, and mortars were even given away for free, with only the cost of ammunition to be charged. The total price was $160,000, and after deducting from the $230,000, I would still have $70,000 left. I said, The money has been received, Andre. This batch of goods is just a trial. There will be larger orders later. By the way, could you introduce me to a large pharmaceutical supplier? Andre readily agreed and made a phone call. Yelena, come over here. I'll introduce you to a client. In less than half an hour, a blonde, blue-eyed woman arrived at the scene. Andre pointed at me and introduced, This is my brother Lin Yi, and this is Yelena, the Middle East head of the Maran group. Yelena smiled and said, Just call me Yelena. What medicine do you need? I briefly explained my needs, mainly battlefield first aid medicines and medical equipment. Yelena nodded. We have all of these in our warehouse, and you can pick them up anytime. But I added, However, the packaging is a bit special. It cannot be labeled with the manufacturer and date, only the name and dosage. Yelena was clearly taken aback. This was the first time she had encountered such a 3-no requirement. Andre, trying to smooth things over, said, Doing what he says will benefit everyone. Yelena thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. I chuckled inwardly, saving myself the trouble of explaining the real reason. Then I dropped the bombshell. The demand for penicillin will be huge, possibly tens of millions of vials. Yelena was taken aback, but still quoted the price, 6 vials for $1. I frowned. That's too expensive. In China, $1 can buy nearly 20 vials. Yelena explained the difference in quality. High-purity drugs are safer and don't require skin testing. I then understood the difference and took the opportunity to ask about the difference between human and animal products. Yelena smiled and said, Animal products have lower purity and more adverse reactions. Humans can also use them, but the risks are higher. This sentence sparked a brilliant idea in me, and a money-making plan quickly took shape in my mind. Sell high-end packaging at high prices, supply large quantities of low-end packaging to the troops, and even prepare special supplies for the enemy. I immediately finalized the order and paid the deposit. Then I registered an import and export company, and, with everything ready, I decided to return to China to handle the next steps of the plan. Meanwhile, the 8th Route Army was undergoing reorganization. The independent regiment was officially established, becoming the first fully Soviet-equipped unit. The brigade commander ordered them to focus on training for 3 months to prepare for subsequent operations. He specifically mentioned, when Lin Yi returns, have him join the independent regiment to help you quickly develop combat capability. Clearly, I was being given high expectations. Back in Beijing, I contacted my old classmate as soon as I got off the plane. I quickly got help and found Li Haoyang, the head of Bogu Collection Company. Without much pleasantry, I explained that I had a batch of antiques to sell. Li Haoyang was very excited and said he could buy them directly or through auction channels. However, I urgently needed funds and chose to liquidate the goods directly. Both parties quickly reached an agreement. I would purchase the goods at the appraised price upon arrival. Subsequently, I contacted a domestic penicillin manufacturer, placing a large order and requesting high-end packaging. The person in charge initially thought it was outrageous, but immediately agreed after seeing the deposit. Next, I contacted a veterinary drug factory and placed an order for deluxe packaged veterinary penicillin. All the preparations were completed step by step, and the entire plan was fully formed. 3 days later, 2 large boxes of antiques were delivered to Boga Company. Li Haoyang was astonished when he saw them. 5,000 silver dollars plus more than 20 exquisite antiques, extremely valuable. After appraisal, the final price was 42.3 million. I didn't hesitate and closed the deal immediately. The funds arrived quickly, and this trip was incredibly lucrative. After settling everything, I organized a class reunion for a short break. But my mind was already back on the battlefield. In the warehouse, weapons and medicines were piled up like mountains. I looked at all of this and whispered, "Independent regiment, here I come." Manhwa Temple. It was once a grand and prosperous ancient temple. But since the Japanese invasion, this area has become a living hell, burning, killing, looting, and committing all sorts of atrocities. The monks in the temple originally only focused on chanting Buddhist scriptures and never cared about worldly affairs. They even naively believed that even the most brutal Japanese would not harm a temple. Until that day, the Japanese army stormed into Manhwa Temple, and without the slightest hesitation, raised their knives. At that moment, they finally understood. These people had no humanity whatsoever. In the end, all the monks in the temple were brutally murdered, and Manhwa Temple was completely abandoned. And at this moment, I stand in the square in front of the main hall. Before me lies a mountain of weapons. Countless rows of light and heavy machine guns, mortars, and piles of wooden crates, stacked like small mountains. Brigade Commander Chun, Regiment Commander Yi, and Regiment Commander Chung stood around with a battalion of soldiers. Everyone was completely stunned. Brigade Commander Chun forced himself to remain calm and silently counted them. Light and heavy machine guns, over 300. Mortars, at least 50. The next second, he couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, "Holy crap, this isn't just equipment for one regiment. It's enough to equip half a division." Regiment Commander Ye's eyes turned red, and he immediately said, "I'll take half." Regiment Commander Chung was even more excited. His face flushed red. "We're rich. We've really struck it rich this time." I interrupted everyone's shock. "Leaders, let's move the equipment back first." Brigade Commander Chun immediately ordered, "Move. Sort and inventory all the equipment. Make sure there are no mistakes." Evening. Independent Regiment Headquarters. The atmosphere in the meeting room was both tense and excited. To the left were all the officers of the Independent Regiment at the battalion level and above. To the right were Regiment Commander Yi and Political Commissar Xia. There was also an uninvited guest, Changda, the commander of the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Brigade. It was obvious he was there to distribute equipment. Commander Chun cut to the chase. "How much do you plan to sell this batch of equipment for?" I replied casually, "Don't worry, at cost price. Rifles and submachine guns, $30 each. Light machine guns, $80 each. Heavy machine guns, $200 each. Anti-aircraft machine guns, $500 each. This is our first collaboration. Mortars, pistols, and ammunition are all included. Except for the anti-aircraft machine guns and mortars. Everything else is brand new." The air fell silent instantly. Everyone's minds went blank. This price was less than a third of the market price. A Czech-made light machine gun. They'd pay $350 apiece. A domestically made copy, cost $260. Heavy machine guns were even more outrageous, $800 each. And now, $200? This wasn't business. This was giving away money. Seeing everyone staring blankly, I smiled and said, "So, are you satisfied?" Everyone replied in unison, "Satisfied. Extremely satisfied." I pulled out the list. This batch of equipment includes 2,000 rifles, 500 submachine guns, 300 light machine guns, 72 heavy machine guns, 36 anti-aircraft machine guns, 500 pistols, 12 120mm heavy mortars, and 36 82mm mortars. Ammunition, 10 basic loads. Everyone fell silent again. This wasn't a reinforced regiment anymore. This was a monster regiment. I continued to explain. Pistols and submachine guns, 7.62 by 25 millimeters. Rifles and machine guns, 7.62 by 54 millimeters. Anti-aircraft machine guns, 12.7 millimeters. This thing can shoot down planes, armored vehicles, and bunkers. A direct shot to a person, one shot will cut them in two. A collective gasp filled the room. Keep in mind, the entire brigade possessed only about 80 light machine guns. Heavy machine guns, less than 20. Anti-aircraft machine guns? Not a single one. Heavy mortars? Forget about it. Commander Chin couldn't help but ask, 10 base numbers, how much is that? I paused for a moment, then laughed. Simply put, 700,000 pistol rounds. For million rifle and machine gun rounds. 60,000 mortar rounds. At that moment, everyone was completely stunned. Brigade Commander Chin took a deep breath. Then, how should the organization be changed? I gave a direct plan. Independent regiment, 3 infantry battalions, 1 heavy mortar battalion, 12 mortars, 1 anti-aircraft battalion, 18 anti-aircraft machine guns, plus a guard company and a reconnaissance company. Each battalion, 3 infantry companies plus artillery company plus anti-aircraft company plus guard company. Infantry company, equipped with a heavy machine gun platoon. Infantry squad, 15 rifles plus 5 submachine guns plus 2 light machine guns. Next time, add 12 howitzers and 12 anti-aircraft guns. All officers, equipped with pistols. Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly stunned. This configuration completely overwhelmed a Japanese battalion. Regiment Commander Chong exploded on the spot. "I won't do it. Why shouldn't we have this kind of firepower for our regiment?" Regiment Commander Yi immediately retorted, "Bullshit. We are the 1st regiment." Brigade Commander Chin slammed his fist on the table. "Stop. Test unit. Proceed with my plan first." I added, "Oh right, I also brought medicine. Penicillin, morphine, bandages, alcohol, saline solution. Everything except penicillin." Commander Chin's voice trembled with excitement. "Thank you. Thank you so much," I said casually. "It's just my way of contributing to the war effort." The next second, Brigade Commander Chin spoke directly. "Lin Yi, I want you to be my deputy chief of staff." I instantly became alert. This old guy is trying to trick me? I immediately waved my hand. "Deputy chief of staff? Forget it. I'm too busy. Be an advisor instead. Ask me whenever you have time." Brigade Commander Chin laughed. "You little rascal. How much for this shipment?" $160,000 US. Brigade Commander Chun immediately approved. "Deal." Right after the weapons were discussed, I spoke up again. "I have another business deal. Penicillin." Brigade Commander Chin's eyes lit up instantly. "Go ahead." I slowly said, "I have mastered the production technology and built a secret factory. Now, in the whole world, only I can reliably supply you. I can supply you. You can not only use it, but also sell it." At that moment, Brigade Commander Chun could no longer sit still. This was not a transaction. This was an opportunity to change the course of the war. 2 days later, the atmosphere in the brigade headquarters meeting room was tense and oppressive. Regimental Commander Yi and Regimental Commander Chong argued heatedly, each vying for weapons for their respective units, and the situation nearly spiraled out of control. Regimental Commander Yi spoke first. "Brigade Commander, our regiment's equipment is simply too poor. The rifles are old and often jam. We have very few submachine guns, and even fewer machine guns. Our firepower is simply insufficient to suppress the enemy, and we don't even have a single mortar." Regiment Commander Chong immediately chimed in. "We're in the same boat. The rifling on our rifles is worn down, making their range pitifully short. We have so few machine guns that we dare not use them, and we don't have a single anti-aircraft machine gun. When enemy planes come, we can only watch helplessly. Commander Yi became increasingly agitated as he spoke. The independent regiment is fully equipped and has always had the advantage in firepower during battles. Our soldiers are no worse than theirs, but we are hampered by our weaponry. The casualties in the last battle were too great. Commander Chang slammed his fist on the table. We can't go on like this. We also need to equip ourselves with rifles and submachine guns and provide more machine guns and mortars. Anti-aircraft machine guns are especially needed. We can't let the enemy planes run rampant any longer. The two men argued back and forth, their voices rising and falling, both staring at the brigade commander, demanding an explanation. The brigade commander frowned and remained silent, clearly weighing the pros and cons. The situation appeared calm on the surface, but undercurrents were swirling. After the independent regiment's equipment was upgraded, conflicts began to surface, proving the saying, "It's not scarcity that's the problem, but inequality." Meanwhile, on the independent regiment's training ground, a lively and enthusiastic atmosphere prevailed. Blind Cheng and political commissar Zhang Zhengxing stood to the side, watching the soldiers train. Looking at the ranks, Blind Cheng said with pride, "Old Zhang, look at our troops, their spirits are getting higher and higher." Zhang Zhengxing nodded. "That's good, but with more weapons, training must keep up. We can't keep using the old methods." Blind Cheng pondered. Before, bayonet fighting was the focus, but now with new equipment, we really need to change. Zhang Zhengxing analyzed. We need to strengthen shooting training and improve accuracy and speed. We need to train special personnel for anti-aircraft machine guns and mortars so that every bullet and shell can play its role. Blind Chang added, "It's not just about technology. Tactics also need to be adjusted. We need to fight according to the characteristics of our weapons." Zhang Zhengxing further reminded, "There's also maintenance and upkeep. Soldiers must be proficient in it to prevent problems on the battlefield." Blind Chang nodded. "This requires specialized training. Lin Yi can lead the training. He served the U.S. military and knows about these things." The next day, I received my mission and rushed to the independent regiment, immediately throwing myself into the training. On the training field, I could demonstrate and explain simultaneously. 3 points in a line, control your breathing, gently pull the trigger. The soldiers followed along attentively. Next was anti-aircraft machine gun training, where I emphasized, you must learn to track targets and predict enemy aircraft trajectories in advance. As I spoke, I personally demonstrated the operation. Next came the mortars. I lay on the ground, calculating the angles. These things are powerful. If you hit them accurately, it's a fatal blow. Under my guidance, the troops began live-fire training. Gunfire was constant, and ammunition was consumed extremely quickly. Commander Chung watched from the side, his brows furrowed, his heart aching. During the break, I said, "Commander, in the future, unless absolutely necessary, try to avoid bayonet fighting. Modern warfare relies on firepower suppression to minimize casualties." Upon hearing this, Commander Chung became somewhat anxious. "Bayonet fighting is our tradition. Soldiers must have this fighting spirit." I patiently explained, "Tradition is important, but the battlefield environment has changed. We should suppress the enemy with firepower first and minimize casualties as much as possible." Commander Chung was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "That makes sense, but at crucial moments, we can't lose this fighting spirit." I also nodded in response. "That's right, we must preserve this spirit while also making good use of new tactics so that we can win more battles." In a residential house in the French concession of Shanghai, Tao Kai, the leader of the underground Communist Party, was flipping through a newspaper when a wanted poster caught his attention. Tycoon Du Linqi was offering a large sum of money for medical treatment to save his son. It turned out that Du Linqi's son had been accidentally injured in a gang fight. Although he survived surgery, he was now on the verge of death due to an infection, and the doctors were helpless. At the same time, our 8th Route Army had already obtained the penicillin I provided and sent Tao Kai and foreign friend Hank to Shanghai to establish Hank Pharmaceutical Company in preparation for promoting this new drug. The streets of Shanghai remained bustling as Tao Kai and his team tirelessly visited hospitals and pharmacies, trying to sell penicillin. He earnestly explained the drug's effects in the dean's office, but was still politely refused. The hospital director shook his head and said, "The new drug hasn't been tested, so we don't dare use it, and the price is too high." The pharmacy owner also had many concerns, worried that the drug wouldn't sell. After a day of running around, they encountered setbacks everywhere. The atmosphere in the outpost was very oppressive at night, and someone sighed, "This is much harder than we imagined." Tao Kai, however, remained determined. "We can't give up." The next day, they turned to small clinics explaining cases and usage, but the doctors still dared not risk trying it, and the promotion made no progress. Just then, Tao Kai saw Lin Yi's medical advertisement and immediately realized that this was a breakthrough. He quickly gathered his comrades. "The opportunity has come. Let's act now." The group rushed to the hospital with penicillin. When Tao Kai spoke with the doctor looked on with suspicion, so he could only plead, "This is our last hope. Please try it." After communicating with Lin Yi, the doctor finally agreed to try. At the moment of the injection, Tao Kai's palms were sweating profusely, and he paced back and forth outside the ward. Time ticked by, and everyone held their breath. Finally, good news came from the ward. The patient's condition began to stabilize, and vital signs gradually returned. Tao Kai was almost in tears. They had finally won this battle. Lin Yi was extremely grateful, and Tao Kai took the opportunity to explain the value of penicillin in detail. Completely impressed by the drug's efficacy, Lin Yi decided to personally support its promotion. Soon, Hank Pharmaceuticals' penicillin caused a sensation in Shanghai. Chen Bolin, the director of the National Army Hospital, personally visited to request the purchase. "We urgently need this drug. Please supply us in large quantities." Hank, however, stated that production was limited and that only a limited quantity could be sold. In reality, they were intentionally controlling the supply to maintain the drug's scarcity value. It was precisely because of this that various international powers quickly set their sights on this new drug. German agents were the first to arrive, expressing their desire to cooperate. American representatives followed closely behind, offering attractive terms. Soviet officials also expressed strong interest. Japan, however, was even more aggressive, resorting to direct threats and demanding priority supply. Suddenly, penicillin became the focus of contention among all parties. Meanwhile, this business was also being discussed at the 8th Route Army's logistics base. Zhang Wanha explained that penicillin currently has 3 uses, each with its own target market. One is exclusively for military use. One is sold at a high price to outsiders, and the third is specifically sold to the Japanese. This third type has mediocre efficacy and more severe side effects. "I have great news to share. We've sold over 2,000 units this week." The words had barely left his lips when everyone gasped in shock. Someone immediately pressed for details about the profit, and Zhang Wanha smiled and said, "About 3,000 silver dollars." The crowd erupted in excitement. This meant they could exchange them for even more weapons and supplies. But some cautioned, the channels must be kept secret. They must not be targeted by the enemy. Everyone nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Inside the auditorium of the 8th Route Army headquarters, officers of regimental rank and above gathered, all eyes fixed on the commander-in-chief. This meeting was crucial to the future direction of the army. The commander-in-chief stood up and said, "With the fall of Taiyuan and the end of the battle of Shinko and Taiyuan, the war of resistance has entered a new stage. We must divide our forces behind enemy lines, mobilize the masses, and establish base areas. This is the key strategy." One division commander frowned and said, "Dividing our forces behind enemy lines will put a lot of pressure on our supplies and intelligence." Another replied, "But only by mobilizing the masses can we truly gain a foothold." The crowd began to discuss the matter, and the atmosphere gradually became more intense. The commander-in-chief raised his hand to silence the crowd. "There will certainly be difficulties, but we must carry them out. We must penetrate deep behind enemy lines, unite with the masses, and draw the enemy into a people's war." Everyone nodded in agreement, and this strategy was officially decided. Soon, Brigade Commander Chun led the 386th Brigade to set off for the Wutai area to establish a base. The 771st Regiment, the 772nd Regiment, and the Independent Regiment advanced in 3 routes, forming a triangular defense that supported each other. The brigade headquarters was located in Gongxin. Brigade Commander Chen stared at the map, calculating the overall situation. Meanwhile, Lin Yi led the Independent Regiment into Chunjia Village, a secluded spot deep in the mountains, making it an ideal place to settle. As they entered the village, the villagers under the ancient locust tree eyed them warily. The old man frowned, The child hid behind him, and the woman whispered among herself, "Let's not cause trouble again." An unease permeated the entire village. Political Commissar Zhang stepped forward and shouted, "Fellow villagers, we are the 8th Route Army, here to fight the Japanese devils." But the villagers didn't buy it. Someone coldly replied, "That sounds nice, but life is still just as hard." Some people questioned, "How long can you stay? Don't leave us behind and let us suffer retaliation." Faced with these doubts, Political Commissar Zhang patiently explained, but the effect was not obvious. He knew that he had to prove himself with actions. After several days of investigation, a truth gradually came to light. The village chief, Lu Fuge, was a landlord who colluded with the son of a puppet soldier, running rampant in the village, oppressing the people, and even forcibly abducting women. Regiment Commander Chung and Political Commissar Zhang immediately decided to take action and eliminate this menace overnight. After nightfall, the guard company quietly surrounded the Lu family compound. It was a high-walled compound with hundreds of guards. Commander Chung shouted, "Lu Fugue, come out and surrender." The other side, however, stood on the attic and laughed wildly. "You think you can persuade me to surrender?" Seeing that persuasion had failed, Commander Chung decisively ordered, "Prepare for artillery fire." The 82mm mortar was quickly set up. Fire! With that command, the shell exploded through the gate, sending debris flying everywhere. Under the cover of the artillery fire, the soldiers charged forward, the sound of gunfire instantly piercing the night sky. The guards retaliated in a panic, bullets flying everywhere. Soldier Wang Shower shouted, "Cover me!" Taking advantage of the suppressive fire, he rushed to the wall and threw a grenade with precision, instantly silencing the enemy's firing position. Platoon leader Zhang scaled the wall and stormed in, clearing a path with a submachine gun. The soldiers, working in perfect coordination, quickly breached the compound. Lu Fugue was captured on the spot, his previous arrogance completely gone. In a warehouse, they seized a large amount of grain and valuables. Commander Chung immediately decided, distribute the grain to the people, then hold a public trial and execute Lu Fugue. As soon as the news spread, villagers rushed to the scene. In the square, Lu Fugue was escorted onto the stage, trembling all over. Political Commissar Zhang publicly exposed his crimes, igniting outrage among the crowd. The final verdict: all property confiscated and the defendant sentenced to death by firing squad. With a gunshot, this bully finally came to justice. Then the distribution of grain and land began, and the villagers lined up to receive it. The elderly received their grain with tears streaming down their faces. Thanks to the 8th Route Army, we finally have a way to survive. Hope also rekindled in the eyes of the young people. Inside the headquarters of the independent regiment, officers of battalion level and above sat around an old wooden table. Regiment Commander Chang's gaze swept over everyone, and he said in a deep voice, "The current situation is complex. We must plan carefully in order to truly gain a foothold." A battalion commander spoke first. "Regimental commander, the most urgent task is to find out the situation in the surrounding area." Regimental Commander Chung nodded and said, "That's right. I've decided to send out the reconnaissance company to find out the enemy situation, the terrain, and the distribution of friendly forces." He continued, "At the same time, we should mobilize the masses to expand our troop numbers, and while the Japanese army is temporarily preoccupied, we should accelerate the construction of our base area and gradually bring the area around Chinjia village under our control." Everyone expressed their agreement. Company Commander Wang Meng stood up and saluted. "I guarantee the mission will be completed." Regiment Commander Chung patted him on the shoulder. "Remember, intelligence is important, but people are even more important." Wang Meng then led his team to set off. After the independent regiment set up camp in Chinjia village, the battalions quickly began operations. The soldiers helped the villagers repair houses, treat the sick, and repair roads, working enthusiastically and quickly bringing the villagers and the troops closer together. In just a few days, the independent regiment not only grasped the surrounding situation, but also learned of a group of scattered Kuomintang troops to the northeast. Regiment Commander Chung began to plan his next move. A week later, Wang Meng brought back crucial intelligence. There was a Japanese stronghold in Xiaohui town, 40 kilometers to the southeast, with more than 800 troops, heavily fortified, and also had blockhouses and infantry guns. Commander Chung stared at the map and said, "This is both a risk and an opportunity. If we can take down the stronghold, we can cut off the Japanese army supply lines." The political commissar reminded him, "We must develop a meticulous plan." The plan had just been submitted when Brigade Commander Chen arrived in person. After listening to the report, he frowned and said, 800 Japanese soldiers, and you think you can wipe them out with just one regiment? What about reinforcements? He then assigned the 771st Regiment to contain the reinforcements. But he also made a condition. All the captured weapons are mine. Regiment Commander Chung smiled wryly. The brigade commander is taking advantage of our misfortune. In the end, he had no choice but to agree. That evening, the troops arrived at the outskirts of Shaohai town. Regiment Commander Chung quickly deployed his forces. The 1st Battalion would launch a main attack on the south side. The 2nd Battalion would set up an ambush to block any breakout attempts, and the 3rd Battalion would be responsible for intercepting reinforcements. Once everything was ready, Regiment Commander Chung ordered, "First, use heavy mortars to take out the enemy's infantry guns." 5 minutes later, the artillery fire came crashing down, and the Japanese positions were instantly thrown into chaos. 2 Type 92 infantry guns were destroyed, the pillbox was left teetering on the brink of collapse, and many machine gun positions were eliminated. The Japanese army sounded the alarm and hastily prepared for battle. The Japanese battalion commander hastily organized a counterattack and ordered a company to break out from the north. However, they had no idea that the 2nd Battalion was already on high alert. Li Xinghua calmly ordered, "Wait until the Japanese are within 100 meters before firing." As the Japanese approached, machine gun fire erupted instantly, and the dense barrage of bullets tore the charging troops to shreds. In less than a minute, an entire squadron was wiped out. Li Xinghua himself was stunned. This firepower? Is this still us? Clearly, the equipment advantage had completely changed the course of the battle. On the main battlefield, the 1st Battalion launched an assault after multiple rounds of artillery bombardment. Heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft machine guns provided suppressive fire, directly breaching the Japanese fortifications. As the bugle sounded, the soldiers charged into the stronghold like tigers descending a mountain. Submachine gun fire covered the entire area, and the Japanese troops were unable to mount any effective resistance, quickly being annihilated. The battle was over in less than half an hour. Brigade Commander Chun stood to the side, his face filled with shock. Is this the combat power after the equipment upgrade? Subsequently, Commander Chung ordered the battlefield to be cleared. The spoils were extremely rich, a large quantity of weapons, food, and clothing, enough for the troops to use for a long time. The troops responsible for the interception didn't even see a trace of the enemy. By the time Japanese reinforcements arrived, they only found corpses strewn across the ground and an empty stronghold. Back at the independent regiment, Brigade Commander Chen Zhong, looking at the captured supplies and cheering soldiers, was deeply moved. He immediately decided to report the results of the battle to Shaohai town to headquarters that very night. He reported at the meeting, 2 regiments were deployed for this operation. We were originally scheduled to intercept reinforcements, but the battle progressed too quickly. Before the enemy reinforcements arrived, the battle was already over. He highlighted the 120mm heavy mortar. With a range of over 5,500 meters, it destroyed 2 Japanese Type 92 infantry guns in the first round, completely suppressing the enemy's firepower. He then went on to talk about the 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun. This thing can not only shoot down planes, but also fire at bunkers and armored targets. It was incredibly powerful in this battle. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, that's incredible." Chen Zhong nodded and said, "The light and heavy machine guns were even more impressive." The 2nd Battalion had 48 machine guns on its position, and they wiped out a Japanese company in less than a minute. Everyone gasped. Chen Zhong continued. When it came to hand-to-hand combat, the Japanese charges were quickly crushed by machine gun and submachine gun fire. He then reported the battle results. The independent regiment suffered 22 casualties, with 7 killed in action, while 817 Japanese corpses were left behind. The entire conference room fell silent. After a long while, someone exclaimed, "This is simply a miracle." General Liu immediately made the decision. Since the equipment is so good, then the entire division should be re-equipped. Brigade Commander Wang excitedly echoed, "With this equipment, our combat effectiveness will at least double." Chen Zhong also expressed his willingness to take charge of the procurement. General Liu reminded everyone, equipment is important, but training is even more important. We must master it as soon as possible. Everyone expressed their determination to complete the mission. However, some people have expressed concerns. A large-scale equipment replacement will put a lot of pressure on logistics. General Liu nodded and said, we must plan ahead and ensure that support keeps up. Another person added, maintenance is also crucial. General Liu responded, select key technical personnel and provide specialized training. The meeting then gradually moved into a more detailed discussion phase. Finally, General Liu made the final decision. All the obsolete weapons will be donated to our brother units. Everyone agreed, and the atmosphere was enthusiastic. Meanwhile, a tense atmosphere prevailed within the Japanese Army's Shijiazhuang headquarters. Division Commander Kawajishi Bunzaburo roared in fury. We still haven't found out who did it. The Chief of Staff cautiously reported. A large number of 7.62 mm Soviet-made shell casings were found at the scene, suspected to be the work of remnants of the Northwest Army. Upon hearing this, Kawajishi immediately rebuked him. How dare these remnants of a defeated army touch my imperial army? He gritted his teeth and ordered, whoever they are, they must be investigated and wiped out, leaving no one alive. The Chief of Staff immediately obeyed and proposed increasing the search and blockade efforts. Kawajishi said coldly, do it that way. I want them to have nowhere to escape. At the same time, the nationalist government sent a commendation, announcing that a Japanese battalion had been annihilated and awarding a reward of 200,000 silver dollars, and also demanding that it be widely publicized. When Sun Lianzhong, who was far away in Shaanxi, received the telegram, he was completely stunned. When did we ever do such a thing? But he quickly smiled. We can't miss this opportunity. He gladly accepted the credit. When the news spread, the Japanese army also mistakenly believed that he was the one who did it, resulting in an absurd misunderstanding. Meanwhile, inside Shanghai Hank Pharmaceutical Company, Tao Kai was discussing countermeasures with Hank. Various countries were demanding increased supply and lower prices. Hank frowned and said, if we lower the price, our profits will be greatly reduced. Tao Kai calmly replied, following orders from above, change the trading method. He proposed that the company move to the French concession and set up a branch in Macau, and that all transactions must first involve transferring money to Citibank before picking up the goods upon presentation of receipts. Hank was worried that the customers wouldn't accept it, but Tao Kai said firmly, only we have penicillin, so they can only follow the rules. Hank was worried about retaliation from the Japanese army, but Tao Kai sneered. They need this drug more than anyone else. In the end, Hank was persuaded and decided to carry out the plan. The two then began to refine the process to ensure the safety of funds and confidentiality of delivery. The entire plan, in fact, originated from me. I had already predicted that after the fall of Shanghai, the French concession would be relatively safe, while Macau would be more suitable as a long-term base. My analysis is very clear. Once Japan moves south, Hong Kong will be unsafe, but Macau is Portuguese territory, so it is more secure. At that moment, Brigade Commander Chun was busy with a big matter and came to me with 5 large boxes. As soon as we met, he said, Lin Yi, this is the final payment for the weapons from last time, a total of 3,000 gold bars and 130,000 silver dollars, as well as the captured officer's sword, which I will also give to you. Consider the rest as a deposit. My eyes widened as I stared at the chest full of gold bars and silver dollars, and I quickly went to examine it. Besides the gold and silver, there were also porcelain and 2 fine ginseng roots, which filled me with even greater joy. I smiled and said, Brigadier Chun, you really keep your word. I won't bother with these. It'll be a pleasure working with you. Brigadier Chin nodded, but he was clearly already planning his next procurement move. A moment later, Brigade Commander Chin spoke up. Lin Yi, we need to purchase another batch of weapons, and we hope you can deliver them as soon as possible. I patted my chest and assured him, no problem, just let me know if you need anything. When a list was handed to me, I couldn't help but gasp after reading it. More than 30,000 guns, more than 500 mortars, and more than 20 million rounds of ammunition. The scale was truly astonishing. I frowned and asked, is this a complete equipment overhaul? Brigade Commander Chun replied firmly, you know the situation on the front lines. The more equipment we have, the better our chances of winning. I thought for a moment and said, if your transport capacity can keep up, I can also provide artillery. As soon as I said that, Brigade Commander Chin's eyes lit up. I explained in detail. The 76mm cannon has a range of 13 kilometers, a firing rate of 25 rounds per minute, and can fire both high explosive and armor-piercing rounds. It is suitable for brigade-level use, but requires mules or vehicles to tow it. Commander Chun listened intently and continued to press for more information on its power. I confidently replied, "It has no problem hitting fortifications and armored targets, and its accuracy is also very high." Then I recommended the mountain gun. This gun is lighter, can be disassembled and carried, and has a range of 10 kilometers, which is farther than the Japanese mountain gun. It is suitable for regimental-level equipment. At the same time, I propose a supporting plan. I will get you a batch of motorcycles and jeeps to improve your mobility, and we can even get vehicle-mounted mortars so you can fire and then leave. Commander Chun became increasingly excited as he listened, and immediately made a decision. We need 24 of each type of artillery to form an artillery regiment. All vehicles will also be provided. He then proceeded directly to price negotiations. I quoted the following prices. Small arms and ammunition would remain at the original price. Artillery shells would be priced by the ton. Artillery pieces would be $3,000 each, and vehicles would be tested first, after which further negotiations would take place. This quote shocked Brigade Commander Chun. It was 2/3 lower than the Nationalist Army's procurement price. He couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to lose money like this?" I laughed and said, "It's all for fighting the Japanese. Making money is secondary." But in reality, the profit from this deal was still frighteningly high. Brigade Commander Chun was clearly moved and solemnly grasped my hand. "We will remember this kindness." Then he made a new request. "The communications are too poor. Could you get some more radios?" I nodded and said, "No problem." The two sides quickly finalized the details of the cooperation. Upon returning to the unit, Brigade Commander Chun immediately began to deploy funds and transportation, while I quickly returned to the warehouse with the funds to prepare for the next step of the operation. As soon as I arrived at the warehouse, I called Andre. "I have a big order, come over right away." Not long after, he arrived, and after a few pleasantries, we got straight to the point. When I opened the box, the sight of so much gold stunned Andre. "Did you rob a bank?" I laughed and said, "It's payment from the customer." The weighing quickly yielded the result. 3,000 ounces of gold, worth approximately $6.9 million. The funds were promptly deposited into the account. I then handed him the list, and Andre was increasingly shocked as he looked at it. Rifles, machine guns, mortars, artillery, vehicles, ammunition, everything was there, enough to equip 50,000 men. He couldn't help but ask, "Is your client planning a world war?" I replied casually, "You just need to supply the goods." The final quote was $3 million, which I agreed to on the spot, and I requested delivery within a week. The two parties quickly finalized the deal. After dealing with the munitions, I contacted various parties and placed large orders for penicillin, while also increasing orders for domestic pharmaceutical companies. I was very clear that the war would soon escalate fully, and medicine would be equally crucial. After everything was arranged, I packed the supplies and shipped them back to China, and then embarked on my own journey home. Chapter 19, Returning Home. After a long flight, Lin Yi finally set foot on his homeland. Without even taking a rest, he headed straight for Bogu Collectibles Company with 3 large boxes of items to find the owner, Li Haoyang. Li Haoyang had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Lin Yi appear with the 3 large boxes, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother Lin, you're amazing," Li Haoyang exclaimed, helping to carry the boxes into the house. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Brother Liang, don't rush to praise it. Let's look at the items first." The two opened the box and began to carefully check the contents. Li Haoyang carefully picked up a vase, examining it closely, his eyes filled with surprise. "Brother Lin, besides these silver coins, these porcelain pieces are also quite nice, all from the Qing Dynasty imperial kills." Li Haoyang's voice trembled slightly with excitement. Lin Yi nodded. He was already aware of the value of these porcelain pieces. Then, Li Haoyang's gaze fell on the 2 ginseng roots, and his expression instantly became more solemn and astonished. "As for your 2 ginseng roots, I've roughly examined them. One is about 300 years old, and the other is about 200 years old. It's a miracle that such treasures can still exist in this world." Li Haoyang's voice was filled with awe. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Brother Liang, you're an expert in this area, so I'll leave these things to you." Li Haoyang pondered for a moment and said, "Brother Lin, I'll just accept your silver dollars and porcelain." As for these two ginseng roots, I really don't dare to set a price. Our BOGO collection also has a BOGO auction company, but we haven't had any major auction items in recent years. If you agree, Brother Lin, I can have my auction company auction these two ginseng roots and this military knife for you. I won't charge any commission. What do you think? Lin Yi thought about it for a while and felt it was a good idea. After all, such precious ginseng and a historically significant military knife could probably fetch a higher price at an auction. Okay, Brother Liang, then I'll trouble you. Lin Yi readily agreed. Li Haoliang patted his chest and assured him, Brother Lin, rest assured, I will handle this matter properly. Immediately afterwards, Li Haoliang called the person in charge of BOGO auction, who was also his younger brother Li Haiyuan, to arrange the auction. In the days that followed, Li Haiyuan and his team began meticulous preparations for the auction. They invited the most authoritative appraisal experts in the industry to conduct a detailed appraisal and evaluation of the ginseng, and found that the larger ginseng was 331 years old and weighed 273 grams. The smaller one is also 241 years old and weighs 206 grams. They have also meticulously produced exquisite promotional materials and sent invitations to collectors, investors, and major established Chinese medicine pharmacies, with the auction scheduled for 3 days later at BOGO auction. This news caused an immediate uproar. Ginseng 2, or 300 years old, is unheard of, especially for established Chinese medicine brands like Tongren, Tai Weiting, and Changshen Tang. The oldest ginseng they still possess is only a little over 100 years old. In traditional Chinese medicine, such aged ginseng is considered a panacea, capable of bringing the dead back to life. In the 2 days leading up to the auction, Lin Yi found a grain and oil supply company and purchased 500 tons of rice and flour under the name of a trading company, which was then shipped to Mukalla. Afterwards, Lin Yi found a poorly managed clothing company. The company's warehouse was overflowing with inventory, and the employees were all worried because the company was about to default on their wages. Lin Yi entered the company owner's office. The owner, Zhao Lin, was sitting at his desk with a worried expression, staring at a pile of accounts. Mr. Zhao, I'd like to discuss an order with you, Lin Yi said bluntly. Zhao Lin looked up, a hint of doubt and anticipation flashing in his eyes. What order? Lin Yi said firmly. I want to order 50,000 military overcoats, 50,000 lei feng hats, 50,000 pairs of cotton gloves, 100,000 pairs of cotton shoes, and 100,000 complete sets of winter security uniforms, and I need you to deliver them within a week. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin was so surprised he almost jumped up from his chair. Mr. Lin, this order is a lifesaver for our company. In that case, I'll give you a very favorable price, and delivery within a week is no problem. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhao. After agreeing on the price, Lin Yi paid a deposit. Leaving the clothing company, Lin Yi finally felt a little more at ease, because he knew that winters in Shaanxi were very cold. The day of the auction finally arrived. Inside the BOGO auction venue, the lights were dazzling, and the atmosphere was both solemn and enthusiastic. To show the importance attached to this auction, BOGO auction's director, Li Haiyuan, personally served as the auctioneer. He stood on the auction stage with great spirit, his eyes sweeping over the packed crowd below. Li Haiyuan cleared his throat and said in a loud voice, Distinguished guests, welcome to this auction. I am Li Haiyuan from BOGO auction, and it is a great honor to host this significant auction for you. A slight commotion arose from the audience, who eagerly awaited the start of the auction. Li Haiyuan continued, Now, let's officially begin today's auction journey. The first item to be auctioned was a World War II Japanese officer's sword of immense historical value. This sword belonged to Major Yamamoto Sanosuke, the first mid-ranking officer killed by the 8th Route Army. It is not merely a weapon, but a testament to that turbulent era. The sword is exquisitely crafted and in excellent condition. The starting price is 1 million, with each bid increment no less than 100,000. Now the bidding begins. As soon as Li Haiyuan finished speaking, representatives from various museums and wealthy individuals in the audience raised their paddles. 1.5 million. A museum curator was the first to make a bid. 2 million. A wealthy man followed closely behind. 3 million. Another collector joined the competition. Li Haiyuan exclaimed excitedly, 3 million? Is there anything higher? This military knife is of extraordinary significance and worth treasuring. 4 million. 4.5 million. Prices continued to climb, with bidders refusing to give way to each other. 5 million. A well-known entrepreneur shouted out the price, causing a stir among the audience. Li Haiyuan said excitedly, 5 million. It's already 5 million. Is there any higher offer? 5.2 million. A representative from a history museum held up a sign. 5.5 million. In the end, a wealthy and powerful man won the bid for the officer's sword with a high price of 5.5 million. Li Haiyuan slammed the gavel down and shouted, sold for 5.5 million. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring this precious historical relic. Next, it was Lin Yi's turn to bid for his 241-year-old ginseng weighing 206 grams. Li Haiyuan carefully held the ginseng and showed it to everyone. The next item will definitely catch your eye. After being appraised by major traditional Chinese medicine brands and collectors, this is a ginseng that is 241 years old and weighs 206 grams. Its shape is beautiful, its roots are intact, its color is warm and jade-like, and its medicinal effects are extraordinary. The starting price is 15 million, and each bid must be at least 1 million. 16 million. The representative of Taihua Hall raised his placard without hesitation. 18 million. The people from Tongrentang quickly made their bid. 20 million. Chang Chuntang joined the bidding. On stage, Li Haiyuan excitedly exclaimed, 20 million. This is a rare treasure. Is there a higher bid? 22 million. 25 million. Prices soared, and competition intensified. 30 million. The representative of Taihua Hall raised the price again, showing their determination to win. 32 million. Tongrentang refused to give up. 35 million. Chang Chuntang followed closely behind. 37 million. The representative of Taihua Hall gritted his teeth and shouted out this high price. Li Haiyuan excitedly shouted, 37 million. Is there a higher price? 37 million once. 37 million twice. 37 million 3 times sold. Congratulations to Taihua Hall for acquiring this precious ginseng. The next few porcelain pieces were also put on the stage, each one exquisite. This is a Qianlong famille rose vase from the Qing dynasty, with superb craftsmanship and beautiful patterns. The starting bid is 8 million yuan, Li Haiyuan introduced. 9 million. 10 million. The bidding for porcelain was also fierce, with prices rising steadily. As the auction drew to a close, the grand finale, Lin Yi's 273-gram ginseng from 1931, was finally about to be auctioned. Li Haiyuan solemnly held the ginseng, his voice trembling slightly as he said, Now, we welcome the grand finale of this auction. This is a ginseng that is 331 years old and weighs 273 grams. Its shape is perfect and it is full of spiritual energy, making it a top-grade ginseng. The starting price is 30 million, and each bid must be at least 2 million. 35 million. The representative from Tongrentang made the first bid. 40 million. The representative of Taihua Hall retorted. 45 million. Chang Chuntang also joined the fierce bidding. Li Haiyuan, his face flushed with excitement, exclaimed on stage, 45 million. Is there anyone offering a higher price? This is a once-in-a-century treasure. 50 million. 55 million. 60 million. The price soared, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. 70 million. The representative of Tongrentang raised the placard again. 75 million. The representative of Taihua Hall did not back down. 78 million. The representative from Tongrentang declared with a decisive hammer. Li Haiyuan excitedly announced loudly, sold for 78 million. Congratulations to Tongrentang for acquiring this priceless treasure. After the auction, Lin Yi sat in a corner, his emotions still running high. Seeing his collection fetch such a high price filled him with excitement and joy. At this moment, Li Haiyuan walked over and said to Lin Yi with a smile, Mr. Lin, this auction was a great success. It's truly remarkable that your collection attracted such fierce competition. Lin Yi stood up and said gratefully, Manager Li, it's all thanks to your excellent hosting and the good reputation of Bogu Auction that my collection was able to fetch such a good price. Li Haiyuan waved his hand and said, Mr. Lin, you flatter me. It is the exceptional quality of your collection that has attracted so many discerning buyers. I believe we will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Lin Yi nodded, shook hands with Li Haiyuan to say goodbye, and then left the venue with great joy. However, Lin Yi was unaware that the success of this auction had made him the focus of attention for some. In the days to come, he would face even more unknown challenges and opportunities. On the other side of the auction hall, representatives from Tang and Tai Waiting were also exchanging pleasantries. The Tang representative said, "We really went all out for this final ginseng." The Tai Waiting representative replied, "Yes, but getting such a rare item is definitely worth it. We just wonder if Lin Yi has any of the good stuff." So, Li, the head of Tang, Wang, the manager of Tai Waiting, and Zhao, the owner of Changshentang, approached Lin Yi together. Li spoke first, with a friendly smile on his face. "Mr. Lin, we have come here today because we have been thinking about the high-grade medicinal materials you have since the auction." Manager Wang chimed in, "Yes, Mr. Lin, those precious medicinal herbs you displayed at the auction were truly an eye-opener." Boss Zhao cut to the chase, saying, "Lin Yi, we're all straightforward people. We came here to tell you that if you have any more high-quality medicinal herbs like these in the future, please give us 3 priority consideration." Lin Yi smiled and invited them to sit down, saying, "I am truly flattered by your high regard. However, acquiring these medicinal herbs is no easy task." Master Li quickly said, "Mr. Lin, you don't need to worry about that. As long as you can provide high-quality medicinal materials, we will definitely not shortchange you on price." Manager Wang also nodded in agreement. "That's right. Our 3 companies have some foundation and channels in the pharmaceutical industry. If we can cooperate with you in the long term, we will definitely achieve a win-win situation." Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "I have already felt your sincerity. If I collect medicinal herbs again next time, I will definitely contact the 3 of you first." So Lin Yi exchanged contact information with the 3 of them. Actually, Lin Yi had originally planned to find a few medicinal herb merchants to sell the herbs he would bring back later. After all, during the anti-Japanese war, there were many high-end medicinal herbs such as ginseng, deer antler, and Dendrobium officinale, but in modern times, these wild medicinal herbs are almost extinct. If he could bring back some of these herbs, he could really make a fortune. After leaving the auction venue, Lin Yi went to Bogu Collection to settle his account. Li Haoyang calculated for Lin Yi, "Brother Lin, you have a total of 130,000 silver dollars. I'll still buy them at $600 each, totaling 78 million. The 5 pieces of porcelain are worth 33 million. The military knife is worth 5.5 million, and the 2 ginseng roots are worth 37 million and 78 million respectively. The total is 231.5 million. Is that correct?" Immediately afterward, Li Haoyang gave an instruction to the finance department, and not long after, Lin Yi's phone notified him that he had received 231.5 million. Lin Yi thought to himself, "Now that we have enough funds, we can go all out." In the command post of 8th Route Army Division Commander Liu, Brigade Commander Chen stood upright, explaining in detail to Division Commander Liu the details of their cooperation with Lin Yi. "Commander, Lin Yi has agreed to provide us with a large amount of weaponry and equipment, including advanced firearms, ammunition, and artillery. Once these weapons arrive, our combat effectiveness will be greatly enhanced," Brigade Commander Chen said, his voice filled with excitement. Commander Liu listened to Brigade Commander Chen's report, his eyes gleaming with determination. He stood with his hands on his hips, pacing back and forth in the room, contemplating the next course of action. "This is a rare opportunity. We must make full use of these weapons to rapidly enhance the combat effectiveness of our troops," Commander Liu said solemnly, stopping in his tracks. Brigade Commander Chen nodded. "Division Commander, I have arranged for each regiment and brigade to send personnel to the independent regiment to conduct intensive training using the equipment in the independent regiment's possession. Once the weapons arrive, we can quickly form combat capability." Commander Liu looked at Brigade Commander Chen with satisfaction. "Very good. We must seize the time and train rigorously without the slightest slackening." Soon, the soldiers selected from various regiments and brigades arrived at the independent regiment. On the independent regiment's parade ground, a bustling crowd thronged, brimming with youthful vigor and energy. Regimental Commander Chung, in charge of the training, stood on a high platform and loudly proclaimed, "Comrades, we are about to receive new weapons and equipment. This is a crucial moment to enhance our combat effectiveness. In the days to come, we will undergo high-intensity training, perfecting every movement and tactic to its fullest potential." The soldiers responded in unison, Yes, sir. Training began. Every day, the soldiers rose before dawn for physical training, shooting drills, and tactical exercises. They ran under the scorching sun and persevered in the wind and rain, their clothes soaked with sweat, but not a single one complained. One day, Division Commander Liu came to inspect the training site. Looking at the soldiers' diligent training, he felt a surge of satisfaction. "Comrades, you've worked hard," Division Commander Liu said loudly. The soldiers stopped what they were doing and saluted Division Commander Liu in unison. Division Commander Liu walked up to a soldier, inspected his rifle, and asked, "Are you proficient in using it?" The soldier answered firmly, "Commander, no problem." Commander Liu nodded, "Good. We must not only master the use of our weapons, but also understand tactical coordination to maximize our combat effectiveness." During training, some difficulties were encountered. For example, some new tactical concepts faced resistance in implementation, and some soldiers were not yet proficient in operating the new weapons. However, the soldiers did not back down. They helped and learned from each other. Experienced veterans proactively helped new recruits, sharing their combat experience. Soldiers with higher levels of education explained the principles and usage of the new weapons. After a period of intensive training, the soldiers' military skills have significantly improved. Their eyes are more determined, their movements are more agile, and their tactical coordination is more seamless. Chapter 20 Major Costume Change. When Lin Yi returned to the Makala warehouse, all the supplies he had ordered had arrived. Gazing at the mountain of goods, his heart was filled with anticipation and nervousness. These supplies were all meticulously prepared by him, embodying his unwavering support for the war effort. After a period of intense and busy preparations, Lin Yi, with the prepared goods, embarked on his journey back to the era of resistance against Japan. As time passed, Lin Yi successfully returned to the era of the War of Resistance against Japan with this batch of supplies. The tranquil atmosphere of the independent regiment headquarters was shattered by a series of sputtering sounds. Lin Yi, driving a motorcycle, sped into the headquarters like lightning. The motorcycle kicked up a cloud of dust as Lin Yi cleanly brought it to a stop and jumped off. His face was full of excitement as he strode towards the busy regiment Commander Chung. "Regimental Commander Chung, inform Brigade Commander Chung that the goods have arrived. Tell him to bring men to receive them, and bring plenty of men." Lin Yi's voice was filled with urgency and anticipation. Upon hearing this news, Regimental Commander Chung was first taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy. "Really? That's wonderful. I'll go inform the brigade commander right away." Regimental Commander Chung immediately put down the documents in his hand, turned around and shouted, "Communications officer, go to the brigade headquarters immediately to report to the brigade commander." The communications officer responded, "Yes, sir," and then rode off. Lin Yi stood there, his emotions still churning. The supplies had finally arrived. He could almost see the excited faces of the soldiers receiving their new equipment, and he could almost see the battlefield turning around because of these supplies. The world had changed, but he couldn't know exactly how. Afterwards, Lin Yi waited with Commander Chung at the regimental headquarters. Time ticked by, each minute feeling incredibly long. Lin Yi paced back and forth in front of the regimental headquarters, occasionally gazing into the distance, hoping for Brigade Commander Chen's arrival. Finally, the distant sounds of horses neighing and soldiers' footsteps came. Lin Yi and Regiment Commander Cheng's spirits lifted, knowing that Brigade Commander Chen had arrived with his men. Brigade Commander Chen quickly arrived at the regimental headquarters, and as soon as he dismounted, he strode towards Lin Yi and Regiment Commander Chen. "Lin Yi, thank you for your hard work. Where's the goods?" Commander Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Lin Yi smiled slightly and said, "Commander Chen, come with me." In the Black Mountain Grand Canyon near the independent regiment, countless crates, piles of food and clothing, rows of light and heavy machine guns and mortars, and rows of motorcycles and cars were densely packed together. When Lin Yi arrived with Brigade Commander Chen and other key leaders, everyone was shocked by the sight before them. Brigade Commander Chen's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, and he was speechless for a long time. He walked with slightly trembling steps toward the brand new weapons and equipment, gently stroking the barrel of a mountain gun as if touching a priceless treasure. This is wonderful." Commander Chen's voice was hoarse with excitement. The other leaders also gathered around, their eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. With so much food and clothing, Our soldiers will no longer have to suffer from hunger and cold, a political commissar exclaimed. And these machine guns and mortars will definitely boost our combat effectiveness significantly. A battalion commander gestured excitedly. Lin Yi looked at everyone's excited expressions and felt a surge of satisfaction. Brigade Commander Chun, we hope these supplies will be of some help to our war effort, Lin Yi said. Brigade Commander Chun grasped Lin Yi's hand tightly. Comrade Lin Yi, you've truly brought us a timely rain. With these, we'll have even more confidence in fighting the Japanese. However, after the initial joy, new problems arose. How to allocate and transport such a large quantity of supplies to various units, and how to ensure the soldiers quickly became familiar with and used the new equipment, all required careful planning and arrangements. Brigade Commander Chun immediately convened a meeting of officers at all levels to discuss the transportation plan for these supplies. Subsequently, Brigade Commander Chun led 3 regiments, spending 2 full days transporting all the goods Lin Yi had brought back to the independent regiment. 3 days later, in the brigade headquarters conference room, Commander Liu led all the officers above the regimental level from the 3rd Division to the meeting. His purpose was self-evident, to discuss the allocation of this crucial batch of weapons. Commander Liu spoke first, asking, how much cargo has arrived in total this time? Lin Yi responded, please move to the training ground first. The group arrived at the training ground. Looking out, they saw a row of targets neatly arranged about 1,000 meters away. At the firing positions, a row of uniquely shaped rifles was arranged in an orderly fashion, each meticulously equipped with a monocular telescope. Lin Yi casually picked one up and explained in detail, gentlemen, this is a sniper rifle equipped with a scope. He then skillfully aimed at the target, pulled the trigger repeatedly, and fired 5 shots in quick succession, emptying the chamber. He then raised the telescope and asked, report the results. Soon after, someone came running up and loudly replied, all hits to the bullseye. Everyone was stunned by this result. To achieve perfect accuracy at a distance of 1,000 meters was truly unbelievable. Everyone enthusiastically picked up their sniper rifles and fired at the target. After the shooting was over, they couldn't wait to raise their binoculars to check their results. This gun is amazing, everyone exclaimed sincerely. Lin Yi instructed his men to set up a row of scarecrows not far away, then took out a grenade and introduced it, saying, this is a new type of grenade, with an effective kill radius of up to 5 meters. After speaking, he decisively pulled the pin and threw it forcefully towards the scarecrows. A deafening boom was heard. The group quickly walked to the straw targets and, after careful examination, found that the targets were covered with shrapnel. They said in amazement, the power is really too great, far superior to our existing grenades. Lin Yi then added, this grenade weighs 310 grams and is filled with 110 grams of explosives. It can not only be thrown, but also used as a tripwire mine. Lin Yi waved towards the distance, and everyone saw a jeep towing a mountain gun towards them, followed closely by a sidecar motorcycle. In a short while, the vehicles arrived. As soon as they stopped, 8 people jumped off the motorcycle and jeep, skillfully operating the gun and setting it up in less than a minute. At a command, a boom resounded, and a shell whistled out, hitting the target in the distance. Then, within a minute, the crew fired an astonishing 20 rounds, leaving the area around the target in ruins. Lin Yi explained, this 76mm mountain gun can be easily towed by a jeep. If the terrain is too difficult for a jeep, 2 mules can pull it. It has a rate of fire of up to 20 rounds per minute and a maximum range of 10 kilometers. Lin Yi waved again into the distance, and this time 4 horses pulled a long-barreled cannon. It arrived shortly afterward, and the group quickly began operating it, just like before. Lin Yi explained, this is a 76mm cannon with a range of up to 13 kilometers. It can effectively strike armored targets and even destroy sturdy bunkers in one fell swoop. Afterwards, everyone returned to the conference room, and Lin Yi continued his presentation. Lin Yi solemnly said, leaders, this time I brought back 1 million caddies of rice and wheat flour, which I specially donated to the 8th Route Army to support the war of resistance. In reality, this was just a small favor that Lin Yi had given to the 8th Route Army in advance. Upon hearing this, Commander Liu could not hide his excitement and said, thank you so much. Lin Yi stated, the specific details of the weapons and equipment delivered this time are as follows. 20,000 rifles, 2,000 sniper rifles, 5,000 submachine guns, 3,000 light machine guns, 1,000 heavy machine guns, 400 anti-aircraft machine guns, 5,000 pistols, 150-120 millimeters heavy mortars, 482 millimeters mortars, 5 million rounds of pistol ammunition, 20 million rounds of rifle and machine gun ammunition, 1 million rounds of 12.7 millimeters anti-aircraft machine gun ammunition, 50,000 rounds each of 82 millimeters and 120 millimeters. Mortar shells, 500,000 hand grenades, 24 mountain guns and 24 cannons, 10,000 rounds of artillery shells each, 200 motorcycles, 50 jeeps, 50 tons of gasoline, and 50 radios. Regarding clothing, there are 50,000 sets each of cotton-padded military overcoats and caps, 100,000 sets each of gloves and shoes, and 100,000 sets of military uniforms. Commander Lu looked intently at Lin Yi and said, "Lin Yi, you were the one who planned the organization and weaponry of the independent regiment. How do you think the equipment should be allocated this time?" Lin Yi straightened up, thought for a moment, and said, "Commander Lu, let me share my humble opinion. I think other units can also be adjusted according to the independent regiment's organization and weaponry. This will ensure a balance in the basic structure and combat effectiveness of each unit during operations. In addition, each squad should be equipped with a sniper rifle to specifically target enemy commanders and machine gunners during combat. This will effectively weaken the enemy's command and firepower suppression capabilities, creating more favorable conditions for our offensive." Commander Lu nodded slightly and continued, "What about artillery?" Lin Yi walked to a battle map, pointed to the markings, and said, "Commander Lu, regarding artillery deployment, my idea is that battalions should be equipped with 82 millimeters mortars. These mortars are lightweight and flexible, facilitating rapid support to the front lines in combat. Regiments should be equipped with 120 millimeters heavy mortars, which are more powerful and have a longer range, effectively striking enemy fortifications and cluster targets. A small number of mountain guns should also be deployed at the regimental level. Mountain guns are highly mobile and can accompany troops in rapid operations, providing strong fire support for regimental-level operations. Divisions and brigades should be equipped with cannons. Cannons have a very high range and powerful firepower, playing a crucial role in large-scale battles. Next time we procure artillery, I'll get some large-caliber artillery and anti-aircraft guns to enhance our artillery firepower." Commander Lu stared at the map, lost in thought. After a while, he said, "Lin Yi, your idea has some merit. However, such a deployment plan poses a huge challenge to our logistical support and personnel training." Lin Yi nodded and said, "Commander Lu, I understand. However, we cannot give up on improving the combat effectiveness of our troops just because of difficulties. Regarding logistical support, we can strengthen organization and coordination and allocate resources rationally. In terms of personnel training, we can select outstanding soldiers for intensive training, enabling them to quickly become familiar with and master the use of the new equipment." Commander Lu raised his head, his gaze firm, and said, "Yes, you're right. However, we must also consider the actual situation and operational needs of each unit. We cannot adopt a one-size-fits-all approach. For example, some guerrilla units might not be well suited to heavy artillery and should instead focus on lightweight and mobile weapons." Lin Yi said, "Commander Lu, your considerations are thorough. For guerrilla units, we can equip them with more submachine guns, grenades, and light mortars to suit their mobile and flexible operational characteristics." Commander Lu added, "As for the radios, they will be issued to the battalions, and each regiment's reconnaissance company will be equipped with one. This will greatly enhance our communication capabilities. Each unit should send knowledgeable and educated personnel to the division headquarters for communication training. After they pass the training, they can take the radios back." The equipment was quickly distributed to all units, and they launched a vigorous training exercise. Armed with sharp weapons, their killing intent was ignited. Who knew where the Japanese devils were headed? At Hank's pharmaceutical company in the French concession of Shanghai, Tao Kai said to Hank, "Hank, our new penicillin has arrived and has been delivered to the prearranged addresses. Now we need to notify our clients one by one that they can proceed with the transactions." After a period of trial use, various countries discovered that penicillin, this highly effective drug, could indeed treat wound infections and various inflammations, significantly reducing battlefield casualties. Countries designated penicillin a strategic resource and ordered their merchants to purchase large quantities. In recent days, merchants from various countries have been bombarding Hank Pharmaceutical Company with calls from all over the world wanting to place orders. So Tao Kai began dialing the contact numbers left by merchants from various countries one by one, informing them that they could proceed with the transaction. At 2 p.m., German businessman Karl arrived at Hank's company with two entourage. Upon meeting Hank, Karl handed him a money order for $150,000. Hank immediately called Citibank to confirm and learned that Karl had indeed transferred $150,000 to Hank's company account. Hank then handed Karl a note. Karl glanced at it and saw that the address was a warehouse near the docks. Karl and his men went to the warehouse, presented the note, and successfully obtained 10,000 vials of penicillin. Yes, you read that right. $150,000 was used to buy 10,000 vials of penicillin. Lin Yi supplied the 8th Route Army with them for $5 each, about 14 silver dollars each, which the 8th Route Army then resold to foreigners for $15 each. It was precisely because of this huge profit that the 8th Route Army was able to purchase weapons and equipment from Lin Yi on a large scale. It seemed as if the entire 8th Route Army was working for that scoundrel Lin Yi. At 3 p.m., people from the Soviet embassy arrived. The Soviets also made payment and picked up the goods, but the delivery address was changed to a residential house in the French concession. They were taking a hit-and-run approach, prioritizing safety to avoid any envious attempts. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it was the Japanese businessman's turn. The transaction was like an assembly line. After the remittance, 10,000 vials of penicillin were picked up in a private box in a theater. However, it was a veterinary drug. In just 2 days of trading, the 8th Route Army earned enough profit to pay for the equipment Lin Yi provided to the 3rd Division. The 8th Route Army was also greatly shocked. They never expected that selling medicine could be so profitable, even faster than robbery. Chapter 21. Incorporating the 5 Mountain Stronghold. And what is our independent regiment doing at this moment? After a period of reconnaissance, the independent regiment has figured out the enemy situation in the surrounding area, including the situation of bandits and friendly forces. At this moment, Wang Meng, the company commander of the reconnaissance company, is reporting the results of the reconnaissance to the regimental commander and political commissar in the conference room of the independent regiment. The report to the regimental commander and political commissar states that there is indeed a group of Kuomintang, KMT, defeated soldiers, numbering around 600, located about 30 kilometers east of Weiwei. They have 5 or 6 different unit numbers and are mostly KMT troops scattered by the Japanese. The highest-ranking officer is a major named Ran Xiang. Further details are unclear. Weiwei was originally occupied by a band of bandits, but these defeated KMT soldiers arrived and seized control of the stronghold. Weiwei has a very strategic location, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Commander Chung said to the political commissar, "Old Zhang, I suggest that I lead the reconnaissance company on a trip. If we can incorporate them, we should do so. If we can't, we should at least try to build a good relationship with them. After all, the Kuomintang and the Communist Party are now cooperating to fight against Japan." The political commissar said, "Old Chung, let me take the men. You're the commander of a regiment, so it's better for me, the political commissar, to handle this kind of thing. We must be able to incorporate these defeated Kuomintang soldiers. We are developing them vigorously, and these are all trained soldiers who have seen blood. They are definitely much better than the new recruits we recruit." Commander Chung, "All right then, Lao Zhang, be careful." Then he said to Wang Meng, "Wang Meng, you must protect political commissar Zhang." Wang Meng saluted and said in the hall, "Please rest assured, Commander, we will definitely protect the political commissar." At the foot of Weiwei Mountain, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Political commissar Zhang Zhengxing of the independent regiment led Wang Meng's reconnaissance company to the foot of the mountain in neat formation. With a firm gaze and upright posture, Commissar Zhang addressed the soldiers on guard, saying loudly, "I am Zhang Zhengxing, political commissar of the independent regiment of the 386th Brigade of the 8th Route Army. I have come to visit your commander, and please convey my message." The sentry in charge looked nervous and hurriedly said, "Political commissar Zhang, please wait a moment." Then he told the soldiers behind him, "Go up the mountain and report immediately." The soldiers, upon receiving the order, dashed up the mountain. In the camp on the mountain, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. Ran Xiang was drinking with several officers. Reporting to battalion commander Ran, a group of 8th Route Army soldiers have come down the mountain and want to see you. A soldier saluted and quickly reported. Ran Xiang frowned slightly and asked, the 8th Route Army? What are they doing here? The soldier quickly added, Battalion Commander, this group of 8th Route Army soldiers is no country bumpkin. They have no fewer than 100 submachine guns and quite a few light machine guns. They look very well equipped. Ran Xiang's heart skipped a beat, and a hint of surprise and curiosity flashed in his eyes. Ran Xiang decided to go down the mountain to investigate. So he took a few trusted men and hurried down the mountain. Looking from afar, he saw Political Commissar Zhang and the reconnaissance company soldiers standing there in neat rows, their morale high and their equipment excellent. Ran Xiang secretly admired them, but also became more wary. Political Commissar Zhang saw Ran Xiang approaching and greeted him with a smile. Commander Ran, I've long admired your name. I am Zhang Zhengxing, Political Commissar of the Independent Regiment of the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division of the 8th Route Army. Ran Xiang nodded slightly. Political Commissar Zhang, you've been waiting long. Please join me on the mountain. So Political Commissar Zhang led a squad and followed Ran Xiang up to Weiwei. After they were seated, Ran Xiang said, May I ask what brings you here today, Political Commissar Zhang? Political Commissar Zhang got straight to the point. Commander Ran, the nation is in peril, and the Japanese invaders are rampaging. Our 8th Route Army hopes to join hands with your unit to fight against the Japanese. Ran Xiang was silent for a moment, then said, Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Political Commissar Zhang continued. More than half a month ago, our independent regiment annihilated a Japanese battalion in Xiaohuai town. I wonder if Battalion Commander Ran is aware of this. A hint of surprise flashed in Ran Xiang's eyes. It's your regiment? Political Commissar Zhang nodded. There are no regular nationalist troops around here anymore. Your unit is isolated and without support. If this continues, I'm afraid you won't achieve anything. Ran Xiang's face darkened. What does Political Commissar Zhang mean? Are you here to laugh at us? Political Commissar Zhang quickly explained. Commander Ran, you misunderstand. I have come here with the sincere hope of cooperating with your unit. If your unit is willing, we can incorporate your unit into the 4th Battalion of the Independent Regiment and equip the 4th Battalion with weapons according to the standards of the Independent Regiment. Ran Xiang sneered. Humph, that's easy for you to say. We don't want to be recruited by you. Political Commissar Zhang said calmly. Commander Ran, we are all fighting against the Japanese invaders to protect our homeland. The situation is difficult now. Only by uniting can we have greater strength to fight the enemy. The two sides remained deadlocked, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. At this moment, Wang Ming couldn't help but say, Commander Ran, our 8th Route Army fought bravely against the Japanese on the battlefield and never retreated. Joining us and fighting for the country and the nation is much better than you fighting alone here. One of Ran Xiang's confidants also said, Battalion Commander, we can't easily agree to their demands. The argument between the two sides grew increasingly heated, and their words became more and more pointed. Ran Xiang listened to the quarrel and fell into deep thought. He knew that his troops were indeed in a difficult situation, lacking supplies and ammunition, and had lost contact with their superiors. If things continued like this, they might very well be wiped out by the Japanese army. Political Commissar Zhang, seeing Ran Xiang's expression, knew he was weighing the pros and cons. So he said, Commander Ran, our 8th Route Army has always adhered to the principle of uniting with friendly forces and fighting the Japanese together. As long as your unit joins, we will absolutely not treat our brothers unfairly. Ran Xiang raised his head, looked at Political Commissar Zhang, and then at the soldiers of the reconnaissance company, his heart beginning to waver. He turned to his confidants and discussed the matter in hushed tones. His confidants had differing opinions. Some thought joining was worth considering, while others were firmly opposed. After pondering for a long time, Ran Xiang finally said, Political Commissar Zhang, let me think about it some more. Political Commissar Zhang knew this was already a significant step forward. So he said, All right, Commander Ran, we hope you can make a decision as soon as possible. We await your reply. Then Political Commissar Zhang led his men down the mountain. The day after Political Commissar Zhang left, Ran Xiang convened another meeting of officers to discuss in detail whether to accept the 8th Route Army's incorporation. After a heated debate, everyone gradually realized that, under the current circumstances, joining the 8th Route Army might be the best option. Ran Xiang finally made his decision. brothers, for the sake of the war of resistance against Japan, for our survival and development, I have decided to accept the 8th Route Army's incorporation." So Ran Xiang, accompanied by several followers, descended the mountain. After a long and arduous journey, they arrived at the independent regiment's encampment. The independent regiment's camp was heavily guarded but orderly. After Ran Xiang identified himself to the soldiers on guard, he was led into the regimental headquarters. Their political commissar Zhang had been waiting for a long time. Battalion Commander Ran, "Welcome." Political commissar Zhang greeted him warmly and shook hands with Ran Xiang. Ran Xiang smiled and said, "Political commissar Zhang, I've decided to lead everyone from Weiwei to join the 8th Route Army." Commissar Zhang's eyes flashed with surprise and relief. "Excellent. We warmly welcome you." Just then, a burly soldier with piercing eyes walked in. Commissar Zhang introduced him to Ran Xiang. "This is Regiment Commander Chung." He said to Regiment Commander Chung, "Commander, Battalion Commander Ran has decided to lead everyone from Weiwei to join our independent regiment." Regiment Commander Chung laughed heartily. "Comrade Ran Xiang, welcome to us with your troops." Ran Xiang saluted. "Regiment Commander Chung, please take care of me in the future." Commander Chung patted Ran Xiang on the shoulder. "We're all family. No need for formalities." Then, Political Commissar Zhang suggested, "Comrade Ran Xiang, let me show you around our independent regiment's training grounds, so you can get a feel for our troops." Ran Xiang readily agreed. They arrived at the training ground, where the soldiers were all spirited and well-trained. Ran Xiang's eyes lit up when he saw the weapons the soldiers held. The independent regiment was well-equipped, possessing not only water-jet rifles, submachine guns, and light machine guns, but also large-caliber mortars and anti-aircraft machine guns. A large number of motorcycles and cars were parked on the nearby open ground. Political Commissar Zhang explained, "This equipment is standard issue for our independent regiment. With these, we have more confidence on the battlefield." Ran Xiang nodded in praise. "Truly remarkable." The soldiers trained diligently, practicing bayonet fighting, shooting, and tactical drills. Every movement was clean, crisp, and powerful. As Ran Xiang watched them sweat profusely, yet remain fully focused, his admiration for the team deepened. After the visit, Ran Xiang was deeply moved. He said to his entourage, "Seeing the strength and spirit of the independent regiment, I firmly believe that our choice was correct." His entourage nodded in agreement. "Yes, sir, with such a force, we will surely win battles." Without further hesitation, Ran Xiang decided to immediately lead everyone down the mountain to join the independent regiment. When Ran Xiang led his troops to the independent regiment's encampment, the soldiers were already lined up to welcome them. Political Commissar Zhang and Regiment Commander Chung stepped forward and shook hands warmly with Ran Xiang. Regiment Commander Chung declared loudly, "From today onwards, we are one family. Let us fight side by side for the cause of resisting Japan and for the future of our motherland." Ran Xiang responded excitedly, "Okay, let's fight together." Cheers and applause resounded throughout the camp, and the newly joined soldiers felt the enthusiasm and warmth of the independent regiment. And so, the independent regiment welcomed its 4th Battalion. Early the next morning, Regiment Commander Chung and Political Commissar Zhang of the independent regiment arrived at the 4th Battalion with a long line of wagons. The wagons were loaded to the brim with weapons, equipment, clothing, and food. Regiment Commander Chung said to Battalion Commander Ran, "Battalion Commander Ran, have the entire 4th Battalion assemble." In a short while, the entire 4th Battalion assembled. They stood quite neatly, but their attire was a different story. Uniforms from the Central Army, the Jinsui Army, the Northwest Army, and the Northeast Army could be seen, with even a few civilians mixed in. The rifles they carried were also a motley collection. The Central Army's Type 24 rifle, the Northwest Army's Soviet-made repeating rifle, the Jinsui Army's Shaanxi-made Type 65 rifle, the Northeast Army's Liaoning Type 13 rifle, and some are even more varied. Regiment Commander Chung even spotted a homemade, Sichuan-made single-shot rifle. With such weaponry, the logistics department would likely be the biggest headache in the event of war. Commander Chung continued, "Comrades, today we will re-equip you according to the organization of our independent regiment. Next, please put your weapons where they are, and then line up in 3 rows. Riflemen on the left, machine gunners in the middle, and artillerymen on the right." After a brief moment of confusion, 3 neat rows appeared before everyone. When Commander Chung looked around, he saw that there were only 3 people in the artillery platoon, not even enough for a mortar team, and only 7 people in the machine gun platoon. He was speechless. He then said to Ran Xiang, "Battalion Commander Ran, according to our organization, a battalion should have 12 82mm mortars, 48 light machine guns, 18 heavy machine guns, and 6 anti-aircraft machine guns. Your 4th battalion is severely lacking in machine gunners and artillery." Ran Xiang was stunned, thinking to himself, are these still the 8th Route Army? He had seen the independent regiment's equipment and knew it was good, but he hadn't expected it to be this luxurious. This battalion's light and heavy machine gun configuration was more than that of an elite Central Army regiment. Ran Xiang hurriedly said, "Commander, what should we do? Why don't you send us some machine gunners and artillerymen? Otherwise, our 4th battalion will be a hindrance in the fighting." Commander Chung replied, "All right, I'll transfer machine gunners and artillerymen from other battalions to your 4th battalion to quickly establish combat capability. However, Battalion Commander Ran, according to the regulations of our 8th Route Army, your battalion will be assigned a battalion political instructor to assist you in political and ideological work. Each company will also be assigned a company political instructor. I hope you can join the party as soon as possible. After all, in our 8th Route Army, the party commands the gun. Also, our independent regiment has standardized officer pistols. Our pistols and submachine guns use the same ammunition, as do our rifles and light and heavy machine guns, making ammunition supply on the battlefield much easier. You can keep your original officer pistols if you wish." Ran Xiang didn't care at all that Commander Chung had sent someone to mix things up with him. What he cared about was leading this well-equipped unit to teach the Japanese a lesson. The next day, the machine gunners, artillerymen, and political instructors assigned to the independent regiment arrived. Surprisingly, the political instructor assigned to him was Li Xinghua, the former battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion. Li Xinghua was initially very unhappy when he received the notification from Political Commissar Zhang. He had only been a battalion commander for less than 2 months, and now he was back to being a political instructor. However, Political Commissar Zhang patiently explained to Li Xinghua, the main personnel and officers of the 4th Battalion are all from the former Kuomintang Army. They are not used to our combat methods, and their military discipline and policies are different from ours. The reason we are sending you to the 4th Battalion is because you have rich political experience and experience as a military commander. Look at all the cadres in our regiment. Is there anyone more suitable than you?" Li Xinghua had no choice but to agree. Upon seeing Ran Xiang, Li Xinghua saluted and said, "Battalion Commander, the former battalion commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Independent Regiment has been ordered to serve as the political instructor of the 4th Battalion. From now on, we'll be eating from the same pot." Ran Xiang said in surprise, "I really didn't expect that the regimental commander would send you as the political instructor to the 4th Battalion." Li Xinghua explained, "The regimental commander and political commissar took into consideration that you have just arrived and are not used to the training and combat methods of the independent regiment. So they sent me, who used to be a political officer." Thus, the structure of the 4th Battalion was established, and they quickly began intensive training. Later, Ran Xiang, who struck fear into the hearts of the Japanese army and was known as Crazy Ran, also stepped onto the stage of the war. Chapter 22, The End of the 69th Regiment. Spring Festival, January 31st, 1938. Inside the command post of the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division, Brigade Commander Chun and Political Commissar Wang were drinking and chatting with Lin Yi. As they drank, Lin Yi began to speak recklessly, saying some nonsensical things. "Brother Chun, these weapons are nothing. If you want them, I can get you planes and tanks, but I can't give them to you now." Brigade Commander Chun hiccuped and asked why. Lin Yi stammered, "You are still very weak, with only about 50,000 men in total. If Si Ching finds out that you even have airplanes and tanks, what will he do? Will he abandon the Japanese first and fight you to the death? If the Japanese found out that you possess such powerful weapons, wouldn't they send 10 or 8 divisions to crush you all at once? So, for now, you just need to lay low and develop. Once you can amass an army of 3 to 500,000, I'll get you a large batch of advanced heavy weapons. At that point, you won't be afraid of anyone. You can kill one if one comes, and wipe out 2 if 2 come." After saying that, Lin Yi collapsed to the ground with a thud and fell fast asleep. What was said in jest was taken to heart. Lin Yi completely forgot what he had said after waking up, but Brigade Commander Chun and Political Commissar Wang remembered it vividly. Brigade Commander Chen knew Lin Yi's abilities well. Therefore, in the days that followed, the 8th Route Army began to expand its ranks relentlessly. When weapons and equipment were scarce, they turned to Lin Yi. When clothing was inadequate, they turned to Lin Yi. When food and medicine were lacking, they still turned to Lin Yi. It's just about selling more penicillin and helping Lin Yi find more wild medicinal herbs. Within a month of the Spring Festival, Changji, Jinsheng, and Linfen fell one after another, and the 3rd Division, having completed intensive training and preparing to bear its fangs, was also ready to take action. 3rd Division Headquarters. The atmosphere in the command center was heavy and tense. Commander Liu stood before a large battle map, his face serious, and his voice steady as he briefed the assembled officers on the current situation. "Comrades," he said, "after the Spring Festival, the Japanese army has been relentlessly attacking and seizing territory in southern Shaanxi. In less than a month, numerous cities and counties have fallen into enemy hands. Now, to replenish their forces, the Japanese have transferred the 69th Regiment of the 109th Division from Chahar southward as reinforcements. They have already passed Lingxiu and are expected to arrive in Fanshi tomorrow morning." Commander Liu's finger traced across the map. "Our preset battlefield is between Lingxiu and Fanshi. There is a narrow section of road in this area that is 40 kilometers long and less than 5 kilometers wide. We want to annihilate the 69th Regiment here." The generals focused intently on the map, their expressions grim. Commander Liu continued, "Currently, there is less than a company of Japanese troops in Fanshi and about 500 in Lingxiu. Although they are relatively close, they will not be able to send many reinforcements, or they will not send any at all. There is 1.5 regiments in Datong, more than 160 kilometers away from the battlefield. If we destroy the highway, it will take them at least 8 hours to arrive. Most of the troops stationed in Xinzhou have moved south, and there is now a battalion stationed there. The troops stationed in Taiyuan consist of 1 brigade and another regiment, 210 kilometers away from the battlefield. Even if they come at full speed, it will take them at least 5 hours. If we can effectively block and delay the Japanese advance on the highway, it will take them at least 10 hours to reach the battlefield. Based on the above situation, we have formulated the following operational plan." Commander Liu's gaze was firm and sharp. "The 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division is responsible for annihilating the 69th Regiment, and the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Division will bear the heavy responsibility of blocking and delaying the reinforcements from Datong and Taiyuan." The brigade commander of the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division stood up and listened attentively to the specific deployment. Commander Liu pointed to a valley on the map. "The 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division, you must set up an ambush on both sides of this valley in advance. The terrain here is complex, which is conducive to concealment and attack. Once the 69th Regiment enters the valley, the firepower points on both sides will give them a head-on blow, disrupting their formation. Then, send out elite assault teams to quickly penetrate into the enemy's midst, divide them up, and defeat them one by one. Note that you must make full use of the terrain advantage, set up crossfire, and trap the Japanese army in our fire net. At the same time, you must arrange reserves in case of emergencies." Commander Liu looked intently at the brigade commander of the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division. "Chen Zhong, you must ensure the secrecy of the unit's operations. The Japanese must not discover our ambush." The brigade commander nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, Commander, I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." Commander Liu then looked at the brigade commander of the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Division. "Wang Qianquan, your mission is equally arduous. On the highway from Datong to the battlefield, choose advantageous terrain to set up multiple lines of defense. The first line of defense will primarily consist of landmines and traps to slow the Japanese advance. The second line of defense will be heavily fortified to inflict effective casualties on the Japanese. The third line of defense will serve as the last line of defense. You must hold off the Japanese at all costs. In the Taiyuan direction, dispatch reconnaissance teams to closely monitor enemy movements. Report immediately upon discovering enemy activity. Simultaneously, organize guerrilla squads to harass the enemy's marching column and slow their advance. Brigade Commander Wang Qianquan of the 3rd Division, 1st Brigade, had a resolute expression. "Commander, we will definitely hold the line and not let the reinforcements pass." Commander Liu nodded slightly. "Good, but we must also be careful to preserve our own strength and fight flexibly. If the enemy's offensive is too fierce, we can retreat appropriately lure the enemy deeper, and then launch a counterattack. Regarding logistical support, it is imperative to ensure the supply of ammunition and food. Transport teams must deliver supplies to designated locations in advance to ensure that frontline soldiers have no worries about supplies, Commander Liu emphasized. The communications troops must maintain uninterrupted communication and promptly transmit battlefield information. In the event of any changes, all units must react quickly and adjust their combat strategies accordingly. This operation concerns the overall situation in southern Shaanxi and the safety of the people. We must unite as one, fight bravely, demonstrate our military might, and let the Japanese know that the sons and daughters of China will never surrender. Commander Liu's voice was impassioned and powerful. The officers responded in unison. Yes, we will resolutely complete the mission. Commander Liu looked at the map again, his eyes filled with determination. Comrades, go back and prepare immediately. Tomorrow at dawn, all troops will enter the designated battlefield. In Shuiquan village, 10 kilometers east of Fanshe, intense pre-battle preparations are in full swing. The soldiers of the 1st and 4th battalions of the independent regiment were busy, working diligently yet methodically, constructing defensive fortifications. Battalion Commander Song Dabiao, with a solemn expression and resolute gaze, watched the soldiers' every move, offering guidance and encouragement from time to time. The soldiers toiled, some digging trenches, shoveling soil to deepen and reinforce the defensive line. Others tirelessly carried timber and sandbags to build bunkers and obstacles, aiming to enhance the stability of the defenses. Their movements were skillful and agile, constructing numerous defensive fortifications and machine gun emplacements. Regiment Commander Chung personally visited the 1st Battalion's position, meticulously inspecting the construction of the fortifications. He frequently crouched down, touching the trench walls to test their sturdiness. Then he looked up to observe the surrounding terrain, pondering how to better arrange the defenses. Comrades, our task is extremely arduous, but we must resolutely accomplish it. We must make the Japanese suffer a crushing defeat here. Regiment Commander Chung passionately inspired the soldiers. Yes, Commander, we will definitely hold the position. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices revealing determination and fearlessness. At Dawangling, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion were also busy at work. They skillfully set up firing positions based on the terrain. Battalion Commander Zhang Zhongguei meticulously explained the tactical arrangements to his soldiers. Everyone must be concealed. Wait until the Japanese are within our firing range, then fire on my orders. The soldiers nodded, their eyes gleaming with eager anticipation for battle. They carefully camouflaged themselves, blending perfectly into their surroundings. In the Bishan direction, the 3rd Battalion was also actively preparing for battle. They carefully selected advantageous positions in the mountains and forests, setting up firing points. The platoon leaders whispered the mission details to their soldiers. Maintain high vigilance. Pay close attention to observation, and never let any enemy escape. The anti-aircraft battalion's machine gunners had already set up their machine guns on the mountain ridge. They were on high alert, their eyes fixed on the sky, waiting for the Japanese planes to appear. The ammunition handlers beside them had prepared plenty of ammunition to ensure continuous firing during the battle. Commander Chung knew that once the Japanese army was surrounded, they would inevitably send an aircraft to support the operation. Therefore, he had deployed the anti-aircraft battalion early on in the direction where Japanese aircraft were likely to appear. On the mortar, mountain gun, and cannon positions, the gunners meticulously constructed fortifications and carefully marked the firing parameters. They tirelessly calibrated the muzzle angles again and again, accurately calculating the distance to the target, striving to achieve precision strikes in the battle. Artillery Battalion Commander Liu Lianming said to everyone, "In this battle, our artillery battalion must give full play to the power of artillery." The regimental commander said that there is no limit to the supply of artillery shells this time. We will be replenished as much as we fire. There is only one requirement for us, which is to kill the enemy with artillery fire to the greatest extent possible. The soldiers responsible for logistical support were also busy moving about. They transported boxes of ammunition, bags of food, and buckets of water to various positions, ensuring that the soldiers had sufficient supplies during the battle. The medical team was also ready, with simple medical tents set up in relatively safe locations. The medical personnel carefully checked the medical equipment and medicines, prepared to treat the wounded soldiers at any time. In the command post, the staff officers were intently drawing maps, marking the possible routes of the Japanese advance and the positions of various units. They were constantly collecting and analyzing intelligence to provide the commander with a basis for decision-making. Regimental Commander Chung inspected the various positions again, expressing satisfaction with the soldiers' preparations. He returned to the command post and sat down with the other officers to discuss the final battle plan. Each battalion must strictly follow the deployment, coordinate closely, and there can be no mistakes. Regimental Commander Chung emphasized. "Yes, sir," the officers responded in unison. Chapter 23, the end of the 69th Regiment. At this moment, the entire 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division was ready for battle, especially the 2nd Regiment of the 12th Brigade of the 2nd Division. They were ready to rush forward and establish a defensive line as soon as the Japanese army entered the ambush, blocking their retreat. A tense and solemn atmosphere permeated the entire battlefield, but the soldiers' eyes showed no fear, only a firm belief in victory. They knew the upcoming battle would be fierce, but they would not back down, determined to fight bravely to defend their motherland and resist the Japanese army. In Shuequan village and the surrounding area, everything was ready, awaiting the arrival of the Japanese army and the start of the battle. Meanwhile, not far from the north gate of Taiyuan, a blocking squad of the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Division was quietly lying in ambush on the mountain. This blocking squad consisted of 5 light machine guns, 2 heavy machine guns, and 2 mortars, just waiting for the Japanese army to appear. Company Commander Lin Yi addressed the troops. "Everyone, get ready. We'll open fire immediately once the Japanese trigger a mine. All machine gunners, pay attention. Retreat immediately after firing 1 belt of ammunition. Mortars can only fire 10 rounds at a time." A soldier asked, "Company Commander, why? Isn't this terrain great for us to hold off the Japanese?" Lin Yi explained, "Our mission is to delay Japanese reinforcements. If we fight for a while, the Japanese will definitely stop and retaliate. If we get bogged down by the Japanese, we'll suffer unnecessary casualties. There are more than a dozen units like ours preparing to snipe the Japanese. That'll give the Japanese a run for their money. Their marching speed certainly won't be fast." To complete their blocking mission, the 770th Regiment had broken up 2 entire battalions and scattered them along this 200-kilometer stretch of road. The task of delaying Japanese reinforcements to Datong fell to the 1st Battalion of the 769th Regiment and the militia. Battalion Commander Fu Chiwei's gaze was resolute. He knew the importance and difficulty of this mission. "Comrades, we must do everything we can to hold off the enemy and buy more time for the main force." Fu Chiwei shouted. The soldiers responded in unison, their eyes filled with determination. Under Fu Chiwei's leadership, the 1st Battalion completely transformed into a road-digging army. Before the battle even began, they worked day and night, digging up more than 10 sections of the road. Each break was meticulously designed to make it difficult for the Japanese army to repair. Furthermore, they used explosives to blast down 4 sections of the mountainside, burying the road with massive boulders and soil, creating insurmountable obstacles. They also frequently laid landmines, and a considerable number of ambushes were positioned on the mountainside, ready to fire snipers. Historically, when the 8th Route Army and militia encountered such ambush missions, they could only lay a few landmines and fire sniper shot from a distance with rifles. However, they're much better off now, possessing varying numbers of light and heavy machine guns, ample ammunition, and even a small number of mortars. The atmosphere in the command post of the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division was tense and heavy. Chief of Staff Su Jun stared intently at the communication equipment in front of him, his expression serious. The 2nd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade has reported that they have spotted the enemy's vanguard company. The search area is 200 meters on each side of the road. Su Jun's voice broke the silence in the room. Brigade Commander Chen's eyes were sharp, and he decisively ordered all units to take cover and not be detected by the enemy. The Soviet officer immediately relayed the brigade commander's orders. A tense atmosphere filled the room as everyone awaited further news. Time ticked by, and the Soviet officer spoke again. Brigade Commander, the 2nd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade has reported that the enemy's vanguard has passed the 2nd Regiment's position, and the 2nd Regiment has not been detected. Brigade Commander Chen nodded slightly, his expression still grim, his gaze never leaving the battle map on the wall. Just then, the communications soldier relayed another message. Brigade Commander, the independent regiment has called. They can already see the Japanese vanguard, and it is estimated that the Japanese vanguard will make contact with the 1st Battalion in 5 minutes. Brigade Commander Chun crossed his arms, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Tell the independent regiment to hold their positions and await orders." Everyone in the command post held their breath, waiting for the battle to officially begin. A moment later, the Soviet voice rang out again. "Brigade Commander, the 2nd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade has reported that they have located the Japanese Logistics and Supply Battalion. They are asking if we should launch an attack immediately." Brigade Commander Chun turned around abruptly, his gaze resolute, and shouted, "Begin the attack." The light and heavy machine guns of the 1st and 4th Battalions, which were blocking the front, roared in unison, and a dense rain of bullets poured out, causing a large number of Japanese soldiers to fall. At the same time, the artillery group roared deafeningly, shells whistling through the sky and crashing down on the Japanese positions. To annihilate the 69th Regiment, the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division had gone all out, deploying all its heavy weapons. There were no fewer than 150 mortars scattered across the surrounding positions, their muzzles spitting furious flames. Even the newly formed Mountain Artillery Battalion was involved in the battle, these mountain guns, operated by the soldiers, accurately bombarding their targets. The roads in Shanxi were narrow and rugged, causing the 69th Regiment's marching formation to be long and very loose. It's important to understand that the 69th Regiment was an elite unit of the Japanese Army, possessing extremely strong combat capabilities. When the whistling of artillery shells approached, these battle-hardened Japanese soldiers' first reaction was that they were under heavy artillery fire. They were well-trained and reacted swiftly, almost simultaneously dropping to the ground with lightning speed, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if under unified command. However, precisely because of this, the first round of shelling did not inflict much damage on the Japanese troops, and their casualties were far lower than expected. "Baka, we've been ambushed by the Chinese. How can the Chinese have such powerful artillery?" The Japanese regimental commander, Sasaki, lay prone on the ground and roared angrily. His face was full of disbelief and rage. "Send a report to the division headquarters immediately. Our unit has been ambushed by the Chinese near Fanshe. The Chinese artillery fire is unprecedentedly strong. We request operational guidance." Sasaki issued the order while observing the surrounding situation. Soon, the telegraph operator began frantically operating the transmitter, sending out the distress call. Sasaki's eyes blazed with fury, his heart filled with resentment and anger. In his memory, the Chinese army's equipment had always been rudimentary, and the shelling they had encountered this time was so fierce, completely exceeding his expectations. "Artillery Battalion, organize a counterattack immediately. We soldiers of the great Japanese Empire cannot continue to be ravaged by the Chinese artillery." Sasaki shouted at the Artillery Battalion commander. The Artillery Battalion commander replied with a bitter expression, "Regimental commander, the enemy's artillery fire is too scattered to provide an effective counterattack." Sasaki's face was grim. After a moment's thought, he shouted, "All soldiers, leave the road immediately and occupy the nearby hilltops to hold them and await reinforcements." The Japanese soldiers, upon receiving the order, moved swiftly, crouching low as they rushed towards the nearby hilltops. The soldiers of the 2nd Battalion of the Independent Regiment in Dowangswang had been closely monitoring the Japanese movements. When they saw the Japanese approaching, the battalion commander decisively ordered, "Light and heavy machine guns, open fire." Instantly, the 2nd Battalion's light and heavy machine guns spat deadly fire, bullets whistling towards the Japanese. The Japanese were caught off guard by this sudden attack, and many soldiers fell instantly. But they were indeed elite troops. They quickly recovered and began to organize a counterattack. However, under the intense suppressive fire of the 2nd Battalion, the remaining Japanese soldiers were forced to retreat back onto the road. The road was instantly filled with smoke and flying blood. A Japanese battalion commander, his face filled with panic, rushed towards the regimental commander and reported in a trembling voice, "Regimental commander, something terrible has happened. Our communication with the logistics and supply units has been cut off by the 8th Route Army." Upon hearing this news, the regimental commander's face instantly turned ashen. His eyes widened in fury, and he roared, "Order the artillery to provide cover. Make sure to establish contact with the logistics and supply units. Our ammunition and food supplies are with them. If we fail, the consequences will be unimaginable." Before he could finish speaking, intense machine gun fire suddenly erupted from the distant hilltop. It turned out that the Japanese troops sent out to seize the hilltop had been caught off guard by the 8th Route Army. In an instant, Japanese soldiers fell in droves like leaves swept by a whirlwind, their blood splattering everywhere, suffering extremely heavy casualties. Meanwhile, under the strong cover of numerous machine guns and submachine guns, the 8th Route Army troops on a mountain surged down like a raging tide with overwhelming force. Their actions were swift and decisive. Without hesitation, they wielded their tools to dig trenches, their movements so skillful and rapid as to be astonishing. With astonishing speed, they cut the 69th Regiment into 3 pieces. The 1st Battalion, at the forefront, was instantly plunged into a miserable state of isolation and helplessness, like a trapped beast with its retreat cut off. The 2nd Battalion, the regimental headquarters, and the Artillery Battalion were caught in the middle, caught between 2 difficult situations, unable to advance or retreat. Meanwhile, the 3rd Battalion and the logistics and supply units lagged behind, unable to support each other. Under the relentless cover of artillery fire, the Japanese 2nd Battalion, like rabid wolves, launched a frenzied and relentless attack on the newly established positions of the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Brigade. The soldiers of the 1st Regiment had just entered their dug trenches and had not yet had time to prepare their defenses when they were engulfed by the Japanese's fierce, overwhelming firepower. Relentless shells and bullets rained down like a storm, instantly turning the 1st Regiment's positions into an inferno. Many soldiers were killed or wounded in this sudden and devastating attack. Damn Japanese devils! Regimental Commander Sun Sinyu of the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Brigade's eyes blazed with fury, his chest heaving violently. He clenched his fists and ordered without hesitation, "Artillery, counterattack! Give these heartless Japanese devils a good beating." The artillerymen of the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Brigade responded swiftly to their commander's orders. Their hearts burned with the same rage. They operated their mortars, adjusting angles and loading shells at lightning speed. Shells whistled towards the Japanese artillery positions, tracing angry arcs through the air, carrying the fury of revenge. Under their resolute and fierce counterattack, the Japanese artillery firepower noticeably weakened, and their previously arrogant momentum was severely suppressed. When the Japanese artillery battalion commander saw that the 8th Route Army's artillery fire had covered their artillery positions, he immediately ordered the artillery to be moved to a new position. In just a short while, 3 mountain guns were destroyed. For a time, the battlefield was filled with deafening gunfire and artillery roars. The Japanese troops on the highway suffered heavy casualties under the fierce attacks of numerous light and heavy machine guns and artillery pieces from the 8th Route Army, their bodies strewn across the field. Regimental Commander Sasaki, looking at the positions of the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Brigade, was astonished to find hundreds of light and heavy machine guns firing recklessly and indiscriminately, a level of firepower he had never witnessed before. At this critical moment, the independent regiment seized the opportune moment, concentrating all its artillery fire and launching a fierce bombardment on the Japanese 1st Battalion. The deafening roar of the artillery and a dense barrage of shells rained down on the Japanese positions like meteors. The 1st Battalion suffered heavy losses in the sudden and intense artillery fire. The soldiers panicked, and the once relatively orderly ranks instantly descended into chaos. Like ants on a hot plate, they could only hastily begin digging trenches, desperately trying to find a glimmer of hope for survival amidst the hellish bombardment, fighting to the death and attempting to hold their ground. Under the cover of more than 30 machine guns, Song Dabiao led the 1st Battalion in an assault, followed by the 2nd and 3rd Battalions, determined to annihilate the 1st Battalion in one fell swoop. However, the Japanese resistance was exceptionally fierce. Just as they approached the Japanese positions, more than a dozen machine gunners providing cover fell, and soldiers following behind continued to fall. Soon, casualties reached the level of an entire company. They were indeed elite Japanese troops. It was a difficult battle, and the independent regiment had no choice but to encircle the 1st Battalion. On the other side, The Japanese 3rd Battalion seized a small hill amidst the chaos. Like extremely cunning foxes, they quickly dug and constructed fortifications, attempting to use it as a stronghold to resist stubbornly, determined to hold it to the death. For a moment, the battle fell into a brief but heavy silence. Both the Japanese and the 8th Route Army were racing against time to dig fortifications and reinforce and improve their defenses. Both sides knew clearly that this brief calm was only the calm before the storm, and they were silently gathering strength, waiting for the next round of more intense and brutal attacks. In this brief moment of calm, the roar of airplanes filled the sky. 6 Japanese planes, which had taken off from the airport in Taiyuan, arrived at the battlefield, attempting to change the course of the war by virtue of their air superiority. However, they never expected that the 8th Route Army's Air Defense Battalion was already on high alert, having laid a tight trap. Fire! At the command of the anti-aircraft battalion commander, the soldiers opened fire. A dense barrage of fire instantly rained down on the Japanese planes preparing to dive and drop their bombs. Anti-aircraft machine guns spewed forth angry tongues of fire, weaving a deadly net of fire. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, the Japanese planes scrambled for cover in the air. In the blink of an eye, 4 planes were hit, plummeting to the ground in billowing black smoke, turning into fiery balls amidst deafening explosions. The remaining 2 planes, seeing this, quickly climbed higher, too afraid to descend, circling helplessly in the high sky. "Well done, Air Defense Battalion," Commander Chung shouted excitedly, his voice filled with pride and praise. "Concentrate all artillery and bombard the 1st Battalion in the encirclement." Commander Chung immediately issued the new order, his eyes firm and resolute. In an instant, the deafening roar of artillery fire erupted once more, billowing smoke and plunging the entire battlefield into an apocalyptic scene. Inoue Ichiro, the commander of the Japanese 1st Battalion, was desperately directing his soldiers in a last-ditch effort to resist. Suddenly, a 120mm heavy mortar shell whistled through the air, exploding beside him. The immense force of the blast instantly engulfed Inoue Ichiro, obliterating him completely, leaving not even a trace of his remains. Without its battalion commander, the 1st Battalion descended into chaos. Soldiers scattered like headless flies, their morale shattered. After an hour of fierce fighting, the 1st Battalion was nearly out of ammunition. Despair and fear were etched on the soldiers' faces, their former arrogance and swagger gone. "Comrades, it's time," Commander Chung shouted, his voice filled with power and passion. "Concentrate all light and heavy machine guns and mortars, and open fire on the Japanese. Let these invaders never return." The soldiers sprang into action immediately. Over 80 light and heavy machine guns roared in unison, unleashing a torrent of bullets that rained down on the Japanese troops, creating an impenetrable barrage. Anti-aircraft machine guns were also leveled and aimed at the Japanese machine gun positions. The moment a Japanese machine gunner opened fire, he was instantly and accurately killed by the anti-aircraft guns. The snipers were fully focused. Any Japanese machine gunner who dared to fire would be instantly killed. For a moment, the Japanese machine gun positions fell silent. No one dared to touch the machine guns anymore. They were suppressed by the overwhelming firepower of the 8th Route Army and could not raise their heads. Under the relentless bombardment of 3 rounds of artillery fire, the 1st Battalion was nearly wiped out. The soldiers' morale was low, and their eyes were filled with despair. They knew that the end was near, but there was nowhere to escape. "Charge!" Commander Chung gave the order, and the soldiers charged out like tigers descending from the mountains, launching their final assault. The battle cries were deafening. Filled with unwavering confidence, the soldiers charged relentlessly towards the enemy positions. A barrage of grenades was hurled into the Japanese trenches, the explosions echoing through the sky. Submachine gunners and light machine gunners unleashed a relentless barrage, creating a sea of death. In less than half an hour, the 1st Battalion within the encirclement was completely annihilated, leaving behind a scene of carnage and the corpses of Japanese soldiers. Chapter 24: The End of the 69th Regiment. The Japanese 12th Regiment, reinforcements from the direction of Taiyuan, set off. This Japanese unit moved with great momentum, their vehicles roaring along the road. However, just as they passed the north gate of Taiyuan, the lead truck met its doom. A deafening explosion followed, and a landmine instantly turned the truck into a raging inferno. The Japanese soldiers on board screamed as they were thrown into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The sudden explosion threw the Japanese soldiers into a panic, causing them to jump from their vehicles and cautiously survey their surroundings. A Japanese officer roared, dispatching a company to search both sides of the road. The Japanese soldiers cautiously advanced, gripping their rifles tightly, their eyes filled with fear and vigilance. However, after a thorough search, they found no trace of the 8th Route Army. Reluctantly, after wasting more than 20 minutes, the Japanese had no choice but to continue their search. However, their misfortune was not over. They had only marched less than 5 kilometers when Lin Yi and his 8th Route Army soldiers were already waiting on mountain. Upon seeing the Japanese troops enter firing range, he decisively ordered them to fire. Fire! At Lin Yi's command, gunfire erupted on the mountain. Bullets rained down on the Japanese, and accompanied by the whistling of mortar shells, 3 military vehicles were instantly destroyed, the Japanese soldiers inside blown to pieces. More than 60 Japanese soldiers died on the spot, their screams and shouts mingling together. Lin Yi calmly observed the battlefield, and when he saw the machine gun had run out of ammunition, he immediately ordered a retreat. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The soldiers quickly put away their weapons and withdrew along the predetermined route. Enraged once more, the Japanese troops dispatched another company to charge the hill from which the bullets had been fired. The artillery also quickly set up their cannons and unleashed a furious barrage of fire. Shells exploded on the hill, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. However, when the Japanese reached the top, they found it deserted, save for a pile of spent shell casings gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The Japanese soldiers cursed angrily, but were powerless to stop them. Thus began the Japanese army's hellish journey, encountering constant attacks along the way. The Japanese reinforcements that came out from Datong were in no better shape. 2 entire battalions were rapidly advancing towards Fanshur. The Japanese convoy suddenly encountered a pothole in the road. The drivers braked sharply, vehicles collided, and chaos ensued. "Baka! What's going on?" The Japanese commander roared angrily. The soldiers got out of their vehicles and tried to clear the road, but faced with such a huge obstacle, they were at a loss. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion on the mountain were closely watching the Japanese army's every move. "Ready," a squad leader whispered. The soldiers gripped their rifles, aiming at the Japanese below. "Fire!" At the squad leader's command, bullets rained down on the Japanese from the mountain. Caught off guard, the Japanese fell in droves. "Withdraw!" After the firing, the soldiers quickly moved to new positions and disappeared into the forest. The Japanese frantically fired back up the mountain, but only the empty forest and the whistling wind answered them. After a while, the Japanese continued their advance. "Be careful! Watch out for the mountains!" the Japanese commander shouted warily. However, their caution was in vain. After walking a while longer, a sudden, deafening explosion rocked the area as a Japanese soldier stepped on a landmine. Surrounding soldiers were blown to pieces, their screams echoing around them. "Damn it!" the Japanese commander roared, his face turning ashen with rage. And so, sniper fire continued relentlessly along the way. Every now and then, a hail of bullets would come from the mountain, and the attackers would vanish in an instant. Then someone would step on a landmine, causing the Japanese soldiers immense suffering. Time ticked by in the tense atmosphere, the Japanese soldiers marching with treacherous vigilance. "What kind of enemy is this?" a Japanese soldier complained. "Shut up. Keep advancing," the officer snapped. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the Japanese soldiers were drenched in sweat, yet they dared not slacken their efforts. 6 hours passed, and the Japanese had advanced less than 20 kilometers. Fujiwei watched the Japanese army's slow progress with a slight sense of relief. "Well done, everyone. Keep it up," he encouraged his soldiers. At a concealed observation post, a soldier reported to Fujiwei, "Battalion commander, the Japanese are getting tired of us." Fujiwei smiled. "This is just the beginning. We can't let them get away with this easily." Meanwhile, the Japanese commander was extremely anxious. "This can't go on. We must speed things up," he ordered his soldiers to expedite the clearing of roads and the removal of landmines. But the soldiers of the 1st Battalion weren't about to let them have their way. Another attack began, bullets flying from all directions, catching the Japanese soldiers completely off guard. Ah! A Japanese soldier screamed, clutching his wounded arm. Take cover. Counterattack, the Japanese commander shouted hoarsely. However, their counterattack was ineffective. The soldiers of the 1st Battalion had already vanished without a trace. During this long and arduous march, the morale of the Japanese troops gradually declined, and fatigue and fear enveloped them. However, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion, with their indomitable will and excellent tactics, continued to effectively delay the Japanese advance, buying precious time for the final victory. Returning to the battlefield of the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division, the air was thick with the smoke of battle, and the atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating. At this time, the Japanese army had been divided into 2 parts. The 1st Battalion had been completely wiped out by the Independent Regiment in the previous fierce battle. The 2nd Battalion, along with the regimental headquarters and artillery battalion, totaling over 800 men, were now tightly surrounded in a narrow encirclement 3 kilometers long and less than 1 kilometer wide. Their ammunition was running low, and the soldiers' eyes were filled with fear and despair. In contrast, the situation of the more than 900 men of the 3rd Battalion and the Logistics and Supply Battalion seemed slightly better. With a bit of luck, they occupied a low hilltop, but they were still firmly surrounded by the 2nd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade in an area less than 4 kilometers long and less than 800 meters wide. Commander Chin stood in the command post, his eyes blazing as he stared intently at the battle map, his mind already meticulously planning the next strategic move. He knew this was a crucial battle. A complete victory was imperative. Launch Force will launch a general attack after dark. The Independent Regiment and the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Brigade will form an attack group to assault the 2nd Battalion. The 2nd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade will temporarily surround the 3rd Battalion to prevent a breakout. His voice was firm and powerful, echoing throughout every corner of the command post. On the Japanese side, they knew they couldn't afford the devastating consequences of an entire regiment being annihilated. Commander Adachi Nyuzo in Shaanxi was frantic like an ant on a hot plate. He frantically ordered reinforcements from Taiyuan and Datong to be sent to the 69th Regiment. That afternoon, the sky was filled with the roar of planes and the sound of gunfire. However, the 8th Route Army's air defense forces fought bravely and tenaciously. In just one afternoon, 9 Japanese planes were shot down, trailing black smoke as they crashed to the ground. The 3 air defense battalions also paid a heavy price in this fierce battle, with 203 brave soldiers sacrificing their lives and a total of 19 anti-aircraft machine guns destroyed. Despite this, the Japanese frenzy did not stop. Japanese transport planes attempted to drop large quantities of ammunition on the 2nd Battalion within the encirclement to alleviate their immediate crisis. However, things didn't go as planned. Most of the ammunition drifted out of the encirclement due to the wind, becoming an unexpected bonus for the 8th Route Army. Reinforcements from Datong and Taiyuan, upon receiving orders to reinforce the 69th Regiment, rushed forward without hesitation. On their advance, they encountered fierce resistance from the 8th Route Army. Bullets rained down from the mountains, causing Japanese soldiers to fall continuously. However, under the relentless pressure of telegrams sent by Adachi every half hour, the 12th Regiment, reinforcing from Taiyuan, was forced to abandon their vehicles and proceed on foot when the roads were cut off. The 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade of the 3rd Division quickly constructed its final defensive fortifications in a strategic location east of Daishan County. The soldiers were well aware of the heavy responsibility they bore, and they were determined to fight to the death, sparing no effort to block the 12th Regiment. Comrades, behind us lies the battlefield where the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division is annihilating the Japanese 69th Regiment. Even if we fight to the last man, we must not let the devils get past. Regimental Commander Gu Xiaoyi stood on the position, his voice firm and impassioned. Yes, the soldiers shouted in unison, their eyes burning with indomitable fighting spirit. As dusk approached, the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade finally witnessed the arrival of the Japanese 12th Regiment. Upon reaching the 2nd Regiment's blocking position, the 12th Regiment launched a large-scale attack. Japanese soldiers surged forward like a tide, rifles and light machine guns in hand, shouting fanatical slogans, attempting to break through the 2nd Regiment's defenses in one fell swoop. However, They faced the resolute soldiers of the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade and their dense and deadly firepower. On the 2nd Regiment's position, a row of light and heavy machine guns roared, spitting out tongues of fire. Bullets rained down on the Japanese troops, forming an insurmountable barrage. Mortars also roared incessantly, shells exploding among the Japanese ranks, creating a bloody storm. "Give it your all," shouted Gu Shaoi, the commander of the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade, his voice firm and powerful. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with determination and fearlessness. They held only one belief: to resolutely hold their position, prevent the Japanese from advancing an inch, and buy time for the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division to annihilate the 69th Regiment. Under this overwhelming firepower, the Japanese suffered heavy casualties. One by one, Japanese soldiers fell on their path of attack, their blood staining the earth red. But the Japanese frenzy did not cease. They continued to charge forward like moths to a flame. Within just 1 hour, over 800 men fell before the blocking positions of the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade. The battlefield was littered with corpses, a truly horrific sight. However, the Japanese army had marched hastily, leaving their artillery behind and unable to provide effective fire support for the charging soldiers. Faced with the fierce firepower of the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade, they were helpless and could only temporarily retreat to rest. "Retreat! Retreat!" the Japanese commander roared unwillingly. The Japanese soldiers retreated like a tide, leaving behind a field full of corpses and wounded. The soldiers of the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade did not let their guard down. They quickly replenished their ammunition, repaired their fortifications, and prepared to meet the next wave of Japanese attacks. "Everyone, hurry up. The devils won't give up," the commander encouraged his soldiers while inspecting the position. A young soldier wiped the sweat from his face and said, "Commander, don't worry. As long as we have a breath left, we won't let the Japanese devils get past." The other soldiers nodded in unison, their eyes filled with determination. Behind the lines, medics were busy treating the wounded. One wounded soldier, enduring excruciating pain, said, "Don't worry about me. Go to the front lines and kill a few more Japanese devils." A tense yet resolute atmosphere permeated the entire position. Time ticked by in a tense atmosphere. Finally, night fell, and darkness enveloped the land. Whoosh! A brilliant signal flare suddenly shot into the sky, piercing the inky blackness. The mortars of the Independent Regiment and the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Brigade, along with the brigade's mountain artillery battalion, roared in unison, shells hurtling like meteors towards the positions of the Japanese 2nd Battalion. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions echoed one after another, the flames instantly illuminating the night as if it were daytime. The earth trembled, smoke billowed, and the Japanese positions were engulfed in flames. At the same time, the Independent Regiment and the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Brigade concentrated all their light and heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft machine guns, unleashing a furious barrage of fire into the encirclement. A dense hail of bullets rained down like a storm, forming an insurmountable net of death. Under this sudden and fierce attack, the Japanese suffered heavy casualties instantly. Screams and shouts mingled together as their defensive lines were swiftly torn apart. Regimental Commander Sasaki sat in the command post, his face ashen, his eyes filled with despair and fear. "Baka!" he cursed angrily, but he couldn't change the tide of battle. "Commander, what should we do?" the staff officer asked in a panic. Sasaki gazed at the hellish scene outside, knowing in his heart that all was lost. "Burn the regimental flag. As the regimental commander, I must serve His Majesty the Emperor." With that, he resolutely drew his sword and committed suicide. Under the cover of intense artillery fire, the soldiers of the Independent Regiment and the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Brigade launched their charge like tigers descending a mountain. More than 100 light machine guns cleared the way ahead, their jets of fire illuminating the soldiers' resolute faces. "Charge! Kill the Japanese devils!" The soldiers' shouts were deafening, as if tearing the entire night apart. Like an iron torrent, they swiftly charged into the encirclement. Fierce close-quarters combat ensued with the Japanese troops, swords flashing, blood splattering everywhere. You little devils!" a soldier shouted, brandishing his bayonet, filled with hatred, and stabbed a Japanese soldier. The Japanese soldier screamed and fell, never to rise again. The soldiers of the Independent Regiment and the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Brigade cooperated seamlessly. They held only one unwavering belief: to annihilate the enemy and defend their homeland. In just half an hour, the Japanese 2nd Battalion and regimental headquarters within the encirclement were completely annihilated. The battlefield was littered with Japanese corpses and broken weapons. The air was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. Victory! We've won! The soldiers cheered, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They embraced tightly, celebrating their hard-won victory. However, the battle was not yet completely over. At this point, only the 3rd Battalion and the Logistics Battalion remained of the Japanese 69th Regiment. After encircling and annihilating the 2nd Battalion, the Independent Regiment, along with the 2nd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade, launched continuous artillery bombardments and attacks on the Japanese positions. Shells rained down on the Japanese positions, and explosions echoed through the sky. The encirclement was gradually shrinking, and the Japanese's operational space was being continuously compressed. By 1 a.m., the remaining 300-plus Japanese soldiers were tightly surrounded on a hilltop. Commander Chen's gaze was resolute as he issued the order again. Concentrate all artillery fire and bombard for 20 minutes. The artillerymen quickly adjusted their gun barrels and loaded ammunition. In an instant, the roar of cannons filled the air, and flames soared into the sky. 20 minutes later, Brigade Commander Chun waved his hand. Charge! Under the cover of machine guns, the soldiers charged towards the hilltop. The first charge, fueled by the Japanese army's last desperate resistance, temporarily halted the advance. Don't retreat. Keep charging, the commander shouted. The second charge saw the soldiers bravely advance through a hail of bullets, but they still failed to reach the summit. Comrades, follow me. A company commander led the charge. The third charge, with a death wish, saw the soldiers finally reach the top and engage the Japanese in close combat. Kill! The soldiers' shouts echoed through the night. The remaining 30-odd Japanese soldiers were wiped out by a burst of submachine gun fire. By this time, all 4,176 men of the Japanese 69th Regiment, from the regimental commander down, had been wiped out. Not a single one escaped. On the battlefield, the smoke gradually dissipated, and the soldiers stood weary but excited on the hilltop. Moonlight shone upon them, illuminating their resolute faces and blood-stained uniforms. We won, a soldier shouted excitedly. Yes, we won, everyone responded, their voices filled with joy and pride. Brigade Commander Chin stepped forward, looking at the soldiers with eyes full of satisfaction and emotion. Comrades, you have all done a great job. This victory was won with our blood and lives. But we must not forget that many more battles await us, and we must continue to fight for our motherland and our people. Yes, the soldiers answered in unison, their voices echoing in the night sky. Brigade Commander Chun then reported the victory to Division Commander Liu, stating that the entire Japanese 69th Regiment had been annihilated, with not a single soldier escaping. We are currently cleaning up the battlefield. Chapter 25 Reactions from all parties. After the battlefield was cleared, all the units of the 3rd Division that participated in the battle withdrew one after another, and the battlefield became quiet for a time. When the Japanese reinforcements finally arrived at the battlefield, only piles of Japanese corpses remained. At the headquarters of the 3rd Division, officers of brigade level and above stood in neat rows. Division Commander Liu stood at the front of the conference room, his expression serious yet tinged with satisfaction. His gaze slowly swept over each of the generals present. This encirclement and annihilation of the Japanese 69th Regiment demonstrates the formidable combat power of our 3rd Division. Commander Liu's voice was steady and powerful, echoing clearly in the quiet conference room. Everyone listened attentively, their expressions solemn. Commander Liu continued, Our forces involved in this battle consisted of over 21,300 men from the 1st and 2nd Brigades. The 2nd Brigade annihilated 4,176 Japanese soldiers, including the regimental commander Sasaki of the 69th Regiment. The 1st Brigade killed or wounded over 3,730 Japanese soldiers in the blocking battle, including over 2,260 killed. In addition, we shot down 13 Japanese aircraft and damaged 7. These are the results of the valiant fighting of all our soldiers, a victory to be proud of. Hearing this, the officers present couldn't help but show a hint of pride. At the same time, we captured over 7,100 Japanese rifles and pistols, over 210 light and heavy machine guns, over 60 grenade launchers, 3 mountain guns, and a large quantity of weapons and ammunition. Commander Lu's words were filled with excitement. The generals nodded, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Commander Lu's expression grew slightly grave. However, we also suffered considerable losses in this battle. Our casualties totaled 5,632, including 2,313 killed in action. I have ordered the field hospitals to do everything in their power to treat the wounded. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy, and everyone silently bowed their heads in mourning for their fallen comrades. This also shows us the powerful combat effectiveness of our troops after the equipment upgrade. But at the same time, we cannot ignore the problems exposed in the battle. Commander Lu's voice rang out again. For example, there is still a significant gap in our infantry-artillery coordination. In some crucial moments of combat, the coordination between infantry and artillery was not close enough, resulting in the firepower not being able to exert its maximum effect and missing some excellent opportunities to annihilate the enemy. A brigade commander frowned and said, "Commander Lu, this is indeed an area we need to focus on improving. We will definitely strengthen training when we get back." Commander Lu nodded and continued. Also, some units, despite having powerful weapons, insisted on engaging the Japanese in close combat, causing considerable casualties. We must avoid such unnecessary sacrifices as much as possible. Some of our snipers even charged alongside the infantry with their rifles, and some snipers even found the scopes troublesome, removing them and using them like ordinary rifles, completely failing to fulfill the role that snipers should play. Commander Lu, this is because some soldiers lack combat experience and have an insufficient understanding of the use of new weapons and tactics, another regimental commander said. Commander Lu said sternly, "This requires all commanders at all levels to strengthen tactical training for their soldiers, so they understand how to use their weapons more effectively and reduce unnecessary casualties." "Yes, sir," everyone responded in unison. Commander Lu looked at everyone and said firmly, "Comrades, war is cruel, but we cannot retreat because of difficulties and setbacks. We must learn from every battle and continuously improve our combat effectiveness. Only in this way can we achieve more victories in future battles and drive the invaders out of our land as soon as possible. For the motherland, for the people, we will certainly strive." The generals shouted in unison. After the meeting, the generals returned to their respective units to convey the spirit of the meeting and prepare for new battles and challenges. Upon receiving the telegram from Division Commander Lu, the leader of Qin Province beamed with excitement, exclaiming, "Excellent! Well done!" His voice was filled with joy and pride. He then instructed his staff, send a reply to Division Commander Lu, congratulating them on such a brilliant victory and encouraging them to continue their efforts in the fight against the Japanese invaders and to defend the motherland. However, upon learning of the 3rd Division's victory, the other 2 division commanders were filled with envy and jealousy, and they both sent telegrams to Unit Z. "We want weapons like that too." In their telegrams, they complained about the outdated equipment and limited combat effectiveness of their own troops, and strongly demanded that they obtain weapons and equipment of the same level as the 3rd Division in order to enhance their combat capabilities. In the Japanese camp, Adachi Nuzo, upon learning of the heavy losses suffered by his troops, was enraged. "We must avenge them. We must avenge the fallen heroes." His eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched, as if he wanted to unleash all his fury. A Japanese staff officer beside him cautiously said, "Commander, the 8th Route Army was equipped with a large number of Soviet-made weapons in this battle. We suspect that the 19th Battalion, which suffered a crushing defeat at Shaohai Town last time, was also carried out by them." Adachi Nuzo abruptly turned his head, staring at the staff officer. "Send men to investigate immediately. If it's true, we will absolutely not let them get away with it." On the 8th Route Army's side, the soldiers were training diligently, preparing for possible Japanese retaliation. They knew that although they had achieved a victory, the war was far from over. Upon receiving the report from the Soviet Military Advisory Group in China, the Soviet leader's face turned ashen. Veins bulged on his broad forehead, and his eyes revealed anger and confusion. What on earth is going on? He wondered to himself. He then summoned Beria to his office. Beria immediately sensed the oppressive atmosphere upon entering. "Beria, the high-ranking official said, "We haven't supplied our little brothers with weapons, yet they've acquired a lot of our standard equipment, including some weapons we've just developed and haven't even deployed yet. Investigate whether anyone on our side is supplying weapons or providing them with weapon specifications. Arrest anyone suspected." The leader's voice was deep and authoritative, brooking no argument. Berea straightened up and nodded solemnly. "Yes, sir, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly." Thus, a large-scale investigation unfolded within the Soviet Union. Every department was drawn in, and fear gripped the nation. Berea led his team, working day and night to interrogate relevant personnel, leaving no possible clue unchecked. However, the Soviet Union was already undergoing a political movement at the time, and this investigation into the alleged arms export undoubtedly intensified it. Many innocent people were implicated, arrested for the slightest suspicion. In an arms factory, workers were busily engaged in their tasks. Suddenly, Berea stormed in with a group of investigators. "Everyone stop what you're doing and cooperate with the investigation," Berea shouted. The workers looked at them in fear, bewildered. "Has anyone recently provided weapons or related parameters to others without authorization?" Berea questioned. The workers shook their heads, indicating they knew nothing. But Berea didn't believe them. He began questioning each worker individually, checking work records, searching for any possible clues. At a research institution, scientists were conducting an important study. Berea's arrival disrupted their work. "Hand over all your research data. We need to review it," Berea said. The scientists reluctantly stopped their work and handed over their materials. However, Berea's review found no evidence related to the leakage of weapons. A tense atmosphere permeated the military as well. Suspicion hung over every corner, and numerous suspects were arrested. Despite the continuous arrests, the investigation stalled, failing to make any substantial progress. Meanwhile, in faraway China, the equipment situation of the 8th Route Army was changing. More and more advanced Soviet-made weapons appeared in their hands. The origin of these weapons sparked speculation from various quarters. Some believed that the Soviet Union might have provided aid to the 8th Route Army through some unknown channel. Others speculated that they might have been obtained through some special transaction or cooperation. However, the true reason remained deeply hidden in the mists of history. In the 8th Route Army camp, the soldiers were excited about their newly acquired weapons. "These weapons are really good stuff. With them, we'll have more confidence fighting the Japanese," one soldier said, stroking his brand-new rifle with a smile. "Yes, but don't let your guard down. The Japanese won't give up easily," another soldier cautioned. Meanwhile, in the Soviet Union, Berea was under increasing pressure. The higher-ups were constantly urging him to speed up the investigation, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. "What's going on? Why can't we trace the source?" Berea was deeply perplexed. During yet another investigation, Berea discovered some suspicious fund flows, but following this lead led to a dead end. During their investigation, the Japanese discovered that the 8th Route Army's tactics were highly flexible, no longer the simple guerrilla warfare of the past, but rather organized and planned large-scale operations. This must be due to new command and strategic deployments, the investigators reported to Adachi Nuzo. "In any case, we must formulate a counterattack plan as soon as possible. We cannot allow the 8th Route Army to be so arrogant," Adachi Nuzo said sternly. In Z Division, the other two division commanders, Liu, had repeatedly sent telegrams requesting that they be equipped with the same weapons and equipment as the 3rd Division, which gave the veteran general quite a headache. In order to properly resolve this issue, the veteran general had to convene a meeting of all 3 division commanders, and Lin Yi, the young fellow, also attended the meeting. The atmosphere inside the meeting room was heavy and tense. As soon as the meeting began, Division Commander Liu took the initiative to ask, "Leader, why can't we get such excellent weapons?" His tone was full of urgency and dissatisfaction, as if he couldn't wait for an explanation. Division Commander Liu immediately chimed in. "That's right, it's so unfair. Our soldiers are risking their lives on the front lines, but their equipment is so outdated. How can we possibly win this battle?" The veteran frowned, turned his gaze to Commander Liu, and said, "Commander Liu, this matter arose because of you. Tell me, how should it be handled?" Commander Liu smiled slightly, his expression calm and composed, and said, "Getting weapons and equipment is not difficult. As long as we have sufficient funds, we can have as many as we want." As he spoke, he turned to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi understood immediately and nodded in response. Of course, no problem. The veteran looked troubled and said, however, I'm afraid we can't come up with so much gold. Lin Yi cleared his throat and explained, you all surely know the price the Soviet Union paid for weapons to Chiang Kai-shek's army. Everyone nodded. Lin Yi continued, the weapons I provide are only about 1/3 the price of those from the Soviet Union, and their performance is far more advanced. Moreover, I don't only accept gold in US dollars. I accept things like ginseng, deer antler, Dendrobium officinale, cordyceps, jade, and antiques. But I absolutely refuse to accept national treasures. Such things must never fall into foreign hands. Division Commander Lin Lu couldn't help but ask, Lin Yi, what do you need all this for? Lin Yi smiled and replied, Division Commander Lin Lu, don't worry. How to dispose of it is my business. You just need to focus on the weapons and equipment. Besides, we have a large amount of profit from medicine every month. We can afford to buy even a little bit of weaponry. Regarding light weapons, I think it's sufficient to refer to the equipment provided to Commander Lu's troops. I will then provide a batch of mountain guns and cannons to help each division and brigade establish artillery units. If the mobility issue is resolved, I can also provide a batch of large-caliber artillery and anti-aircraft guns. Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. At lunchtime, Lin Yi quietly asked Commander Lu, I've heard you have a good relationship with the Matai distillery. Could you help me get a batch of Matai liquor? I'll take as much as you have. I'm willing to trade weapons or silver dollars for it. Commander Lu. Chapter 26 Dig, Deep Tunnels, Bury Landmines, and Stockpile Grain. Inside the Japanese military hospital in Taiyuan, a tense and busy atmosphere permeated the air. The 8th Route Army's offensive had resulted in a large number of wounded Japanese soldiers. The hospital's deputy director, Yuichi Yamada, a renowned physician who had previously worked at a Kyoto hospital, was intently administering penicillin to a wounded soldier with an infected wound. Yamada carefully took a vial from a delicate box, cautiously cutting open the seal with a knife. He then poured in distilled water, gently shook it, and skillfully drew the liquid from the vial with a syringe, slowly injecting it into the soldier's wound. After administering the injection, Yamada Yuichi turned to the Japanese officer standing behind him and said, Sakamoto-kun, we have carefully tested this medicine, and it does indeed have a significant effect on wound infection, with a cure rate of over 70%. A hint of relief appeared on his face, but then worry resurfaced. Sakamoto, the chief of staff of the Japanese army station in Shanghai, had come specifically to visit Yamada Yuichi, one of the leading medical experts in the Japanese army. Hearing Yamada's words, he frowned. The large sums of gold and US dollars spent each month on penicillin were a significant financial burden for the Japanese army. Sakamoto anxiously asked, have you mastered the manufacturing process for this drug? Can you produce it yourself? Yamada Yuichi shook his head helplessly, sighed, and said, unfortunately, we don't yet know the manufacturing process for this drug. We cannot produce it ourselves. We can only buy more. Thank you. He then bowed deeply. Sakamoto's face instantly turned extremely ugly, his anger finally bursting forth. He muttered a curse. Bakiyaru. In these difficult times of war, penicillin, this miraculous drug, was crucial for the Japanese army. However, the inability to produce it domestically posed a huge problem. Sakamoto knew that continuing to rely on foreign purchases was not only costly, but also risked supply disruptions. He paced back and forth, pondering a solution. After a moment, Sakamoto stopped and said to Yamada Yuichi, Yamada-kun, we must intensify our research efforts and find a way to prepare this drug as soon as possible. We cannot remain dependent on others. Yamada Yuichi nodded heavily, replying, I understand, Sakamoto-kun. The hospital researchers have been working hard, but progress is slow. The ingredients and manufacturing process of this drug seem quite complex. Sakamoto's eyes hardened and sharpened. He said seriously, do everything you can to obtain relevant information from all sources. We can try collaborating with other medical research institutions or find experts who might understand this drug. We must overcome this obstacle as soon as possible. Yamada Yuichi responded, yes, I will do my best. However, this will require time and more resources. Sakamoto interrupted him. I will try my best to secure resources, but time is of the essence and cannot be delayed. After saying that, he glared fiercely at the box containing penicillin, as if trying to see through it and find its secret. A similar scene unfolded in the 8th Route Army's field hospital. Medical staff bustled between the beds, their eyes revealing concern and determination. The nurse, who had just finished administering penicillin to the wounded, gently wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked with emotion, "This medicine is incredibly effective. It can cure almost any wound infection that isn't too severe." Although her voice wasn't loud, it carried clearly to everyone's ears in the slightly noisy environment. The surrounding medical staff nodded, their eyes filled with relief. An older doctor chimed in, "Yes, thinking back, we only had small amounts of sulfonamides available for the most severely injured patients. Most people could only use herbal remedies. Back then, seeing the wounded suffer from infected wounds and being powerless to help was incredibly painful." At this moment, a young nurse stopped her work and fell into reminiscence. "I still remember that seriously wounded soldier last time. His wounds were getting worse, and we didn't have any effective medicine. We could only watch helplessly as his life slowly slipped away." Her voice was a little choked up. "Now that we have penicillin, our wounded soldiers no longer have to suffer that kind of pain." Inside the headquarters, arguments rose and fell, fierce and intense. Yes, fierce arguments. Faced with this rare opportunity for weapons allocation, not fighting tooth and nail would be utterly foolish. Lin Yi watched the senior officers before him, each unwilling to yield, their posture suggesting they wanted to devour the other alive, and couldn't help but think, what if future generations saw this scene on television? Thinking about it, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Finally, after this heated debate, a consensus was reached. The entire army would be re-equipped. Lin Yi glanced at the few sheets of paper handed to him, and his hand trembled involuntarily after reading only the first page. The first page boldly stated, 100,000 rifles, 30,000 submachine guns, 15,000 light machine guns, 8,000 heavy machine guns. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. This is huge. These old revolutionaries are really going to do something big. After reading it, Lin Yi felt a surge of excitement. The profits he could gain from this were considerable. Lin Yi then addressed the group, saying, "To accomplish such a great undertaking, these light weapons alone are probably not enough. I will provide you with 376mm mountain guns and 376mm cannons. This will be enough for each regiment to form a 12-gun artillery battalion, and each brigade to form a 36-gun artillery regiment. I will also provide you with 337mm anti-aircraft guns, plus anti-aircraft machine guns, which will be sufficient to defend the skies over northern Shanxi and headquarters. If you weren't frequently moving behind enemy lines, I could also provide you with larger caliber artillery." Everyone's faces lit up with joy upon hearing this. Now they could finally stand tall and proud. The veteran, though excited, said with a hint of seriousness, "We'll try to scrape together the payment for this batch of weapons in the next few days. We might not be able to pay the full amount, so we'll have to give you the rest later." Lin Yi readily nodded. "No problem. I'll have someone transport these weapons over as soon as possible." With the weapons issue temporarily settled, the veteran's expression turned serious again. This time we almost wiped out 2 Japanese regiments, including the 69th Regiment, which was completely destroyed. Given the Japanese' vengeful nature, they certainly won't let this go easily. We need to prepare in advance, especially the 3rd Division. The division commander straightened his back and said confidently, "We have extensive experience in dealing with the enemy's encirclement and suppression." The veteran nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone. "But we can't let our guard down this time. The Japanese army has suffered such a heavy loss. They will definitely launch a fierce counterattack, and they're likely to adjust their tactics. We must make full predictions and have contingency plans for all possible scenarios." Chief of Staff Fu continued, "Should we strengthen our intelligence gathering efforts and gain advanced knowledge of the Japanese army's movements?" Another staff officer suggested, "We could set up more observation posts at key locations and increase patrols." After a moment of contemplation, Commander Liu said, "We must also mobilize the masses in the base area and prepare for a scorched earth policy, ensuring that the Japanese army receives no supplies." Everyone offered their opinions, and the discussion rose and fell. Lin Yi stood up, took out a file folder from his backpack, and said solemnly, "Leaders, I have some documents here. Please take a look." The folder was covered with dense English writing. Commander Liu and the others exchanged glances. They couldn't read the foreign language. Commander Liu frowned and said, "Lin, What's written on this? We can't understand it. Lin Yi smiled slightly and explained, this is a plan that the United States once formulated. The original plan was a strategy to deal with the situation in case of invasion by a powerful enemy, but I have translated it into Chinese. After speaking, Lin Yi pulled a stack of papers from the file folder and handed them to the veteran general. The veteran general took the documents, and his gaze fell upon the papers, revealing a look of surprise. Several division commanders nearby also crowded around, wanting to see what was going on. When they saw the contents of the documents, they were all stunned. The materials Lin Yi produced were actually diagrams illustrating the digging and operational methods of tunnel warfare in the Hebei Plain during the War of Resistance against Japan. However, he claimed it was an American plan, since tunnel warfare hadn't yet occurred in this world. The veteran couldn't help but exclaim, "This is simply amazing. I never imagined the Americans had similar ideas." One division commander said excitedly, "The design of this tunnel warfare is so ingenious. If we can apply it to our battles, it will be like adding wings to a tiger." Lin Yi continued, "As far as I know, the Americans formulated this plan with the in mind of how to preserve their strength and carry out effective resistance in extreme circumstances. Their thinking has many similarities to ours." Commander Liu nodded thoughtfully. "This shows that wisdom is universal. No matter which country you're in, when faced with a powerful enemy, people will find ways to deal with it." The old general stood up, put his hands behind his back, and paced back and forth in the command post, pondering the value of the information. After a while, the veteran stopped and called over the chief of staff and several staff officers, saying, "Xiao Lin, please explain this document to everyone in detail. We need to study it carefully and figure out how to combine the useful parts with our actual situation." Lin Yi cleared his throat and began to explain. As you can see from this diagram, the layout of the tunnels must take into full account the terrain and the enemy's direction of attack. The entrances and exits must be concealed, and there must be enough space inside to store supplies and house the wounded. Moreover, the tunnels must be interconnected to form a network, facilitating the flexible movement of our troops within them. The division commanders listened attentively, nodding occasionally and raising their own questions and ideas. Lin Yi continued, "In terms of combat tactics, we must utilize the advantages of the tunnels to launch surprise attacks on the enemy. We can set up observation posts and firing ports in the tunnels to keep the enemy guessing about our strengths and weaknesses. At the same time, we must arrange communication to ensure smooth communication between the various tunnels." The discussion grew increasingly heated, and everyone's thinking became clearer. After everyone stopped discussing, Lin Yi took out a stack of documents and slowly unfolded them, saying, "This is the application of landmine warfare, including detailed methods for laying and detonating mines." Initially, the group didn't pay much attention, as they had already tried many tactics in the harsh combat environment, but the results had been unsatisfactory. However, as they began to carefully read the documents, their expressions gradually changed from indifference to surprise and finally to shock. The document clearly depicts the construction diagrams of various landmines, ranging from simple homemade mines to complex trigger-activated and time-delay mines. The selection of mine-laying locations was ingenious, covering key areas that the Japanese army might pass through, such as roads, bridges, and mountain passes. The detonation methods were also diverse, including pull type, pressure type, and even remotely controlled detonation methods using ropes and mechanisms. Commander Liu's eyes widened in disbelief as he said, "These methods are so ingenious. How come we never thought of them?" The veteran general stood up, carefully examining the documents, nodding repeatedly. "If we can utilize these effectively, the Japanese army's operations will be greatly hampered." Lin Yi began to explain in detail. "These homemade landmines are easy to obtain and simple to manufacture, yet their power should not be underestimated. We can lay them in large numbers along the Japanese army's likely routes, making it impossible for them to move an inch. There are also these trigger-activated landmines, which can be installed where the enemy might encamp. If they are even slightly careless, they will be detonated." Everyone listened intently, as if they could already see the Japanese troops humiliated and defeated in the minefield. One staff officer exclaimed excitedly, "This is practically a trap set for the Japanese." Lin Yi continued, "Furthermore, we can flexibly adjust the location and method of laying mines based on different terrains and the enemy's movement patterns. For example, in mountainous areas, we can use the terrain to set up rock rolling mines. Once triggered, They not only have the power of an explosion, but also cause secondary damage from the rolling rocks. Another division commander interjected. Then how do we determine the timing of the detonation? Lin Yi smiled and replied. This requires close cooperation from our observation posts. When a large enemy force enters the minefield, or when an important target appears, we must detonate it decisively to achieve the maximum destructive effect. Everyone nodded and began to discuss enthusiastically how to apply these methods to actual combat. After everyone had a heated discussion about strategies to deal with the Japanese retaliation, the veteran general pondered for a moment, and then said in a strong voice, dig tunnels, lay landmines, and store more weapons, ammunition, and food. Our plan is called dig deep tunnels, lay landmines, and store plenty of grain. Upon hearing this, everyone present showed firmness and agreement in their eyes. Commander Liu continued, the old general's plan is concise and to the point. Digging tunnels will provide us with space for defense and concealment. Laying landmines will effectively hinder the Japanese army's offensive, and stockpiling grain will ensure our logistical supply. One staff officer added, yes, with tunnels, our operations are more flexible and we can better protect the people. Landmines can create a psychological deterrent for the Japanese army, making them hesitant to advance rashly. Another officer said, the reserves of food and weapons are crucial. They're the foundation for our continued operations. The veteran nodded, his gaze unwavering as he looked at everyone. Then let's act immediately according to this plan. Each unit must clearly define its responsibilities and quickly mobilize the masses to participate. The digging of tunnels must be carefully located and of high quality. The laying of landmines must be meticulously planned to ensure effectiveness. And the collection and storage of food, weapons, and ammunition must be carried out in an orderly manner. Everyone responded in unison, yes, sir. Chapter 27, Túnel Barfara y Túnel Barfara. After reaching an agreement with the veteran general, Lin Yi took some time to return to the modern era. He knew all too well that during the War of Resistance against Japan, the scarcity of supplies was one of the major problems faced by the 8th Route Army, especially weapons, equipment, and medicine. This time, he brought back a batch of gold and also handed over to Andre a list of weapons that the 8th Route Army urgently needed to purchase. He also brought back a batch of penicillin and purchased medical supplies to the War of Resistance, preparing for a major battle, and it was important to stockpile more medical supplies. While preparing to return to the war effort, Lin Yi thought of the Japanese Army's mine-clearing methods, so he took the opportunity to order a batch of PMN, 1 anti-personnel and anti-tank mines for the 8th Route Army. The PMN, 1 mine, may be unfamiliar to many people, but many people know about the domestic Type 58 anti-personnel mine. The domestically produced Type 58 anti-personnel mine was copied from the Soviet PMN, 1 mine. This mine had a simple structure, good killing effect, and was difficult to be detected by mine detectors. At the time, it was a relatively advanced mine. During this period, the 8th Route Army was not idle. In every corner of the base area, a vigorous preparation for war was underway. After learning the essence of tunnel warfare and landmine warfare, the staff officers of each division and brigade quickly took action and were dispatched to various villages to organize the digging of tunnels and the laying of landmines. With great enthusiasm and firm belief, they went deep into the masses. In a quiet little village, Staff Officer Li stood in an open space, explaining the key points of tunnel digging to the villagers who had gathered around. Everyone, pay attention, he said. The tunnel entrances and exits must be concealed, and the interior must have ventilation and lighting. The villagers listened attentively, their eyes shining with determination. Let's all work together, young and old, to dig this tunnel well and protect our homes. An old man spoke loudly, and the crowd responded. So every morning, as the first rays of sunlight fall upon the earth, the villagers pick up their tools and begin their hard work. The children also run to help, passing tools and bringing water to the adults. Meanwhile, in the 8th Route Army's arsenal, a similar scene of bustling activity unfolded. Machines roared as workers tirelessly manufactured landmines day and night, according to the blueprints provided by Lin Yi, though the main explosives were also supplied by Lin Yi. Keep up the good work, everyone. The soldiers on the front lines are waiting for our landmines, the arsenal manager shouted, encouraging the workers. Skilled workers meticulously assembled the landmine components, while young apprentices learned diligently from the sidelines. Their faces were covered in oil, but their eyes were full of hope. Not only arsenals, but also blacksmith shops and stonemasons joined the ranks of landmine manufacturers. In a small blacksmith shop, an old blacksmith was wielding his hammer, forging red-hot iron into the outer shell of a landmine. Although our shop is small, we can still do our part in fighting the Japanese, the old blacksmith said as he worked. His apprentice was pulling the bellows hard beside him, their faces glowing red from the furnace fire. On this vast land, whether it was the digging of tunnels and villages or the manufacture of landmines and arsenals and various small workshops, it all demonstrated the unwavering determination of the entire nation to resist the Japanese invaders. As time went by, a network of tunnels gradually spread throughout the villages, and the number of landmines continued to increase. When Lin Yi returned to the brigade headquarters, he was surprised to find only a handful of people on duty. Upon inquiring, he learned that everyone else had gone to dig tunnels. After ascertaining Brigade Commander Chen's location, Lin Yi hurriedly went to find him. They saw Brigade Commander Chen struggling to hoist soil up a tunnel entrance with a rope. Upon seeing this, Lin Yi immediately stepped forward to help him move the soil. After working for a while, the melody of the song Tunnel Warfare suddenly popped into Lin Yi's mind, and he couldn't help but hum it. Tunnel Warfare. Hey, Tunnel Warfare. Millions of soldiers are hidden in ambush, hey. Millions of soldiers are hidden in ambush. Guerrilla warfare unfolds across the vast plains. Tunnels connect villages and households. If the invaders dare to come, we'll beat them until their souls are shattered and their courage trembles. If the invaders dare to come, we'll beat them until they're knocked down and their horses are thrown into chaos. The whole nation is a soldier. The whole nation participates in the war. We'll completely annihilate the invaders. Présent, Milieu Ahmed, Millions armed, one hand holding a hoe, the other a gun, bravely and tenaciously, appearing and disappearing like ghosts, tunnel warfare invaders. If they dare to come, we'll fight them both above and below ground. If they dare to come, we'll fight them from all sides. The whole nation is a soldier. The whole nation participates in the war. We'll completely annihilate the invaders. The whole nation is a soldier. The whole nation participates in the war. We'll completely annihilate the invaders. When Brigade Commander Chen first heard Lin Yi sing it, he found it novel and interesting. But when Lin Yi sang a second time, he began to hum along softly. Unexpectedly, in less than 3 days, this tunnel warfare song, composed by Lin Yi on the spur of the moment and sung by Brigade Commander Chen, became a sensation across much of Shaanxi. Lin Yi truly hadn't imagined that a few lines he casually hummed would cause such a stir. Sangjiazwang, a small village located on the outskirts of the base area, was peaceful and serene. In the flames of the war of resistance against Japan, the villagers here were also swept up in the torrent of defending their homeland. Under the careful guidance of the 8th Route Army staff, the villagers of Sangjiazwang had just completed the digging of the tunnels and formed a militia squad. Most of their weapons were Japanese standard rifles captured by the 8th Route Army, and they even had 2 light machine guns. Every one of them had a determined fighting spirit burning in their eyes. On a distant mountain road, a Japanese company was stealthily making its way towards Sangjiazwang. The company commander, Yamamoto Taro, rode a tall horse, his face grim. He knew the mission to reconnoiter the 8th Route Army's base was arduous. However, deep down, he harbored contempt for Chinese villages. As the Japanese troops gradually approached Sangjiazwang along the winding mountain road, a loud boom shattered the tranquility of the mountains. A landmine was triggered by the Japanese soldiers, and the blast wave instantly knocked several Japanese soldiers to the ground, with fragments of their limbs and equipment flying everywhere. Upon hearing the landmines, the militiamen immediately became alert. Lee, the militiaman on lookout duty, widened his eyes and shouted, "Japanese devils!" Militia Captain Song Baoyu reacted swiftly. His brow furrowed, his eyes revealing courage and determination. He decisively said, "Xiao Wang, you go immediately to the independent regiment to report the situation. The rest of you, prepare for battle." Xiao Wang, whose name was called, turned without hesitation and sprinted towards the independent regiment. Song Baoyu led the remaining militiamen to quickly occupy advantageous terrain, preparing to meet the enemy. Hearing the explosions and the screams of his soldiers, the Japanese company commander, Yamamoto Taro, was enraged. He brandished his sword and roared, ordering his sappers to clear the mines. However, These sappers were unaware that they were facing not just ordinary landmines, but also carefully laid anti-personnel mines. Boom! Another deafening explosion rang out, and several sappers were instantly blown to pieces, their limbs flying through the air. The acrid smell of gunpowder and blood filled the air. Seeing this, Yamamoto Taro's face darkened further, his eyes a mixture of anger and fear. He realized that continuing along this path would come at a heavy price, and had no choice but to order a detour up the mountain to avoid the threat of landmines. The militiamen kept a close watch on the Japanese troops' movements from the mountain. When he saw the Japanese soldiers begin to climb the mountain, a resolute glint flashed in Song Baoyu's eyes. Without hesitation, he detonated the landmines he had planted beforehand. Boom! With a series of explosions, 7 or 8 more Japanese soldiers fell into pools of blood, their painful screams echoing through the valley. At this moment, the villagers of Sangjiazwang, organized by the militia, quickly and orderly entered the tunnel. Inside, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. The women held their children tightly, gently comforting them from their fear. The elderly prayed silently, hoping that the gods would protect their homes and loved ones. The Japanese troops stormed into the village, only to find it deserted. Enraged, Yamamoto Taro brandished his sword and ordered his soldiers to search everywhere. Chaos erupted throughout the village, thick smoke billowing. Bang! 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 Suddenly, gunshots rang out from different corners. Song Baoyu led the militiamen in firing machine guns, rifles, and grenades at the Japanese troops in the tunnels and villages. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, the Japanese scrambled for cover. However, the militiamen's attacks were highly agile, making them difficult for the Japanese to defend against. Bang! A dart gun muzzle suddenly appeared on a wall. Ah! A Japanese soldier screamed and fell, his blood staining the ground around him. Boom! A smoking grenade flew out of a tree hollow, and 5 or 6 Japanese soldiers fell into a pool of blood. Damn it! Where did these Chinese come from? Yamamoto Taro roared, his voice filled with anger and despair. The battle raged fiercely, every minute a life-or-death struggle. The militia, with their familiarity with the terrain and their tenacious fighting spirit, inflicted heavy casualties on the Japanese army. In just 2 hours, 87 Japanese soldiers were killed or wounded. Looking at the fallen soldiers around him, Yamamoto Taro realized the reconnaissance operation had failed. Left with no other choice, he gritted his teeth and ordered a retreat from the village. Just as the Japanese army was retreating in disarray, Wang Ming, the reconnaissance company commander of the independent regiment, arrived with his reconnaissance company. "Comrades, fire!" Wang Ming ordered, and the soldiers of the reconnaissance company set up machine guns behind the Japanese troops, unleashing a fierce barrage of fire. Bullets rained down on the Japanese ranks, and many more Japanese soldiers fell. Hearing the gunfire outside, the village militia knew that reinforcements had arrived, and they attacked the Japanese army even more fiercely. The Japanese army was caught in a pincer movement, and their ranks instantly descended into chaos. The soldiers fled in terror, completely losing their will to fight. "Charge!" Wang Ming brandished his gun and charged towards the Japanese troops. The soldiers and militiamen followed like tigers descending a mountain, their battle cries shaking the heavens and the earth. Their hearts were filled with anger and hatred towards the invaders, and they vowed to annihilate the enemy completely. Under this fierce attack, the Japanese army completely collapsed. Some surrendered, and some tried to escape, but they were all killed one by one. After the battle, Sangjiazwang was filled with the smoke of gunpowder and the joy of victory. Although the village's houses and land had suffered the ravages of war, everyone's face was beaming with the smiles of triumph. Looking at the Japanese corpses strewn across the ground, Wang Ming was filled with emotion. He walked over to Song Baoyu and said, "You militia fought well." Song Baoyu smiled and replied, "It's all thanks to your timely arrival. Without you, who knows how long this battle would have dragged on." The soldiers began clearing the battlefield, capturing a large quantity of Japanese weapons. There were brand new rifles, light and heavy machine guns, and boxes of ammunition and grenades. Wang Ming handed over the captured weapons to the militia, saying, "These weapons are for you. Continue to expand the militia and defend our homeland." Song Baoyu excitedly accepted the weapon, his eyes shining with determination. "Don't worry, we will definitely live up to everyone's expectations." The news of Sanjiazwang's victory quickly spread throughout the entire base area, greatly boosting people's confidence in resisting Japan. Upon hearing this news, villagers from other villages followed Sanjiazwang's example, digging tunnels and forming militia teams to prepare for resisting the Japanese army. After learning of this, Commander Liu convened a meeting of his staff to conduct an in-depth study of the battle. In the meeting room, Commander Liu looked solemnly at the map on the wall and said, "The Battle of Sanjiazwang provides us with an excellent example. Everyone, please share your thoughts." One of the staff officers spoke first. "Commander, I think this tactic of combining tunnels with landmines has made full use of our geographical advantages and put the Japanese army on the defensive." Another staff officer added, "Furthermore, the mutual support between the militia and the main force is crucial. The militia, familiar with the terrain, can effectively tie down the Japanese army, buying time for the main force to arrive." Commander Liu nodded and said, "Everyone makes sense. This combat model is very suitable for our current situation. We should summarize our experience and promote it in other areas." After the meeting, Commander Liu's order was quickly relayed, and a surge of enthusiasm for building tunnels and training militia swept through the base area. While the 8th Route Army was busily digging tunnels in preparation for the upcoming battle, the Japanese intelligence department was also busy. Through various means, they roughly figured out the process of annihilating the 69th Regiment last time and gradually ascertained the location of the 3rd Division. Inside the Japanese command post, the atmosphere was serious and oppressive. Commander Adachi Nuzo stared at the map with a grim expression, his eyes revealing fierceness and determination. "Gentlemen," he said, "the last defeat was a disgrace to our Imperial Japanese Army. This time, we will make the 8th Route Army pay a heavy price." Adachi 23's voice echoed in the command post. Officers of all ranks, their expressions grave, responded in unison, "Yes, sir." Adachi 23 then began deploying the battle plan. Mobilize all surrounding forces, including infantry, artillery, and cavalry, to form a powerful encirclement. We must annihilate the 3rd Division in one fell swoop. After the order was given, the Japanese army began a large-scale troop mobilization. Trucks loaded with soldiers and weapons drove towards their designated locations amidst billowing dust. Artillerymen busily adjusted their cannons, preparing to unleash their full power in the battle. Chapter 28 Strike First. On the night of March 27th, darkness enveloped the division headquarters. Candlelight flickered inside, casting shifting shadows on everyone's faces. Scouts rushed in and out, bringing one intelligence report after another. General Liu frowned, his gaze shifting back and forth between maps and intelligence reports. "Commander, the intelligence has been basically compiled," a staff officer said in a low, urgent voice. General Liu nodded slightly, his expression grave. "Immediately summon all regimental commanders and key officers for a combat meeting." Soon, the room was filled with solemn-faced generals. General Liu stood before the map, slamming his baton heavily on the table. "Comrades, the situation is urgent. The Japanese army has mobilized approximately 28,000 troops, including Japanese and puppet forces, to encircle and annihilate our division, dividing them into 5 routes. General Liu's voice was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. His command first pointed to Fanshur County. The 1st route will assemble in Fanshur County, with a force of about 1 regiment. They then moved to Dingxiang, where the 2nd force assembled, with a strength of about 2 battalions. Then came Meng County. This 3rd route assembled in Meng County and was the main force of the Japanese attack, with a strength of about a brigade. The baton then pointed to Pingshan. The 4th force will assemble in Pingshan, with a strength of approximately 1 regiment, plus 3 regiments of puppet troops. Finally, they landed in Fuping. The 5th Route Army assembled in Fuping, with a force of 1 battalion plus 2 regiments of puppet troops. Everyone's eyes followed the movement of the baton, their expressions growing increasingly grave. The Japanese troops haven't fully assembled yet, but supplies for the attack are continuously being delivered to the assembly point. We can't sit idly by and wait to be killed. We must strike first. General Liu's voice was firm and powerful. "Commander, please give the orders." The regimental commander of the 1st Regiment of the 1st Brigade spoke first. General Liu looked around at everyone. "The battle plan is actually very simple. Take the initiative. 1st Regiment of the 1st Brigade, you are responsible for attacking Fanshur, 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade, attack Dingxiang. 1st Regiment of the 2nd Brigade, attack Mengxian. 2nd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade, attack Fuping. The Independent Regiment, attack Pingshan County. The main task this time is to destroy Japanese supplies. Regardless of whether you can capture the county seat, you must retreat within 2 hours. Yes, sir. The regimental commanders responded in unison. All militia and local troops in the base area were mobilized to harass and delay the Japanese army's march and to cover the evacuation of civilians. Those who could not evacuate went into the tunnels. After completing their harassment operations, the militia withdrew to the villages, using the tunnels to hold off the Japanese army. General Liu's eyes shone brightly. This is a tough battle, but we must win. After the meeting, all units quickly began to move out. Outside the west gate of Pingshan County, the Independent Regiment's troops have all assembled. For this attack on Pingshan County, the Independent Regiment has used all its heavy weapons, including more than 30 82mm mortars, as well as 12 120mm heavy mortars and 12 76mm mountain guns, all aimed at Pingshan County. In the morning breeze, the soldiers' expressions were solemn and resolute, their eyes burning with a desire for victory. The 1st and 4th Battalions attacked from the west gate, while the 2nd and 3rd Battalions attacked from the north and south flanks respectively. This was a tactic of encircling 3 sides while leaving one open, a wisdom used by our ancestors more than 2,000 years ago. During the more than 3 months that the Independent Regiment was stationed there, the soldiers of the Reconnaissance Company thoroughly understood the situation in every nearby county. Apart from a few troops stationed to the city walls, most of the Japanese troops in Pingshan County were stationed in the Japanese military barracks in the county middle school in the center of the city. Because Shaohai Town was unexpectedly captured last time, the number of Japanese troops stationed in Pingshan County has doubled. Besides a battalion and a half of Japanese troops, there is now a puppet army group of about 3,000 people. Yes, a group. In later television dramas, you can often see puppet troops wearing uniforms that look like yellow dog skins, but in reality, not all of them are like that. The Japanese army supported a total of 4 puppet regimes in China: the puppet state of Manchukuo, the puppet North China Autonomous Committee, the Mengjiang United Autonomous Government, and the puppet Nanjing Reformed Government, which later became the puppet National Government. Each puppet government's army had different uniforms, and, at this time, the puppet troops in Hebei were basically the North China Security Army of the puppet North China Autonomous Committee, also known as the Imperial Army. These Imperial Army units were surprisingly large, and their equipment and combat effectiveness were quite good, since most of them were regular troops of Chiang Kai-shek's army who had been recruited by the Japanese army. However, their souls had long been corrupted by fear and betrayal, and they had lost the dignity and courage that soldiers should have. Otherwise, why would they have surrendered to the Japanese army and become puppet troops? This so-called group was only roughly equivalent to a brigade in Chiang Kai-shek's army. The group's commander was Li Qingfeng, originally a regimental commander in the Northeast Army. After the Northeast was occupied by the Japanese, he retreated into the interior under the leadership of the young marshal. Later, after the young marshal was imprisoned by Chiang Kai-shek, the Northeast Army was completely neglected. Li Qingfeng was ultimately forced to surrender to the Japanese after they entered Beijing. He was then chosen by the Japanese to become a major general and group commander. At Commander Cheng's order, all the artillery pieces of the Independent Regiment opened fire on the city walls. Boom! 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 The deafening roar shattered the morning tranquility, and the city walls were instantly filled with smoke and flying debris. The defending troops were caught completely off guard and fled in panic, only to be mowed down in droves by the anti-aircraft machine guns firing wildly at the walls. Upon hearing the artillery fire, the battalion commander Kimura Ichiro in the Japanese army camp immediately ran out of his office and yelled at a lieutenant, "Where's the artillery firing? Find out the situation immediately." At this moment, Regiment Commander Chung was astonished to find that the city gate had been breached. A 76mm mountain gun shell had hit one of the gates, shattering it into pieces. He was momentarily stunned. Song Dabiao anxiously asked Regiment Commander Chung, "Commander, should we enter the city?" Commander Chung was stunned for a moment, then said firmly, "How could we not go in? Charge into the county town and attack the Japanese camp." As soon as Commander Chung finished speaking, Ranxiang led the 4th Battalion out. When Song Dabiao saw that Ranxiang's 4th Battalion had already rushed out, He spat lightly and immediately led the 1st Battalion out as well. In the 2 months since joining the 8th Route Army, Ran Xiang has truly come to understand the difference between the 8th Route Army and Chiang Kai-shek's army. 8th Route Army commanders always strive to be the vanguard in every battle, and they are so eager to fight for assault missions that they would rather die than give up. In contrast, no one in Chiang Kai-shek's army ever competes for such dangerous missions. Even if they are assigned such missions by their superiors, they would rather shoot their superiors. After its formation, the 4th Battalion had only undertaken one blocking mission during the last attempt to annihilate the 69th Regiment. In the 8th Route Army, battle merits were seniority and honor. Therefore, before this battle began, Ran Xiang was determined to make a name for himself and show the other battalion commanders that he was not to be underestimated. The soldiers of the 4th Battalion charged towards the city gate like tigers descending a mountain, their momentum unstoppable. Their steps were powerful and vigorous, as if forged from steel, and their battle cries echoed through the heavens and earth. Ran Xiang led the charge, leading the way at the very front of the column, his submachine gun spitting fire as he fired continuously, his eyes filled with unwavering determination and fearless courage. Boom! Suddenly, several grenades came hurtling down from the city wall, exploding as they landed. Instantly, more than a dozen soldiers fell dead in pools of blood. The independent regiment's artillery reacted swiftly, immediately launching a counterattack towards the area from which the shells had come. After a deafening explosion, the Japanese grenade launchers fell silent. Then, Regiment Commander Chung decisively ordered, "Extend artillery fire. Fire on the Japanese army camp." Ran Xiang led the 4th Battalion into the county town, only to find the streets filled with smoke and dust. The well-trained soldiers of the 4th Battalion quickly divided into several small teams, advancing in an orderly and methodical manner. At-tat-tat-tat. A burst of machine gun fire rang out, and several soldiers fell instantly. Ran Xiang's eyes widened in fury, and he threw a grenade in the direction of the machine gun fire. Boom! The enemy machine gun fell silent. "Comrades, charge!" Ran Xiang shouted, leading his soldiers to continue their charge. The two sides engaged in a fierce melee. "Charge! Kill the Japanese devils!" Ran Xiang's roar echoed across the battlefield. The soldiers of the 4th Battalion were all brave and fearless, and bullets rained down on the enemy. The puppet troops were terrified by this overwhelming force. They were nothing but faithless puppets, utterly devoid of any will to fight. "Don't run! Hold them off!" The Japanese officer roared hoarsely, but the puppet troops paid no heed, only thinking of escaping. The 8th Route Army's firepower was fierce, and the puppet troops suffered heavy casualties, retreating in droves. However, their retreat was cut off by the Japanese army, and those puppet troops who tried to retreat were mercilessly shot dead by the Japanese. "You piece of trash, attack!" A Japanese officer brandished his sword, forcing the puppet troops to attack with them. The Japanese troops were unwilling to be suppressed and launched counterattacks time and again. However, the 4th Battalion's firepower was exceptionally fierce, and each counterattack was met with heavy casualties and retreats. "Take cover!" Ran Xiang shouted loudly. The cunning Japanese soldiers, seeing that a frontal assault was futile, seized houses along the street, using windows and walls as cover to fire at the 4th Battalion. Soldiers of the 4th Battalion fell frequently, suffering heavy casualties. At this critical moment, Song Dabiao arrived with reinforcements from the 1st Battalion. "Brothers of the 4th Battalion, we're here." Song Dabiao's voice was full of strength. However, in order to prevent innocent civilians in the city from being injured or killed, the 4th Battalion and the 1st Battalion had no choice but to temporarily retreat and find a more advantageous position for combat. Seeing this, the Japanese troops thought they had an opportunity and arrogantly launched a counterattack, attempting to drive the 1st and 4th Battalions out of the city. "You little devils, don't even dream about it!" Song Dabiao roared, his eyes wide with fury, and ordered the 1st Battalion to establish a defensive line. The heavy machine guns opened fire, and the counterattacking Japanese and puppet troops were mowed down in droves. Just then, the 2nd and 3rd Battalions stormed into the city from the north and south. The soldiers' morale soared. At this time, an officer from the 4th Battalion, while searching the occupied houses, found them all empty. It turned out that before the battle, the Japanese army, fearing that the 8th Route Army would infiltrate among the civilians and cause sabotage, had driven all the civilians out of the county town. These beasts, the soldiers roared in fury. Song Dabiao made a decisive order. Move the mountain guns and mortars into the city and fire at the houses the Japanese are firing on. Soon, the mountain guns and mortars roared, and the shells landed accurately on the houses occupied by the Japanese. Boom! With a series of loud explosions, the houses collapsed instantly, and large numbers of Japanese soldiers were buried under the rubble. Charge! Ran Xiang led his soldiers in another charge. The soldiers of the 1st and 4th Battalions pounced on the Japanese camp like tigers descending from mountains. Finally, they reached the outside of the Japanese camp. But suddenly, a dense hail of bullets erupted from the guard towers and sandbag defenses at the camp gate, catching the 1st and 4th Battalions completely off guard. Get down! Ran Xiang shouted. But many soldiers charging ahead fell to the fierce Japanese fire. Damn Japanese devils! Song Dabiao's eyes blazed with fury. The company commander of the 4th Battalion was tragically struck in the chest by a Japanese machine gun bullet during the charge. Blood gushed out, and he died instantly. Company commander! The soldiers cried out in despair. Avenge our company commander! Angry roars echoed across the battlefield. With red eyes, Ran Xiang roared, concentrate fire. Take down the watchtower first. The machine gunners quickly adjusted their positions and opened fire on the watchtower. At-at-at-tat. Bullets flew towards the watchtower like meteors. Boom! A grenade exploded on the watchtower, instantly reducing the Japanese firepower. Charge! The soldiers launched another charge. Song Dabiao brandished his pistol, firing relentlessly with unstoppable courage. Kill! The soldiers roared, engaging the Japanese in a desperate struggle. Swords clashed, sparks flew. One soldier, stabbed by a Japanese soldier, endured the excruciating pain, clung tightly to the enemy, and detonated a grenade, sacrificing himself to take the enemy with him. Brothers! The cries of his comrades were filled with grief and rage. Ran Xiang weaved through a hail of bullets, his gun firing relentlessly, each shot fueled by the fury of revenge. A Japanese officer, brandishing a sword, lunged at Ran Xiang, who dodged to the side, and, with a backhand shot, killed him. Comrades, hold on. Victory is just around the corner. Ran Xiang shouted, rallying his troops. Just then, a mournful whoosh 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 sound suddenly came, like the howl of a demon, and the Japanese Type 92 infantry guns opened fire. The shells, carrying deadly flames, roared in, instantly engulfing several soldiers in a fierce inferno. Several more fell like trees snapped by storm. Seeing this carnage, Song Dabiao's eyes widened in fury, and he gritted his teeth, ordering, use heavy mortars to wipe out the Japanese artillery. Moments later, a deafening barrage of artillery fire erupted, like the roar of thunder. After this barrage, the Japanese artillery fell completely silent. At this moment, the 2nd and 3rd Battalions also rushed to provide support. We're here! Soldiers surged into the Japanese camp from all directions, and the Japanese defenses began to crumble. Hold on! Don't retreat! The Japanese battalion commander, Kimura Ichiro, roared hoarsely. But under the powerful offensive of the 8th Route Army, the Japanese resistance seemed increasingly futile. A soldier braved a hail of bullets, rushed to the sandbag defense line, and stuffed a satchel charge into it. Run! Boom! With a loud explosion, a large hole was blasted in the sandbag defense line. Charge! Soldiers surged into the camp like a tidal wave. The Japanese soldiers panicked and scattered in all directions. Seeing that the Japanese were doomed, Li Qingfeng simply ordered the puppet troops to lay down their weapons and surrender. Don't let a single one escape. Song Dabiao shouted. On the battlefield, gunfire, shouts, and explosions mingled together. A young soldier, wounded in the arm while fighting the Japanese with bayonets, gritted his teeth and plunged his bayonet deep into the enemy's chest. You little devils die. A Japanese sniper was hidden in a corner, aiming at an 8th Route Army commander. Watch out! A nearby soldier noticed the danger and lunged forward, blocking the bullet. We must eliminate this sniper. After a search, the sniper's position was finally located, and several soldiers fired simultaneously, killing him. Inside a house, several Japanese soldiers put up a stubborn resistance. Surrender, you little devils. You can't escape, the soldiers shouted. Baka! The Japanese refused to surrender and continued firing. The soldiers decisively threw grenades. With a burst of smoke and a loud bang, the house fell silent. Fierce fighting raged in every corner of the battlefield. A soldier of the 8th Route Army was shot in the leg by a Japanese bullet. He fell to the ground, but continued to fire at the enemy. "Don't worry about me. Keep charging." Near some ruins, 2 soldiers worked together, one drawing Japanese fire while the other took the opportunity to flank and eliminate the Japanese. Well done. As time passed, the Japanese resistance grew weaker and weaker. "Victory! We've won," the soldiers cheered. But they had no time to celebrate. They quickly cleared the battlefield and treated the wounded. Ranxiong looked at the corpses strewn across the ground and the smoke-filled battlefield, his heart filled with mixed emotions. "Brothers, we've avenged our fallen comrades." But the battle wasn't over. The remaining Japanese troops retreated towards the east gate, but Kimura Ichiro was unwilling to accept defeat. The supplies he had accumulated were stored in the Japanese barracks and 2 warehouses in the west of the city, and he organized several counterattacks. On a narrow street, the Japanese troops quietly assembled, attempting a sneak attack. "Watch out!" A vigilant soldier noticed something amiss. "Prepare for battle." As the Japanese troops approached, the 8th Route Army suddenly opened fire, catching them completely off guard. "Ah!" The Japanese soldiers screamed in agony. "Charge!" The soldiers fought bravely and wiped out the Japanese force. Elsewhere, several Japanese soldiers hid behind a low wall, waiting for an opportunity to fire. A sharpshooter from the 8th Route Army aimed at his target, and with a bang, a Japanese soldier's head exploded. "Well done," his comrades cheered. On the battlefield, every minute and every second is filled with danger and challenges, but the soldiers of the independent regiment always maintain the upper hand thanks to their indomitable will and excellent combat skills. In a dilapidated courtyard, a fierce hand-to-hand battle was underway. Soldiers fought the Japanese soldiers hand-to-hand, blades flashing and blood splattering. "Kill!" The soldiers roared, their morale soaring. After a brutal battle, all the Japanese soldiers in the courtyard were wiped out. Seeing that all was lost, Kimura Ichiro had no choice but to lead more than 100 remaining Japanese soldiers out of the east gate and flee towards Shijiazhuang without looking back. After the battle within the city ended, Song Dabiao quickly reported the results to Regiment Commander Chung. "Commander, this battle was a great victory. We eliminated over 1,300 Japanese soldiers, killed or wounded over 800 puppet troops, and more than 2,100 puppet troops surrendered." Upon hearing this, Regiment Commander Chung shouted his approval. "Well done." He then immediately ordered a retreat with all the captured supplies. Before the retreat, Regiment Commander Chung specially instructed Ranxiong to leave a large gift for the Japanese army. Chapter 29: The wind rises in northeast Shaanxi. Outside Pingshan County, Song Dabiao and his company were busily laying landmines. Song Dabiao asked the company commander, Song Yuhang, "Company commander, have all the landmines been laid outside the 4 city gates?" The company commander replied loudly, "Don't worry, battalion commander. It's all taken care of. We guarantee the Japanese devils won't be able to leave the city." Not only that, but a large number of landmines had also been laid along the Japanese supply routes. For at least 3 to 5 days, the Japanese soldiers and puppet troops in Pingshan County wouldn't be able to get any supplies and would likely starve. Song Dabiao then said to the artillery company commander, "This time, the regimental commander has assigned 12 120mm mortars to our battalion. Divide them into 3 groups and fire 3 rapid-fire rounds at the Japanese army camp in the city every hour. I want to make sure that the Japanese devils don't have a single minute of peace." Thus, the Japanese troops within Hirayama Castle were plunged into a hellish ordeal. In the camp, the adjutant of the 78th Regiment commander, Inaguchi Yuji, had just handed him a mess kit when suddenly a deafening explosion rang out. Inaguchi jolted to his feet, the mess kit knocking over his adjutant, splashing hot soup all over him and scalding him so badly he screamed. Yuji Inaguchi strode out of the barracks and saw 4 huge craters inside. Many dead and wounded Japanese soldiers lay scattered around the craters, many still screaming in agony. Immediately afterward, 8 more shells landed in the camp, one of which hit a barracks, burying the Japanese soldiers inside under the rubble. Inaguchi shouted, "Enemy attack. Order the artillery to counterattack immediately. First company, launch a rapid attack." Inaguchi's series of orders spurred the Japanese army into action. The artillery moved quickly, and soon shells were fired. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions filled the air. If one were to inspect the impact points, one would find that only a few large craters had been created. It turned out that the 8th Route Army artillery had withdrawn immediately after firing 3 rapid rounds. Less than 5 minutes later, the 1st Battalion appeared at the west gate. As they rushed out after the gate opened, a deafening explosion rang out, blasting 2 Japanese soldiers high into the air. Company Commander Nishimura Jiro shouted, "Landmines! Sappers, go and clear them immediately." A Japanese soldier carrying a mine detector rushed out, took a few steps, and then pulled a small flag from behind him, planting in the ground. They had discovered a landmine. Just as they were about to continue forward, another explosion rang out, blasting the sapper into the air, though he was badly injured when he hit the ground. Left with no other option, Nishimura had to send his engineers back to clear the mines, only to be met with the same disastrous scene once more. Nishimura angrily cursed. "Damn engineers, they can't even handle this simple task." So he ordered his soldiers to march north along the base of the city wall. After a few steps, there was another boom, and a Japanese soldier was injured, his legs blown off. It was probably a landmine by the militia. A Japanese soldier behind him muttered, "That's terrible. Now, Sasaki can go home." Left with no other option, Nishimura Jiro had to send someone to report the situation to Inaguchi. Inaguchi then ordered Nishimura to exit the city through a different gate. However, no sooner had the Japanese army left than the 8th Route Army kindly took advantage of the darkness to patch up the landmines that had been used up at the breach. Nishimura then led his company out of the city through the north gate, only to encounter the same fate. With no other choice, Nishimura had his men carry the men who had been killed or wounded back to the camp and reported to Inaguchi. "Commander, we have been trapped inside the city by the 8th Route Army with landmines." So, Inaguchi sent men to check the east and south gates again, but they brought back only a pile of corpses and wounded. Inside the 78th Regiment headquarters, Inaguchi explained the current situation to the captains, but none of them had a good solution. The most dire problem was that they only had 1 day's worth of rations left. Therefore, they had no choice but to send a telegram to the Japanese Army headquarters in Shijiazhuang, requesting food supplies as soon as possible. If they could not receive them within a day, the 78th Regiment would run out of food. Inaguchi had already made up his mind that if they did not receive food supplies within a day, they would have no choice but to retreat towards Shijiazhuang. As for how to retreat, they still had self-propelled, mine-clearing equipment, a regiment of puppet troops. Inside the headquarters of the 20th Division in Shijiazhuang, Kawajishi Bunzaburo was furiously raging. During the 5-pronged attack on the 3rd Division, he was in charge of commanding the 2 Japanese forces in the Fuping and Pingshan directions, but now a major mistake has occurred in the direction he was in charge of. Kawajishi Bunzaburo wished he could immediately chop that idiot Inaguchi to pieces with his samurai sword. Before even participating in the attack, Inaguchi's 78th Regiment was already facing starvation and besieged within the county town. It was utterly outrageous. Left with no other option, Kawajishi Bunzaburo had to urge the transport troops to deliver the supplies to Hirayama as soon as possible. At this time, the transport convoy was slowly and laboriously making its way along the highway, repairing the road and clearing mines at the same time. On both sides of the highway, there was a small team conducting search and cover operations, firing a shot every 500 meters to send a signal to those below that they were safe. Not long after they left Shijiazhuang, they discovered that the road was riddled with potholes, making it impossible for cars to pass. They were also frequently running over landmines, and even the mine-clearing engineers were occasionally triggering them. After nearly 5 hours of driving, they had only advanced less than 3 kilometers. Meanwhile, bursts of bullets and shells were occasionally fired from the woods along the roadside. This led to the tense scene described earlier. Colonel Hidaichi Suzuki of the 20th Division Supply Regiment was in charge of the transport team. Upon receiving another urgent telegram from the division commander, he immediately launched into a tirade of profanities. At almost the same time, the 772nd Regiment also captured Fuping. The battlefield was filled with smoke and the shouts of soldiers echoed everywhere. With their indomitable will and fearless courage, the soldiers of the 772nd Regiment broke through the enemy's defenses and planted the flag of victory on the city walls of Fuping. The troops attacking the other county towns mostly stormed into the cities, inflicting heavy casualties on the defenders before quickly retreating with the captured supplies. They also displayed bravery and fearlessness in the battle, but their combat results were slightly inferior to those of the independent regiment. Inside the division headquarters, the atmosphere was tense yet filled with anticipation. A communications soldier rushed in, saluted, and loudly reported, "Division Commander, the independent regiment has captured Pingshan, killing, wounding, and capturing over 4,300 Japanese and puppet troops, and seizing a large amount of supplies." Upon hearing this, the division commander smiled with satisfaction and nodded. Immediately afterward, the communications soldier continued reporting. The 2nd Regiment captured Fuping, killing, wounding, and capturing over 1,900 Japanese and puppet troops, and seizing a large amount of supplies. The 771st Regiment. The division commander listened attentively to each battle report, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. After the communications soldier finished reporting, Division Commander Liu stood up and paced back and forth in front of the battle map, pondering as he said, "It seems that the other regiments haven't truly formed combat capability after their re-equipment. They still lag behind the independent regiment." A staff officer standing nearby said, "Commander, the situations of each regiment are different, and they may need more combat training." The division commander stopped and said with a firm gaze, "That's right, but we must help each regiment grow as quickly as possible and form a strong fighting force in order to better resist the Japanese invaders." At this moment, everyone in the division headquarters fell into deep thought, pondering how to improve the overall combat effectiveness of the troops. The division commander continued, "Summarize the experience of this battle and convey it to each regiment. Let them learn from the independent regiment's tactics and fighting spirit, while also reflecting on and improving their own shortcomings." "Yes, sir," everyone responded in unison. On March 30th, the various Japanese troops participating in the attack gradually arrived at their starting points. However, at this time, Yuji Inaguchi, the commander of the 78th Regiment of the 20th Division of the Japanese Army, stationed in Hirayama, was furious. The reason was that after arriving in Pingshan, they were shocked to find that all the supplies prepared for their attack had vanished. The city was littered with the corpses of Japanese and puppet troops, forcing Inaguchi Kamaji to order the collection of their bodies first. Originally, the headquarters issued an order requiring all armies to launch an attack at the same time on April 1st. However, they're now not only unable to participate in the attack, but they're also surrounded by landmines of the 8th Route Army in the city and are about to run out of food. In a short time, the 8th Route Army dispatched a large number of troops, breaking them into smaller units, to carry out operations together with the militia and local forces to harass and ambush the Japanese army. For a time, roads in half of Shaanxi were paralyzed. Landmines were everywhere, and traps were everywhere. There was not a 3-foot wide flat ground, and not a 3-meter wide road. At the independent regiment's operational meeting, Blind Chung arrogantly said to Wang Meng, the reconnaissance company commander, "I'm going to make sure that every Japanese soldier who enters our base area is hit by 10 or 8 landmines. You don't need to worry about whether my warehouse has enough landmines, but I might as well tell you I have enough landmines to bury all the Japanese devils in Taiyuan." According to incomplete statistics, over 80,000 landmines were used in this counteroffensive alone. But that's another story. At the same time, he also told Song Dabiao, who was in charge of harassing the Japanese army, "I don't care how you operate specifically. I want that old devil Ino Kuchikunyuji and the little devils who enter the base area to be terrified and fearful every step they take, to not be able to sleep soundly or eat a proper meal. Do you understand?" Song Dabiao responded loudly, "Commander, I guarantee that from the moment the little devils step into the base area, they won't have a moment of peace." When Lin Yi heard Commander Chung say the name Inaguchi Yuji, he couldn't help but spit out the tea he was drinking with a pft. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly asked Lin Yi, "What's wrong with Ino Kuchi Yuji?" Lin Yi first grinned and then said, "Do you know where the surname Ino Kuchi comes from?" Everyone shook their heads. Lin Yi then said seriously, "Before Meiji 8, that is 1875, ordinary Japanese people did not have surnames. In Meiji 8, the Japanese government promulgated a law called the Surname Mandate Ordinance, which required everyone to have their own surname. However, the general level of literacy among ordinary Japanese people at the time was low, and they didn't know how to choose a surname. As a result, many strange surnames emerged. Some were named after addresses, such as Yamada, Amashi, Tarachi, Kawakami, etc. Others were named after professions, such as Okura, Shoji, and still others were named after directions, such as Higashino, Nishimura, Oida, etc. However, there are a few surnames that I've never understood. Like the surname Inukai, I don't know if it means someone who owns a dog or someone who owns a dog. Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Lin Yi continued, "And this pig mouth, is it because he was bitten by a pig that he got that surname?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone roared with laughter again. Regiment Commander Chen quickly stopped the laughter and said to Song Dabiao, "You can set off now." And so, the independent regiment's harassment team, or rather, disruption team, set off. At this time, Suzuki Adaichi was still more than 80 kilometers away from Hirayama County, along a rugged mountain road. At the current marching speed, it would take another 3 days to reach his destination, but the division commander had ordered that he must arrive within 8 hours. At this moment, one of his interpreters suggested that they capture local civilians to scout ahead, and Suzuki Hideki readily agreed. Thus, the Japanese army dispatched numerous small detachments to begin the operation. The moment they made a move, the scouts monitoring the convoy nearby immediately noticed. Song Dabiao also quickly dispatched small teams to specifically annihilate the Japanese capture squads. Suzuki Hidaichi, inside the convoy, heard the continuous gunfire around him and realized that the situation was unusual. Many of the gunshots were not from Japanese Type 38 rifles. At this point, his troops could no longer send reinforcements and could only wait anxiously. More than an hour later, only one squad returned with 2 elderly men in their 70s. The other squads remained silent. Suzuki Shuichi was so angry he was about to explode, so he had no choice but to report the difficult situation to the division headquarters and request operational guidance. Enraged, Kawajishi Bunzaburo berated Suzuki Shuichi for being foolish. However, he remembered that Suzuki Shuichi's sister had become the lover of Army Minister Sudasuji Jin, and Sudasuji Jin had even called to ask Kawajishi to take good care of her. Moreover, Suzuki Shuichi was about to be transferred to the 13th Division as the regimental commander of an operational unit. There was also a hierarchy of contempt within the Japanese army. Cavalry and tank crews looked down on the army, while combat troops looked down on supply and logistics personnel. Out of respect for Sudasuji Jin, Kawajishi generously dispatched his chief of staff, Colonel Kinemura Hiseizo, with a battalion to reinforce the troops. Meanwhile, the pigsty in Pingshan County was in extreme agony. Every hour, without fail, artillery bombardment would strike, and each time the direction of the bombardment was different, making it impossible to retaliate with artillery. By daybreak, the soldiers had figured out the pattern of the 8th Route Army's artillery bombardment. Whenever the bombardment ended, the Japanese soldiers would quickly get busy, and when they saw that the bombardment time was approaching, they would take cover again and wait for the shells to come. Unexpectedly, less than 10 minutes after being shelled, as the Japanese soldiers hurriedly lined up to receive their breakfast, the 8th Route Army's 12 120mm mortars suddenly unleashed a rapid fire of 10 rounds. This barrage caused over 1,000 casualties among the Japanese, who angrily cursed the 8th Route Army for being cunning, but were powerless to do anything about it. For a time, the Japanese troops in Pingshan could only endure the shelling. If no supplies were replenished by nightfall, the 78th Regiment would be in dire straits. Therefore, Inaguchi had no choice but to order the cooks to provide the soldiers with only rations of thin porridge starting at noon, hoping that this might allow them to hold out for another day. Chapter 30. The wind rises in northeast Shaanxi. Not long after Kinemura Hiseizo's battalion left Shijiazhuang, they struck a devastating landmine, an anti-tank mine, no doubt. Lin Yi had provided a large number of anti-personnel and anti-tank mines to prevent enemy demoning. The lead car instantly turned into a raging inferno, and all the Japanese soldiers on board were sent back to Amaterasu's embrace. They were incredibly lucky. While the numerous Suzuki transport trucks ahead passed safely, they still managed to find such a precious legacy. However, they hadn't gone far when another truck was hit. Kinemura Hiseizo quickly realized that these were not leftover landmines, but rather ones that the 8th Route Army had relayed after Suzuki had passed. Thus, Colonel Kinemura Hiseizo had no choice but to follow in Suzuki Shuichi's footsteps, laboriously clearing mines while slowly marching. If viewed from the air, Suzuki and Kinemura's troops were not far apart, resembling two slowly wriggling yellow snakes crawling along the road. In the afternoon, Kawajishi had no choice but to send transport planes to airdrop supplies to the Japanese troops in Hirayama. However, the anti-aircraft battalion that was lying in ambush suddenly opened fire, shooting down 2 planes on the spot, and the rest of the transport planes scattered and fled. Under repeated orders from Kawajishi, Japanese transport planes could only conduct airdrops at high altitudes under heavy fire from anti-aircraft machine guns, and only a small amount of supplies were airdropped into Pingshan County. Time flies like an arrow, and it was already the early morning of April 1st. Adachi Nyuzo ordered 5 Japanese armies to launch a swift and fierce attack on the Wutai area, attempting to encircle the 129th Division. However, to his surprise, before the offensive had even officially begun, a gap had already appeared in their carefully laid encirclement. At this time, the 25th Brigade of the Japanese 108th Division, located in Main County, was the main force of the attack. Major General Nakano Naoso, the brigade commander, sat ambitiously in his command post, gripping his sword tightly, his eyes fixed on the map with a sinister gaze, and issued an extremely cruel order. 107th Regiment, advance along the highway from Main County to Xanadu Town, and destroy all villages along the way. The 132nd Regiment will advance along the Shako Town Highway and launch a flanking attack on the eastern side of Wutai County. Naoto Nakano's voice was filled with cruelty and determination. Upon receiving the order, the 107th and 132nd Regiments pounced on their designated targets like ravenous wolves. Led by Regiment Commander Akiaki Yabe, the 132nd Regiment cautiously advanced along the road to Shimaguchi Town. The road was rugged and treacherous, and the surrounding forests were eerie and silent, as if countless pairs of angry eyes were lurking within. Upon entering the base area, a tense atmosphere permeated the Japanese troops. Suddenly, bullets and shells rained down from the mountain, whistling across the sky and shattering the Japanese army's tranquility. Enemy attack, someone in the Japanese ranks shouted in terror. Soldiers frantically searched for cover, but many had already fallen in pools of blood. Quickly, men in the marching ranks raised their rifles and opened fire in the direction for which the bullets had come. Soon, the mountain fell silent. At a bend in the road, the situation worsened. Just as the vanguard passed, a torrent of rocks suddenly tumbled down the mountain like a raging flood. The Japanese soldiers had no time to dodge and were struck by the rocks, screaming in agony. "Help! Run!" Piteous cries echoed as over 100 men were instantly buried under the rubble. Captain Hai Laoming was furious, his already contorted face contorted in rage. "Send a company to the nearby villages to arrest the Chinese civilians," he roared. The company cautiously advanced towards Liangjia village nearby. However, the moment they stepped into Liangjia village, they encountered landmines carefully laid by the guerrillas. Boom! Boom! The landmines exploded one after another, flames shooting into the sky, and the Japanese soldiers were blown off balance. A squad of soldiers suffered heavy casualties in an instant. The Japanese company commander had no choice but to send half a squad to the village entrance to guard the wounded soldiers and the dead. However, before they could even catch their breath, the Japanese troops entering the village were met with bullets and grenades rained down from all directions by the militia. The militiamen, hidden in houses, corners, and woods, their eyes filled with hatred and unwavering resolve, shouted, "Fight! To avenge our fellow villagers!" At a command, bullets rained down on the Japanese troops. Grenades exploded among the ranks, filling the air with smoke. The Japanese were thrown into disarray, completely disoriented. They attempted to retaliate, but the militia's attacks were so varied and unpredictable that they were utterly helpless. "Retreat! Retreat now!" The Japanese soldiers shouted in panic and began to retreat from the village in a disheveled state. But fate had not spared them. During their retreat, they unfortunately stepped on landmines. With screams of agony, many more Japanese soldiers fell. In the end, less than a small squad of Japanese soldiers managed to return to their position at the village entrance. The surviving Japanese soldiers stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with terror and despair. "Baka! Those damned Chinese!" They cursed angrily, but their voices were filled with fear and helplessness. Meanwhile, the regimental commander of the 132nd Regiment, Abi Akira, fell into deep thought amidst the heavy casualties. Can we really defeat these tenacious Chinese? From the northeast to Beiping, and then to Shaanxi, his regiment has never suffered such losses. This question arose in his mind for the first time. However, the brigade commander's orders bound him like a tight band, forcing him to continue commanding the troops forward. Just as they were about to reach Shako town, a member of the vanguard squad rushed over to report. We have spotted an 8th Route Army blocking position ahead. After launching a probing attack, the vanguard squad encountered heavy firepower. Preliminary estimates suggest that the enemy force is about a regiment, with more than 40 machine guns alone. Upon hearing this, Hai Laoming was overjoyed. Yash, we've finally encountered the main force of the 8th Route Army. He then ordered the artillery battalion to bombard the area. After the bombardment ended, the 1st Battalion launched an attack, intending to seize the 8th Route Army's position. At this moment, on the blocking position, Lin Yi, the battalion commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 772nd Regiment, was closely observing the Japanese army's marching column. Quickly take cover. The Japanese are about to open fire. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of booming explosions came from the position, and some soldiers who had not yet entered the anti-artillery bunker were blown away by the blast waves of the Japanese artillery shells. 10 minutes later, the artillery fire gradually subsided, and the 3rd Battalion quickly carried various weapons into the position. Hai Laoming saw that the 8th Route Army's position had been bombed into a mess and said excitedly, Yash, under such fierce bombardment, not many people can survive. Order the 1st Battalion to immediately occupy the enemy's position. The 1st Battalion charged toward the 3rd Battalion's position with a roar. Fire! Lin Yi suddenly ordered to open fire when the Japanese troops were about 100 meters away. Gunfire erupted on the position, and the charging Japanese troops suffered heavy casualties. Upon seeing the enemy fire, the Japanese soldiers behind immediately lay down and confronted the 3rd Battalion. The 3rd Battalion also suffered continuous casualties. After all, the Japanese soldiers at this time were all veterans with high marksmanship. In a short time, the casualties on both sides rose sharply. At this moment, the Japanese artillery opened fire again, and Lin Yi immediately ordered the 3rd Battalion to retreat to the next offensive line. Thus, the Japanese occupied the positions abandoned by the 3rd Battalion. In the ensuing battle, the Japanese relentlessly pursued the 3rd Battalion, while it continued to retreat. As dusk approached, Lin Yi said, the regimental commander gave us the mission to hold out until nightfall and then retreat, leading the Japanese troops into the mountains. We have now completed our blocking mission, and we will immediately lead the Japanese battalion into the mountains. Thus, the 132nd Regiment began its armed parade in the mountains. Meanwhile, the 107th Regiment was dragging its weary and heavy steps forward, each step filled with unknown fear. Watch your step! Warnings echoed throughout the ranks, but they could not stop the approaching doom. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as another landmine was triggered, the explosion instantly engulfing the surrounding soldiers. Painful screams echoed through the ranks, the stench of blood filling the air. The 107th Regiment trudged along this treacherous road, fraught with peril, its blood staining every inch of the land it traversed. After a long and arduous march, at the heavy cost of over 500 dead and wounded, they finally reached Xanadu town. At this moment, Xanadu town was deathly silent and deserted. Gao Shujia, the commander of the 107th Regiment, had a gloomy face and had no choice but to order his troops to camp and rest outside the town. Night fell silently, shrouding the entire town of Xanadu in darkness. Shin Chang, the company commander of the 2nd Company, 1st Battalion, 1st Regiment, led his men like ghosts in the night, stealthily approaching the camp of the 107th Regiment. Prepare, Shin Chang whispered, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. With swift and skillful movements, the mortar gunners adjusted their guns and focused intently on the Japanese camp. Fine beads of sweat glistened on their foreheads, but their eyes were filled with determination and courage. Fire! With Shun Chang's command, a barrage of shells roared out like an angry dragon, piercing the air with a sharp whistling sound, and exploded violently in the Japanese camp. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, smoke filled the air, shrapnel flew everywhere, and a huge cloud of dust rose up. Immediately afterward, the machine gunners pulled the triggers without hesitation. They gripped the machine guns tightly, leaning back slightly to counteract the powerful recoil generated by firing. A dense hail of bullets poured forth like a storm, creating a continuous rat-a-tat-tat sound. The machine gun fire flickered in the night, forming dazzling streaks of light that seemed to tear the darkness apart. The Japanese camp descended into chaos instantly. Soldiers panicked and fled in all directions like ants on a hot plate. Some were disoriented by the explosions, while others were riddled with bullets, their bodies mangled and bloodied. Screams of terror and groans of pain mingled together, turning the entire camp into a scene of utter hell. Withdraw. After completing the attack, Sun Chang decisively ordered a retreat. Gao Shujiao was furious, his face flushed red. 1st Battalion, pursue them. Annihilate these despicable 8th Route Army soldiers. His voice was hoarse with rage. At the same time, he frantically ordered the artillery to open fire. 1st Battalion Commander Ken Kimura immediately led his troops out, their teeth clenched, their eyes burning with vengeful fury, relentlessly pursuing the 2nd Company in their retreat direction. The 2nd Company, led by Sun Chang, swiftly withdrew, their figures appearing and disappearing in the night like ghosts, swift and mysterious. Kimura's 1st Battalion, however, like maddened beasts, relentlessly pursued them, chasing them for over 20 kilometers. Prepare for battle, Sun Chang shouted at the top of his lungs. After shaking off the Japanese army, the 2nd Company arrived at the blocking position already established by the 1st Battalion. Kimura Ken's 1st Battalion quickly caught up with the position and launched a near-frenzied attack under the cover of machine guns. Fire! Sun Chang roared, and the soldiers on the 1st Battalion's position and more than 30 light and heavy machine guns opened fire simultaneously. Flames spitted out, and bullets swept across the Japanese troops like a whirlwind. The Japanese 1st Battalion was instantly decimated, with countless soldiers falling like harvested wheat. It was only then that Kimura Ken realized they had not encountered a small group of 8th Route Army soldiers, but a well-equipped and well-trained main force. Quickly, report to the regimental commander, we have encountered the main force of the 8th Route Army. Kimura Ken ordered his men anxiously, his voice filled with fear and despair. Upon receiving the report, Gao Shujia's face changed drastically, turning ashen like a wilted eggplant. 2nd Battalion, come with me to reinforce. He also took the 108th Artillery Battalion with him, leaving only the 3rd Battalion to guard the supplies. After waiting for the reinforcements led by Gao Shujia, the 1st Battalion of the 1st Regiment quickly retreated northward. The 107th Regiment pursued them closely, and the 107th Regiment embarked on a 7-day tour of the mountains. Thus, both regiments of the 25th Brigade were led around in circles in the mountains by the 8th Route Army. Meanwhile, upon learning of the situation, Major General Naoto Nakano personally led the 108th Cavalry Battalion to reinforce Xanadu town. Nakano Naoto's Cavalry Battalion was marching through a valley near a village called Shichikapo. Everyone, be careful! Nakano Naoto instinctively sensed something was wrong. However, it was already too late. Fire! With this command, the 1st Battalion, led by Battalion Commander Ding Lin, launched a fierce attack from both sides of the valley. Bullets rained down on the Japanese troops like locusts, while shells and grenades exploded continuously among them. Japanese cavalrymen fell from their horses one after another, their pitiful screams echoing throughout the valley. As the saying goes, to shoot a man, shoot his horse first. This time, Ding Lin's battalion specifically aimed at the Japanese warhorses. After the advent of machine guns, the role of cavalry became increasingly diminished, and it was difficult for cavalry charging in groups to break through the blockade of numerous machine guns. Nakano Naoto attempted a desperate counterattack, but the 8th Route Army's overwhelming firepower left them utterly helpless. Quickly retreat. In despair, Nakano Naoto desperately gave the order to retreat. The Japanese troops were thrown into chaos, turning and fleeing in disarray like headless flies. But the 8th Route Army pressed their advantage, showing no mercy. Dense bullets rained down on the fleeing Japanese soldiers like deadly darts. Although the Japanese cavalry suffered extremely heavy losses, many still managed to break through the encirclement and escape. The corpses of Japanese cavalrymen littered the roads, and their blood stained vast swaths of land. After a fierce and desperate battle, Nakano Naoto led his remaining troops in a rout, retreating in disarray back to Meng County. On the battlefield, billowing smoke lingered for a long time, and the ground was littered with the mutilated corpses of Japanese cavalrymen, a horrifying sight. Various abandoned weapons and equipment were also scattered haphazardly across the ground. The company commander said to Ding Lin with a pained expression, "So many good horses, it's such a pity." Chapter 31. The wind rises in northeast Shanxi. Let's turn our attention back to Pingshan. The 78th Regiment, led by Zhuko, and the 33rd Regiment of the Puppet Army were trapped in a cage. Their food supplies were exhausted, and the daily airdropped rations were only enough to make a thin porridge. The soldiers were all starving, seeing stars, and their morale was at rock bottom. They could only repeatedly send telegrams requesting immediate operational guidance. Starting from Shijiazhuang, Suzuki Hidaichi, responsible for transporting supplies, and Kinemura Hiseizo, who came to provide reinforcements, finally met up after a difficult journey. However, the road before them was full of potholes and craters, making it impossible for their car to move normally due to the constant jolting. Kawajishi Bunzaburo relentlessly pressured them from the rear, ordering them in a stern tone to deliver the supplies to Hirayama Prefecture as soon as possible. "Baka, what kind of hell is this road?" Suzuki Hidaichi, looking at the rugged road before him that resembled a demon, flew into a rage and cursed loudly. Kishinura Hiseizo's face was also full of helplessness and anger. His brows were furrowed, and he said through gritted teeth, "There's no other way. We can only abandon the car, drive the mules and horses, and carry the grain on our backs on foot." So they led their soldiers, driving mules and carrying heavy bundles of grain, each step extremely difficult, as if they were walking on endless mud, as they embarked on this perilous road with great difficulty. "Watch out!" The soldier in front suddenly shouted in extreme fear, his voice filled with terror. Boom! A deafening roar rang out as a powerful landmine was triggered, instantly sending flames soaring into the sky and dust flying everywhere. Several soldiers were instantly blown away by the massive explosion, their bodies twisting and deforming in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, their blood splattering and mixing with the rising dust, creating a bloody and chaotic scene. In order to clear a path, Suzuki had to make the difficult decision to unload the supplies from the mules and let them lead the way. However, the path the mules traversed was too narrow to accommodate the large troop. "Damn it!" Suzuki Hidaichi was furious, his face flushed red and veins bulging on his forehead. "Why are there so many landmines along the way? It's like walking on eggshells." Kinemura Kyuzo also cursed, his face as dark as the sky before a storm. "We're incredibly unlucky. It feels like even the heavens are against us." They could only proceed cautiously, as if walking on thin ice, but soldiers kept accidentally stepping on landmines, and the sounds of explosions, boom, boom, rose and fell, each explosion accompanied by the screams and cries of the soldiers. Inside Pingshan County, Zhuko paced anxiously back and forth in the command post, his footsteps unusually heavy. "Haven't any supplies arrived yet? With just this pitiful amount of airdrops each day, we're going to starve to death here." His eyes widened, and he roared hysterically at his officers, spitting as he spoke. Zhang Xinghai, the commander of the 33rd Regiment of the Puppet Army, stood to the side, head bowed, silent and trembling, not daring to utter a sound. "Zhang Xinghai, you take your 33rd Regiment and clear the way towards Shijiazhuang to find the transport team." Pigmouth roared, his eyes wide with rage, as if he wanted to devour Zhang Xinghai alive. Zhang Xinghai was extremely unwilling, but he dared not disobey Zhuko's orders, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and lead the 33rd Regiment of the Puppet Army out of the city. "Brothers, be careful." Zhang Xinghai's voice trembled as he walked cautiously ahead. Boom! Another deafening landmine explosion rang out. Several puppet soldiers didn't even have time to react before they fell into pools of blood, their bodies blown to pieces. Terrified screams erupted from the ranks. The soldiers were pale with fright, their legs trembling. Zhang Xinghai suggested to Zhuko that they use artillery to bombard the road surface to detonate the landmines. Zhuko frowned, pondered for a moment, and then nodded helplessly in agreement. However, even after using up all the shells with the continuous booming of cannons, billowing smoke, and flying dirt and rocks, they had only advanced less than 500 meters. So they had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue advancing, as landmines were constantly being triggered, with explosions echoing everywhere. The puppet troops were thrown into chaos, terrified, and began to retreat in droves. Having finally retreated a short distance, they discovered a Japanese supervisory team watching them intently from behind. At-at-at-tat. A dense hail of bullets swept across the puppet troops. Accompanied by screams, a large number of puppet soldiers fell, blood splattering everywhere. Zhang Xinghai watched this horrific scene, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. "Sir, this can't be. We are also serving the Imperial Army." His face was filled with grief and indignation as he pleaded with the Japanese officer in charge of supervising the battle. "Baka, keep moving forward, or you'll all die," the Japanese officer roared mercilessly, his eyes flashing with malice. Left with no other choice, Zhang Xinghai could only reluctantly lead the remaining puppet troops to continue clearing landmines. However, the puppet soldiers were now terrified. Their legs trembled, and they were unwilling to take another step forward. "Commander, we can't keep sending our soldiers to their deaths like this," a puppet soldier cried out in despair. "If you don't advance, you'll all die." The Japanese machine guns roared down again. Tot-tot-tot-tot. Another group of puppet troops fell, their painful groans echoing throughout. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A burst of artillery fire whistled through the air, and the puppet troops were astonished to see that the supervisory team was being bombarded by mortar shells fired from afar by the 8th Route Army. Boom, boom, boom. The shells exploded among the supervisory team, flames soaring into the sky, shrapnel flying everywhere, and a large number of Japanese soldiers fell. The militiamen emerged from their hiding places, rifles in hand, and opened fire on the chaotic Japanese troops. Bang! Bang! Each shot was accompanied by the fall of a Japanese soldier or a puppet soldier. Run! Seeing this, the puppet soldiers scattered like frightened birds. Zhang Xinghai, disregarding everything else, quickly pleaded with Zhu Ko, "Sir, there's really no other way. We've suffered too many losses. We can't advance any further." Looking at the disheveled puppet troops and their heavy losses, Zhu Ko could only helplessly say, "Come back here." So, everyone dejectedly retreated back to Pingshan County. Back in a county town, the soldiers collapsed to the ground, hunger and exhaustion rendering them almost incapable of fighting. Pig Mouth stared out the window, his heart filled with despair. Are we going to be trapped here and die? Meanwhile, Suzuki Shuichi and Kimura Kyuzo were still struggling forward. "Everyone, give it your all. We must deliver the supplies," Suzuki Shuichi shouted, encouraging the soldiers. But every step forward came at a great cost. A young Japanese soldier, carrying a heavy load of rations, walked carefully when he accidentally stepped on a landmine. His heart-wrenching scream sent chills down everyone's spine. Nearby soldiers tried to help him, but in the ensuing chaos, they triggered the explosion of another landmine. "Baka! Those damned 8th Route Army guerrillas. How many landmines have they planted?" Kinemura Kyuzo roared angrily, his eyes bloodshot. They continued their desperate struggle, clinging to the edge of death. Inside Pingshan County, Zuko received a telegram from Chuanin, ordering him to hold out for reinforcements and not to give up. "Hold on? With what can we hold on?" Zuko crumpled the telegram into a ball and angrily threw it on the ground. Zhang Xinghai cautiously said from the side, "Sir, perhaps we should try to break through?" "Break through? Do you think it's that easy? There are 8th Route Army soldiers everywhere, and landmines everywhere." Pig Mouth glared at him fiercely, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness. Finally, 3 days later, in the afternoon, Kinemura Kyuzo and Suzuki Hidaichi, with their exhausted and defeated reinforcements, arrived in Hirayama Prefecture, which had been without food for a week after overcoming numerous hardships. In the Pingshan County military camp at night, 3 Japanese colonels sat around a small table, drinking and sighing as they recounted their tragic experiences encountering the 8th Route Army. Indeed, these 3 colonels were Chief of Staff Colonel Kinemura Hiseizo, Supply Regiment Commander Colonel Suzuki Hidaichi, and 78th Regiment Commander Colonel Inaguchi Yuji. Meanwhile, the other Japanese soldiers were also eating their meals, slurping them down like they were in a noisy pig farm. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, and the entire town of Hirayama seemed to be sitting on a volcano, the ground shaking violently and almost flying into the sky. Kazumura Hiseizo shouted in terror. Earthquake. However, his voice was drowned out by the enormous roar, and no one heard him. The soldiers guarding the city wall were stunned by the sudden explosion, staring blankly at the apocalyptic scene before them. Only after the explosion subsided did they snap out of their daze and quickly rush into the camp to search. The barracks were in complete disarray, with flames shooting into the sky. The Japanese soldiers inside the camps suffered heavy casualties, with severed limbs and blood staining large areas of the land. After a thorough search, only more than 300 people were rescued unharmed, while more than 500 were wounded and groaning in pain. Fortunately, the barracks where the 3 colonels were located were relatively sturdy and did not collapse. The 3 men only suffered minor injuries. After exchanging glances and discussing the situation, they decided to lead the remaining troops back to Shijiazhuang immediately. The retreat was fraught with peril. Gunfire echoed intermittently from the forests on either side of the road. The militiamen had been lying in ambush, their eyes fixed on the Japanese soldiers. Bang! A militiaman pulled the trigger, a bullet whistling through the air, and a Japanese soldier fell to the ground. "Take cover!" someone in the Japanese ranks shouted in panic. However, the militia's attack was swift and fierce, catching the Japanese off guard. Hot. Another burst of gunfire rang out, and several Japanese soldiers fell in pools of blood. The Japanese tried to return fire, but the militia, familiar with the terrain, skillfully shifted positions, causing the Japanese bullets to miss their mark. After retreating to Shijiazhuang and taking a head count, it was discovered that only a little over 1,300 people remained, including more than 700 wounded and over 100 puppet troops. The massive explosion in Pingshan County was the result of the independent regiment carefully burying captured Japanese artillery shells and explosives underground in the Japanese barracks and various buildings after capturing Pingshan and connecting them with electrical wires. Upon seeing the Japanese reinforcements enter the county town, Regiment Commander Chung decisively ordered the detonation, resulting in the astonishing Pingshan explosion. Regiment Commander Chung originally intended to lead the independent regiment to annihilate the remaining Japanese troops, but Brigade Commander Chen refused. After all, the 78th Regiment and the main force of the reinforcements had already been wiped out. If the Japanese army were to wipe out nearly a brigade and 3 colonels in one fell swoop, they would probably have to halt the ongoing Battle of Shuzhou and focus solely on dealing with the 8th Route Army. In the early hours of April 8th, inside the division headquarters, numerous staff officers were busy working. Telephones rang incessantly, and the beeping of radios was interspersed throughout, creating a tense and busy atmosphere throughout the division headquarters. A staff officer rushed up to the division commander and shouted, reporting to the division commander, Chun Zhong called to say that yesterday afternoon around 7 o'clock, the independent regiment detonated the explosives buried in Pingshan County. The Japanese troops in Pingshan County suffered heavy casualties in the explosion. Currently, the remaining Japanese troops, about 1,500, have escaped from the county and are fleeing towards Shijiazhuang. Chang Xiazi did not send the main force to pursue them, but only sent militia to harass them along the way. After hearing this, the division commander was stunned for a while before he reacted and shouted, "Well done. How did this blind man, Chung, fight? This is a full-strength Japanese regiment of more than 4,000 men, plus a puppet army of more than 1,000 men." Later, Shijiazhuang dispatched a supply regiment of over 2,300 men and a fully equipped battalion of over 1,100 men. This means the total number of Japanese and puppet troops was over 8,500, of whom only 1,500 escaped. How exactly was this battle fought? Therefore, the staff officer reported to the division commander in detail the entire process of how the independent regiment had planted explosives in Pingshan County, surrounded the town with landmines, harassed, and weakened the 78th Regiment with artillery, including harassing reinforcements and transport units with landmines in small groups, and then detonating the explosives. After listening, the division commander said with satisfaction, "This blind man, Chung, has really become a master. I never expected this battle could be fought like this." The division commander then asked, "How are the other Japanese units doing now?" Chief of Staff Enai Liang responded, "The 132nd Regiment of the 25th Brigade, which was invading from Main County, was led into the Chuandai Mountain area by a part of the 2nd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade. A battalion of the 107th Regiment was stationed in Xanadu Town, and the main force was led by the 1st Battalion of the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Brigade in the Chidong Mountain area. The other 3 routes were also led by our small troops to operate in the mountains. The division commander said, "If we keep them on our leash for a few more days, it will be time for us to make our move." At this time, Pingshan County was a scene of devastation, a complete ruin. The smoke of gunpowder had not yet dissipated, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and death. The bodies of Japanese soldiers, blown beyond recognition, lay scattered about, and the groans of the wounded echoed faintly through the ruins, as if telling the story of the cruelty of the war and the tragic end of the Japanese army. The independent regiment searched the ruins after the explosion with great difficulty, constantly finding a large number of Japanese and puppet troops' weapons and mutilated corpses. After the cleanup was completed, the Chief of Staff reported to Regiment Commander Chen, "Commander, we have cleared out a large amount of Japanese weapons and equipment, but some of them were destroyed. We also cleared out more than 3,800 Japanese and puppet troops' corpses. In addition, there are more than 70 wounded soldiers, 14 of whom are puppet troops, and the rest are all wounded Japanese soldiers." Regiment Commander Chung curled his lip and said disdainfully, "What Japanese wounded soldiers? Are there any?" The Chief of Staff immediately understood and quickly said, "Oh yes, only puppet troops are wounded. In fact, during the War of Resistance against Japan, most 8th Route Army soldiers did not actively seek to capture Japanese prisoners of war. After all, the Japanese army had committed numerous atrocities and crimes on Chinese soil. Moreover, the Japanese army used extremely brutal methods to capture Chinese soldiers. Therefore, none of these commanders wanted to be the good guy. Furthermore, the Chinese army itself was extremely short of medical supplies, with no surplus to spare for wounded Japanese soldiers. If so many wounded Japanese soldiers were taken back, the field hospital director would probably be furious with Commander Chung. This is why, despite the 8-year war of resistance against Japan, the number of Japanese prisoners of war in the Chinese army's POW camps was pitifully small. Chapter 32: The Wind Rises in Northeast Shaanxi. Inside the Japanese military camp in Xanadu town, Shun Jinjia, the commander of the 3rd Battalion, was enjoying his lunch in the shade outside his tent. The warm sunlight shone on the ground, and a gentle breeze brought a rare moment of tranquility. The tranquility was shattered instantly. Suddenly, a shell was fired from within the town, whistling across the sky, followed by a burst of gunfire. Several Japanese soldiers, unable to dodge in time, were struck by bullets and shrapnel, falling to the ground screaming in agony. Startled by the sudden attack, Shin Kenji jumped up from his chair, spilling his food everywhere. "Baka!" he roared angrily, his eyes wide and his facial muscles twitching with rage. "Artillery Company, open fire on the town. Kuroda Company, go in and mop up the town. Kill them all." In less than 2 minutes, Japanese infantry guns and grenade launchers roared into action, raining shells down on the town. Boom! 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 Flames erupted from the town. Thick smoke billowed. Houses collapsed in the explosions, and rubble flew everywhere. The gunfire within the town vanished instantly, as if the fierce battle had never occurred. Kuroda brandished his sword and led his squadron into the town like wolves. The town was filled with smoke and dust, a scene of utter devastation. The streets were deserted, not a soul in sight, only the ruins of houses destroyed by artillery fire and the flickering flames. Kuroda walked cautiously, his heart filled with vigilance. Suddenly, gunshots rang out from all directions, bullets flying like locusts from rooftops, windows, and cracks in the walls. Before Captain Kuroda could react, a bullet struck him precisely in the forehead. He swayed, then collapsed to the ground. The Japanese soldiers were thrown into chaos, frantically searching for cover, but the narrow streets offered them nowhere to hide, and soldiers fell one after another, riddled with bullets. In the ensuing confusion, the Kuroda Company suffered heavy casualties and was forced to retreat from the town in disarray. Shin Kenjiro, seeing the Kuroda Company's humiliating defeat, turned ashen with rage. He roared through gritted teeth, "A bunch of useless trash." Then, Shun Jinjia personally led a company back into the town. This time, they were much more cautious, knowing the enemy could be hiding in any corner. While cautiously observing their surroundings, Shun Jinjia warned his soldiers to be wary of the gaps in the roof and walls. A Japanese soldier pushed open a courtyard gate, and with a deafening roar, a landmine exploded instantly. The soldier didn't even have time to scream before his body was torn to pieces, his blood mingling with the dirt. Another Japanese soldier spotted a militiaman crawling into a water vat and followed without thinking. Bang! Another loud explosion followed. He stepped on a landmine and was blown into the air. Another Japanese soldier discovered the tunnel entrance behind the donkey trough and immediately reported it to Shun Jinjia. A ruthless glint flashed in Shun Jinjia's eyes, and he ordered the tunnel entrance to be dug open. 2 Japanese soldiers volunteered to go down, and as soon as they landed, a gunshot rang out from the darkness with a bang, and both Japanese soldiers were instantly shot dead, skewered like candied hawthorns. Immediately afterward, another Japanese soldier went down into the pit. A scream was heard as he fell into the pit and was covered in blood from being stabbed by sharp wooden sticks. Enraged, Shin Kin-ki ordered his men to find firewood and set it on fire, hoping to smoke out the militiamen hiding in the tunnels. Thick smoke billowed into the tunnels, but to no avail. Smoke was already billowing out from an inconspicuous chimney at the back of the village. Meanwhile, gunfire continued to erupt from the village, each shot accompanied by the fall of a Japanese soldier. The militiamen skillfully maneuvered through the tunnels, utilizing their familiarity with the terrain and carefully laid traps to inflict heavy casualties on the Japanese army. The tunnels were narrow and dark, allowing the militiamen to move nimbly while the Japanese appeared clumsy and disorganized. A militiaman quietly climbed to the corner of a house, aimed at a Japanese officer, and gently pulled the trigger. Bang! The officer was shot in the head and fell to the ground dead. The other Japanese soldiers panicked and blindly fired in all directions. Another militiaman moved quickly through the tunnel, suddenly emerging from a hidden exit and throwing a grenade. Boom! The grenade exploded amidst the Japanese troops, sending several flying. Shin Kinyoshi's Japanese forces encountered setbacks throughout the town, suffering constant attacks, yet they could not locate the enemy's main force. Every step forward came at a heavy price. Bakiru! Shin Kin-ki roared angrily, but he couldn't change the situation. Time ticked by, and the Japanese casualties mounted. Shin Kin-ki's face grew increasingly grim. He began to realize that this battle was far more difficult than he had imagined. A Japanese soldier rushed in and reported in a panic. "Captain, our casualties have exceeded half. If this continues..." Shin Jian-ki glared at him fiercely. "Shut up. Continue searching." However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not find an effective way to deal with the situation. The militia's attacks grew increasingly fierce, plunging the Japanese troops into extreme panic. In the chaos, a Japanese soldier accidentally wandered into a courtyard. Just as he entered, the wooden planks beneath his feet suddenly flipped, and he fell into a deep trap. The trap was filled with sharp bamboo skewers, which pierced his body, causing him to scream in despair. Several more Japanese soldiers were ambushed in a house. The militiamen threw a smoking grenade from the stove. Boom! The house collapsed instantly, burying the Japanese soldiers underneath. Shun Jinjia watched the soldiers fall one after another, his heart finally filled with fear and helplessness. He knew that if this continued, the entire company would be wiped out. Retreat! Shin Kin-ki shouted the order with all his might. The Japanese soldiers, as if granted a pardon, fled towards the edge of the town. They were disheveled and abandoned their armor, their arrogance completely gone. As they withdrew from the village, Shun Jinjia looked back at the seemingly peaceful town, his heart filled with frustration and fear. His initial confidence had vanished, leaving him utterly defeated. Back at the barracks, Shun Jinjia slumped into a chair, unable to recover for a long time. He couldn't understand how such a small town like Xanadu could harbor such a powerful resistance force. Reporting, Battalion Commander, our casualty statistics are in. More than half of our soldiers have been killed or wounded, an officer said tremblingly. Shun Jinjia slammed his fist on the table. Damn Chinese. A day later, Shin Jianyoshi regrouped his troops, preparing to launch an attack on Xanadu town. However, Xanadu town was now much better prepared, awaiting the Japanese army's return. The militia had added more traps and defensive structures to the tunnels, preparing to inflict even heavier losses on the Japanese. When Shin Jian-ki's troops re-entered Xanadu town, they were met with even fiercer resistance. A Japanese soldier had just entered a house when he was struck down by sandbags falling from the ceiling. Before he could even get up, he was shot dead by militiamen hidden in the shadows. Another Japanese soldier, running down the street, was suddenly tripped by a rope, and a volley of bullets fired from a nearby window riddled him with holes. Shin Jianjiai attempted to command his troops in a counterattack, but the militia's attacks rendered the Japanese army unable to mount any effective resistance. The battle raged all day, and the Japanese suffered heavy losses once again. Shin Jianjiai gazed at the ruins and the countless Japanese corpses before him, his heart filled with despair. "Retreat," he said weakly. So when Shun Jinjia telegraphed the regimental commander to report the situation, the commander, Gao Shujia, couldn't care less about him. The 107th Regiment had been in the mountains for a whole week without finding the main force of the 8th Route Army. They were constantly on guard against attacks, with grenades appearing out of nowhere, landmines being stepped on, or machine gun fire. Outside Xanadu town, Commander Chung led the independent regiment, like a group of silent hunters, to complete the encirclement of the remnants of the Japanese 3rd Battalion and the supply battalion left behind. Inside the Japanese camp, Shan Jinjia's face was grave, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Knowing the urgency of the situation, he quickly sent a telegram to his regimental commander, Gao Shujia. "Commander, our unit is surrounded by the main force of the 8th Route Army. The situation is extremely critical. We request urgent support." In the independent regiment's command post, Regiment Commander Cheng's eyes were sharp as he stared intently at the Japanese camp, his resolute face revealing a determined expression. With a wave of his hand, he decisively issued the order. "Mountain guns and mortars, prepare. Bombard the Japanese camp." As soon as Commander Chung gave the order, the artillery positions sprang into action. The artillerymen quickly adjusted their guns, loaded shells, and aimed at the Japanese camp. "Fire!" the commander ordered. Boom! 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 Shells roared out, carrying flames of anger and revenge, flying towards the Japanese camp. The shells streaked across the sky like meteors, exploding in the Japanese camp. Flames shot into the sky, smoke filled the air, and dirt and stones were hurled into the air, turning the Japanese tents into a sea of fire in an instant. Under the shelling, the Japanese camp was thrown into chaos. Soldiers screamed in terror, running in all directions for cover. Some Japanese soldiers were hit directly by shells, their limbs flying and blood splattering everywhere. The once orderly camp was now a scene of devastation, with smoke and dust mingling together to create a chaotic landscape. The shelling continued for some time. Commander Chung observed the situation in the Japanese camp and, seeing that the time was right, issued another order. "Cease shelling. Light and heavy machine guns, anti-aircraft machine guns, open fire." In an instant, all kinds of machine guns roared in unison. Tot-tot-tot-tot. Dense bullets rained down on the Japanese positions like a storm. Tongues of fire shot from the muzzles, weaving a web of death in the air. Under heavy firepower, the soldiers of the 3rd and 4th Battalions of the Independent Regiment charged towards the Japanese positions like a surging wave. "Charge! Kill the devils!" The soldiers' shouts echoed through the sky. Li Qing led the charge, brandishing his pistol and roaring, "Brothers, follow me!" He charged at the forefront, his eyes filled with fearlessness and determination. Ran Xiang, armed with a submachine gun, fired as he charged, clearing a path for his men. The soldiers charged towards the Japanese positions like tigers descending a mountain, disregarding everything. However, the Japanese did not give up. Relying on their pre-constructed fortifications and bunkers, they stubbornly resisted the independent regiment's attack. "Fire! Do not retreat!" the Japanese commander shouted hoarsely. Japanese machine guns spitted fire relentlessly, bullets raining down on the charging independent regiment soldiers like locusts. A soldier was shot in the chest, blood staining his uniform, but he gritted his teeth and charged forward a few more steps before collapsing to the ground. Another soldier, wounded in the leg, knelt and continued firing at the Japanese until his last breath. "Cover fire!" Seeing soldiers fall, Li Qing shouted for covering fire. The machine gunners fired desperately, suppressing the Japanese fire. On the battlefield, smoke filled the air, and shouts of battle, gunfire, and screams mingled together. With each step forward, soldiers fell, but those behind them continued their charge without hesitation. A young soldier, during his charge, was thrown to the ground by the shock wave of an artillery shell. His face was covered in dust and blood, but he quickly got up and continued charging. "Grenades!" a soldier shouted. Grenades flew towards the Japanese positions, exploding among the Japanese soldiers and creating a bloody storm. The Japanese defenses began to falter, but they continued to fight desperately. The soldiers of the 3rd and 4th Battalions gradually approached the Japanese positions. Kill! The soldiers charged into the Japanese lines and engaged in close-quarters combat. Swords clashed, and shouts of battle were deafening. A soldier grappled with a Japanese soldier, and with all his might, he plunged his bayonet into the soldier's chest. Another soldier was stabbed by a Japanese soldier, but he swung his sword back and cut down the enemy in front of him. Blood splattered everywhere, limbs flew, and the battlefield was utterly brutal. In a command post, Shun Jianjiao was frantic as he watched his troops retreat. He personally grabbed a gun and rushed out, yelling, "Hold them off!" He fired wildly at the independent regiment soldiers. One of them spotted him, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A Japanese soldier beside Shun Jianjiao fell, taking the fatal bullet for him. Baka! Shun Jianjiao fired even more frantically. No matter how the Japanese resisted, the independent regiment's offensive was unstoppable, like a tidal wave. After more than an hour of fierce fighting, the independent regiment finally broke through the Japanese lines of defense and annihilated the main force of a large Japanese battalion. On the battlefield, corpses littered the ground, and blood flowed like rivers. The soldiers of the independent regiment stood wearily amidst the smoke of battle, but their eyes were filled with the joy of victory and unwavering conviction. However, taking advantage of the chaos, Shun Jianjia led less than a company of remaining troops in a hasty retreat. When the commander-in-chief in charge of the sweep received news that the 78th Regiment in Pingshan County had been defeated, his face instantly turned extremely gloomy, like a sky covered with dark clouds. The situation of the 107th and 132nd Regiments of the 25th Brigade, which were leading the attack, was equally worrying, which made his heart sink even further. In the 8th Route Army's base areas, the scorched earth policy was implemented extremely thoroughly. Wherever the Japanese army went, they could not find any food. Hunger, like an invisible claw, tightly gripped the Japanese army's throat, greatly reducing their fighting capacity. Worse still, the main force of the 8th Route Army vanished without a trace, like ghosts. The Japanese army searched everywhere, but could not find any trace of them. During this long and fruitless search, the Japanese army was also frequently attacked by small units of the 8th Route Army, militia, and local forces. These attacks were often unexpected, catching the Japanese army off guard. Sometimes, while the Japanese troops were marching exhausted, a burst of bullets would suddenly erupt from the mountains, catching them completely off guard. Other times, when they were camping at night, the sounds of exploding grenades and shouts of battle would disturb their peace all night long. Chapter 33: The Wind Rises in Northeast Shanxi. Adachi 23 paced back and forth in the command post, his brow furrowed, his eyes revealing anxiety and anger. The map before him was like a giant caricature. The meticulously planned attack route had now become a path of no return filled with shame and frustration. What on earth happened? Adachi 23 roared, his voice filled with despair and resentment. We have excellent equipment and ample troops, so why are we in such a sorry state? The staff officers around him all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere filled the command post. Everyone could feel the impending storm. After a painful struggle and careful consideration, Adachi Nyuzo realized that continuing the stalemate would only worsen the situation. Casualties were mounting, morale was at rock bottom, and the consequences would be dire if decisive action wasn't taken soon. Order all units to retreat and withdraw from the 8th Route Army's base area. Anda 23 finally made this difficult decision, his voice filled with helplessness and frustration. The order was quickly relayed, and when the troops received the order to retreat, the soldiers' faces showed both relief and the shame of defeat. The soldiers of the 107th Regiment, dragging their heavy and weary bodies, began their retreat with difficult steps. The arrogance and confidence they had displayed during their initial advance were long gone from their eyes, replaced by deep fear and confusion. The situation was equally dire for the 132nd Regiment. The soldiers looked haggard, their uniforms stained with dust and blood. Having suffered too many setbacks and blows in this hostile land, they now only wanted to escape this terrible place as soon as possible. During their retreat, The Japanese troops remained on edge, their nerves taut. They feared the 8th Route Army might suddenly emerge from a valley or forest to deliver a fatal blow. The 8th Route Army, however, did not miss this opportunity, continuing to bombard the Japanese troops' fragile psychological defenses with sporadic gunfire and small-scale harassment. A Japanese unit was retreating in disarray in the mountains northeast of Wutai Mountain. They were the 136th Regiment of the Japanese Army. Their regimental flags flew at a low bow, and the soldiers looked exhausted, their steps heavy. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Regiments of the 1st Brigade had already set their sights on this remnant force. Chun Lianfa, the regimental commander of the 1st Regiment of the 1st Brigade, stood on the hilltop, observing the movements of the Japanese army through binoculars. "Notify all battalions to prepare for action," Chun Lianfa ordered, putting down his binoculars. The soldiers quickly dispersed and began their harassment operation according to the prearranged plan. On the Japanese army's advance route, a small detachment from the 1st Regiment of the 1st Brigade quietly laid landmines. Their movements were practiced and swift, carefully concealing the mines in the grass and ditch. "Quietly, don't make a sound," the squad leader whispered to his soldiers. After the mines were laid, the soldiers quickly withdrew, disappearing into the forest. Soon, the vanguard of the Japanese army appeared. They advanced cautiously, warily observing their surroundings. "There shouldn't be any danger," a Japanese soldier said. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening explosion rang out. A landmine had been triggered. Several Japanese soldiers at the front were instantly blown away, their limbs and equipment scattered across the ground. Landmines. Chaos erupted among the Japanese troops. Before they could react, the mortar positions of the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade opened fire. "Fire," the commander ordered, and shells whistled towards the Japanese. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out continuously among the Japanese troops. Flames soared into the sky, and smoke filled the air. Japanese soldiers scattered in all directions, seeking cover. "Counterattack! Counterattack!" Regimental Commander Matsui Setsu shouted. However, they couldn't find the mortar positions at all. Just then, machine gunners from the 1st Regiment of the 1st Brigade appeared on the flank, set up their machine guns, and unleashed a burst of fire on the Japanese troops. Tot. Dense bullets rained down on the Japanese soldiers. The Japanese soldiers fell one after another. Matsui Setsu angrily brandished his sword. "Charge! Annihilate them!" But as soon as the Japanese troops charged, more landmines were triggered, causing further casualties. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Regiments of the 1st Brigade moved through the mountains and forests like ghosts, constantly causing trouble for the Japanese troops. A soldier quietly climbed a large tree and aimed at a Japanese officer. Bang! A shot rang out, and the Japanese officer fell to the ground. Over there, Japanese soldiers fired in the direction of the gunfire, but the soldiers had already moved on. Taking advantage of the chaos, a company from the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade charged into the Japanese ranks, threw grenades, and quickly withdrew. Boom! The grenades exploded, causing further Japanese casualties. Matsui Setsu was furious. These despicable 8th Route Army soldiers. The Japanese troops were scattered and their advance became extremely slow. As night fell, the Japanese troops were forced to stop and camp. However, they dared not let their guard down, fearing another attack from the 8th Route Army. But the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Regiments of the 1st Brigade were not about to let this opportunity slip by. In the middle of the night, the soldiers quietly approached the Japanese camp. "Throw!" At the command, grenades rained down on the Japanese camp. The sleeping Japanese soldiers were startled awake and panicked. The machine gunners opened fire again, inflicting further casualties on the Japanese. Matsui Setsu rushed out his tent, roaring, "Defend! Defend!" But in the darkness, they were unable to effectively organize a resistance. As dawn broke, the Japanese troops continued their retreat, exhausted and demoralized. Sporadic attacks continued along the way, keeping them constantly on edge. "This can't go on," a Japanese officer remarked. Matsui Setsu's face darkened. "Speed up. We must shake them off." But no matter how fast they sped up, the 8th Route Army's harassment remained relentless. Finally, the 136th Regiment retreated in disarray to Fanshur. Looking at this remnant force, Matsui Setsu cursed. "The 8th Route Army aren't soldiers. They dare not fight us fair and square. In the command post of the 2nd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade, Regimental Commander Yi Qinghuan stared at the map, his expression serious and focused. Attention, battalion commanders. The enemy's 132nd Regiment is retreating in our direction. This is a perfect opportunity to strike them hard. Yi Qinghuan's voice was firm and powerful. Yes, sir, the battalion commanders responded in unison. The soldiers were already in ambush at the designated location, holding their breath. When the vanguard of the 132nd Regiment entered the ambush zone, Yi Qinghuan decisively ordered, "Fire!" In an instant, the sound of machine guns suddenly rang out, as dense as popping beans. Ot-tot-tot-tot. Bullets rained down on the Japanese soldiers like a storm, and the Japanese soldiers in front fell one after another like harvested wheat. A scream erupted from the Japanese ranks, caught completely off guard by the sudden attack. "Throw grenades!" the battalion commander shouted. The soldiers pulled the pins and hurled grenades at the enemy. Boom! 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 Explosions echoed through the valley. Smoke filled the air, and Japanese soldiers were blown to pieces. The commander of the 132nd Regiment shouted in terror, trying to organize a counterattack, but the chaotic formation made it difficult for his orders to be conveyed quickly. Meanwhile, the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Brigade launched a fierce attack on the flank. Regimental Commander Liu Kaixian personally picked up a machine gun and opened fire on the Japanese troops. "Brothers, fight hard. Let the devils never return." Liu Kaixian's voice rang out loudly amidst the gunfire. At the mortar positions, the gunners quickly loaded shells and adjusted their angles. Fire! With the commander's order, mortar shells roared towards the Japanese troops, exploding in the enemy ranks. Under this pincer attack, the Japanese suffered heavy casualties, and their ranks descended into extreme chaos. On another route, the soldiers of the Independent Regiment of the 386th Brigade charged towards the Japanese 107th Regiment like tigers descending a mountain. The regimental commander, Cheng Xiazi, brandished his pistol and shouted, "Comrades, charge!" The soldiers were all brave and fearless, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Ot-tot-tot-tot. The machine gunners relentlessly suppressed the Japanese fire, providing cover for the charging soldiers. Boom! A soldier carrying a satchel charged towards a Japanese armored vehicle. With a deafening roar, the armored vehicle instantly turned into a fireball. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Regiments of the 2nd Brigade were equally fearless, traversing the mountains and forests and launching attacks from unexpected locations. "Take cover and wait for my order before firing." Company Commander Zhang Yu whispered to his soldiers. As the Japanese approached, Zhang Yu gave the order, "Fire!" A hail of bullets poured out, leaving the Japanese soldiers disoriented. The militia and local troops also played to their strengths. Militia Captain Liu Dashin led his men to lay landmines in the mountains. "Be careful, everyone, don't let the Japanese find us," Liu Dashin whispered a warning. As the Japanese troops passed by, boom, the landmines exploded, kicking up a cloud of dust and dismembered limbs. Local soldiers, using their familiarity with the terrain, constantly harassed the Japanese troops, keeping them constantly on edge. A soldier from a local unit stealthily approached the Japanese rear, seized the opportunity, and shot and killed a Japanese officer. "Oh no, the officer is dead," the Japanese soldiers cried out in terror. Under wave after wave of attacks, the 107th and 132nd Regiments suffered increasing casualties. They desperately tried to escape, but could not shake off the pursuit and attacks of the 8th Route Army. "Hurry, speed up!" Gao Shujia, the commander of the 107th Regiment, roared hoarsely. But no matter how they ran, the 8th Route Army's attack followed them relentlessly. After 3 days and 2 nights of fierce fighting and relentless pursuit, the 132nd Regiment finally retreated to Meng County. However, they were now in a sorry state, their strength drastically reduced. Regimental Commander Hai Lamingrong looked at the remaining soldiers around him, his face filled with despair and frustration. The mighty army that set out is now reduced to just over 1,900 men. The 107th Regiment was in a similarly dire situation, with only a little over 1,700 men remaining. In the 8th Route Army's command post, the division commander looked at the battle report, a satisfied smile on his face. "Comrades, well done. Let the little devils know how powerful we are." "You know how powerful we are," For 13 long and brutal days, the battlefield was engulfed in flames and billowing smoke. The soldiers of the 129th Division engaged in a thrilling life-or-death struggle with the Japanese army. After a hard-fought battle, the 129th Division finally achieved victory in this counteroffensive. On the battlefield, the smoke gradually dissipated, leaving behind a scene of devastation and the weary yet triumphant figures of the soldiers. When news of the victory arrived, the entire base area was immersed in jubilation. The work of tallying the battle results proceeded in a tense but orderly manner. The 25th Brigade of the Japanese 108th Division, once an arrogant and invincible enemy, had a total of 10,356 men before the war. However, under the tenacious resistance and heroic counterattack of the 129th Division, they suffered heavy losses. After the war, only 4,303 men remained in the 25th Brigade. More than half of their strength had been wiped out. Looking towards Pingshan, the Japanese army initially mobilized over 8,500 men with great fanfare, attempting to seize this land in one fell swoop. However, their dreams were shattered by the ingenious strategic deployment and valiant resistance of our army. When the remnants retreated to Shijiazhuang, less than 1,500 men remained. Their initial arrogance had vanished without a trace, replaced by expressions of terror and despair. The other three Japanese forces also suffered heavy losses. Encircled and cut off by the 8th Route Army in the mountains, they were trapped in a desperate situation. The fierce fighting resulted in heavy casualties, with over 4,000 men killed. This was a glorious victory, won with the blood and lives of countless soldiers. Every hilltop and every trench witnessed the fierce fighting. The atmosphere in the division headquarters conference room was heavy and solemn. Division Commander Liu stood at the front of the long table, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his gaze firm and profound. Behind him hung a huge battle map, marked with the battle situation of the recently concluded counteroffensive campaign. Comrades, Commander Liu's deep and powerful voice broke the silence in the room. We have achieved great results this time. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of relief and pride appeared on the faces of the generals in the conference room. However, Commander Liu's tone suddenly became more serious. We also suffered considerable losses in this counteroffensive. The expressions on everyone's faces instantly turned somber. Commander Liu's gaze swept over everyone present, and he said in a heavy voice, "Our main force suffered a total of over 8,330 casualties. Militia and local troops suffered over 910 casualties, and civilians suffered over 560 casualties." Every number he uttered seemed to weigh a ton, striking the hearts of everyone present with a heavy blow. The general's fists clenched involuntarily, their eyes flashing with grief and anger. Commander Liu paused, took a deep breath, and continued. Our base area also suffered enormous losses. More than 12,700 houses were burned down or destroyed by the Japanese army. His voice trembled slightly as he said this. Some of our fellow villagers have lost their homes and their loved ones. The meeting room was so quiet that you could hear everyone's heavy breathing. Commander Liu slammed his hand on the table and said loudly, "But we cannot be defeated by grief. The task now is to treat the wounded immediately." His eyes were bright and full of determination. The medical team must devote itself to the work and ensure that every wounded soldier receives timely and effective treatment. The Chief of Staff responded loudly, "Yes, sir." Division Commander, the medical personnel are ready and on standby. Division Commander Liu nodded and continued. Also, remove all unexploded landmines to prevent them from injuring our own men. The Engineering Corps must act swiftly, cooperating with the mine-laying units to clear the mines and ensure that every inch of land is free of hidden dangers. Rest assured, Division Commander, the Engineering Corps will complete the mission. The Engineering Battalion Commander stood up and said firmly. Commander Liu turned his gaze to the Chief of Staff. Have a militia and local troops in each village withdraw to their villages and join the main force troops who are not on missions to help the people rebuild their homes. Commander, the soldiers are all eager to contribute to the cause of serving our fellow villagers. A regimental commander stood up and said. Commander Liu nodded slightly. Very good. Comrades, we are the People's Army. In this difficult time, we must stand with the people and overcome this challenge together. At that moment, Sunlight streamed through the window and fell upon Commander Liu, highlighting his resolute features. The political commissar stood up, his voice rousing. Commander is right. We must show our fellow villagers that no matter how great the difficulties, we can overcome them together. The officers nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with unwavering determination. Commander Liu placed his hands on the table, his gaze serious. Although we suffered losses in this counteroffensive, we also showed the Japanese army our tenacity and indomitable spirit. As long as we are united, there is no enemy we cannot defeat. After the meeting, the generals quickly sprang into action. Commander Liu stood at the division headquarters entrance, watching their hurried departures, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He thought of the brave soldiers who sacrificed their lives on the battlefield, defending dignity and justice with their lives. And of the wounded soldiers, their pain and resilience were heartbreaking. Commander Liu turned and walked into the division headquarters. He knew there was still much work to be done. In the division's field hospital, wounded soldiers lay on makeshift beds. Doctors and nurses bustled about, treating wounds and changing dressings. Bear with it, young man, it'll be over soon. A nurse softly comforted a wounded soldier. The soldier gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. I'm fine, I can hold on. On the battlefield, the sappers carefully searched for landmines. Be careful, there might be some over here, one sapper warned his comrade. Every movement they made was extremely cautious, knowing that the slightest negligence could lead to their deaths. In the village, soldiers and militiamen worked together to help the villagers clear the rubble and rebuild their homes. Grandpa, don't worry, we'll rebuild your house soon, a soldier said to an elderly man. Tears welled in the old man's eyes. Thank you, children. Amidst this busy yet orderly scene, everyone was striving to rebuild their homes. Chapter 34: The Japanese Army's Great Victory in Eastern Shaanxi. Inside the Japanese Army headquarters in Taiyuan, the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Adachi Nyuzo, his face contorted with rage and his eyes wide open, roared at the commanders who were participating in the five-pronged attack. Baka! You bunch of idiots. In this five-pronged attack, we suffered huge losses. Although we didn't annihilate any of our battalions, our casualties reached more than 15,000. Our results were meager. What a disgrace. Adachi 23's voice echoed in the spacious command post, making the walls seem to tremble. The commanders stood below, heads bowed, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Their uniforms were no longer crisp, and their expressions were filled with frustration and fear. Tell me, what exactly happened? How could such a meticulously planned, five-pronged attack end up like this? Anded 23 slammed his fist on the table, scattering the documents all over the floor. Nakano Naoso, commander of the 25th Brigade, said in a trembling voice, General, the 8th Route Army's weapons are advanced, and their resistance has exceeded our expectations. Their tactics are flexible and varied, and the support of the people has also put us in a difficult situation. Excuses. All excuses. And a 23 roared in fury. Your incompetence has led to heavy losses for the Imperial Army, an unforgivable crime. At this moment, Matsui Setsu, the commander of the 136th Regiment, raised his head and tried to defend himself. General, we have indeed encountered unprecedented difficulties. The 8th Route Army is familiar with the terrain, and their guerrilla warfare and numerous landmines make it impossible for us to defend ourselves. Shut up. Adachi 23 interrupted him. I don't want to hear these excuses for failure. You must take responsibility for this defeat. In this atmosphere filled with anger and rebuke, no one dared to utter a sound. The entire command post fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of Adachi Nyuzo. However, in his report to General Headquarters, Adachi Juzo gave a completely different account. Our army achieved great results in this battle, penetrating into the 8th Route Army's base area and killing more than 30,000 of the 8th Route Army's main force. The resistance forces in northeastern Shaanxi were completely wiped out. Our army also encountered fierce resistance from the 8th Route Army, suffering more than 3,000 casualties. In fact, throughout World War II, the Japanese army liked to exaggerate its battle results and conceal its losses. The most ridiculous example is the Japanese report during the Pacific War that the USS Saratoga was sunk 3 times in 1 year. After finishing this fabricated report, Adachi Nyuzo smiled smugly. He could almost picture the praise and reward he would receive from headquarters. Soon after, the Japanese General Headquarters received Adachi Juzo's report. The officers at headquarters sat together, carefully studying the battle report. "It seems General Adachi Juzo has achieved a brilliant victory," one officer said. "Yes, if it's as he reported, it will be a major victory," another officer agreed. "However, we should still verify this carefully," a more cautious officer offered his opinion. But most officers were blinded by the seemingly brilliant battle report and chose to believe Anda 23's lies. Ultimately, the Japanese General Headquarters decided to commend Adachi Juzo for his heroic achievements. When the news reached the Japanese Army headquarters in Taiyuan, Adachi Juzo was overjoyed. He immediately summoned all the officers and held a victory celebration in the headquarters. In the following days, Japan and many other major cities it occupied, such as Beijing, Shanghai, Shijiazhuang, and Jinan, were filled with jubilation, with singing and dancing everywhere, as if a grand carnival was being held to celebrate the so-called major victory claimed by the Japanese army in northeastern Shaanxi. Throughout Japan, the streets and alleys were filled with noise and restlessness. People danced and gesticulated, their faces beaming with a distorted excitement and pride. They blindly believed in the victories proclaimed by the Japanese army, immersed in the fanaticism of militarism. Shop windows were plastered with large propaganda posters depicting the heroic figures of Japanese soldiers on the battlefield, while the accompanying text boasted of their glorious achievements in northeastern Shaanxi. In Beiping, this once ancient and tranquil city had been utterly ravaged by the iron heel of the Japanese army. Japanese flags fluttered wildly in the streets and alleys, and patrolling Japanese soldiers strutted arrogantly. The street radio broadcast constantly blared news of victory in northeastern Shaanxi, the sound grating and abhorrent. The citizens were forced to listen to these lies in fear and helplessness, their hearts filled with grief, indignation, and pain. Shanghai, once a bustling international metropolis, was now shrouded in the shadow of the Japanese army. The buildings along the Bund no longer shone with their former glory, replaced by Japanese sentry posts and cold barbed wire. Under Japanese control, newspapers, radio, and other media outlets published reports of the victory in northeastern Shaanxi, even including exaggerated photographs. The photos showed villages engulfed in flames and billowing smoke, a scene of utter devastation. Shijiazhuang, a city located on the North China Plain, also could not escape its fate. The Japanese army held a so-called celebratory parade in the streets, ostentatiously displaying their weapons and equipment. The citizens could only watch silently, their eyes filled with hatred and helplessness. And in Jinan, the situation was equally dire. The Japanese army loudly proclaimed their victory in northeastern Shaanxi, attempting to numb the local population's resistance with this false glory. Major Japanese newspapers spared no effort in exaggerating this so-called victory. The headline on the front page, Adachi 23 achieves major victory in northeastern Shaanxi, was particularly glaring. The newspaper's interior pages were filled with so-called battle photos. One photo showed a village engulfed in flames, thick smoke billowing into the sky. The accompanying caption described it as an effective strike against the enemy, proof of their heroic fighting. Upon seeing the newspaper, Kawajishi Bunzaburo couldn't help but erupt in profanity. In reality, the 20th Division, which he led, suffered the heaviest casualties in this sweep. "Gentlemen, headquarters has given us high praise for our performance. This is our honor," Adachi 23 declared loudly from the platform. The officers below, though fully aware that this was a false honor born of lies, could only cheer and applaud. Meanwhile, the 8th Route Army was busy reorganizing its troops. After reading the staff officer's report, the veteran said, "The Japanese are really good at bragging." Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. These Japanese are really obsessed with saving face. They're all talk and no action, just a bunch of empty boasters. Chapter 35, the Independent Regiment consisted of 10 battalions. Inside the Independent Regiment headquarters, the atmosphere was solemn and serious. Chief of Staff Hu Yuming held a stack of documents, preparing to report on the personnel and organizational structure of the regiment. "Comrades, I will now report on the current personnel and organizational structure of our independent regiment." Hu Yuming cleared his throat and began. Our independent regiment currently has 4 main force battalions, 1 artillery battalion, 1 air defense battalion, 1 reconnaissance company, and 1 guard company. In addition, there's a very large recruit battalion. Hu Yuming's voice was steady and powerful. The new recruits camp currently has 2,933 men selected from local troops. And in addition, there are puppet troops who were captured in the 2 attacks on Pingshan. From these, we have selected 3,972 men who are willing to join our independent regiment. Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone present showed surprise, but more than that, they were filled with anticipation and contemplation. Hu Yuming continued, "Based on the current situation, I suggest drawing 1 company from each infantry battalion, along with a certain number of new recruits, to form 4 new battalions, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battalions. The company that was drawn from each battalion will be replaced with new recruits." He paused, looked around at everyone, and then said, "In this way, our independent regiment will have 8 infantry battalions, plus an air defense battalion, an artillery battalion, a reconnaissance company, and a guard company. The entire regiment will have a total of 12,168 men." The words had barely left his lips when a brief silence fell over the entire regimental headquarters. Everyone was stunned by the number, exchanging bewildered glances. "Is this even a regiment? This is more than a division," Ran Xiang blurted out. The regimental commander slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "What? More men aren't a good thing? With so many men, we can win more battles and better defend our base." Political Commissar Zhang Zhengxing nodded and said, "The regimental commander is right. This is a good opportunity for us to strengthen our capabilities. But at the same time, we also face new challenges. How to manage and train so many people and how to ensure logistical support are problems we need to solve as soon as possible." Hu Yuming continued, "The political commissar is right. Although we have a large number of troops, we cannot ignore the various problems that come with it. First is the allocation of weapons and equipment. Although our current inventory can meet our existing needs, the 4 newly established battalions need further replenishment. Second is the allocation of cadres. We need to select capable and experienced commanders to lead these new troops." Lin Yi stood up, hands on his hips. "These problems are no challenge for us. We have our transport captain, Lin Yi, to handle the weaponry and equipment. As for the officers, we'll select from our existing corps members, and with real combat experience, I believe they'll grow up quickly." A company commander said, "Regimental commander, with so many people, the training tasks are going to be heavy." Lin Yi smiled and said, "What's wrong with a little hardship and fatigue in training? Only by training, well, can we shed less blood on the battlefield. Each battalion and company must go back and formulate a strict training plan. Anyone who slacks off will not be treated kindly." Everyone nodded in agreement. Political Commissar Zhang Zhengxing said, "Besides military training, ideological and political work cannot be neglected. We must make the newly joined soldiers understand why we are fighting and strengthen their fighting will and discipline." The meeting continued until late at night, and everyone discussed the new organizational structure in detail, formulating a series of measures and plans. In the days that followed, the independent regiment was extremely busy. The atmosphere in the division headquarters office was serious and somber. Chief of Staff N.I. Liang was standing in front of Division Commander Lu's desk, earnestly reporting on the situation of each brigade and regiment. "Division Commander, the current situation of each unit is as follows," N.I. Liang cleared his throat. "Let's start with the independent regiment. They now have 10 battalions plus 2 companies, with a total strength of 12,168 people." Upon hearing this number, Commander Lu's previously composed expression instantly turned to shock. He sat up slightly, his gaze fixed on N.I. Liang, as if wanting to confirm this astonishing figure again. 12,168 people? Commander Lu murmured to himself. This independent regiment has grown so rapidly. After a brief pause, Commander Lu quickly regained his composure and then asked, "So how many people does our division have now?" N.I. Liang took a deep breath and continued his report. "The 3 divisions and 1 brigade together have a total of 27,676 personnel. The 3 divisions and 2 brigades have a total of 31,387 personnel, and with our division headquarters and directly subordinate units. Our division has a total of 71,322 personnel. Upon hearing this, Commander Lu was once again stunned into silence. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the scenery outside, lost in thought. After a long while, Commander Lu turned around, his face showing both joy and worry. We've only been in Shaanxi for a little over 9 months, and the number of men in our division has increased 5-fold, he exclaimed. And Liang nodded and said, Commander, this is indeed a huge development, but also brings many problems. Commander Lu sat back down in his chair, crossed his hands on the table, and said, Yes, the surge in numbers is a good thing, but can our weapons, equipment, and training keep up? And Liang frowned and said, Commander, there is a huge shortage of weapons and equipment. Many soldiers in the newly expanded troops do not have enough guns and ammunition, and heavy weapons are even scarcer. Lin Yi has been gone for some time now, and I believe the weapons we ordered will arrive soon. Commander Lu pondered for a moment and said, Let's use the Japanese weapons we captured for training first, and then switch to them after Lin Yi's weapon arrive. Training is also a big problem, and Liang continued. Most of the new soldiers have not received systematic military training, and their combat skills vary greatly. Commander Lu stood up and paced around the room, saying, Organize experienced veterans and officers to conduct large-scale training as soon as possible. We must help the new soldiers grow up quickly and form combat effectiveness. And Liang said, Commander, the pressure on logistics is also increasing. The food, clothing, and daily necessities for so many people need to be properly addressed. Commander Lu stopped and said firmly, We must fully mobilize the masses, rely on the strength of the base area, and at the same time, find ways to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was in Mukala's office, browsing various weapons online on his computer. Although Yemeni law explicitly prohibits gun ownership, given the political instability, arms dealers were brazenly selling weapons online. Furthermore, for large orders, they were even willing to offer door-to-door delivery. What Lin Yi was searching for online was precisely the favorite of modern terrorists: C4 explosives and remote detonators. These were weapons that Lin Yi carefully selected for the 8th Route Army after witnessing firsthand the horrific scene of the Japanese army repeatedly capturing Chinese civilians to clear minefields for them. Chapter 36, The entire army changes equipment. 2 days later, at the same place, Lin Yi led Commander Lu and a group of officers from the 3rd Division to the Black Mountain Grand Canyon to receive the weapons and equipment that Lin Yi had brought back. Commander Lu was a veteran who had served in the army for nearly 30 years, but he had never seen so many weapons and equipment before, and everyone who came with him was also dumbfounded. Lin Yi quickly stepped forward and said, Commander Lu, let everyone move them quickly. In addition to the weapons we ordered last time, I've also added a batch of assault weapons and remote control mines. After we move all the weapons back, I'll teach you how to use them. A few days later, inside the Qin County ZH headquarters, the atmosphere was solemn yet enthusiastic. An enlarged meeting was being held, and the spacious conference room was filled with commanders at all levels. The veteran general stood tall and straight in the center of the platform, his eyes shining brightly, and said with great passion, Comrades, since our 8th Route Army entered the Shaanxi battlefield, with the heroic fighting of all our soldiers and the strong support of the people, we have achieved a series of victories. However, we cannot be complacent in the slightest, because the situation of the war of resistance against Japan is still severe, and we shoulder even more arduous tasks. The commanders below the stage were focused, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. The veteran continued, Now, our division of labor for the next stage is clear. The 2nd Division will head to northwestern Shaanxi to establish a base area behind enemy lines. The mass base there is relatively weak, but we must believe that as long as our soldiers carry forward the spirit of hard work, they will definitely be able to gain a foothold there and open up a new situation in the war of resistance against Japan. General He of the 2nd Division stood up, gave a standard military salute, and said loudly, Please rest assured, old general, the 2nd Division guarantees to complete the mission. The veteran nodded in satisfaction and continued, The 3rd Division has grown to over 70,000 men, which is something we didn't expect. In order to better strike the enemy, the 3rd Division will split into 2 routes. The 2nd Brigade will be stationed in northeastern Shaanxi and southern Chahar to consolidate and expand existing base areas, actively launch attacks, and contain the enemy's manpower. The 3rd Division headquarters, along with the 1st Brigade, entered Yangshuan and Changji in southeastern Shaanxi and Handan and Hebei to develop their operations. They were to closely coordinate with the local anti-Japanese armed forces and quickly establish a foothold. Commander Liu and the brigade commanders of the 3rd Division answered in unison. "We will resolutely carry out the order." The veteran general turned his gaze to Old Lin of the 1st Division and said, "The 1st Division is developing in the Jincheng area of southwestern and southeastern Shaanxi and has sent a part of it to Shandong. Shandong is a strategically important region, and the enemy's strength is relatively strong, but we must have the courage and wisdom to open up new battlefields there. Actually, there is another reason for advancing into Shandong. It's gold mines." According to later statistics, during the War of Resistance against Japan, the Linglong gold mine in Jiayuan alone provided 130,000 taels of gold to the rear. Now, with the 8th Route Army's procurement of military supplies growing larger and larger, the importance of gold is self-evident. Old Lin from the 1st Division stood up and said firmly, "The 1st Division will never let down the expectations of the Z Command." The veteran nodded slightly, then raised his voice. "Comrades, I have more good news to share. All the weapons and equipment we ordered have arrived, and the entire army is being re-equipped. This will greatly enhance our combat effectiveness and give us more confidence on the battlefield. Now, let our comrade Lin introduce the weapons and equipment that have arrived." The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. After standing up, Lin Yi said, "The quantity of weapons and equipment arriving this time is enormous. 100,000 rifles, 30,000 submachine guns, 20,000 light machine guns, 10,000 heavy machine guns, 10,000 pistols, 3,082 mm mortars, 1,120 mm mortars, 3,000 anti-aircraft machine guns, 100 million rounds of ammunition, 500,000 hand grenades, 576 mm mountain guns, 576 mm cannons, 537 mm anti-aircraft guns, 200,000 rounds of artillery shells of various calibers, and 200,000 gas masks. In addition, there are 2,000 rocket launchers, 100,000 rockets, 100,000 remote control bombs, and 2,000 detonators. This is enough to re-equip the entire 8th Route Army force." Everyone was stunned, completely unexpected that such a massive amount of weaponry could arrive so quickly. On the hill behind the Z command post, as Lin Yi had instructed, the engineering regiment built a row of sturdy bunkers based on the structure of Japanese bunkers. At a distance of about 300 meters, Lin Yi knelt on one knee, steadily carrying an RPG-7 rocket launcher. His gaze was focused, his expression serious, and, after aiming at a bunker, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a whoosh, a rocket, spewing forth intense flames, struck the target bunker with overwhelming force. A deafening roar shook the ground. The bunker was instantly blasted open, leaving a hole over a meter wide, sending bricks and rubble flying everywhere, and billowing smoke rising into the sky. Everyone present was stunned. No one had imagined that such an unassuming weapon could possess such immense power. Lin Yi paused briefly before beginning his introduction. "This is a 40 mm rocket launcher with a maximum range of 330 meters. Its power is astonishing. It can easily destroy armored vehicles, tanks, and bunkers." The 40 mm rocket launchers Lin Yi mentioned were actually RPG-7 rocket launchers that had been smuggled from Russian arsenals. In the 1990s, Russia sold these weapons in large quantities worldwide at extremely low prices, only $10 each, with a buy 5 get 1 free offer, plus an additional 40 rockets. Lin Yi realized that when his troops were deployed behind enemy lines, they would need a weapon that could effectively deal with Japanese armored vehicles and pillboxes, so he chose the RPG-7 without hesitation. Inside another bunker, Lin Yi planted a C4 bomb beforehand, then ran to a safe area 500 meters away and calmly pressed a button on the remote control. Instantly, a deafening roar resounded, and the entire bunker seemed to be crushed by an invisible giant hand, turning into a pile of ruins. Dust billowed into the sky, obscuring the sun. Lin Yi explained again, "This is the latest type of bomb. If it's buried on a highway and suddenly detonated, its power is far greater than a landmine, and it's also very safe to operate." Everyone stared at the remote control in Lin Yi's hand, their eyes gleaming with excitement, as if they saw the hope of crushing the enemy on the battlefield. Then Lin Yi directed the soldiers to set up a cannon with a long, narrow muzzle. Facing the crowd, he introduced it seriously and earnestly. This is a 37mm anti-aircraft gun. Its performance is excellent, with a maximum range of 8,500 meters and a maximum altitude of 3,000 meters. Even if enemy planes are circling at high altitudes, we have the ability to shoot them down. Lin Yi looked up at the sky, his eyes resolute. Furthermore, the actual rate of fire is 80 rounds per minute. This high rate of fire can create a powerful firepower coverage in a short time, leaving the enemy nowhere to escape. Lin Yi's voice was full of confidence. Moreover, the barrel material is of excellent quality, capable of withstanding the high temperature and pressure generated by prolonged continuous firing, ensuring the stability and accuracy of the shot. At the same time, its ammunition loading system is convenient and efficient, allowing us to quickly replenish ammunition and continuously output firepower. Lin Yi explained each key performance feature in detail. As he spoke, Lin Yi directed the 8 soldiers who had participated in anti-aircraft artillery training a few days earlier to skillfully rotate the gun muzzle, and the loader picked up a shell clip and loaded it with a click. Fire! Lin Yi gave the order. Boom, 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 boom. A series of shells roared out, rushing towards the test bunker. Instantly, the bunker was engulfed by the powerful impact and explosive force of the shells, and in a series of booming sounds, it was reduced to ruins. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them, while Lin Yi showed a satisfied expression. Chapter 37, Jinchaji Military Region. A week later, the various units set off for their new battle locations. Among them, the 1st Regiment of the 2nd Brigade advanced towards the Liuyuan Mountains between Beiping and Zhangjiago, while the 2nd Regiment marched towards the mountains north of Shijiazhuang. Meanwhile, the Independent Regiment began to build an anti-Japanese base area centered on Wutai. For a time, the various units were frequently active and constantly making moves. At this time, the Independent Regiment controlled a mountainous area stretching 150 kilometers from Fuping County in the east to Daisian County in the west, and 200 kilometers from Mengxian County in the south to the Shay River in Fansha County in the north. To facilitate command, Brigade Commander Chen Zhong led his brigade headquarters to the mountainous area in the northwest of Fuping, which happened to be located in the middle of the 3 regiments. Following instructions from higher command, Brigade Commander Chen Zhong's brigade headquarters was renamed the Jinchaji Military Region, with Brigade Commander Chen Zhong appointed as commander. Of the 3 main regiments, the 2nd Regiment was renamed the Chanin Military Region, the 2nd Regiment was renamed the Jizhong Military Region, and the Independent Regiment was renamed the Jindongbei Military Region. Our regiment commander, Cheng, also became the commander of the Jindongbei Military Region. For a time, the entire Jinchaji Military Region was bustling with activity, with the 3 military regions cooperating with each other in a triangular formation. Inside a secret base in modern China, several serious-looking people were holding a meeting. The leader, a man in his 50s with a square face, asked, "Have you figured out that person's identity and specific information?" A middle-aged man, around 40 years old, responded, "Director Hao, everything has been clarified. His name is Lin Yi. He is 30 years old, and his ancestral home is Gutao County, Xishan Province. When he was 10 years old, his father died in a car accident. His grandparents and uncles conspired to seize his father's death compensation money, and then Lin Yi's mother took him back to her parents' home. During the college entrance examination, Lin Yi was admitted to an Army Command Academy in a certain northern province. During his junior year, his mother passed away due to illness. After graduating, Lin Yi joined a PLA unit, serving as platoon leader, deputy company commander, and company commander. He was injured in an accident during selection, and after recovering, he chose to retire due to his inability to adapt to the high-intensity training. Later, he opened a military surplus store, but it went bankrupt due to poor management. Through the introduction of his former squad leader, Han Hao, he joined the Polar Bear Mercenary Organization. Later, for reasons unknown, he left the organization. The square-faced director Hao then asked, "Comrade Li Xin, where did those goods he brought back to China come from, and did they involve any illegal activities?" Li Xin, "At present, there is no evidence to prove the origin of those goods, nor is there any evidence to suggest that they were illegal. Among them, 2 high-aged ginseng roots were tested by experts, who found that they were dug more than 100 years ago. The sword has been confirmed to have been used by the Japanese army during World War II, but what we know is that its owner Major Sanasuke Yamamoto, was killed by the U.S. military in the Philippines campaign in 1945, and the sword's whereabouts are unknown. We learned from secret channels that Andre, the head of the polar bear, provided Lin Yi with a large number of old weapons from Russia's stockpile, many of which were even antiques used in the Soviet Union's wars. Lin Yi also ordered a large quantity of medicines, as well as some food and clothing from Russian and Chinese pharmaceutical companies. We are certain that the goods Lin Yi brought back were obtained through bartering weapons and medicine. As for who he traded with, we have no idea. Director Hao, with his square face, said, "Since the goods Lin Yi brought back to China were items that our country had previously lost, there's no problem with him bringing them back to sell domestically. As for the arms trafficking, it didn't happen within our territory, so we won't pursue that matter. However, we will still send people to keep an eye on this kid." Who does Lin Yi have close relationships with in China? Let's see if we can send someone to make contact. Li Xian. According to our investigation, the person with the closest relationship with Lin Yi should be Lin Yi's college classmate, Li Junbo, who is now a major battalion commander in a certain unit of our army. A large part of the goods that Lin Yi brought back to China were handled by his cousin through Li Junbo. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that while he was still on his way back to China with the wealth accumulated by the 8th Route Army, a certain domestic authority had already thoroughly investigated his background. After receiving a large amount of supplies from Lin Yi, the 8th Route Army was finally able to develop in peace for a while. Lin Yi secretly thought that there shouldn't be anything for him to worry about with the 8th Route Army for the time being. So he decided to take the gold, silver dollars, ginseng, and various precious medicinal materials, antiques, and other valuables that the 8th Route Army had collected during this period back to the modern era. The day before his return journey, General Liu sent Lin Yi over a dozen large boxes. After the delivery men left, Lin Yi, filled with curiosity and anticipation, opened them to check. Instantly, his eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. They were boxes upon boxes of Mutai liquor. Lin Yi was stunned at first. Then an overwhelming joy welled up inside him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and his heart pounded like a rabbit's. This was Mutai from 1938. Wouldn't it be incredibly expensive to bring this back to China? After returning to Makala, Lin Yi handed the gold to Andre as before. Andre had it carefully weighed and was astonished to find it weighed a staggering 3.7 tons. Andre couldn't help but shout, "Lin, didn't you say your client was poor? How come you have such a massive amount of gold to exchange with you?" Lin Yi wore a calm smile and slowly said, "My client is so poor that all he has left is piles of glittering gold. I can only accept it helplessly." Upon hearing this, Andre raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes full of amusement, and said with a smirk, "You little rascal, you really know how to talk." After completing the transfer of the substantial amount of gold, Lin Yi, without the slightest hesitation, immediately and swiftly sent the remaining assets to China. Then, with firm steps, he boarded the plane back home, his heart filled with anticipation and hope. Chapter 38: Lin Yi's Kyoto Adventure. After Lin Yi arrived at Kyoto Airport, he had just turned on his phone when it started beeping continuously. He opened it and saw that it was a text message from his best friend Li Junbo. "Contact me as soon as you turn on your phone. I need to talk to you." Lin Yi dialed the number directly, but no one answered. He dialed several times with the same result. So, he called the heads of Tongrentang, Taiwaiting, and Changshentang to inform them that he had acquired another batch of precious medicinal herbs. They then agreed to meet at the Taiwaiting flagship store. Taiwaiting's flagship store is located on a short street in Kyoto, surrounded by quaint courtyard houses. Upon arrival, Lin Yi carefully examined the ancient architecture of Taiwaiting's headquarters, inwardly praising it. Truly a time-honored brand with over 200 years of history, it exudes charm. Lin Yi introduced himself to the manager and was then led by a beautiful female assistant to the entrance of the upstairs reception room. The moment Lin Yi pushed open the door to the reception room, he was greeted by a rich aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. The room was furnished in a simple yet elegant style, with wooden tables and chairs, and the walls adorned with calligraphy and paintings by famous figures, including a portrait of Sun Simiao, the king of medicine. On an old tea table sat an exquisite tea set. The heads of the 3 renowned traditional Chinese medicine brands he had met previously sat around the tea table. "May your businesses prosper, sirs," Lin Yi said with a smile, his bright smile seemingly able to dispel the gloom in the room. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Yi cleared his throat and said, "Sirs, I've acquired another batch of precious medicinal herbs this time, all of them rare varieties, including ginseng, deer antler, and dendrobium officinale, among others." His voice was steady and powerful, his eyes revealing confidence and anticipation. Manager Li of Tongren narrowed his eyes slightly, asking with a hint of curiosity, "Brother Lin, would you mind telling me where these medicinal herbs came from?" Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, before slowly saying, "Gentlemen, I believe you all noticed last time that those 2 ginseng roots were from China. However, I didn't obtain them from mainland China. I can only say that a century ago, foreign powers plundered China on a very wide scale, including some precious medicinal herbs. And they didn't know the specific uses and value of these herbs." Lin Yi's voice was low and serious, as if he were recounting a heavy chapter of history. After Lin Yi finished speaking, everyone was stunned, and the room fell silent instantly. After a long while, Ba Xiao of Changchun Hall suddenly said excitedly, "So, these medicinal herbs were all looted by foreigners 100 years ago, and then you, Boss Lin, brought them back, right? In other words, the medicinal herbs you brought back were all harvested 100 years ago, right? And the medicinal herbs back then were all pollution-free, natural treasures." As he spoke, Boss Zhao's eyes grew brighter and brighter, sparkling with excitement, as if he had seen a huge business opportunity. Lin Yi simply smiled at Boss Zhao and nodded slightly, his expression conveying that everything was understood without words. The 3 bosses exchanged glances, and after a brief exchange, they almost simultaneously said, "I'll take them all." Their voices were urgent and firm, as if afraid of falling behind. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room became tense and heated, as if a fierce business competition was about to unfold. Lin Yi said softly, "Brothers, this batch of medicinal herbs should arrive the day after tomorrow. I will contact you again after it arrives. However, after this batch arrives, we don't know when the next batch will arrive." The 3 bosses cursed inwardly. "You're just trying to make us fight over it. What a shrewd fellow. But what can we do? These kinds of things are rare and hard to come by. We still need to make more preparations and prepare as much money as possible." After leaving Taiwan Hall, Lin Yi walked along the bustling city streets and sought a real estate agency called Ijia. Lin Yi suddenly realized that he did not own a house or a home in this world. So, Lin Yi walked firmly into the door of Ijia Real Estate Agency. He was dressed in simple casual clothes, looking rather ordinary, without any air of wealth that immediately caught the eye. At that moment, the store employees were busy with their own tasks. Su Qing, a beautiful woman who had worked in the real estate brokerage industry for many years, glanced at Lin Yi briefly before losing interest, continuing to fiddle with her phone, completely unwilling to acknowledge this seemingly ordinary customer. Meanwhile, Tao Xiaowai, a recent college graduate who had just entered the workforce, greeted him with great enthusiasm. Her face beamed with a genuine smile, and her voice was clear and melodious. "Hello, sir. Welcome to IGR Real Estate Agency. How can I help you?" Lin Yi looked at the energetic girl before him and smiled, saying, "I'd like to buy a villa, new or used." A hint of surprise flashed in Tao Xiaowai's eyes. She didn't look down on Lin Yi because of his ordinary clothes. She immediately replied, "Okay, sir. Let me introduce you to a few houses that meet your needs." As she spoke, Tao Xiaowai quickly found the relevant information of several houses in the filing cabinet, placed them on the table in front of Lin Yi, and began to introduce them to him in detail. "Sir, this first house is a newly built villa in the city's new district. The surrounding facilities are still being improved, but the community environment is beautiful and the landscaping is excellent," Tao Xiaowai explained carefully, pointing to the pictures in the brochure. Lin Yi frowned slightly, seemingly not quite satisfied. Undeterred, Tao Xiaowai continued, "Let's look at the second one. This is a second-hand villa in the city center, with convenient transportation and plenty of schools and shopping malls nearby, but the price will be relatively higher." Lin Yi shook his head again. Tao Xiaowai continued, "And this one? This is in a villa community in the suburbs, quiet and peaceful, perfect for people who like a peaceful life." Lin Yi still didn't respond. Tao Xiaowai took a deep breath, took out the last set of documents, and said, "Sir, there's also this house in the lakeside villa community. This community is built along the lake, with stunning scenery, and the facilities are excellent, including a gym and swimming pool. Moreover, the layout and decoration of this house are very nice." Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He carefully looked at the pictures and descriptions in the documents, nodded frequently, and then asked how much the house cost. Seeing this, Tao Xiaowai was delighted and said, "Mr. Lin, this house costs 14.3 million. If you're interested, I can take you to see in person." Lin Yi agreed without hesitation. So, Tao Xiaowai led Lin Yi to the real estate agency's car and headed to the Lakeside Villas community. Along the way, Tao Xiaowai thoughtfully introduced the surrounding area to Lin Yi, and Lin Yi occasionally asked questions, which Tao Xiaowai answered accurately and professionally. Finally arriving at their destination, after a rigorous security check, Tao Xiaowai led Lin Yi into the villa. Upon entering, Lin Yi was immediately captivated by the spacious and bright living room, the exquisite decor, and the beautiful view from the windows. He toured the various rooms, satisfied with every detail of the house. Tao Xiaowai stood to the side, nervously observing Lin Yi's expression, silently praying that the deal would be closed. Lin Yi walked out of the villa, stood in the garden, took a deep breath, and said to Tao Xiaowai, "I'm very satisfied with this house. I've decided to buy it." Tao Xiaowai was so happy she almost jumped for joy and quickly said, "That's wonderful, sir. I'll process the formalities for you right away." Lin Yi paid the deposit on the spot, and Tao Xiaowai happily led Lin Yi back to the real estate agency. Su Qing's face darkened when she saw Lin Yi pay the deposit. She never expected that this customer she had underestimated would actually buy a villa, and so readily at that. She was filled with regret, regretting that she had missed out on such a big client because of her judgment of appearance, and she disliked Tao Xiaowai, the newcomer, who had stolen her thunder and sold a villa right from the start. Tao Xiaowai was immersed in the joy of success. Her hard work and sincerity had paid off. Even after Lin Yi left the real estate agency, Tao Xiaowai remained grateful for his straightforwardness and trust. For the next 2 days, Tao Xiaowai diligently handled the remaining paperwork for Lin Yi's home purchase, taking every step seriously and without the slightest carelessness. Su Qing watched silently from the side, her heart filled with jealousy and self-reproach. During the process of completing the formalities, Lin Yi and Tao Xiaowai gradually became acquainted. Lin Yi discovered that although Tao Xiaowai had just graduated and lacked work experience, he greatly admired her enthusiasm, sincerity, and hard work. Tao Xiaowai was also deeply impressed by Lin Yi's easygoing and generous nature. Finally, on the morning of the third day, all the formalities were completed, and Lin Yi successfully received the keys to the villa. To express his gratitude, Lin Yi specially invited Tao Xiaowai to lunch. At the table, they chatted happily and were pleasantly surprised to find that they shared many common interests. Chapter 39: Lin Yi's Kyoto Adventure. Just as the two were having lunch, Lin Yi received a call informing him that the valuables he had sent from Makala had arrived. In the afternoon, a stately armored truck slowly drove towards Lin Yi's newly purchased lakeside villa. Bathed in the bright sunlight, the truck reflected a cold, gleaming light, its warning lights flashing silently, yet attracting attention. The car came to a smooth stop in front of the villa. Fully armed security personnel quickly jumped out, their eyes sharp as they vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. Then, the car doors slowly opened and boxes of tightly sealed valuables were carefully unloaded. These valuables were all precious items that Lin Yi had brought back from Makala. Under the close escort of the security personnel, the valuables were methodically carried into the villa's spacious living room. The entire process was tense yet orderly, with no one daring to be negligent or slack in the slightest. Only after all the valuables were safely placed in the designated location and the security personnel completed the handover did they reboard the armored truck and slowly drive away. After Lin Yi had carefully sorted out all the items, he suddenly blinked and muttered to himself, "Should I order a few safes or display shelves in the future? At this rate, the things I bring back will probably pile up into a small mountain." Just as Lin Yi was about to make an appointment with the owners of those long-established pharmacies, his phone rang suddenly, as if it were a matter of life and death. Lin Yi hurriedly pulled out his phone and saw that it was his good buddy Li Junbo calling. He answered the phone as if he had received a royal decree, and said with a grin, "Junbo, I've called you several times these past few days, but you haven't answered me. Have you been so busy lately that you're practically running around like a headless chicken?" Lin Yi asked in rapid succession. All that could be heard on the phone was Li Junbo's urgent voice, as if he were in a panic. "Lin Yi, where are you?" I need to see you right now. It's extremely urgent. Lin Yi chuckled upon hearing this. Oh, what's the rush? Did you get abducted by aliens? Li Junbo shouted on the other end of the phone. Stop being silly. Tell me your address. Lin Yi had no choice but to give him his home address without hesitation. Unexpectedly, less than half an hour later, Li Junbo rushed to his house. What was even more astonishing was that Li Junbo actually brought 5 other people with him to Lin Yi's door. The scene was so grand that anyone who didn't know better would have thought they were there to ransack the house. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Li Junbo cut to the chase, saying, What earth-shattering thing have you done that has caused me to be sought out by these gentlemen? After saying that, Li Junbo turned to a middle-aged man in his 40s with a serious face behind him and said, Director Li, this is the Lin Yi you're talking about. You can discuss the details. Then, Li Junbo turned and sat down on a separate sofa some distance away, acting as if it were none of his business. The middle-aged man smiled slightly at Lin Yi and said, Comrade Lin Yi, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Xin, and I am the Deputy Director of the GA's Investigation Department. I apologize for meeting you in this way. Lin Yi was inwardly seething, cursing incessantly. Damn it. Why are these people coming to my door? This is definitely not a good thing. But outwardly, he said politely, Director Li, how could I, Lin Yi, have the honor of having you personally grace me with your presence? Li Xian thought to himself, What are you pretending to be confused about? Don't you know why I came to you? But he still spoke politely. Comrade Lin Yi is indeed young and promising. This business of yours is no ordinary business. Li Xian emphasized the word extraordinary. Lin Yi inwardly cursed. So this is what they came looking for. The National QB Agency is no pushover. He replied aloud, It's nothing much. I just do some small business abroad and happen to acquire some items that our country lost in the past. Please, everyone, have a seat. Li Junbo watched the back-and-forth performance, muttering to himself, They're all old foxes. What kind of ghost story are they putting on? In just a short while, they've already clashed several times in secret. Li Xian said, I heard that Boss Lin has brought back another batch of treasure from abroad. May we have a look? His eyes were fixed on the pile of boxes that Lin Yi had just packed up in the living room. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly thought that something bad had happened. The goods he had just delivered had been thoroughly investigated by the other party. He could only smile wryly and say, Of course, no problem. With that, he led everyone to the pile of boxes, opened them one by one, and said, Please help me examine them too, and see if those foreigners have cheated me. Behind Li Xian, an elderly man in his 60s wearing glasses stepped out of the crowd and looked inside the first large box. Actually, according to Lin Yi's sorting, the boxes contained medicinal herbs. The old man opened the boxes inside the main box and was stunned. After looking at the boxes of medicinal herbs, he pointed at Lin Yi and said, Where did you get so many medicinal herbs? The ginseng in here is all at least 100 years old. I'm afraid you can't find ginseng of such high age anywhere else in the country. Lin Yi chuckled sheepishly. I was just lucky. The old man rolled his eyes at Lin Yi, said nothing more, and then opened the other boxes, carefully inspecting each one. The wide variety and dazzling array of items made everyone's eyes widen in amazement. There were warm and delicate jade stones, crystal-clear emeralds, exquisitely crafted porcelain, and priceless calligraphy and paintings. As more and more boxes were opened, the crowd's initial amazement gradually turned into a kind of numbness. However, when the last few boxes were opened and revealed to everyone, they were astonished once again. There were a full 10 large boxes of Mutai liquor. The old man carefully took out a bottle, examined it closely, and found it to be genuine. Looking at the production date on the bottle, it read Republic of China year 27, but he quickly calculated in his mind that it was actually produced in 1938. The old man's hand trembled slightly. Then he very gently placed the bottle back. Lin Yi pursed his lips. It seems this old man is a connoisseur of liquor. Director Li then said with a serious expression, Mr. Lin, your business is indeed quite large, and it's not easy to collect so many valuable items. However, Mr. Lin, don't forget to pay your taxes according to the law. After saying that, he turned to the old man and said, Dean Shi, you two continue your conversation. I'll take my leave now. With that, Director Li left his contact information with Lin Yi and then hurriedly left with his 3 entourage. Chapter 40. Lin Yi's turbulent times in Kyoto. After director Li and his men left, Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, this is the first time I've dealt with a national QB organization. It's really nerve-wracking. Li Junbo then sat down next to Lin Yi. Even now, the elderly man, surnamed Chi, was still unable to calm down. Li Junbo quickly said, Uncle Chi, if you need anything, just tell my brother. We're not strangers. Then, he turned to Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, let me formally introduce you. This is Dean Shi Yumin of Beijing Chongqing Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital. Our two families have been friends for generations, and I've always respectfully called him Uncle Chi. Uncle Chi is a renowned master doctor in the country. Upon hearing Li Junbo's words, Lin Yi immediately felt relieved and said, Uncle Chi, I wonder what you need me for. Dean Shi said apologetically, Actually, I met you, Mr. Lin, at the last BOGO auction. We also participated in the auction, but the price was too high, so we gave up. I am the director of a traditional Chinese medicine hospital. The ginseng, deer antler, and dendrobium officinale that you brought back are indispensable for treating certain special diseases. However, in recent years, it has become increasingly difficult to find high-quality medicinal materials. Lin Yi looked at Dean Shi Yumin and said, Uncle Chi, I've already finalized the deal with Mr. Li from Tongren, Manager Wang from Taiwaiting, and Mr. Zhao from Changshuntang for this batch of medicinal herbs. I was originally planning to meet with the three of them this afternoon to inspect the herbs. How about this? I'll call them now and invite them over to discuss it together. Dean Shi Yumin nodded slightly and replied, Okay. Upon receiving permission, Lin Yi immediately took out his phone and called the three bosses, clearly stating his address. After making the call, Lin Yi felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Whether this batch of precious medicinal herbs could be sold successfully depended on what followed. Not long after, Mr. Li, the owner of Tongren, arrived first. Upon entering and seeing Dean Shi Yumin, his face immediately lit up with a smile, and he respectfully cupped his hands, saying, Elder Chi, I've long admired your name. It's truly an honor to meet you today. Dean Shi smiled and replied, Mr. Li, you're too kind. Shortly after, Manager Wang of Taiwa Hall and Ba Xiao of Changchun Hall arrived one after the other. Upon entering, they also greeted Dean Shi Yumin with impeccable manners. After the pleasantries, everyone's attention naturally turned to the batch of medicinal herbs that Lin Yi had brought. When they saw the plump ginseng roots with intact roots, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. My goodness, it's been years since I've seen such fine ginseng, and there's so much of it. Manager Wang exclaimed. Boss Li also stepped forward to examine it closely, nodding repeatedly. Indeed rare, the quality is top-notch. Boss Zhao picked up a ginseng root, sniffed it gently, and praised, This ginseng has a rich aroma. Its medicinal effects must be excellent. Lin Yi smiled to the side, secretly pleased with himself. The batch of medicinal herbs he had gone through so much trouble to bring back had indeed aroused their great interest. Dean Shi Yumin spoke first. Everyone, we are all industry professionals, and the quality of Lin Yi's batch of medicinal herbs is evident to all. Let's be frank and discuss a reasonable price and distribution method. Mr. Li cleared his throat and said, Mr. Chi is right. Then let me state my position first. Tongren will take 1/3 of this ginseng, and the price will be based on the current highest market price, plus 10%. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang quickly said, Mr. Li, you have quite the appetite. Taiwaiting is also determined to get this batch of ginseng. My price is the same as yours, but I want 1/4. Mr. Zhao smiled slightly and said unhurriedly, Gentlemen, please don't be in a hurry. As for the price, everyone is sincere, but we still need to consider the allocation of quantities. Although my Changchun Hall is not as large as yours, I will take 20% of the ginseng, and the price will be increased by 10% accordingly. Lin Yi listened from the side, secretly calculating in his mind. Dean Shi Yumin pondered for a moment and said, Everyone, this kind of arguing isn't going to work. In my opinion, it would be better to allocate the funds according to the needs and strength of each shop. Tongren is very strong, so it's not unreasonable for Boss Li to take 1/3. Taiwaiting and Changshuntang are slightly weaker, so Manager Wang should take 1/4 and Boss Zhao should take 20%. How about that? As for the price, let's just raise it by 10%, as everyone has suggested. After a moment's thought, Mr. Li nodded. Old Chi's suggestion is very fair. I have no objection. Manager Wang and Mr. Zhao exchanged a glance and also agreed. Then, the topic turned to deer, antler, and Dendrobium officinale. Manager Wang said, Taiwa Hall, will take 20% of the price for these deer antlers and Dendrobium officinale, and the price will be the same as the ginseng price we just mentioned. Boss Zhao immediately retorted, Manager Wang, you're being a bit greedy. My Chang Shentang wants 25% of the deer antler and 15% of the Dendrobium officinale. Mr. Li smiled and said, Gentlemen, stop arguing. My Tongrantang deer antler will be 30% and Dendrobium officinale 20%. The prices are negotiable. The three of them were immediately engulfed in another heated debate. Dean Shi Yumin cleared his throat and said, Everyone, let's keep things peaceful. I suggest that the distribution of deer, antler, and Dendrobium officinale be based on the shop's specialties and customer needs. Tongrantang has an advantage in tonics, so we can give them more deer antler, say 35%. Tai Waiting specializes in health preservation and conditioning, so we can give them 20% of the Dendrobium officinale. Chang Shentang will offer 25% deer antler and 15% Dendrobium officinale. The price will be uniformly increased by 0.5% from the previous price. The three men listened to Dean Shi's suggestion and fell into thought. After a while, Mr. Li was the first to speak up. Old Shi is right, Tongrantang agrees. Manager Wang and Boss Zhao nodded in agreement. All right, we'll listen to Elder Chi. By this time, the negotiations had been going on for nearly half an hour. Seeing that everyone had basically reached a consensus, Lin Yi felt relieved. Since everyone and Dean Shi have reached an agreement, then it's settled, Lin Yi said. Everyone readily agreed. Subsequently, Lin Yi signed contracts with the three business owners. Soon, the 173 million yuan was successfully transferred to Lin Yi's account. After the transaction was completed, Lin Yi warmly said, Thank you all for your support. Let's cooperate again in the future. The three business owners responded with smiles. Brother Lin, you're too kind. Don't forget us if you have any good products in the future. Dean Shi Yumin, seeing this happy scene, smiled with satisfaction. After the successful completion of the transaction, Lin Yi was in high spirits and warmly invited everyone to have dinner at a nearby restaurant. Everyone readily agreed and went along. At the table, Lin Yi brought out the Matai liquor he had brought back, and after tasting it, everyone was captivated by its mellow and smooth flavor. Amidst the clinking of glasses, the atmosphere was cheerful, and both host and guests enjoyed themselves immensely. Chapter 41 Lin Yi's Kyoto Adventures. After completing the medicinal herb transaction, Lin Yi had 2 rare days of free time. During these 2 days, he and Li Junbo played games to their heart's content, as if they had returned to their carefree days at military academy. However, happy times are always fleeting. 2 days later, Li Junbo's leave ended, and he had to return to his unit. Although Lin Yi was somewhat reluctant to see him go, he knew that Li Junbo, as a soldier, wouldn't have the same freedom as him. After seeing Li Junbo off, Lin Yi's life returned to normal. Just when he thought he could continue to enjoy some leisurely time, he received a call from Director Li. Lin Yi, someone's been looking for you these past couple of days. Could you help them receive them? Director Li said on the other end of the phone. Although Lin Yi was a little suspicious, he agreed anyway. The next day, Lin Yi received a call from the other party. The two agreed to meet at a coffee shop. Lin Yi arrived at the coffee shop ahead of time, found a seat by the window, and quietly waited for the other party to arrive. Not long after, a man and a woman entered the coffee shop. The man was tall and handsome, with a shrewd and capable look in his eyes. The woman was graceful and beautiful, exuding a captivating charm with every gesture. The man saw Lin Yi, smiled, walked over, and extended his hand, saying, Hello, you must be Lin Yi. My name is Luo Tianxing. Lin Yi stood up, shook hands with Luo Tianxing, and said, Hello, Mr. Luo. It's a pleasure to meet you. Luo Tianxing pointed to the woman beside him and introduced her. This is Zhounan. Zhounan smiled and nodded to Lin Yi, saying, Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Yi invited them to sit down and ordered coffee from a waiter. Mr. Luo, what brings you here? Lin Yi asked directly. Luo Tianxing said directly, I work for the State Ordnance Industry Group. I've heard that Boss Lin has some sales channels. I wonder if we could cooperate. Lin Yi was startled, then remembered that Director Li had asked him to receive these 2 people, so it seemed that they already knew about his purchase of weapon from Andre. He composed himself and said, "Mr. Luo, to be honest, my business is quite diverse. My customers are poor and can only afford cheap weapons." Luo Tianxing smiled slightly and said, "No problem. There are also many old equipment in stock in China. No matter how old they are, they should be much better than the old relics you have." Lin Yi frowned, deep in thought. He knew that cooperating with the National Ordnance Industry Group was no small matter. It involved extremely significant interests and responsibilities. "Mr. Luo, I need to think this over carefully. After all, arms deals are no ordinary business. Every aspect involved requires careful consideration," Lin Yi said cautiously. Luo Tianxing nodded and said, "Boss Lin, I understand your concerns. But if we can find places where our country's old equipment is needed through appropriate channels, it can not only play a role, but also generate some revenue for the country. Why not do it?" Lin Yi picked up his coffee, took a sip, and said, "Then what are the specific details of the cooperation? I don't want to get involved without knowing the details." Luo Tianxing said, "Mr. Lin, our initial idea is that you use your sales channels to understand market demand. Based on the information you provide, we will select suitable inventory equipment for sale. Then we will conduct detailed negotiations and arrangements regarding price, transportation, and after-sales service." Lin Yi tapped the table lightly, pondering Luo Tianxing's words. "It sounds feasible, but in practice it might not be so easy. For example, the weapons import policies of different countries, the stability of the regional situation, and so on. These are all factors that need to be considered. But deep down, I'm overjoyed. The amount of weapons and equipment needed for the 8-year War of Resistance alone was enormous. Not to mention that we can gradually upgrade the equipment for the 8th Route Army later on. Just thinking about all those planes and cannons, it seems like having another supplier isn't so bad." Luo Tianxing said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, please take your time to consider it. There's no need to rush, but I still hope you can fully see the potential value and significance of this cooperation." After speaking, Luo Tianxing solemnly handed his business card to Lin Yi and then took his leave with Lin Nan. After seeing Luo Tianxing and his companion off, Lin Yi slowly sat down on the sofa, lost in deep thought, and began to carefully sort out the matters that needed to be handled next. He deeply realized that as the business continued to expand, the current operating model was no longer suitable for the current development needs, and finding a dedicated office space and warehouse was imperative. Thinking of this, Lin Yi quickly picked up his phone and dialed Tao Xiaoai's number. Tao Xiaoai's clear and pleasant voice came through the phone almost immediately. "Hello, Mr. Lin. What can I do for you?" Lin Yi said directly, "Xiao AI, I urgently need to find a suitable office space and warehouse. I'll tell you my specific requirements now, and I'd appreciate it if you could help me find one as soon as possible." Tao Xiaoai replied without hesitation, "Okay, please go ahead." Lin Yi spoke earnestly and methodically. "The office space cannot be too small. It must have ample space to accommodate employees, and it also needs to be equipped with several independent meeting rooms. As for the location, it is best to choose a location with very convenient transportation, so that it is convenient for clients to come and go. As for the warehouse, it needs to be large enough to store a large amount of goods, while also ensuring safety and dryness. Proper moisture-proofing measures are essential. Furthermore, the rent should be reasonable and not excessively expensive." Tao Xiaoai listened attentively while taking careful notes in her notebook and replied, "I understand, Mr. Lin. However, finding one that perfectly meets your requirements may take some time." Unexpectedly, less than 2 hours later, Tao Xiaoai called. When Lin Yi answered, he heard Tao Xiaoai say urgently, "Mr. Lin, I found a place that meets your requirements. Shall we go take a look together?" And so, the two agreed to meet at the shop where Tao Xiaoai worked. Lin Yi quickly arrived at the shop by taxi. As soon as he entered, he heard a sharp and sarcastic voice. "Tao Xiaoai, your brother Lin is looking for you. He's only been here for 2 days, and he's already taken care of you again." The word "taken care of" was emphasized. With red eyes and a somber voice, Tao Xiaoai said to Lin Yi in a low voice, "Mr. Lin, you've arrived. Let me show you the office." With that, she led Lin Yi out of the store. After the two got into a taxi in front of the store, Lin Yi asked with concern, "Did you not get along with that woman earlier?" Tao Xiaoai replied, "She's the boss's sister-in-law. She's always acting arrogantly in the store, and we can only give in to her." Lin Yi then asked, "Xiao AI, where did you graduate from?" What did you major in? Tao Xiaoai replied, I'm studying international trade at Kyoto Institute of Technology. I'll be graduating in a little over a month. There aren't many classes at school right now, so I'm looking for a part-time job. Lin Yi said with delight. What a coincidence. I was just about to open a trading company. Why don't you come and help me? Tao Xiaoai looked embarrassed. Mr. Lin, I haven't graduated yet, and I don't have much work experience. Lin Yi reassured him. It's all right. Think it over first, and we'll discuss it in detail later. Chapter 42 Lin Yi's Kyoto Turmoil. Not long after, the taxi came to a smooth stop, and they arrived at their destination. Lin Yi got out of the car and looked up. Before him stood the familiar commercial center. His heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the place where Li Haoliang's antique collection was located? Tao Xiaoai led Lin Yi quickly into the building and headed straight for the 16th floor. Upon arrival, they saw Manager Wang from the property management company already waiting there. Tao Xiaoai warmly greeted the property manager, Mr. Wang, who smiled professionally and nodded slightly to Lin Yi. Mr. Lin, welcome to this office, Mr. Wang said, leading Lin Yi on a tour. Lin Yi followed behind, carefully observing every corner, silently assessing whether it met his needs. As Manager Wang walked around, he explained, this office is about 430 square meters. It was previously used by a health product company, but they just moved out a few days ago. Because our business center is located in a prime location in the city center, we have received a lot of inquiries about this office, and we expect it to be rented out soon. Lin Yi listened and nodded silently, already feeling a sense of goodwill towards the place. He asked, Manager Wang, how much is the rent for this year? Manager Wang stopped and looked at Lin Yi with a firm gaze, saying, Mr. Lin, as you know, the location of our business center is such that the rent is naturally relatively high. This office has a minimum lease term of 3 years, with an annual rent of 1.3 million and a deposit of 500,000. Upon hearing the price, Lin Yi quickly began to calculate in his mind. Although the price was considerable, considering the location and office space, he felt it was still within an acceptable range. However, every little bit helps, so he called Tao Xiaoai aside and whispered, Xiaoai, can you talk to Manager Wang for me and see if we can lower the rent a bit? I'll still pay your agency commission, and I'll rent this office. Tao Xiaoai nodded after listening, her eyes revealing determination and confidence. She turned and walked towards the property manager, the two standing aside, talking quietly. Tao Xiaoai smiled occasionally, then gestured something, her expression focused and absorbed. After a while, Tao Xiaoai returned to Lin Yi with a beaming smile, excitedly saying, Mr. Lin, Manager Wang has agreed to rent it to you for 1.2 million yuan per year. Lin Yi was overjoyed, his admiration for Tao Xiaoai's efficiency growing even stronger. Afterwards, the three parties went to the property management office and quickly completed the relevant formalities. Once the formalities were finished, they returned to their office on the 16th floor. Looking at the empty room, Lin Yi began to envision the future layout and development blueprint for the company. After a moment's thought, he decided to entrust Manager Wang to arrange for someone to clean and tidy the office as soon as possible. After settling things in the office, Lin Yi took out his phone and called Li Haoliang. Hey, Haoliang, it's Lin. Lin Yi said, his voice tinged with excitement. Lin Yi, what's up? Li Haoliang asked on the other end of the line. Haoliang, I've rented an office upstairs in your commercial center. I'm planning to set up a company, Lin Yi said. Hey, brother Lin, are you about to make a big splash? Li Haoliang's voice was full of surprise. Brother Liang, please don't call me Brother Lin. It sounds awkward to me. Just call me Xiao, like Junbo does, Lin Yi said with a smile. Okay, Xiao, I'll go up right away, Li Haoliang said readily. Less than 5 minutes later, Li Haoliang arrived at Lin Yi's newly rented office. He looked around at the empty room, patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, and said, Xiao Yi, not bad, you've got guts. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, they arrived at Li Haoliang's office. Lin Yi said, Brother Liang, I'm exporting more and more goods now, and I'm also bringing back quite a few things from abroad. So I have to set up a company to operate it. I can't do it all by myself. In the future, I'll need Brother Liang's help with some of the antiques and collectibles I bring back from abroad. Without hesitation, Li Haoliang said, No problem, Xiaoyi, I've got it covered. Li Haoliang enthusiastically introduced Lin Yi to a reliable decoration company. Lin Yi was extremely grateful and turned to Tao Xiaoai, saying, Xiaoai, look, my company is about to be established, and I'm the only one here, and I often have to go abroad. Why don't you come and help me first? I'll make you the vice president. Help me get the company up and running as soon as possible and recruit purchasing staff, accountants, and so on later. Tao Xiaoai hesitated for a moment, feeling both anticipation for the new challenge and apprehension about the unknown. But in the end, she was moved by Lin Yi's sincerity and trust and nodded, saying, "Mr. Lin, then I'll give it a try." The two then went to the warehouse recommended by Tao Xiaoai, a warehouse assigned to the trade center. Lin Yi carefully inspected the warehouse's environment and security facilities, finding everything satisfactory, and readily signed a contract with the relevant personnel. Back in the office, Lin Yi felt it was time to buy a car, so the two went to the auto mall. Lin Yi had always been fond of rugged off-road vehicles. After browsing the auto mall, he bought himself a stylish Jeep Wrangler and selected an Audi sedan for company use. Tao Xiaoai stood aside, watching Lin Yi make a decisive decision, and gained a deeper understanding of his decisiveness and courage. However, Tao Xiaoai couldn't drive, so Lin Yi called Li Junbo and asked him to help introduce a driver who was about to retire from the military. After arranging everything, Lin Yi dumped all the renovation and company registration matters on Tao Xiaoai and then boarded a plane to Makala. Upon returning to Makala, Lin Yifu immediately traveled back to the era of the War of Resistance against Japan. He had been away for a month and was unaware of the specific situation on the 8th Route Army's side. Chapter 43, the 8th Route Army's Armored Forces. After returning to the independent regiment, Lin Yi hurried to the regimental headquarters. However, he did not see the familiar figures of the regimental commander and political commissar. Only Chief of Staff, who was sitting at the table, intently studying a map. Lin Yi stepped forward and asked, "Chief of Staff who? Where are the regimental commander and political commissar?" Chief of Staff, who looked up at Lin Yi and said, "Lin Yi, you're back." The regimental commander and political commissar went to the brigade headquarters. Oh no, they went to the military region headquarters for a meeting. Lin Yi frowned slightly, a hint of worry rising in his heart, and asked, "Has something serious happened?" Chief of Staff, who put down his pen and replied with a solemn expression, "After you left, the situation became even more dire. Shuzhou fell, and the Japanese army immediately launched the Battle of Wuhan, where the fighting is now raging. The Z Department has issued an order requiring us to develop our own strength, while also diverting some troops to harass the Japanese army supply lines and strongholds. The regimental commander and political commissar went to receive specific combat missions." After listening, Lin Yi's expression turned serious, but his eyes revealed determination. He nodded to Chief of Staff, who asked for directions to the military region headquarters, then turned and mounted a motorcycle. The engine roared, and he sped off towards the military region headquarters. On the way, Lin Yi's thoughts were racing, with the current battle situation constantly flashing through his mind. He thought of the Battle of Wuhan, where the Japanese army had deployed as many as 300,000 troops to capture the city, while the J Army had responded with 1 million soldiers. Although the Japanese army achieved a few victories, such as the Battle of Wanjiling, it was essentially in a passive, constantly retreating position throughout the campaign. In an attempt to halt the Japanese pursuit, they even took the extreme measure of blowing up the Huayuankou Pass, resulting in the drowning of over 800,000 innocent people. This decision brought about immense disaster, not only the loss of countless lives, but also the shattering of countless families, a truly heartbreaking tragedy. As Lin Yi pondered the course of the Battle of Wuhan, he arrived at the Jinji military region headquarters. He entered the headquarters conference room without hindrance. It's worth noting that Lin Yi's face was practically a passport to entry for the entire 386th Brigade. Brigade Commander Qinzhong, or rather, Commander Qinzhong, had instructed the headquarters guard battalion that Lin Yi should be allowed in whenever he needed him. As soon as everyone saw Lin Yi, they all stood up and greeted him warmly. Commander Qinzhong even took a few quick steps to Lin Yi's side and asked eagerly, "Lin Yi, when did you get back?" Lin Yi smiled and replied, "I just got back. When I arrived at the independent regiment, Chief of Staff who told me that you were having a meeting, so I came straight here." Commander Chun said, "Lin Yi, come, listen to what's going on." He then waved for the Soviet Chief of Staff to continue speaking. Chief of Staff Su solemnly stated, "In order to fully support the Battle of Wuhan, the Z Department has issued an order requiring us to destroy the enemy's transportation lines, especially the railway lines, and resolutely prevent the Japanese army's supplies from moving south. By continuously harassing the Japanese troops, We can effectively prevent the Japanese army from sending troops to reinforce the Wuhan area. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately began whispering and discussing among themselves. Chief of Staff Su continued, "Our operational plan for this operation is to deploy all troops except for the necessary ones left to guard the base." The 2nd Regiment's operational objective was to destroy the Zhengtai Railway and the bunkers along the line with all its might. The 1st Regiment and the Independent Regiment were responsible for harassing Japanese strongholds in southern Chahar and northeastern Shanxi, while also sabotaging roads, bridges, and tunnels to prevent the Japanese from smoothly deploying troops southward. After hearing this, everyone fell into a long silence. It's important to understand that the construction of numerous bridges and tunnels in Shanxi province had consumed a tremendous amount of manpower and resources, making them extremely hard-won. It was truly regrettable that they were now being destroyed. Commander Chen glanced around at everyone and then asked, "Does anyone have any other opinions? If not, let's proceed with this plan." Lin Yi said, "Commander Chen, I have a different idea. I wonder what development plans the Jinshaji military region has after this raid is over." Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Lin Yi continued, "After this raid, we will be able to connect the 3 military regions of Jinshaji into one. Next, I have prepared a batch of heavy weapons for you, including tanks and large caliber artillery. However, these heavy weapons are extremely dependent on roads." Commander Chen stood up excitedly and said, "Really? Can we really have tanks and large caliber artillery?" Lin Yi replied, "We can start preparing now. I suggest establishing an armored regiment and a heavy artillery regiment directly under the brigade headquarters. These heavy weapons are highly dependent on skilled technical personnel. As far as I know, the Northeast Army has experience in using armored forces, and the J Army is currently forming the 200th Division, with all equipment and training provided by the Soviet Union. We could also try to find a way to address this." Commander Chun said, "I will report to the Z Department as soon as possible. If the Z Department finds out, they will definitely support us. In addition, I will immediately ask each unit to compile a list of personnel who have been in contact with tanks and machinery, and have them transfer personnel over as soon as possible. Then we'll change our objectives for this raid. We won't destroy the roads and bridges for now, but we'll still need to lay landmines on the roads. We'll begin our coordinated operation at midnight on July 1st. In the conference room, Chief of Staff Shun handed a telegram to the veteran general and said, "Veteran, take a look. Our Commander Chun has sent a telegram." The veteran picked up the telegram and read it. As soon as he finished reading, he excitedly said, "Is this true? Can we really have tanks and heavy artillery? But look at how capable Chunjong is. He wants to build a tank regiment and a heavy artillery regiment in just one brigade. Does that mean I'll have to be assigned a tank division and a heavy artillery division?" Chief of Staff Shun said with a smile, "Just based on your reputation, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you could cause trouble for an entire tank army group." The veteran smiled and said, "Send a telegram to Chunjong and have him compile a list of all the talents we need. Our Z Department will definitely support him. Furthermore, since they can acquire enough tanks, let them buy an extra regiment of them. The same goes for heavy artillery. Let's establish a tank regiment and a heavy artillery regiment for our Z unit. Send a telegram to the division commanders, instructing them to compile a list of personnel in their units who have experience with tanks and heavy artillery, and send them all to Chinzhong, telling them that these personnel will become instructors for their own units in the future. Send another telegram to the rear, requesting them to recruit more personnel specializing in tanks, artillery, and machinery. Get our tank and heavy artillery units operational as quickly as possible." When the division commanders received the telegram from the veteran general, their reactions varied. General Liu exclaimed in amazement, "Is Chun Zhong trying to ascend to heaven?" "General," he exclaimed, "Chun Zhong is amazing." General Lin exclaimed, "Chun Zhong is practically a demon." What they had in common was that they quickly compiled a list of personnel needed to support their troops and then immediately dispatched them to the Jinshaji military region. Later, the artillery school of the Jinshaji military region lived up to expectations and played a significant role. Through systematic teaching and rigorous training, it cultivated a large number of outstanding armored and artillery personnel. Chapter 44, the 8th Route Army's Armored Forces. A day later, in a quiet little village called Rigu, not too far from the headquarters of the Jinshaji military region, a disciplined 8th Route Army team arrived. After arriving in the village, Weary from their journey, they didn't spend much time interacting with the kind and simple local people. Instead, they quickly and systematically got to work. Working together, they extensively reclaimed the nearby, overgrown barren hills, soon creating a wide and flat clearing. Immediately afterwards, everyone enthusiastically threw themselves into the construction work of the barracks and drill ground. Some soldiers carried timber, some mixed cement, and some laid bricks and built walls. Undoubtedly, this place will soon become an important military training site, a base for armored and artillery training, and an artillery school. Meanwhile, Lin Yi also returned to the modern era. In order to procure the weapons needed for armored and artillery troops, he tirelessly searched for Andre. Upon meeting Andre, Lin Yi cut to the chase. Andre, are your stockpiled T-54 tanks, D-2152mm and D-3122mm howitzers, and BTR-60 armored vehicles still in good working order? I need to supply some heavy weapons to our clients. In fact, Lin Yi's choice of these 4 weapons was a well-considered one. The T-54 tank was the prototype of the Chinese Type 59 tank, which the former Soviet Union had widely sold around the world. Moreover, there is no weapon currently in use in the world that is cheaper than this. You can't just bring out a tank that has already been sent to a museum. The D-2152mm howitzer is still widely used by the PLA today, specifically the Type 66 152mm howitzer. The D-30 howitzer remains active worldwide. These weapons, in terms of performance, adaptability, and ease of maintenance, were the most suitable choices for the 8th Route Army at the time. Upon hearing this, Andre's face immediately lit up with a bright smile, and he excitedly told Lin, "Of course, no problem. These 3 weapons are still in service with the Russian army." Lin Yi's gaze was firm as he calmly stated, "I want T-54 tanks, D-2152mm howitzers, D-3122mm howitzers and their corresponding vehicles, as well as BTR-60 armored vehicles. All ammunition must be fully equipped for me. Could you please check the cost? But let me be clear, don't try to rip me off. You should know that China has Type 59 tanks, Type 66 152mm howitzers, and Type 86 122mm howitzers." Upon hearing this, Andre's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, how did he know I was going to sell it at a high price? You know, the profit margin for this kind of heavy weapon is much higher than that of ordinary rifles. But he still tried to remain calm, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, T-54 tank costs $300,000. A D-2152mm howitzer costs $400,000. A D-30 howitzer costs $400,000, and a BTR-60 costs $260,000. After listening, Lin Yi revealed a meaningful smile and said, "Andre, the basic version of China's retired Type 59 tank only sells for 1 million Chinese yuan, and a slightly modified one is only about 1 million Chinese yuan, which is less than 140,000 US dollars. A second-hand D-20 howitzer made in China sells for 2 million Chinese yuan each. The price you're offering seems unreasonable no matter how you look at it." Andre seemed a little anxious and quickly explained, "Lin, it's not what you think. Our country's T-54 and D-20 have basically been retired and mothballed, with the earliest ones having been mothballed for over 50 years. If I were to give this to you, it would have to undergo a comprehensive inspection and meticulous refurbishment before it could be delivered." Lin Yi nodded slightly and said, "Andre, the price of the equipment itself isn't the key, right? If it's used long-term, the shells and spare parts are where the real profits come from. Besides, this is only the first batch of goods. Future orders will be much larger." After pondering for a moment, Andre said helplessly, "Lin, all right, I accept your proposal. I will send you the detailed price calculation as soon as possible." After speaking with Andre, Lin Yi began preparations to return to China. His primary task upon returning was naturally to check on his company. After all, he had been away alone for over a week, and he had no idea how the company was doing. Moreover, he would need to talk to Luo, Tianxing, and the others after returning home. Compare 3 options? Oh, it seems this time he can only compare 2. A day later, Lin Yi arrived at his company in Kyoto. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by an elegant atmosphere. The ingenious layout of the space was immediately apparent. The reception area is simple yet sophisticated, without excessive decoration. A sleek wooden reception desk, paired with a few elegant chairs, creates a comfortable and welcoming atmosphere. The corridor walls are painted in a soft beige tone, adorned with several profound ink paintings, adding a touch of cultural depth to the space. The floor is covered with warm textured solid wood flooring, making every step feel like walking on a poetic path. Inside the office, the choice of desks and chairs emphasizes a combination of practicality and aesthetics. The simple designs and high-quality materials exude a refined quality without being ostentatious. Plain-colored curtains hang on the windows, allowing light to pass through without being harsh, filling the room with soft light. Inside the conference room, a rectangular solid wood conference table is paired with comfortable leather chairs, creating a simple yet dignified atmosphere. The surrounding walls are not overly decorated, with only a few rows of bookshelves neatly arranged with books and documents, showcasing a pragmatic yet elegant ambience. The staff rest area is decorated in a warm and inviting manner, with several sets of soft sofas surrounding a small coffee table and vibrant green plants placed in the corner, allowing people to enjoy a moment of tranquility and relaxation after a busy day at work. The entire company's renovation was meticulous, with not a single element wasted. Every design element was just right, showcasing an elegant beauty. After reading it, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Tao Xiaowai is quite capable. I knew I hadn't misjudged her. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. "President Lin, you're back." Lin Yi turned around and said with a smile, "Xiao AI, you are really capable. I really didn't expect that everything would be done in such a short period of time." Tao Xiaowai smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I can't let down President Lin's trust in me." Chapter 45, the 8th Route Army's Armored Forces. After chatting happily for a while, Lin Yi dialed Luo Tianxing's number. The phone rang only twice before a cheerful voice came from the other end. "Boss Lin, is there any business you want to do for me?" Luo? Lin Yi said, "Of course. My client asked me to place an order for a batch of goods, and you were the first person I thought of." Luo Tianxing replied, "How about we meet somewhere to talk?" Lin Yi then gave Luo Tianxing his company's address. Less than an hour later, Luo Tianxing arrived at Lin Yi's company with his assistant, Zhou Nan. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Luo Tianxing immediately said, "Boss Lin, are you planning to settle down in Kyoto?" Lin Yi replied, "I'm providing more and more supplies to my overseas clients, and it's really inconvenient not having an office. So we set up this office space. It's not officially open yet, so come, let's talk in my office." As they spoke, the three of them went to Lin Yi's office. After they sat down, Luo Tianxing asked, "Boss Lin, what kind of goods do you plan to supply to the clients this time?" Lin Yi didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. "Manager Luo, what's the current situation with the domestic copy of the Italian M56 105mm howitzer?" Luo Tianxing frowned and said, "Why would Boss Lin be interested in this cannon?" "It's because this cannon uses NATO standard shells, so we don't have any in our country. The main purpose of replicating this cannon is for export, but if your customer wants it, we can produce a batch for you." Lin Yi said, "If we were to produce it, wouldn't the price be too high? My clients have limited funds, so second-hand goods are more cost-effective for them." As the two were talking, Lin Yi's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Andre calling, so he answered it directly. Andre's voice came through the phone. "Lin, we can get you the T-54 tanks you wanted for $280,000 each, the D-20 howitzers for $360,000 each, and the BTR-60 armored vehicles for $130,000 each. They'll all be refurbished and maintained for you. What do you think?" Lin Yi replied, "I'll confirm the quantity with the client, and then I'll call you. Wait for my call." Before Lin Yi could speak, Zhou Nan quietly told Luo Tianxing about the three types of weapons Lin Yi wanted to buy from Andre, and Luo Tianxing's expression immediately changed. After Lin Yi hung up the phone, Luo Tianxing immediately asked, "Mr. Lin's client still needs tanks, armored vehicles, and large-caliber artillery?" Lin Yi replied, "Yes, my client wants to build a heavy armored force, so they entrusted me to procure equipment for them. Manager Luo, are you interested in this order?" Luo Tianxing said, "Boss Lin, could this order be placed with us in China? We can provide it to you at the same price. You know, we have the Type 59 tank and the Type 66 152mm howitzer in China, and their technical parameters are the same." Lin Yi said, "I wonder what price Manager Luo plans to offer me. Actually, I've already thought it through. If there's a big price difference, I'll buy from whoever is cheaper. If the prices are similar, I'll split it 50/50 since the goods are the same anyway." After apologizing to Lin Yi, Luo Tianxing left Lin Yi's office. Lin Yi knew that he had to consult and report to their superiors about this matter. Just then, Tao Xiaoai knocked on the door and came in, placing 3 cups of tea next to where Lin Yi, Zhou Nan, and Luo Tianxing were sitting. After giving Zhou Nan a rather unfriendly look for a moment, she left the office. Just then, Luo Tianxing returned and said directly, the Type 59 tank has undergone a series of improvements. The latest Type 59G can even reach the level of a 3rd-generation tank. The old Type 59 tanks have all been retired and mothballed. After refurbishment, I'll give you $175,000 per tank and $350,000 per Type 66. The price of a newly produced 105mm light howitzer is $550,000. Lin Yi curled his lips and said, then I don't need the 105mm howitzer. What about the domestic Type 541 122mm howitzer or the Type 86 122mm howitzer? If there's nothing suitable, I'll have to buy the D30. Luo Tianxing thought to himself, this kid is very familiar with the weapons and equipment in China. So he said helplessly, if you want the Type 541 122 howitzer, it's $200,000 a unit, and the Type 86 122 howitzer is $300,000 a unit. After thinking for a while, Lin Yi said, give me 100 Type 59 tanks, 48 Type 66 152mm howitzers, and 48 Type 86 122mm howitzers. Provide me with all the tractors and ammunition. But I have one request. Luo Tianxing's face flushed with excitement as he said, go ahead. Lin Yi said, I request to settle the payment in RMB. Luo Tianxing hesitated for a moment before saying, all right. Actually, he only agreed because he thought these old equipment could still be sold, and selling shells was far more profitable than selling cannons. For example, a single 152mm howitzer shell was worth nearly 5,000 renminbi, which is why they say when the cannons roar, gold pours in. After the two reached an agreement, Zhou Nan was asked to prepare the contract. After it was signed, Lin Yi paid half of the deposit. Luo Tianxing said to Lin Yi, Boss Lin, from now on, Lin Nan will be your direct contact. Just contact her if you need anything. Lin Yi said, okay then. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. After Luo Tianxing and the other left, Lin Yi called Andre again and ordered 100 T-54 tanks, 48 D-21 howitzers, 48 D-30 howitzers, 50 BTR-60 armored vehicles, and supporting ammunition, agreeing to deliver them to Mukalla within a month. To support the company's development, Lin Yi recruited a senior accountant from a state-owned enterprise. He also hired several energetic and ambitious salespeople. After the personnel arrived, Lin Yi gave them their first important task. He wanted them to find a reliable grain and oil company and order 5,000 tons of rice. Lin Yi knew that the people in the Yellow River flood area were having a hard time after the breach of the Huayuanca dike, and he planned to transport a batch of rice to the 8th Route Army. So the sales representatives were dispatched to travel around and actively contact and communicate with major grain and oil companies. After a lot of effort, they finally reached a cooperation agreement with a high-quality grain and oil company and ordered 5,000 tons of rice, which was quickly sent to Mukalla's warehouse. In a few days since Lin Yi returned to China, the Armored Forces Training Base and Artillery School in Zaishigu have opened, and the carefully selected talents from various units have gathered there. ZB specifically appointed Wu Ting from the Headquarters Artillery Regiment as the Vice Principal of the Artillery School and the commander of the newly formed Headquarters Heavy Artillery Regiment. At the training base, since there were no tanks available at the moment, Commander Chun allocated 10 vehicles and 12 76mm mountain guns to serve as training equipment. A tank soldier asked Wu Ting with a lot of doubt, "We are tank soldiers. Why are we being made to learn about cars and artillery?" Wu Ting replied seriously, "Don't tanks need to move? Don't tanks have cannons?" This left the tank crewmen who had asked the question speechless. Therefore, no one raised any further objections, and they could only begin training according to the syllabus. Within this small base, the 8th Route Army's 1st Tank Unit and 1st Heavy Artillery Unit were established. Chapter 46 Raid. Around 11 p.m. on June 30th, 1938, night fell over the vicinity of Beijing along the Zhengtai Railway, a tense atmosphere lurking beneath the silence. Ding Lin, the battalion commander of the 772nd Regiment, led his soldiers in a silent ambush along the railway line. Ding Lin's eyes were fixed intently on the railway tracks ahead. The soldiers beside him held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, awaiting the impending battle. For this operation, they meticulously planned, planting explosives along the railway line in advance and setting up machine gun positions and mortars. "Battalion commander, everything is ready, just waiting for the Japanese train," a soldier reported to Ding Lin in a low voice. Ding Lin nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "Everyone stay vigilant and stay hidden. We can't let the enemy discover us beforehand." Time ticked by, and the soldiers' heartbeats seemed to merge with the silent night. Suddenly, the roar of a train came from afar, growing louder as it approached, breaking the stillness of the night. "Ready!" Ding Lin gave the order, and the soldiers' nerves instantly tensed. The train drew closer, and in the dim moonlight, they discovered that it was equipped with an armored vehicle engine. Ding Lin's heart tightened, but his eyes remained resolute. Just as the train entered the preset explosion zone, the platoon leader decisively pressed the remote control. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, flames shot into the sky, and the explosives instantly severed the tracks, causing the train to derail and overturn with a tremendous crash. However, the Japanese soldiers escorting the train were well-trained and reacted quickly. Almost simultaneously with the train being bombed, their machine guns began firing wildly. Tot-tot-tot-tot. Dense bullets rained down on the ambushing 8th Route Army soldiers. "Fire!" Ding Lin shouted. Instantly, the light and heavy machine guns of the battalion roared in unison, bullets whistling as they fired at the enemy. Mortars also roared, shells exploding among the Japanese troops. But the armored vehicles behind the Japanese train were not to be outdone and began to return fire. The sound of artillery fire was deafening, and smoke filled the air. "Rocket launcher!" Ding Lin shouted. A rocket launcher operator quickly shouldered his launcher, aimed at the front of the armored vehicle, and decisively fired a 40mm rocket. Boom! Another loud explosion rang out, and the front of the armored vehicle was blown apart, sparks flying and parts flying everywhere. "Comrades, charge!" Ding Lin waved his hand and led the charge. The soldiers rushed towards the train like tigers descending a mountain. They fired as they charged, their battle cries shaking the heavens. Under the fierce attack of the 8th Route Army, the Japanese troops gradually became unable to resist. Some Japanese soldiers attempted to escape but were quickly killed. Others hid in the carriages and put up a stubborn resistance, but were eventually wiped out as well. Soon, the 8th Route Army dealt with the Japanese soldiers escorting the truck and took control of the entire situation. "Quickly check the carriages and see what we can find," Ding Lin ordered. The soldiers excitedly opened the carriages and found them full of ammunition. "Battalion commander, we've struck it rich. A whole train carload of ammunition," a soldier shouted excitedly. Ding Lin smiled with satisfaction. "These are our treasures. Quickly organize the transport. We can't leave the enemy with a single bullet." The soldiers sprang into action, moving the ammunition in an orderly manner. Just then, an alarm sounded in the distance. "Battalion commander, it might be Japanese reinforcements from nearby," a soldier reported. Ding Lin frowned. "Speed up, evacuate as soon as possible." The soldiers quickened their pace of carrying the captured ammunition, disappearing into the night before the enemy reinforcements arrived. On the railway near Shijiazhuang, the moonlight was dim and silence enveloped the area. A group of militiamen approached silently, their eyes resolute, their hands gripping their tools tightly, their hearts filled with anger towards the enemy and a desire for victory. The captain lowered his voice and said, "Brothers, be careful. We must complete the mission." The militiamen sprang into action, skillfully using their tools to dismantle a section of the railway. Just as they finished the sabotage, the roar of a train echoed in the distance. "Everyone take cover," the captain ordered, and the militiamen quickly hid in the nearby bushes. The train roared in, and when it reached the damaged section of track, it instantly lost its balance and derailed. The immense inertia caused the carriage to shake violently, throwing the driver and the 2 Japanese soldiers escorting it around in a daze. "Charge," the captain shouted, and the militiamen charged forward like tigers. Before the 3 Japanese could react, the militiamen's guns were already pointed at them. Several short gunshots rang out, and the driver and 2 Japanese soldiers escorting the vehicle instantly fell to the ground. "Quick, Check what's on the truck, the captain exclaimed anxiously. The group boarded the truck and were overjoyed to find it filled with grain. Great! This grain was stolen from our people by the Japanese devils. We must take it back. Everyone excitedly began carrying the grain, taking as much as they could. But there was simply too much grain, they couldn't take it all. Burn what you can't take. We can't leave it for the Japanese devils, the captain decisively ordered. Just as they were preparing to leave, the footsteps of a Japanese patrol could be heard in the distance. Everyone, hurry up and get out of here, the captain urged. The militiamen quickly cleaned up the scene, grabbed whatever food they could carry, and disappeared into the night. When the Japanese patrol arrived, only the burning carriages and 3 Japanese corpses remained at the scene. The guerrillas had long since disappeared. The Chiha Bridge on the Pinghan Railway, a crucial bridge that carried the lifeline of the Japanese army's transportation, exuded a chilling and eerie atmosphere under the cover of the deep night. Li Xinsheng, the battalion commander of the 4th Battalion of the 772nd Regiment, led the 4th Battalion and the engineering company to quietly lie in ambush on the north side of the Chiha Bridge. Company Commander Tian Jianping of the Engineer Company said to the 4th Battalion Commander, Battalion Commander Li, I'll lead the engineer company to dive close to the bridge piers and plant explosives. If the enemy discovers us, provide covering fire. After saying this, he led his engineer company, like ghosts, silently infiltrating the turbulent waters of the Chi River. Their shoulders bore the heavy responsibility of destroying the bridge. Tian Jianping's eyes were fixed on the bridge piers ahead, silently calculating the distance in his mind. One by one, the engineers slowly approached the bridge pier, their movements practiced and cautious like dancers walking on a tightrope. However, just as they were about to begin installing the explosives, an unexpected accident occurred. The Japanese garrison on the bridge keenly sensed the subtle movements underwater, and in an instant, gunfire erupted like a sudden storm. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, relentlessly striking the water. The engineering company was instantly plunged into an extremely dangerous abyss. Many soldiers didn't even have time to react before being struck by the merciless bullets. Blood spread rapidly in the water, and in an instant, the engineering company's casualties reached 1/3. 4th Battalion, cover. Battalion Commande Li Shinshin Shota Warsedi. The soldiers of the 4th Battalion moved at the order and quickly launched a fierce counterattack on shore. The dense gunfire was like a deafening thunderclap, breaking the original tranquility of the night. They fought desperately to suppress the fierce fire of the Japanese troops on the bridge, buying precious time for the engineering company. A resolute glint flashed in Company Commander Tian Jianping's eyes, and he roared in a booming voice, "Forget everything else, install the explosives." Despite heavy casualties, the engineers showed no sign of retreat or fear. Facing the hail of bullets, they gritted their teeth and painstakingly secured 500 kilograms of high explosives firmly to the bridge pier. Company Commander, the explosives are installed, a soldier shouted hoarsely. Without hesitation, Company Commander Tian Jianping decisively pressed the detonator. Instantly, a dazzling light pierced the dark night sky like a sharp sword, followed by a deafening, earth-shaking roar. The Chiha Bridge was blasted into the sky in this earth-shattering explosion, flames shooting skyward and thick smoke billowing. The massive shockwave stirred up towering waves on the water, seemingly threatening to engulf everything around it. In this terrifying and chilling explosion, many more soldiers of the engineering company bravely sacrificed their lives, with casualties exceeding half of the company. Company Commander Tian Jianping was also mercilessly thrown back by the violent blast wave and seriously injured. Battalion Commander Li Xinsheng gazed at the horrific scene of devastation before him, his eyes filled with a mixture of grief and indignation, yet also with unwavering resolve. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brothers, we've completed our mission. Retreat." The surviving soldiers, carrying their wounded comrades, swiftly withdrew from the smoke-filled, battle-ravaged battlefield. The successful destruction of the Chiha Bridge dealt a heavy and fatal blow to the Japanese supply lines. Chapter 47 Raid. On the evening of July 1st, the atmosphere inside the headquarters of the Japanese North China Area Army was oppressive and heavy. Commander Terachi Hisaichi, his face contorted with rage, roared furiously, "Baka, what's going on? His roar echoed throughout the headquarters, sending chills down everyone's spines. Chief of Staff Naosuburo Okabe, looking tense, hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Commander, in the past 24 hours from last night to tonight, a total of 1,031 attacks have been reported in Shaanxi, Hebei, Suiyuan, Chahar, Hunan, and other places. 3 of the major attacks were near Pingding in Shaanxi. A train carrying munitions was destroyed. The train was loaded with enough supplies to supply a division for 2 months, and now it has been completely destroyed. A battalion of soldiers and the armored train that were escorting the train were also killed. Near Shijiazhuang, a grain train derailed after the railway was dismantled, resulting in the complete loss of all the grain on board. Furthermore, the Chiha Bridge on the Pinghan Railway was completely destroyed. According to Kenji Kimura, the head of the engineering corps, the Pinghan Railway would be impassable for at least a month." Upon hearing this, Tarachi Hisaichi's forehead veins bulged, his eyes widened like saucers, and he slammed his fist on the table in anger. Damn it. This is blatant provocation against the Imperial Japanese Army. Naosuburo Okabe continued, "Commander, in addition to this, 398 small strongholds were destroyed in the other attacks. According to reports from various places, the 8th Route Army used a small cannon that could fire directly and also spew fire. Our bunkers and pillboxes were no match for this weapon. Troops stationed in various locations were also attacked by enemy artillery fire and landmines. The exact extent of the damage is currently unknown." Tarachi Hisashi was furious and shouted, "Baka! These damned 8th Route Army soldiers." Naosuburo Okabe lowered his head slightly, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Commander, we should first try to find a way to support Wuhan. Although the situation here is tricky, the Wuhan battlefield is more critical." Tarachi Hisaichi frowned, pacing back and forth in the room. After a moment of thought, he said, "You're right. We should focus our efforts on supporting Wuhan. But we can't ignore these attacks by the 8th Route Army. We must come up with a solution as soon as possible and not let them be so arrogant." At this moment, the headquarters was filled with an atmosphere of anger and anxiety, and they seemed to be at a loss as to how to deal with the frequent attacks by the 8th Route Army. Naosuburo Okabe paced back and forth in the command post, his face grave. A group of staff officers sat around a long table, their expressions tense and focused, the table covered with maps and documents. After a night of intense work and heated discussions, they finally devised a sinister plot against the 8th Route Army. That night, the command post was brightly lit. Okabe no Suburo would sometimes lean over to examine the map, and sometimes listen to the staff officers' reports, his eyes revealing determination and ruthlessness. The staff officers racked their brains, analyzing various intelligence and data, proposing one plan after another, and then repeatedly deliberating and demonstrating them. As the first rays of dawn crept into the command post, Naosuburo Okabe finally revealed a smug smile. This conspiracy was meticulously planned, encompassing every aspect from intelligence gathering and troop deployment to tactical execution. Every detail had been carefully designed, with the aim of inflicting a fatal blow on the 8th Route Army. That night, the Japanese plot caused the Soviet armored forces considerable suffering, though the 8th Route Army's armored forces also suffered some losses. Meanwhile, inside the 8th Route Army headquarters, a scene of jubilation unfolded. Victory reports from various units poured in like snowflakes, one after another. Chief of Staff Shin excitedly reported to the veteran general, "General, after a day and a night of arduous and heroic fighting, our army has achieved brilliant results. We successfully destroyed 2 enemy trains, and the destroyed railway bridge has severely damaged the enemy's supply line. In addition, we captured and destroyed as many as 193 enemy strongholds, eliminating a total of more than 13,200 Japanese and puppet troops. Although our casualties were relatively small, the amount of ammunition consumed was enormous. According to detailed statistics, over 70,000 rockets were used alone, and most of the success in attacking enemy bunkers was achieved using 40mm rockets. In harassing Japanese garrisons, we consumed over 90,000 mortar shells of various calibers, and even more than half of our new remote control bombs were used up." The veteran nodded slightly and said with a sigh, "It seems that with more advanced weapons, the consumption of ammunition is indeed greater. We can't rely solely on procurement. We must establish our own arsenals." This matter must be implemented as soon as possible. In the past, our equipment was extremely rudimentary. To paraphrase Lin Yi, right, we relied mainly on walking for transportation and shouting for communication. Currently, we have ample weapons and ammunition and sufficient transportation, but we must still remind all units to conserve ammunition. After all, our weapons are not of the same caliber as the Japanese armies, making replenishment very difficult. Chief of Staff Shun continued, "Old sir, we have a large quantity of captured Japanese weapons in our warehouse, as well as some that we've refitted. Aside from small portion used for arming the militia and training new recruits, the rest is just piling up in the warehouse. What should we do with this?" After thinking it over carefully, the veteran said, "Now is the time for cooperation between the communists and the government to fight against the Japanese. Many local troops in the communist army are not fully equipped, especially the Sichuan army and the Northwest army. We can consider selling some to them at a low price. This will not only enhance their combat effectiveness and help them fight against the Japanese invaders, but also bring back some funds to purchase better weapons and improve the overall strength of our army." Therefore, the 8th Route Army's Intelligence Department conducted an in-depth analysis of the equipment and generals of the various units of the G Army, aiming to determine which generals were likely to engage in transactions. Chapter 48, The Great Victory of the National Army in Southern Shanxi. At the headquarters of the 33rd Army in Shi County, Linfin, Sun Chu sat in a spacious reception room, his brows slightly furrowed, his gaze conveying a sense of authority and contemplation. At this moment, a representative of the Sacrifice League, dressed in a long gown, was led into the room. "Commander Sun, I've long admired your name. My name is Sun Jianying, and I've been sent by them to discuss a business deal with you." Sun Jianying bowed slightly, a polite yet confident smile on his face. Sun Chu glanced at Sun Jianying, his tone tinged with disdain. What kind of business could those 8th Route Army guerrillas possibly do with me?" Sun Jianying remained calm and said, "The 8th Route Army recently launched a preemptive attack on the Japanese army and won a great victory, eliminating many Japanese soldiers and capturing a large amount of weapons and equipment. I wonder if Commander Sun is interested in this." After hearing this, Sun Chu curled his lips slightly, showing a lack of interest. "Them? I'm not interested in how much they can capture." Sun Jianying continued unhurriedly, "Commander Sun, don't underestimate us. This time, we've captured no fewer than 3,000 rifles and no fewer than 80 light and heavy machine guns. That's enough equipment for no less than an entire regiment." Sun Chu's previously nonchalant expression instantly changed, a hint of surprise and greed flashing his eyes. "How do they want to trade?" Sun Jianying stated bluntly, "A flat price of 8,000 silver dollars." Upon hearing this, Sun Chu was so shocked he almost jumped up from his chair, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, 8,000 silver dollars? That's too expensive." Sun Jianying calmly explained, "Commander Sun, do the math. A single Japanese Type 38 rifle costs at least 60 silver dollars on the market, so 3,000 rifles would be 180,000 silver dollars. Converted to silver dollars, that's 6,000 silver dollars. Add to that the 80 light and heavy machine guns, and the ample Japanese ammunition, and 8,000 silver dollars is already a very cheap price. Besides, think about the equipment your troops have now. Compared to the superior equipment of these Japanese troops, it's far inferior." Sun Chu frowned, lost in thought. Sun Jianying pressed on, saying, "If you want to earn even more, you can report that these weapons were captured from the Japanese army by your troops. Just imagine, how much reward would Chiang Kai-shek and Commander Yin give you if they found out? At that time, Commander Sun, you'll not only expand your military equipment, but you'll also gain the title of a renowned anti-Japanese general. A win-win situation." Sun Chu's eyes lit up as he listened, his mind racing with calculations. He envisioned himself being highly respected and promoted for this achievement. Seeing Sun Chu's interest, Sun Jianying added fuel to the fire. "Why don't you add another 1,000 large yellow croakers? I'll talk to them and get you the captured Japanese uniforms too. That way, it'll be even more complete. Think about it, with weapons and ammunition, plus uniforms, the achievement will be even more convincing." Sun Chu tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his gaze sweeping back and forth over Sun Jianying, secretly weighing the pros and cons of this deal. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "I can't make this decision by myself. I need to discuss it with my generals." Sun Jianying nodded and said, "Of course, but Commander Sun, you must hurry. This is a rare opportunity. Once it's missed, it'll be gone." Sun Chu stood up and paced back and forth in the reception room, sometimes pausing to think, sometimes sighing deeply. After a while, he stopped and said to Sun Jianying, "Representative Sun, how about this? You go back and wait for my news. I'll give you an answer as soon as possible." Jianying understood that Sun Chu was still hesitating, and he didn't want to press him too hard, so he said, "All right, Commander Sun, then I'll wait for good news." After Sun Jianying left, Sun Chu immediately summoned several of his trusted generals. "Gentlemen," Sun Chu said bluntly, "today, the representatives sent by the 8th Route Army said they wanted to do a deal with us, exchanging Japanese weapons and equipment for 9,000 small yellow croakers." "Commander, is this reliable? Did the 8th Route Army really have that much spoils?" a general questioned. According to Sun Jianying, there were no fewer than 3,000 rifles, no fewer than 80 light and heavy machine guns, and a considerable amount of Japanese ammunition. "This is truly a tempting deal," Sun Chu said. "But 9,000 small yellow croakers, that's too high a price to pay," another general said. Sun Chu pondered for a moment and said, "If we can really get these equipment, the strength of our 33rd Army will be greatly enhanced, and we will have more confidence in front of Commander Yin Shishan. Moreover, if the report stated that the spoils were captured from the Japanese army, the benefits would be immeasurable." The generals whispered among themselves, discussing the matter. Some thought the risk was too great, while others felt it was a rare opportunity. After a heated discussion, Sun Chu finally made up his mind. "Let's do it. This deal is worth it." He immediately had someone bring Sun Jianying back. "Representative Sun, I've decided to do this deal," Sun Chu said. Sun Jianying smiled. "Commander Sun is indeed a man of great vision. However, we still need to finalize the details of this deal," Sun Chu said. "No problem, Commander Sun. Please go ahead," Sun Jianying said. "First of all, the quality of these weapons and equipment must be guaranteed. They cannot be defective products." "Don't worry, Commander Sun," Sun Jianying said. "The 8th Route Army has always been honest and trustworthy, and would never deceive you in this regard. Secondly, the location and time of the transaction must be safe and reliable, and not a single word can be leaked." Sun Chu said. "Time to prepare these 9,000 small yellow croakers," Sun Chu said. Sun Jianying thought for a moment and said, "Commander Sun, I can give you 3 days. We will conduct the transaction at Black Wind Ridge outside Shi County in 3 days." Sun Chu nodded. "Okay, it's settled then." For the next 3 days, Sun Chu was busy collecting small yellow croakers. Meanwhile, Sun Jianying was actively preparing for the transaction. 3 days later, at Black Wind Ridge, Sun Chu arrived at the agreed-upon location with a group of trusted men and boxes filled with small yellow croakers. Shortly after, Sun Jianying also appeared with his 8th Route Army troops. "Commander Sun, thank you for waiting," Sun Jianying said. "Did you bring everything?" Sun Chu asked impatiently. Sun Jianying waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him carried out crates of weapons and equipment. Sun Chu ordered someone to inspect them. Looking at the crates of rifles, machine guns, and ammunition, he nodded in satisfaction. "Representative Sun, this is fine," the inspecting soldier said. Sun Chu had the small yellow croaker carried over and said, "Representative Sun, let's exchange money for goods." Sun Jianying smiled and said, "Okay, it's a pleasure to cooperate." Less than half a day after the 8th Route Army's transport team left, dense gunfire and explosions came from the valley next to Black Wind Chime. The sounds of gunfire and artillery were intertwined, deafening, and lasted for an hour. As night fell, the Second War Zone headquarters was brightly lit. An urgent report of victory was delivered to Commander Yin. Commander Yin unfolded the report, glanced at it quickly, and his hands trembled slightly with excitement. "Good. My Jinsui army can still fight. This battle has given this old man a sense of satisfaction." This report of victory came from Sun Chu's troops. On July 9th, our 33rd Army ambushed and annihilated a regiment of the Japanese 26th Division near Haifengling in Hongdong County, capturing more than 3,000 rifles and more than 80 light and heavy machine guns. The news spread quickly, and the entire command was immersed in joy. Everyone was talking about it, praising the 33rd Army's victory. Meanwhile, Chiang Kai-shek, far away in Chongqing, also received this good news. After reading it, he said excitedly, "Our government army is still capable of fighting. Those guerrillas used to wipe out the Japanese army time and time again. Now they should know how powerful our government army is. Immediately, Chiang Kai-shek issued an order. Award the 33rd Army 200,000 silver dollars and award Sun Chu the 4th Class Order of the Cloud Banner. Send Wei Li Huang, Deputy Commander-in-Chief of the Second War Zone, to personally present the award and take stock of the battle results. After the order was issued, all parties began to take action. Upon receiving the order, Wei Li Huang dared not delay and immediately set off for the Second War Zone. Meanwhile, on the 33rd Army's side, Sun Chu was immersed in the joy and glory of victory. He knew full well that behind this so-called great victory lay unspeakable deals. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about that, basking in the congratulations and praise of the crowd. However, some clear-headed soldiers in the army were quietly discussing among themselves. This battle was won too easily. Something feels off. Yeah, an entire Japanese regiment was wiped out so easily. But these voices were quickly drowned out by the celebratory atmosphere. One day, Wei Li Huang's convoy drove into the headquarters of the 33rd Army in a grand procession, raising a cloud of dust. Wei Li Huang looked serious and, led by Sun Chu, personally went to the warehouse where captured Japanese weapons were stored. Upon entering the warehouse, a large number of neatly arranged weapons came into view, gleaming coldly under the lights. Wei Li Huang stepped forward, examined them closely, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He ordered his adjutant to lead a team to inspect the weapons. The soldiers quickly sprang into action, carefully counting each and every one of the weapons. After a thorough inspection, the adjutant reported to Wei Li Huang, "Commander, there are indeed more than 3,000 Japanese rifles, 80 light and heavy machine guns, and a large number of Japanese uniforms." Wei Li Huang picked up a Japanese military uniform at random. The bloodstains and bullet holes on it were clearly visible. He nodded slightly and said, "Judging from these signs, it does seem like a fierce battle has taken place, resulting in the elimination of about 4,000 Japanese soldiers." At this moment, reporters nearby kept taking pictures, their flashes going off constantly, recording this important moment. Subsequently, Wei Li Huang convened a meeting of the generals of the 33rd Army. Everyone gathered in the meeting room, the atmosphere solemn and serious. Wei Li Huang stood at the head of the group and announced loudly, "Gentlemen, I am here on behalf of Chairman Chiang Kai-shek to announce the awards for you. In a great victory in southern Shaanxi, the 33rd Army displayed great bravery, inflicting heavy losses on the Japanese army and making outstanding contributions to the country and the nation. Chairman Chiang Kai-shek hereby awards the 33rd Army 200,000 silver dollars and confers upon General Sun Chu a 4th Class Order of the Cloud Banner." As soon as he finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted in the conference room. Sun Chu stood up, saluted Wei Li Huang, and said excitedly, "Thank you for the chairman's kindness and Commander Wei's support. The 33rd Army will certainly continue its efforts to resist the Japanese invaders." For a time, newspapers across the country vigorously publicized the news of the great victory in southern Shaanxi. Headlines such as "Great Victory in Southern Shaanxi. The 33rd Army fought bravely and fearlessly, striking the Japanese invaders hard," and "General Sun Chu, a famous anti-Japanese general with outstanding military achievements," dominated the front pages of major newspapers. Sun Chu's name spread throughout the country, and he became a revered anti-Japanese general. However, behind this glory, only Sun Chu and a few close confidants knew the truth behind this great victory. Chapter 49, The Japanese Army's Plot. Outside the Nandian outpost in Pingshan County, the night was as dark as ink and silence enveloped the land. Lu Weiping, the battalion commander of the new 1st Battalion of the Jin Southeast Military Region, led his battalion, like a pack of tigers about to pounce on their prey, quietly lying in ambush outside the outpost. Lu Weiping, a tough soldier who had followed Song Dabiao from the 2nd Regiment to the Independent Regiment as the company commander of the 2nd Company of the 1st Battalion, became the battalion commander of the newly established 1st Battalion during the expansion before the division of troops. He was a seasoned veteran, his eyes fixed intently on the Nandian stronghold not far away, a burning desire for battle ignited within him. The Nandian stronghold, like a thorn in the side of the base area, deeply stung the nerves of the 8th Route Army. According to reliable intelligence, Only one company of Japanese troops was stationed at the stronghold. However, in the afternoon, a large amount of food and supplies entered the stronghold. After analysis, the regimental headquarters judged that the Japanese were preparing to reinforce the Nandian stronghold. In order to prevent a more powerful enemy from threatening the base in the future, it was decided to remove this thorn in the side before the Japanese army reinforced its troops. Liu Weiping was full of confidence in the attack on the Nandian stronghold. His new 1st Battalion was well equipped, with more than 40 light and heavy machine guns alone. A few days ago, they were also issued 12 rocket launchers known as 40mm rocket launchers, which are RPG-7s. Lin Yi had gotten used to this title while serving in the military, so he brought it with him. The 8th Route Army soldiers quickly grew fond of this powerful weapon. During training, they discovered that it had a lethal effect on the Japanese army's fortified bunkers and pillboxes, almost killing them with a single shot. As night gradually fell completely, the earth was swallowed by darkness. Attention, platoons and companies. Prepare for action. Liu Weiping whispered the order. The soldiers, like cheetahs, stealthily approached the stronghold. About 200 meters from the stronghold, Liu Weiping raised his right hand, signaling the troops to halt their advance. At that moment, light and heavy machine guns and mortars were quickly set up, and rocket launcher operators steadily aimed at the Japanese bunkers. Fire! Liu Weiping gave the order, and in an instant, several streaks of fire shot out. The 40mm rockets, trailing long plumes of flame, whistled towards the bunker. Boom! The first rocket hit the bunker accurately, producing a deafening roar. Flames shot into the sky, and a large hole was blasted in one side of the bunker. Immediately afterward, the 2nd and 3rd rockets struck their targets in succession, and the pillbox swayed precariously amidst the violent explosions. The Japanese soldiers inside the bunker were stunned by this sudden attack. They rushed frantically to the firing ports, attempting to retaliate, but before they could even react, the 8th Route Army's light and heavy machine guns and mortars opened fire as well. At-at-at-tat. Boom, boom, boom. Dense bullets and shells rained down on the Japanese stronghold like a torrential downpour. Dust billowed around the bunkers, and the screams of the Japanese soldiers were drowned out by the gunfire. Whoosh! Several more streaks of fire shot out as the rockets roared towards the stronghold like angry fire dragons. Immediately following was a deafening roar that shook the earth. The sturdy bunker collapsed instantly into flames, bricks and rubble flying everywhere, thick smoke billowing into the sky. The pillbox was blasted into the air, limbs and broken pieces of wood swirling amidst the screams of Japanese soldiers. Tot-tot-tot-tot. Light and heavy machine guns spewed forth angry tongues of fire, bullets raining down on the stronghold like a storm. The machine gunners gripped their gun handles tightly, their shoulders shaking violently with the rhythm of the firing, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. Their fingers were firmly on the triggers, never stopping for a moment, solely to deliver the most devastating blow to the enemy. Boom! 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 Mortar shells exploded one after another inside the stronghold, flames shooting into the sky and smoke billowing everywhere. Each explosion kicked up a cloud of dust, leaving the Japanese positions inside the stronghold riddled with holes. Seeing that the Japanese pillboxes and blockhouses had been reduced to ruins and their fierce firepower had been effectively contained, Liu Weiping ordered a charge without hesitation. Charge! The soldiers shouted, rushing towards the stronghold like a tidal wave. Some soldiers charged and fired simultaneously, holding their rifles steadily in their hands, sparks constantly flying from the muzzles. Some soldiers threw grenades with all their might. The grenades drew arcs in the air and landed accurately on the Japanese positions, exploding into a cloud of smoke and fire. A young soldier in the assault team, his eyes gleaming with fearlessness, charged ahead, shouting, "Fight the Japanese devils! Charge!" However, a bullet struck him mercilessly in the chest. His body jerked violently, but with his indomitable will, he continued to charge forward a few more steps before slowly collapsing. Another soldier was grazed in the leg by shrapnel during the charge, bleeding profusely. But he ignored the pain and gritted his teeth to keep running until he was close to the stronghold, where he threw a grenade hard into the Japanese bunker. After storming the stronghold, both sides engaged in fierce gunfire. Grenades exploded everywhere inside the stronghold, sending flames soaring into the sky. Under the fierce assault of the 8th Route Army, the Japanese soldiers behind the sandbags retreated in droves. However, just when Liu Weiping thought victory was in sight, the situation suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse. Suddenly, a barrage of machine gun bullets came from the windows and corners of the Japanese barracks, and the soldiers charging ahead fell to the ground one after another. Boom! 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 3 shells landed among the charging soldiers, creating a bloody storm. Shrapnel flew everywhere. Some soldiers were hit in the head, blood and brains splattering. Others had their legs blown off, collapsing to the ground, groaning in pain. Liu Weiping was startled. He keenly sensed something was wrong. Based on the intelligence he had gathered, the Japanese army shouldn't have such powerful firepower. Boom! 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 Several more shells exploded among the soldiers, filling the air with smoke and screams of agony. At this moment, a platoon leader from the starting position ran over, panting, and reported, "Battalion Commander, a large number of Japanese troops have been spotted in the rear and on the right flank." Liu Weiping instantly realized they had been tricked. This was a carefully laid trap by the Japanese army. Retreat. Retreat quickly. First company, hold off the Japanese. Second company, third company, retreat immediately. Liu Weiping shouted hoarsely, his voice sounding particularly firm amidst the gunfire. Without hesitation, the soldiers of the first company quickly found advantageous positions and set up their weapons. Light and heavy machine guns unleashed furious fire, relentlessly firing at the encircling Japanese troops. Under this sudden and intense barrage, the Japanese suffered heavy casualties, and their advance was temporarily halted. However, reinforcements from the Japanese army quickly arrived, and their artillery began to unleash its power. Shells whistled as they rained down on the company's position, filling the air with smoke and dust. Company commander Gu Zhaocheng was directing the battle when a shell exploded beside him. "Company commander!" The soldiers cried out in grief, but it was too late. Gu Zhaocheng was instantly engulfed by shrapnel, his body falling in the flames, his blood staining the ground red. Despite losing their company commander, the soldiers of the first company did not retreat. They continued to fiercely resist the Japanese attack. However, the Japanese, with their numerical superiority, gradually encircled the first company. "Brothers, fight to the death." The second platoon leader's roar echoed through the valley. They fought with their last ounce of strength, fixing bayonets when they ran out of bullets and engaging the Japanese soldiers in close-quarters combat. But in the end, the soldiers of the company fell one by one, fighting until the last man was left. When the last soldier was exhausted, the Japanese soldiers rushed up and mercilessly stabbed him in the body with their bayonets. On the other side, the second and third companies also faced difficulties during their retreat. They fought as they retreated, and the heavy machine guns, being too heavy, had to be abandoned to avoid slowing down the retreat. "We can't let the Japanese devils catch up." The soldiers gritted their teeth and ran for their lives. The Japanese army pursued relentlessly from behind, bombarding them continuously. Shells exploded around the column, creating a bloody storm. Instructor Wang Long was organizing his soldiers to provide cover when suddenly a machine gun bullet struck him in the chest. He swayed, and blood gushed from the wound. "Instructor!" The soldier beside him tried to help him up. "Don't worry about me, Go," Wang Long shouted with his last bit of strength, then collapsed and never got up again. The Japanese pursuit was getting closer and closer, and soldiers of the new 1st Battalion were falling one after another. "Battalion Commander, this can't go on. We'll stay behind and hold off the Japanese," the 2nd Company commander said, leading his company to charge towards the Japanese. Under the encirclement and pursuit of the Japanese army, the new 1st Battalion suffered heavy losses. The once vigorous soldiers fell one after another. After a fierce battle, of the 738 men in the new 1st Battalion, only less than half a company, 109 men, were able to join the 3rd Battalion, which had come to reinforce them after hearing the intense gunfire. When Liu Weiping arrived at the headquarters, exhausted and covered in wounds, Blind Cheng flew into a rage. His eyes were bloodshot as he angrily pointed at Liu Weiping and cursed, "You bastard! Do you know how great the losses are this time? The man who hunts geese all day has his eyes pecked by a goose. Why couldn't you have done a thorough reconnaissance before launching the attack? Such negligence. How could it not have led to such serious consequences?" Blind Cheng wished he could shoot Liu Weiping on the spot. The subsequent investigation revealed a shocking truth. The Japanese army had mobilized 2.5 battalions to encircle the new 1st Battalion. The Japanese transport unit at the Nandian stronghold wasn't bringing in food supplies, but rather an entire company of Japanese soldiers. Worse still, the Japanese captured 8 40mm pistols and 41 rockets. Upon learning this news, Commander Chun was furious and berated Blind Chun. "You idiot! Why didn't you conduct a more thorough reconnaissance? This is a major loss for us." Chapter 50. The Russians are in for trouble. In the command post, the veteran General and Chief of Staff Shun were solemnly assessing the harm caused by the ambush of the new 1st Battalion by the Japanese army. Chief of Staff Shun said with a solemn expression and a low voice, "The new 1st Battalion suffered heavy losses this time. 619 people were killed or missing, and only 109 people were withdrawn. 2/3 of them were wounded, some seriously and some lightly. It can be said that the new 1st Battalion was almost completely wiped out. The number of Japanese soldiers killed or wounded was approximately 800, but the exact figure is impossible to determine. Regarding weaponry, only one light machine gun was brought back. The other light and heavy machine guns, mortars, and the powerful one-shot kill rocket launcher were all lost." The veteran general frowned, his eyes revealing deep worry, and asked, "Chief of Staff, the Japanese have obtained our one-shot kill rocket launcher. Will they copy it? We know how powerful that rocket launcher is." After the RPG-7 was used by various units, it was discovered that this rocket launcher could basically kill an enemy with one shot when it hit a pillbox, so it was affectionately nicknamed One-Shot Kill. Later, the leaders of various units also started to call it that. Chief of Staff Shun, given Japan's industrial capabilities, it wouldn't be difficult to copy this rocket launcher, but it wouldn't pose a significant threat to us since we don't have any very solid targets for the Japanese to hit. The veteran slowly stood up, walked to the window, looked into the distance, and said, "We will soon be equipped with a certain number of tanks. Will these rocket launchers threaten our tanks?" If Lin Yi were there, he would definitely tell them clearly, absolutely, that this rocket launcher was designed to take down tanks. Chief of Staff Shun nodded and said, "General, you're right. But given the current situation, our priority is to ensure that the troops learn from this lesson. We cannot underestimate the Japanese army just because we have better weapons and equipment. We must warn all units to guard against arrogance and complacency. This incident is very telling. In addition, we must tell Xinjiang not to rush into large-scale operations against the Japanese army. We should wait until our armored forces and artillery are fully operational before launching a major attack on the Japanese army." Meanwhile, at the weapons testing ground of the Japanese North China Area Army, the atmosphere was tense and serious. Commander Hisaichi Tarachi, Chief of Staff Naosuro Okabe, staff officers from the headquarters, and officers of brigade commander rank and above from the troop station near Beiping all came. A large number of weapons experts were also transferred from Japan. Their main objective was to test and experiment with the 8th Route Army weapons captured during this conspiracy. Kijiro Nambu was a leading small arms designer for the Japanese army, participating in the design of almost all small arms used by the Japanese. He was also known as the Browning of Japan. Hitachi, Japan's main artillery manufacturer, also had its chief designer, Kyujin Ono, summoned. He was quite reluctant to come, as he had always believed that Japanese weapons were the best in the world. The testing ground was fully equipped with all kinds of facilities. They were all meticulously constructed by the Japanese army according to the actual battlefield, including bunkers, fortifications, and various targets. Kijiro Nambu and his assistant, along with a machine gun squad, pulled over an SG-43 heavy machine gun and began firing at the target. Yes, they pulled it over because the SG-43 heavy machine gun had wheels, making it relatively easy to move. After the shooting session, Kijiro Nambu and his team immediately inspected the shooting targets. After careful evaluation and measurement, they were surprised to find that the SG-43 heavy machine gun far surpassed the Type 92 heavy machine gun he had developed in terms of both rate of fire and accuracy. "This is truly astonishing," exclaimed Nambu Kurihiro's assistant. Nambu Kurihiro frowned and said, "Don't rush to conclusions. We need to analyze its advantages and disadvantages further." Next, 2 Japanese soldiers carried an RPG-7 to their firing positions. They fired a rocket at the bunkers 100 meters, 150 meters, and up to 500 meters away. Then they fired at steel plates 10 millimeters, 20 millimeters, and up to 50 millimeters away. The entire testing process was tense yet orderly. Soldiers busily recorded various data, while experts intently observed the effects of each shot. It took a full 5 hours to complete all the tests. Afterwards, everyone went to the headquarters conference room. Tarachi Hisaichi sat at the head of the table, looked around at everyone, and said, "Gentlemen, today we tested the weapons we captured from the 8th Route Army. What do you all think?" However, the meeting room fell silent, and no one answered him. Tarachi Hisaichi's expression darkened slightly as he said to Nambu Kirihiro, "Nambu-kun, you're the most outstanding weapons designer in our great Japanese empire. Do you have anything to say?" Kijiro Nambu stood up, cleared his throat, and said, "The machine gun we tested today is simple in structure, reliable in operation, powerful, and lightweight. However, its accuracy is far inferior to our Type 92 heavy machine gun. I don't see any obvious cooling system in its structure, and I strongly suspect that this machine gun has a problem with heat dissipation. If used in a hotter region, its performance would likely be even worse. As for this light machine gun, it's the Soviet DP-27. This machine gun is wasteful of ammunition and inconvenient to aim and fire, making it inferior to our 11-year-old light machine gun in practical use. Submachine guns are such a waste of bullets, and their effective range is less than 200 meters. They're practically useless weapons." He finished speaking, pursed his lips, and sat down. I have to say, the Japanese way of thinking is really... After hearing this, Tarachi Hisaichi cursed inwardly. "You idiot! Is the weapon you designed really that good? Look at the Nambu pistol you're using. It often fails to fire, and it looks so ugly." However, he maintained his composure on the surface and said, "So, Ono-kun, what are your thoughts on this small cannon that was tested today?" Ono-kyukin stood up, bowed slightly, and said, "Mr. Tarachi, this small cannon has a maximum range of only 350 meters. In terms of range and ease of use, it is completely inferior to our Type 89 grenade launcher. You should know that our Type 89 grenade launcher has a maximum range of 700 meters, which is twice that of this small cannon. However, this small cannon is highly effective against hardened targets, capable of penetrating 300 millimeters of steel plate at 350 meters. It is very useful against things like tanks, bunkers, and fortifications. This weapon wasn't very useful on the Chinese battlefield, but it proved very effective in our standoff with the Soviet Union in Manchuria, where the Soviets possessed a massive tank army. I suggest that a batch be copied and sent to Manchuria for combat testing as soon as possible." After a moment of contemplation, Tarachi Hisaichi said, Ono-kun's suggestion is worth considering. However, the imitation work needs to be carried out cautiously and not blindly. We must fully study its advantages and disadvantages and make improvements based on our actual situation." The meeting continued until evening, with everyone engaging in in-depth discussions and analyses of the captured weapons. Ultimately, Tarachi Hisaichi made a decision. First, we must conduct a detailed study and evaluation of these weapons and formulate a reasonable imitation plan. At the same time, we must strengthen intelligence gathering on the 8th Route Army, learn more about their weaponry and equipment, and send out excellent intelligence personnel to quickly ascertain the source of the 8th Route Army's weapons. Chapter 51. The Russians are in for trouble. 3 days later, the atmosphere in the conference room of the Jinji military region was solemn and serious. Commander Chin stood on the platform, his face grave, and gave a profound self-criticism regarding the heavy losses suffered by the new 1st Battalion after being surrounded by the Japanese army. "Comrades," he said, "as the commander of the military region, I bear an unshirkable responsibility for the heavy losses suffered by the new 1st Battalion. We underestimated the enemy strategically, but failed to give them enough attention tactically, leading to such a disastrous result." Commander Chin's voice was deep and powerful, echoing in the conference room. The generals below the stage listened attentively to Commander Chin's speech with solemn expressions. "We must guard against arrogance and impetuosity and learn profound lessons from this incident. In future battles, we must be more cautious and pay even greater attention to intelligence work, ensuring that such a tragedy never happens again." Commander Chin's gaze swept over each general, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. Then, Commander Chan announced a series of decisions. To revitalize morale and rebuild the 1st Battalion, Blind Chun will concurrently serve as its commander. The original commander, Liu Jianping, will be demoted to deputy commander, but will preside over the work of the new 1st Battalion in his capacity as deputy commander. It is hoped that the new 1st Battalion can learn from its mistakes and once again become our vanguard in battle. Our GNCG military region and its 3 subordinate military subdistricts are about to undergo a major reorganization of troops. The military region headquarters directly commands a total of 6 regiments plus 1 battalion, including a guard regiment, an artillery regiment, a heavy artillery regiment, a cavalry regiment, a mechanized infantry regiment, an air defense regiment, and a reconnaissance battalion. The Chahar military region comprises 3 main regiments, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd regiments. In addition, it has a guard regiment directly under the military region, as well as an artillery battalion, an air defense battalion, and a reconnaissance battalion. In total, it has 4 regiments and 3 battalions. The Jin Southeast military region comprises the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th regiments, as well as a directly subordinate guard regiment, an artillery battalion, an air defense battalion, and a reconnaissance battalion. It consists of a total of 5 regiments and 3 battalions. The Jijong military region comprises the 8th, 9th, and 10th regiments, plus a directly subordinate guard regiment, as well as an artillery battalion, an air defense battalion, and a reconnaissance battalion. It consists of a total of 4 regiments and 3 battalions. This reorganization aims to optimize the troop deployment of each military region, enhance joint operational capabilities, and significantly improve the overall combat effectiveness of the Jinshaji military region, so as to better cope with the increasingly complex and severe war situation and make unremitting efforts to defend the motherland and liberate the people. After the meeting, the generals dispersed to carry out their new tasks. Commander Chun then summoned Su Lee-sin, the head of the intelligence department, and Kai Xingjin, the head of the security department, to his office. Commander Chun sat behind his desk, carefully scrutinizing the 2 men in front of him. Kai Xingjin was short, fair-skinned, and wore glasses. He looked every bit the scholar. Su Lee-sin was slightly overweight, with dark skin, and looked to be in his 30s, resembling a farmer or hunter from the base area. Since these 2 men arrived at the Jinji base area, Commander Chun had always kept his distance from people from these 2 departments. However, this incident made Commander Chun deeply aware of the Jinji military region's shortcomings in intelligence, and it also made him determined to put more effort into intelligence work. Seeing that Commander Chun remained silent, Kai Xingjin felt uneasy and couldn't help but ask, "Commander Chun, have we done something wrong?" Commander Chun shook his head slightly, his gaze firm, and said, "Can I trust either of you?" Su Lee-sin immediately straightened his back and said, "Commander Chun, although we have different positions, our loyalty to the party and the people is the same as yours." Commander Chun stood up, walked to the 2 men, and solemnly said, "One of you will be in charge of security, and the other will be in charge of intelligence. From today onwards, I will have you each build a team for me." Kai Xingjin and Su Lee-sin listened intently, their eyes filled with anticipation and determination. Commander Chun continued, "Kai Xingjin, your team must eliminate all Japanese spies within the base area, including those dogs they keep. If they are old Jay's men, escort them out of the country politely and try not to escalate the conflict." Kai Xingjin nodded vigorously. "Yes, Commander." Commander Chun looked at Su Lee-sin. "Su Lee-sin, your team is to take charge of intelligence work in the surrounding counties, including major cities such as Shijiazhuang, Zhangjiago, and Beiping. Please submit a report if you require personnel, supplies, or equipment. However, I have one condition. If any personnel within our party or military are suspected of espionage, there must be sufficient evidence, and my consent is required before any action can be taken." Kai Xingjin and Su Lee-sin immediately saluted and shouted back, "We guarantee to complete the mission." After leaving Commander Chen's office, the 2 immediately threw themselves into their busy work. Inside the Japanese Army's Shenyang arsenal, the replica RPG-7 underwent a series of tests, but the results were unsatisfactory. Its range was only 120 meters, and its armor-piercing power was only about half that of the original. Nevertheless, under the direction of the Japanese High Command, it was named the Type 13 Showa, 13 Spitfire gun. Subsequently, 500 units were urgently produced and quickly sent to border defense units. Zangyufeng, a place located on the left bank of the Tumun River at the junction of the Sino-Korean border and adjacent to Hasan Lake within the territory of the S-Union, was discovered by the Japanese Army on July 11, 1938, to have its Union soldiers constructing fortifications there. On July 29, General Kamizo Otaka, commander of the Japanese 19th Division, ordered the 73rd Regiment to capture Zangyufing. Regimental Commander Sato Tamatoku led his troops in an assault, successfully capturing Zangyufing in a single charge. After all, the regiment's garrison on Zangyufing at that time numbered only about 30 men. The Soviet Army was naturally unwilling to swallow this insult. On August 1st, the Soviet Army launched an attack on the Japanese frontline troops with its superior air force, while simultaneously bombing transportation facilities in Korea. The 19th Division, whose equipment was already inferior to that of the Soviet Army, was instantly subjected to a barrage of heavy bombardment from the Soviet Army. The Japanese troops stationed on the battlefield requested permission to use their air force for combat, but the Japanese General Staff, given the tense state of the Sino-Japanese War and its reluctance to escalate the conflict, did not approve the Air Force's participation. On August 2nd, under the cover of aircraft, tanks, and long-range artillery, the Soviet Army launched a large-scale attack. After the Soviet air raids ended, the Soviet forces, under the cover of tanks, rushed towards Zangyufing. As soon as the Soviet tanks entered the range of their anti-tank guns, the Japanese opened fire immediately, instantly turning 13 of the 17 Soviet tanks into flames. It should be noted that the armor of the T-26 tank was only 15 millimeters thick, and even anti-aircraft machine guns could penetrate it. Seeing the Soviet army retreat, the Japanese launched a fierce counterattack, and the Soviet army was routed. On August 6th, the Soviet army deployed 2 divisions, supported by over 100 tanks and more than 100 aircraft, to attack the Japanese forces at Zangyufing and Shikaefeng. Under heavy artillery bombardment and relentless aerial bombardment, the Japanese troops took cover in trenches. After the bombardment ended, Soviet tank groups launched their assault. Upon seeing the S-Reich tanks charging forward, Sato Tamatoku immediately ordered his men to fire. Japanese bullets struck the S-Reich tanks, sending sparks flying. Once the tanks were within range of the rocket-propelled guns, another barrage of rockets followed, destroying more than half of the advancing S-Reich tanks. The remaining tanks retreated, and Sato Tamatoku ordered a pursuit. After a full day of fierce fighting, 81 S-Reich tanks were destroyed, representing over 80% of their fleet, and infantry casualties exceeded 3,000. Seeing this situation, the Japanese General Headquarters concluded that the combat capability of the S-Alliance Army was not as strong as imagined. Therefore, it dispatched air force and artillery to participate in the battle, reinforced the troops at Chankyufing, and ordered the arsenal to mass-produce the Showa 13-type jet gun. For a time, the Japanese and Soviet armies engaged in an unprecedentedly fierce battle around the narrow area of Zangyufing. Aircraft from both sides clashed repeatedly in the air, and artillery bombarded each other continuously. Thus, a peculiar war scenario emerged in the world. Neither side launched a war in any other region from beginning to end. All the fighting was confined to the small area of Zangyufing. After 3 months of fierce fighting, neither side was able to completely eliminate the other. The Japanese army suffered more than 37,000 casualties, while the Soviet army suffered more than 33,000 casualties, and the war reached a stalemate. On October 10th, the Soviet Union and Japan signed a ceasefire agreement at Zangyufing. The agreement stipulated that both sides would cease all military operations at 12 o'clock on October 11th and maintain the line of control at 12 o'clock on the morning of October 11th. Through this conflict, the Japanese army was able to gain insight into the actual combat capabilities of the Soviet army, which laid the groundwork for the Japanese army's later northward advance strategy. After learning about the course of the war, Germany negotiated with the Japanese and obtained samples and technical data of the Showa 13th year type jet gun produced by the Japanese. This enabled the Germans to later turn the tanks of the Soviet Union, the United States, Britain, and France into piles of bonfires during World War II. Chapter 52 Tanks and Heavy Artillery arrive. July 31st, 1938. At the 8th Route Army's Armored Training Ground, Lin Yi led Commander Chun and officers from the armored and artillery units to visit the series of weapons he had brought back. Commander Chin's gaze was fixed on a grass-green tank, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What a huge tank! What a thick cannon!" I've never seen such a majestic and imposing tank before. What's its name? Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then said, "This is called a tiger tank." Actually, he was silently thinking to himself, "Sorry, I'll just borrow the name Tiger Tank from Germany for now." After all, he couldn't just say names like T-54A or Type 59, since many countries use the year for naming. So he simply came up with his code name. Lin Yi continued, "This tank has a combat weight of 36 tons, a crew of 4, a maximum speed of 50 kilometers per hour, and a maximum range of 430 kilometers. In terms of weaponry, it is equipped with a 100 millimeters cannon with an effective range of 700 to 1200 meters, capable of destroying tanks from any country today, and carries 34 rounds of ammunition. In addition, it is equipped with a 12.7 millimeters anti-aircraft machine gun with 500 rounds of ammunition and two 7.62 millimeters machine guns with 3,500 rounds of ammunition each. It is no exaggeration to say that this tank is one of the best tanks in the world today. I transported 100 of them this time. The other 100 will arrive in about 2 weeks." Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately abuzz with excitement. It was well known that a Soviet tank brigade only had 65 tanks, while Lin Yi's regiment was to be equipped with 100 of these heavy tanks. Lin Yi explained, "Our regiment will be equipped with 96 tanks. The rest will be reserved for our armored corps school for teaching and training." Lin Yi originally planned to transport all the equipment back together, but the refurbishment work in Russia was progressing slowly and dragging on. Only the Chinese weapons have been successfully delivered to Mukalla, so Lin Yi brought back only this batch of Chinese goods this time. Then, Lin Yi led everyone to a row of howitzers. Chief of Staff Su shouted, "So powerful!" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi spat out the water he had just drunk. After a pause, Lin Yi pointed to the Type 66 152 millimeters howitzer and said, "This is the D-20 howitzer with a caliber of 152 millimeters and a range of 17,400 meters. The shells it fires weigh 52 kilograms. When a shell explodes, it creates a crater more than 30 meters in diameter, and people within a 50-meter radius will either be killed or injured." Everyone listened in stunned silence, imagining the awe-inspiring scene of a salvo. Lin Yi continued, "I procured 96 cannons like these for you, and 48 have arrived this time." Joy spread across everyone's faces. Lin Yi then pointed to the Type 86 122 millimeters howitzer next to him, which had a slightly thinner barrel, and said, "This is the D-30 howitzer with a caliber of 122 millimeters, a range of 18,000 meters, a shell weight of 33.4 kilograms, and a kill radius of up to 30 meters. I also purchased 96 of these guns, and this time 48 have arrived." After the tour, the group went to the classroom of the Armored Corps School. Commander Chin spoke first, saying, "Our tanks and artillery are all in place, but how do we organize them?" The group looked at each other, bewildered and at a loss. Commander Chun, helpless, could only turn to Lin Yi and say, "Lin Yi, we've never dealt with tank units before. We'll need your help in organizing them." After careful consideration, Lin Yi, referring to the organization of the PLA in later years, said, "One squad is equipped with 1 tank, 3 tanks form a platoon, and 3 platoons form a company. In addition, the company commander, political instructor, and deputy company commander each have 1 tank, so a company has 12 tanks. 3 companies form a battalion, plus 1 tank each for the battalion commander, deputy battalion commander, political instructor, and deputy political instructor, plus a platoon directly under the battalion, for a total of 43 tanks. 2 tank battalions together have 86 tanks, plus 10 tanks from a company directly under the regiment, for a tank regiment, a total of 96 tanks. In addition to these 2 tank battalions, a mechanized infantry battalion, an artillery battalion, an air defense company, a maintenance company, a transport company, an engineer company, and a communications platoon are also needed. Only then can a complete tank regiment be formed. The armored vehicles will arrive in about 2 weeks." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and exclaimed, "This is almost the size of an armored division, yet it's called a tank regiment." Commander Chun then asked, "So how should the artillery regiment be organized?" Lin Yi replied, "A company is equipped with 6 cannons, and 4 companies form a battalion, so a battalion has 24 cannons. 3 artillery battalions, plus a mechanized infantry battalion, a reconnaissance company, a transport company, an air defense company, an engineer company, a maintenance platoon, and a communications platoon. Such an artillery regiment has 72 cannons. Soviet Chief of Staff. This artillery regiment is equivalent to 3 regiments of the J Army. The J Army's 10th Field Artillery Regiment only has 24 150mm howitzers. Lin, we need this huge organization precisely because our strength is still relatively weak. If we actually created an artillery division, Baldy wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Everyone burst into laughter after hearing Lin Yi's words. The next day, training commenced in full swing on the training ground. Tanks and vehicles moved back and forth like dragons across the vast field, kicking up clouds of dust. Lin Yi watched from the sidelines, feeling a throbbing headache. However, knowing he wasn't a professional armored soldier, Lin Yi didn't interfere too much. However, based on his experience and insights, he still actively offered some constructive suggestions. After successfully completing the delivery of this batch of weapons, Lin Yi, along with the various supplies that the veteran revolutionaries had gathered during this period, hurriedly embarked on his journey back to the modern world. The reason was that Commander Chun, following instructions from his superiors, had once again placed a large order for ammunition with Lin Yi. During the more than 1 month of raiding operations, the 8th Route Army had consumed an enormous amount of ammunition. Furthermore, Brigade Commander Chun had specifically commissioned Lin Yi to order a bullet production line. After this period of fighting and resource preparation, the veteran revolutionaries realized that relying on purchasing everything was simply not feasible. They had to find ways to achieve self-sufficiency. This was the key to solving the problem. Only with independent production capabilities could they ensure a sufficient supply of ammunition during a protracted battle, free themselves from excessive external constraints, better cope with various complex combat situations, and lay a solid foundation for final victory. Chapter 53, Spies in Action. The night after Lin Yi left, the Military Regions Guard Regiment was on patrol near the Armored Forces School. The surroundings were unusually quiet, with only the steady, powerful footsteps of the soldiers and the occasional chirping of insects. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came from afar. The patrolling platoon leader, Du Xiaohai, and his soldiers instantly tensed up, gripping their guns tightly, their eyes fixed intently on the direction for which the sound came. Before long, a figure slowly appeared in everyone's sight. The newcomer was wearing a tattered, cotton-padded coat and a worn-out felt hat, and looked like a villager from the neighborhood. "Stop! What are you doing?" Du Xiaohai shouted, breaking the silence of the night. The man trembled slightly, stopped in his tracks, and stammered. I'm from Rigo. My mother is sick, and I want to go to town to find a doctor." Du Xiaohai stepped forward, looked him up and down carefully, and said with a serious expression, "Going to town so late? Do you have a travel permit?" The man frantically rummaged through his clothes and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper with some writing on it. Du Xiaohai took the note and examined it carefully in the dim moonlight, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. The handwriting on the note was crooked and slanted, unlike any proper travel permit. "You said you're from Ryugu, so what's the name of your village chief?" Du Xiaohai asked immediately. The man's eyes darted around, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, "Our village chief is called Wang Fugue." Du Xiaohai and the soldiers exchanged glances. They knew the situation in the nearby villages like the back of their hand. The village chief of Ryugu was not called by that name at all. "Confess. Who are you?" the soldiers shouted in unison, pointing their guns at the man. Upon seeing this, the man's face turned deathly pale, and he suddenly turned and ran. "Don't run." Without hesitation, Du Xiaohai led his soldiers to give chase. The man ran very fast, but thanks to their rigorous daily training, the soldiers gradually closed the distance. Just as they were about to catch up, the man suddenly pulled out a pistol from his pocket, turned around, and fired at Du Xiaohai. Fortunately, Du Xiaohai reacted quickly, nimbly dodging to the side. The gunshot sounded particularly loud in the quiet night, instantly alerting the other soldiers in the base. Soon, reinforcements arrived and surrounded the man. "Put down your weapon. You have nowhere to run." Du Xiaohai shouted. Knowing that all was lost, the man threw down his pistol in despair and collapsed to the ground. After interrogation, the man was indeed confirmed to be a spy sent by the enemy, named Chun Xiangfa. He had been ordered to come to the base area to make contact and obtain intelligence. Du Xiaohai found the intelligence he had obtained under the insole of his shoe. It clearly stated that the 8th Route Army had acquired a large number of tanks and heavy artillery, but the source of the weapons was unknown. Du Xiaohai was stunned when he saw the results of the interrogation and immediately handed over the captured spies to his superiors. The news quickly reached Commander Chun, who was also shocked. They had just received the heavy artillery and tanks a day earlier, and someone had already leaked the information. Commander Chun immediately summoned Kai Xingjin to his office, his expression unusually serious, and ordered firmly, "Take immediate action and find out as soon as possible the spies hiding in the base area and the source of the leaked information." Kai Xingjin immediately led the security department to take over the captured Chen Xiangfa and related evidence, and instructed the security personnel to require the patrol personnel who participated in the arrest of Chen Xiangfa to keep the matter strictly confidential. In the interrogation room, Kai Xingjin looked at Chen Xiangfa and said coldly, "Chen Xiangfa, if you confess honestly, we might give you a way out." Chen Xiangfa said, trembling, "I will definitely confess. You can't kill me. I'm still useful to you." Kai Xingjin asked, "Where are you from? What do you do?" Chen Xiangfa replied, "I am from Fuping County. After the Japanese occupied Fuping, our police station organized a special team to specifically check strangers near the county town and arrest dissidents who were dissatisfied with the Japanese army. I was just trying to make a living." Kai Xingjin roared, "Why can't you do anything to earn a living? Why do you have to be a dog for the Japanese? How did you even become a spy?" More than a month ago, a Japanese spy named Suzuki Shoichi came from Shijiazhuang. He selected me in the spy team and asked me to disguise myself and enter the base to make contact. Kai Xingjin then asked, "How many times have you come to our base to make contact?" "This is the 3rd time." "How did you make contact on these 3 occasions? And with whom?" "I don't know who I met with. I haven't seen them." Kai Xingjin slammed his fist on the table and roared, "How could you come to make contact and not know who you're meeting with? I think you're just being dishonest." Chen Xiangfa said with a sob in his voice, "Boss, I'm telling the truth. I always come to the designated place to collect intelligence. This time, I found the intelligence under a brick on the hill east of Rigu village, where a piece of bark had been scraped off a willow tree." Upon hearing this, Kai Xingjin immediately sent men to secretly verify the address Chen Xiangfa had confessed to. Sure enough, they found the willow tree with a piece of bark scraped off and traces of something being placed under the bricks on the ground. However, the location was remote, and there were no troops stationed nearby. Half a day later, the locations where intelligence was gathered on the other 2 occasions were also identified, and people were sent to verify them. However, no very useful clues were found. Kai Xingjin frowned, lost in thought. Although Chen Xiangfa seemed cowardly and would confess everything if threatened, the current clues were still insufficient to uncover the spy network hidden deep within the base area. He interrogated Chen Xiangfa again. "Think carefully again. Are there any details you've overlooked? For example, did the person who passed on the intelligence to you have any special characteristics?" Chen Xiangfa shook his head, trembling. "Really, there's nothing left, sir. I've told you everything I know." Left with no other option, Kai Xingjin continued to seek breakthroughs from other angles. He dispatched more people to conduct covert investigations of personnel within the base area, especially those suspicious individuals who had been in contact with Chen Xiangfa or who had appeared near the time and place where Chen Xiangfa was gathering intelligence. However, after a thorough investigation, nothing was found. It was as if this hidden agent possessed extraordinary caution and cunning, leaving no obvious clues whatsoever. Meanwhile, Commander Chun was anxiously awaiting the results of the investigation. Kai Xingjin reported the current predicament to Commander Chun, who said with a grave expression, "No matter what, we must find this hidden danger and never let the enemy's conspiracy succeed." Knowing the weight of his responsibility, Kai Xingjin re-examined all the clues and decided to interrogate Chen Xiangfa again. In the interrogation room, Kai Xingjin stared intently at Chen Xiangfa. "You say you don't know who the contact person is, but the time and place you always choose to collect intelligence aren't random, are they? There must be a pattern to it." Chen Xiangfa looked distressed. "Sir, there's really no pattern to this. Every time I receive orders from above, I just go wherever they tell me to go." Kai Xingjin slammed his fist on the table and roared, "You're still not telling the truth." Chen Xiangfa shuddered in fright. I really don't know." Kai Xingjin calmed down and thought, Chen Xiangfa may not really know more information, But the enemy cannot be without flaws. He began to analyze the personnel movement and material distribution in the base area. He found that before and after each time Chun Xiangfa went to collect intelligence, there were always some seemingly ordinary personnel movements and material transportation. But upon closer examination, something seemed amiss. For example, the day before Qin Xiangfa was to gather intelligence in a certain location, a new batch of logistics personnel was assigned to the vicinity. The backgrounds of these logistics personnel seemed overly simple, as if they had been hastily assembled. Kai Xingjin conducted an in-depth investigation into these logistics personnel, but found that their identities were all legitimate. On another occasion, on the day Chun Xiangfa went to collect intelligence, a vehicle transporting grain stayed nearby for a long time, but after inspection, there was nothing wrong with the grain. Kai Xingjin was very puzzled. How could the spy have hidden himself so well? He decided to change his strategy and no longer limit himself to finding people who had direct contact with Qin Xiangfa. Instead, he expanded the scope to investigate all people in the base area who had recently shown unusual behavior. After several days and nights of continuous effort, they still hadn't found the hidden spy. Kai Xingjin was exhausted, but his belief only grew stronger. No matter how difficult it was, he had to dig out this spy. Just then, a new situation arose. Some important documents from the heavy artillery regiment suddenly went missing, and the place where the documents were stored was heavily guarded, making it impossible for ordinary personnel to approach. This made Kai Xingjin realize that the enemy's actions might be more complex and covert than they had imagined. He summoned his men again to reanalyze every detail, leaving no possible clue unchecked. However, the spy was like a ghost, always lurking in the shadows, elusive and hard to find. Kai Xingjin knew that this battle against the spies had only just begun, and he needed to maintain a high level of vigilance and keen insight to ultimately unravel the mystery. Days passed, and the investigation made no substantial progress. Kai Xingjin's pressure grew, but he showed no sign of backing down. One day, Kai Xingjin received information that a soldier on patrol had spotted a mysterious figure flash past the edge of the base. When they gave chase, they found nothing. Kai Xingjin immediately led his men to the scene to investigate and found some faint footprints and broken branches. However, these clues were too vague to identify the figure. Kai Xingjin decided to increase patrols and surveillance around the base area, while also conducting stricter vetting of the personnel inside. A few days later, a cook reported to Kai Xingjin that some strange markings had been found in the kitchen. Kai Xingjin rushed to the kitchen and carefully examined the markings, discovering they seemed to be a code. However, he had never seen such a code before and couldn't immediately decipher its meaning. Kai Xingjin felt a wave of frustration. This spy was truly too cunning, leaving behind clues that were always ambiguous and baffling. Just when Kai Xingjin was at his wit's end, Commander Chun brought him important news. It turned out that the higher-ups had learned through intelligence channels that the enemy might be planning a large-scale operation against the base area soon, and the intelligence they obtained likely came from spies hidden within the base. The investigation reached a deadlock. However, Kai Xingjin knew that if this venomous snake lurking in the shadows wasn't caught, it could cause incalculable losses to the troops. After all, the armored forces and heavy artillery units were the base area. No, it should be said that they were the biggest trump card of the entire 8th Route Army. After in-depth discussions and deliberations between Kai Xingjin and the Security Department and Intelligence Department, it was ultimately decided to conduct a secret investigation, ensuring that the perpetrators were not alerted. Therefore, the Security Department carefully selected and dispatched 3 experienced and cautious personnel to quietly infiltrate the armored forces and schools to conduct a covert investigation. All 3 possessed keen insight and exceptional adaptability. Dressed in civilian clothes, they blended into the crowd, striving to avoid attracting attention. Before the mission, they received detailed instructions and rigorous secrecy training, fully aware of its importance and sensitivity. Bearing their mission in mind and the expectations of the security forces, they cautiously searched for any possible clues within armored units and schools, hoping to uncover the enemy lurking in the shadows. Chapter 54: Spies in Action. At the training base's hospital, a nurse named Su Ling caught their attention. While caring for the wounded and sick, she frequently, intentionally or unintentionally, asked the injured and doctors questions unrelated to her nursing duties. This unusual behavior aroused the suspicion of the security department, who subsequently launched an in-depth investigation. After some investigation, it was discovered that Su Ling's family background was extremely tragic. Both of her parents had died in a Japanese raid. After her parents' tragic deaths, Su Ling spent her days in tears and felt hopeless about life. By chance, she encountered the 8th Route Army. The soldiers in her unit, upon hearing her story, were filled with sympathy and explained to her the meaning and mission of resisting the Japanese. She decided to join the 8th Route Army to avenge her parents. This should have filled her with hatred for the Japanese invaders. However, various signs indicated that things were not so simple. The security department decided to track and monitor Su Ling. For several days, the soldiers responsible for tracking her were extremely careful and dared not slack off in the slightest. Finally, on a bustling street, Su Ling had a brief and discreet encounter with a stranger. In that instant, the security guards who had been following her swarmed in and apprehended Su Ling on the spot. However, after being captured, Su Ling resolutely denied being a spy. "I'm not a spy. I just care about the situation in the army and want to do my part in the fight against Japanese aggression." Su Ling looked aggrieved, tears welling up in her eyes. Li Ming, the security officer in charge of the interrogation, stared intently into Su Ling's eyes. "Su Ling, don't try to deny it. Your actions have already exposed your true identity. Why do you always pry into military secrets you shouldn't ask about?" Su Ling bit her lip, her voice trembling. "I really didn't. I just want to know more so I can provide better care for the wounded." Everyone's attention immediately focused on the preserved note, but it was completely blank. Upon receiving the news, Minister Kai of the security department arrived at the interrogation room, frowned, and fell into deep thought. How could this be a blank note? Could our judgment be wrong? Li Ming shook his head and said, "No, there must be something fishy about this." Su Ling was so eager to destroy it back then, it couldn't have been worthless. Xiao Wang chimed in. "Yes, Minister, I saw how nervous she was. This note must contain an important secret." Everyone was puzzled, and a tense atmosphere filled the room. Just then, an experienced intelligence expert walked in. He picked up the note, examined it carefully, and said, "This might not be an ordinary note. It may have been written with a special solution." Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Minister Tsai immediately ordered, "Conduct a chemical test on the note right away." After a tense period of testing, a discovery was finally made. It turned out that the note was indeed written with a special invisible ink, and the writing would only appear under the action of specific chemical reagents. As the handwriting became clearer, everyone's tension grew. Finally, the contents of the note were revealed. It contained information about the hospital receiving a large quantity of penicillin. Minister Kai said angrily, "These enemies are truly insidious, actually attempting to obtain such important intelligence on medical supplies." Li Ming clenched his fist. Now Su Ling will have nothing to say. Faced with this irrefutable evidence, Su Ling, or rather, Lu Jiaojiao, finally bowed her head and admitted to being a spy. It turned out that the real Su Ling and her parents had all died in a Japanese raid. Lu Jiaojiao, because she resembled Su Ling, was chosen by the Japanese intelligence agency to become their spy, and then infiltrated the base to try and obtain crucial intelligence. Minister Kai stared coldly at Lu Jiaojiao and asked sternly, "Tell me, who did you pass on the intelligence you sent out before?" Lu Jiaojiao answered in a trembling voice, "Every time, I follow the instructions from above, placing the intelligence in a specific location, and someone will come to retrieve it. But I really don't know who comes to retrieve it." Li Ming said angrily, "You cunning fellow, still trying to argue?" Minister Kai pondered for a moment and said, "Continue the interrogation. We must dig out everything she knows." After rounds of interrogation, Lu Jiaojiao confessed that the intelligence she had previously sent out was all about medicine and hospitals. However, the spies lurking within the artillery school and armored forces remained missing. After Lin Yi returned to Makala with the goods, he hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath when he suddenly received a call from director Li Xian. "Hello, is this Lin Yi?" Li Xian's familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's me, Director Li. What's the matter?" Lin Yi was a little curious, wondering what Director Li wanted to see him about. Director Li Xian exchanged a few pleasantries on the phone before gradually shifting the topic to the current situation. He seemingly casually mentioned some recent developments in China, his words carrying a hint of probing. Lin Yi, being so clever, immediately noticed this. He chuckled inwardly, knowing that Director Li Xian was subtly probing. So he pretended to be clueless and chatted casually along with Director Li Xian's topic, but deliberately avoided steer the conversation in the direction Director Li Xian wanted. Seeing that Lin Yi wasn't taking the bait, Director Li Xian hesitated for a moment before finally getting straight to the point. Lin Yi, to be honest, the country is currently planning to increase its gold reserves. Don't you have some gold on hand? The bank wants to discuss with you the possibility of selling the gold to the national bank. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before slowly saying, Director Li, this is no small matter. I had a hard time getting my hands on this gold. Director Li Xian quickly replied, Of course we know that, and the government won't let you suffer a loss. We will definitely give you a reasonable price. Lin Yi smiled and said, Director Li, the price is secondary. I'm mainly considering some other factors. As you know, I need a lot of capital to operate my business here. If I sell the gold to the national bank, I hope to be able to pay in US dollars to my overseas account, which will facilitate my subsequent business operations. Director Li Xian was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone, seemingly discussing it with others. After a while, he said, Okay, I can grant your request. However, Lin Yi, you know the current situation of the country. This batch of gold is extremely important to us. Lin Yi immediately replied, Director Li, don't worry. I am also a Chinese citizen, and my patriotism is no less than anyone else's. I will arrange the handover of the gold as soon as possible. After hanging up with Li Xian, Lin Yi immediately dialed Andre's number. Andre, you'd better hurry up and deliver the weapons we ordered last time. The situation is tense on my client's end, and they urgently need this batch of equipment, Lin Yi said anxiously. Andre replied on the other end of the phone, Lin Yi, don't worry. I know how important this batch of weapons is. The shipment is already at sea, and I will deliver it to you as soon as it arrives. Relieved by Andre's assurance, Lin Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then he added, Andre, I would like to order another 300,000 artillery shells and rockets of various calibers. The situation is urgent, and I hope you can find a way to procure them for me as soon as possible. Andre hesitated for a moment, but then readily agreed. All right, Lin Yi, I'll find a solution as soon as possible. Actually, the fuses and shells of the Soviet-style artillery were separate. After being stored for so many years, the fuses had become unreliable, so new fuses had to be manufactured. Chapter 55 Spies in Action. Just 2 days after Lin Yi shipped the goods back to China, Andre called. Lin, the equipment you ordered last time has been delivered to Mukala's warehouse, Andre said loudly on the other end of the phone. But the shells will take another half a month. Upon hearing the news, Lin Yi's face lit up with a joyful smile, and he said sincerely, Andre, thank you so much. You've helped me a lot. Andre laughed heartily and scolded, Get lost. This isn't like the way you were so eager for me to order the goods a few days ago. But to be honest, I really should thank you. Our business has been so booming for the past year or so, all thanks to you. If it weren't for your continuous orders, we wouldn't know what to do with all this obsolete stock. Lin Yi then delivered the equipment to the 8th Route Army without stopping. However, as soon as he stepped into the base, he keenly sensed that the atmosphere was unusually heavy. The usual liveliness and noise were gone, replaced by solemnity and tension. Lin Yi felt a chill and hurriedly found Commander Chen. Commander Chen stood by the window of the command post, his brows furrowed, gazing thoughtfully at the scenery outside. Commander, something seems off about the atmosphere at this base, Lin Yi asked bluntly. Commander Chen turned around, his eyes filled with seriousness and worry, and said, Lin Yi, you're back. Our base is in big trouble. Spies have infiltrated. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was not alarmed at all. Instead, he raised an eyebrow with interest. This is interesting. Commander Chen shook his head helplessly, then summoned Minister Kai of the Security Department. Minister Kai, give Lin Yi a detailed account of the situation regarding enemy agents during this period, Commander Chen ordered. Minister Kai nodded, cleared his throat, and began to speak. Comrade Lin Yi, we have discovered many clues recently. First, we found signs of unidentified personnel in some key locations around the base. They are extremely secretive and seem to know our patrol patterns very well. A few days ago, we captured 2 enemy agents, but they only knew some intelligence about our hospital and logistics. Preliminary investigations have confirmed that enemy agents have infiltrated the base, but their exact number and hiding places are still unknown. The agents captured recently were all peripheral personnel. It's possible that intelligence regarding the tank regiment and heavy artillery has already been sent out. As Lin Yi listened to Minister Kai's account, he tapped his fingers lightly on the table, lost in thought. Commander Chen looked at Lin Yi and asked, Lin Yi, you're quick-witted. Tell me, what methods you have to find out about these spies? Lin Yi raised his head and said with a firm gaze, Commander, in my opinion, the Japanese army should already know that we have tanks and heavy artillery. After all, the commotion we made with so many tanks and artillery during training was quite significant. They will definitely try to obtain more detailed intelligence, so they will definitely send people to infiltrate again. First, we must strengthen perimeter security around the base, increase patrol personnel, increase patrol frequency, and strictly check passing personnel and vehicles to ensure that spies have no opportunity to take advantage of the situation. At the same time, we can deliberately release some false but highly tempting intelligence to force the undercover agents to report to their superiors via radio. As soon as they send a telegram, we can pinpoint the radio's location through telecommunication surveillance, thus capturing them in one fell swoop. Commander Chen nodded slightly, but then asked, Lin, we don't have this kind of advanced technology. Lin Yi said with a smile, this isn't some very advanced technology. I'll take care of it for you. Commander Chen said, that's excellent. If the enemy learns the exact location and true strength of our base through these spies, won't they send a large force to attack? Lin Yi pondered for a moment and analyzed. Commander Chen, the Japanese army is currently engaged in the Battle of Wuhan with all its strength. A large number of their troops are tied up at the front line, and it will be difficult for them to spare enough troops to deal with us in the short term. However, they may send planes to bomb us. Commander Chen said worriedly, that won't do either. We absolutely cannot let the tank units take such a risk. Lin Yi smiled and said, Commander, don't worry. I can find a way to provide a batch of tank and heavy artillery models, or we can have some of our soldiers who have just become carpenters make the wooden ones. We'll place these models in conspicuous locations to mislead enemy reconnaissance planes into thinking they're our real equipment. That way, even if they send planes to bomb us, it won't cause too much damage to our actual strength. Then we'll ambush anti-aircraft guns and machine guns near the models. If they dare to come, we'll teach them a lesson and make them lose both their equipment and their resources. Commander Chen thought for a moment and said, this idea is worth a try, but the model must be realistic. Then, the base's security deployment was strengthened. Patrol soldiers patrolled the area around the base day and night, leaving no suspicious corner unchecked. Someone come here! Commander Chen shouted in a deep and powerful voice. A guard quickly entered, stood at attention, and saluted. Commander! Commander Chen stood up and said sternly, Go, secretly gather the soldiers in the guard regiment who have worked as carpenters. Be quick and don't make a sound. The guards obeyed and left. Before long, several sturdy soldiers with sharp eyes arrived at the command post. Commander Chen looked at them, his tone serious and solemn. Comrades, I now have an extremely important task for you. The soldiers straightened their backs and stared intently at Commander Chen. Commander Chen continued, we need to make a batch of tank and artillery models to confuse the enemy. This is crucial to the overall course of the war. It's a difficult task. Are you confident you can complete it? The soldiers answered in unison, yes. We guarantee to complete the mission. Without further ado, the soldiers immediately began preparing materials. They collected wood, nails, paint, and other items from various corners and set up a temporary work site in a secluded mountain valley. An experienced veteran carpenter soldier took the lead, picking up a plank of wood and carefully measuring and cutting it with practiced precision. Other soldiers followed suit, some sanding parts, others assembling them. The sounds of sawing and hammering echoed through the valley. The soldiers' clothes were soaked with sweat, but there was no sign of fatigue or retreat in their eyes. This angle needs to be adjusted again, otherwise it won't look right. The paint color must be realistic. We can't let the enemy spot our deception. The soldiers exchanged ideas and continuously improved the model's construction. After several days and nights of continuous work, the first batch of tank and artillery models was finally completed. From a distance, these models looked incredibly lifelike, almost like real weapons. Commander Chen arrived at the scene and nodded in satisfaction. Comrades, well done. With these models, we can catch the enemy off guard. Chapter 56 Spies in Action. Lin Yi knew the situation was extremely urgent, so he rushed to Makala overnight to purchase a batch of radio locators and jammers and brought them back. The thought of using the advanced equipment of this era to deal with the Japanese from over 80 years ago filled Lin Yi with immense joy. The next morning, Commander Chun and Lin Yi suddenly appeared at the training base without any prior notice. At that moment, Bao Jiaming, commander of the 8th Route Army's Tank Regiment, and Su Yixiong, commander of the Heavy Artillery Regiment, were extremely busy on the training ground. Upon hearing the news of Commander Chun's arrival, Bao Jiaming and Su Yixiong rushed over to greet him. "Commander Chun, Comrade Lin Yi, what brings you here?" Bao Jiaming saluted, his face showing both surprise and a hint of nervousness. Commander Chun smiled and said, "Let's see how your training is going. Don't be nervous, show us around." So, Bao Jiaming and Su Yixiong led Commander Chun and Lin Yi to the tank training area. Several tanks were slowly moving, their bodies swaying and their tracks erratic. Commander Chun frowned slightly upon seeing this. Bao Jiaming quickly explained, "Commander, our soldiers have just completed basic training. Right now, they can only get the tanks moving and practice aiming. Formation and coordination have not yet been organized." Commander Chun nodded, his expression serious, and said, "The foundation must be solid, and training must not be taken lightly." Just then, a tank suddenly stalled and stopped on the training ground. A tank behind it nearly crashed into it, but fortunately, the driver reacted quickly and braked suddenly, avoiding an accident. This unexpected situation instantly made the atmosphere tense. Commander Chin strode over and asked what happened. A soldier who crawled out of the stalled tank looked guilty and said, "Reporting to the commander, the tank suddenly stalled, and we don't know why." Commander Chun looked at Bao Jiaming. "We must strengthen the maintenance and inspection of tanks. We absolutely cannot allow this situation to occur on the battlefield." Bao Jiaming saluted. "Yes, Commander." Commander Chun continued, "Conduct more basic training. Tank crews should familiarize themselves with the tanks as soon as possible, and the maintenance company should quickly become familiar with the tank structure to perform maintenance work effectively." Lin Yi added, "Yes, only by being familiar with the tank's performance can we fully unleash its power in battle." Bao Jiaming nodded repeatedly. "The commander and Comrade Lin Yi are right. We will definitely make improvements." Afterwards, the group arrived at the artillery training ground. The artillerymen were practicing loading and aiming, their clothes soaked with sweat. Commander Chen observed for a while and said, "Their movements are not yet proficient enough, and their speed needs to be improved." Su Yixiong said, "Commander, we have been training hard, but there are still gaps." Commander Chan said seriously, "Next, the artillery must achieve rapid maneuverability, rapid deployment, and rapid aiming, striving for a first-shot hit." Su Yixiong replied loudly, "Yes, Commander, we will definitely meet the requirements." Lin Yi said, "We need to hurry up and train. The enemy won't give us much time." Commander Chun, "You're right. We can only make our soldiers work harder. But with such arduous training, especially for the artillery, the nutrition must be adequate." After the two returned to headquarters, Lin Yi said to Commander Chun, "Commander Chun, I need you to find me a few people who are proficient in radio. This is crucial for our next operation." Commander Chin pondered for a moment and said, "I have thought of a suitable candidate." A moment later, a girl with short, ear-length hair and a fair complexion was brought before Lin Yi. Her eyes were bright and intelligent, revealing her competence. This is Zhou Hui. Her parents were both underground members of the Communist Party. After they were exposed, the whole family came to northern Shaanxi. She went to university, and her superiors arranged for her to learn radio broadcasting. Commander Chun introduced. Lin Yi looked Zhou Hui up and down and nodded in satisfaction. Zhou Hui looked at Lin Yi with curiosity in her eyes. Lin Yi didn't mince words and went straight to the point. "Comrade Zhou Hui, I need you to assemble a team to be responsible for radio direction, finding, and radio jamming." As he spoke, Lin Yi took out the equipment he had brought back. Zhou Hui's eyes lit up instantly upon seeing the equipment, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of novel gadgets are these?" Lin Yi smiled and pointed to the radio direction finder, saying, "This is a radio direction finder. Its accuracy can be controlled within 30 meters. This is a signal jammer, which can cut off radio signals." Zhou Hui, as if she had opened a floodgate, chattered on and on with questions. "Comrade Lin, how does this device work? How powerful is it? How far can it interfere with signals? Lin Yi patiently answered Zhou Hui's questions one by one. Zhou Hui became more and more excited as she listened, nodding repeatedly. I see. That's amazing. Looking at Zhou Hui's enthusiastic demeanor, Lin Yi said, Comrade Zhou Hui, this mission is arduous, but I believe you can do it. Zhou Hui straightened her chest and said firmly, Comrade Lin Yi, rest assured, I will definitely live up to the organization's trust. In the office of the Japanese Special Higher Police Station in Beiping, Chief of Staff Sasuke Yasuka was intently summarizing the results of the recent infiltration of the 8th Route Army. His brow was furrowed, his eyes revealing anxiety and unease. A mountain of documents lay before him, and Sasuke Yasuka's fingers flew through them rapidly, muttering to himself intermittently. Finally, he finished compiling the information, took a deep breath, and rose to head to Tarachi Hisaichi's office with the documents. Hisaichi Tarachi sat in his spacious office, his expression serious and his gaze sharp. Sasuke Yasuka entered respectfully, bowed, and began his report. Commander, through our efforts over this period of time, we have obtained some important intelligence about the 8th Route Army. The 8th Route Army received a large supply of penicillin, the quantity and source of which are unknown. Zuing Kangjia's voice was low and urgent. Tarachi Hisaichi frowned slightly. Penicillin? This is an important strategic material. Sasuke Koka continued. Furthermore, the 8th Route Army may have secretly formed a mechanized unit. More than a month ago, our intelligence agents sent out information saying that they had gathered a large number of soldiers who had been in contact with armored vehicles for intensive training, but the training was mainly conducted by automobiles. Tarachi Hisaichi's face grew increasingly grim. And then, Sasuke Koka's tone became heavy. Later, our intelligence agents stopped sending out intelligence, and the people we sent to make contact also disappeared. We suspect that the 8th Route Army discovered us. Afterwards, we sent people to scout ahead, only to find that the area was heavily guarded and there was no chance of infiltrating. Tarachi Hisaichi slammed his fist on the table. Baka, this is a serious dereliction of duty. Zuing Kangjia quickly lowered his head. Sir, please calm down. We will definitely find a way to make amends. Tarachi Hisaichi paused for a moment, then said, Penicillin can only be bought in large quantities in Shanghai now. We must cut off the 8th Route Army's drug supply and secretly monitor and investigate Hang Company, the supplier of penicillin. If Lin Yi knew that the Japanese were actually investigating the 8th Route Army's drug supply, he'd laugh himself to death. You Japanese people's drugs are sold to you by the 8th Route Army. Yes, sir, said Sasuke Koka loudly. Then, Sasuke Koka raised his head, a fierce glint in his eyes. Sir, I request permission to send reconnaissance aircraft to conduct high-altitude reconnaissance of that area. Perhaps we can obtain more valuable intelligence. Tarachi Hisaichi thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, but be careful. The 8th Route Army has anti-aircraft weapons. Zuing Kangja added. In addition, I also plan to send top agents to infiltrate the Jinshaji Military Region Command. Tarachi Hisaichi narrowed his eyes slightly. This plan is worth a try, but we must select the best agents, and there can be no mistakes. Sakura Koka answered loudly again. Yes, sir. Back in his office, Sakura Koka immediately began arranging various tasks. He first contacted the Air Force, requesting that reconnaissance aircraft be deployed as soon as possible. This reconnaissance mission is of utmost importance. We must obtain accurate intelligence, understand? Sasuke Koka said to the officer in charge. Yes, sir. The officer replied with a salute. Then, Sasuke Koka began screening candidates for special agents. He looked at each agent's file, carefully considering their qualifications. This one, not good-looking enough, might arouse suspicion. This one, not mentally strong enough, pass, Sasuke Koka muttered to himself. Finally, he selected an agent named Keiko Yamaguchi. Keiko Yamaguchi was beautiful, intelligent, and had undergone rigorous training. Sasuke Koka called Yamaguchi Keiko to his side and said seriously, This mission is extremely difficult. You must do everything you can to infiltrate the Jinshaji Military Region Command and obtain important intelligence. Keiko Yamaguchi replied firmly, Sir, please rest assured, I will definitely complete the mission. Chapter 57 Spies in Action. On a mountain road on the edge of the base area, 5 or 6 8th Route Army soldiers were running desperately, firing at each other as they ran, while a group of more than 30 Japanese soldiers were hot on their heels. "Stop! Don't run!" the Japanese soldiers shouted as they chased after them. "Hey, pretty girl, don't run away!" several Japanese soldiers shouted wildly. Panting heavily, Li Bin shouted to the others, "Everyone, give it your all! We must get rid of the Japanese." However, the Japanese firepower intensified, bullets whizzing past them. Suddenly, a soldier was shot in the head and fell. Xiao Wang. Li Bin tried to help him up, but his comrade pulled him away. "Never mind him, let's go," Xiao Wang shouted. To cover everyone, another soldier turned and charged towards the Japanese, firing and shouting, "Go!" Li Bin and Zheng Liping continued running, tears welling up in Zheng Liping's eyes. Just as they were feeling desperate, a burst of gunfire rang out in the distance. It turned out to be a company of 8th Route Army soldiers who had rushed over after hearing the gunfire. "Comrades, we're saved," Li Bin shouted excitedly. The company commander shouted, "Give them a good beating." The 8th Route Army soldiers quickly took up advantageous positions and launched a counterattack against the Japanese. For a moment, the sound of gunfire was deafening. Several Japanese soldiers fell on the spot, and the remaining soldiers began to panic. "Baka!" the Japanese squad leader cursed. Li Bin and Zheng Liping finally reunited with the rescue team. Zheng Liping cried and said, "The few of them who sacrificed themselves were to cover me. I was sent here by the Chahar military region to study, but I never expected to encounter the Japanese devils when we were almost at the base area." The company commander said, "Don't cry, comrades. We will avenge them." Under the fierce attack of the 8th Route Army, the Japanese suffered heavy casualties and fled in disarray. In the clear blue sky, a piercing roar suddenly rang out. 2 Japanese reconnaissance planes, like messengers of evil, aggressively entered the airspace above the base area from the direction of Daishin County. Inside the cockpit, pilot Watanabe said smugly to observer Ono, "Ono-kun, look at the land below. We can fly freely over the skies above our base. What can these 8th Route Army guerrillas do to us?" Ono chimed in, "Watanabe-kun, our reconnaissance will surely yield crucial intelligence for the Imperial Army." However, the anti-aircraft sentries on the edge of the base area keenly spotted enemy aircraft. The sentry commander immediately picked up the phone and reported, "Report. 2 Japanese reconnaissance planes spotted, flying northeast from the direction of Daishin towards the base area." The message was reported up the chain of command. Upon receiving the report, Commander Chin's expression instantly turned serious and grave. He decisively issued the order. "Immediately order all important targets to take cover, especially the training base. At the same time, order the air defense forces of the headquarters and the training base to prepare for combat and intercept enemy reconnaissance aircraft." The order was swiftly relayed, and alarms instantly blared throughout the training base, their piercing siren cutting through the air. "All personnel, to your combat positions immediately," shouted Du Jianhao, the air defense battalion commander, his voice hoarse. The soldiers charged towards their respective positions like arrows released from a bow, their movements swift and orderly. First squad, anti-aircraft guns ready. Second squad, machine guns checked. The soldiers' responses rose and fell, a tense atmosphere filling the air. 20 minutes later, the menacing silhouettes of 2 reconnaissance planes appeared on the outskirts of the base. Battalion Commander Du Jianhao gripped his binoculars tightly, his eyes blazing, and shouted, "Prepare for battle." The soldiers held their breath, their fingers pressed firmly on the triggers, their eyes fixed on the approaching enemy aircraft. As the 2 reconnaissance planes brazenly entered the airspace above the base, Battalion Commander Du Jianhao roared, "Fire!" In an instant, the anti-aircraft guns roared deafeningly, and shells hurtled towards the enemy planes like meteors. Boom! A shell exploded near an enemy plane, sending flames soaring into the sky, and the enemy plane shuddered violently. "Hit! Keep firing!" a soldier shouted excitedly. "At-tat-tat-tat!" The anti-aircraft machine guns were not to be outdone, and dense bullets rained down on the enemy aircraft, weaving deadly fire nets in the air. "Watch this!" Another soldier aimed at the enemy plane and pulled the trigger hard. The 2 enemy planes were startled by the sudden and fierce attack. Watanabe shouted in terror, pull up now." But it was too late. A series of shells accurately hit one of the reconnaissance planes. Boom! With a loud bang, The reconnaissance plane instantly turned into a huge fireball and exploded in mid-air, with its wreckage scattering like fireworks. Great! We've taken one down, the soldiers cheered. Watanabe's other reconnaissance plane was also hit. Its fuselage was riddled with holes, a plume of smoke billowed out, and it began to slowly descend. Don't let this plane get away. Give it a good beating. Bataillon commandé du Jianao chuted. Shells and bullets continued to rain down on Watanabe's plane. Watanabe cried out in despair. It's over, we're going to crash. Left with no other option, Watanabe chose to parachute. Report to the battalion commander, the enemy pilot has ejected, a soldier shouted. Base Guard Company 1, follow me. Company Commander Sun Yuhai gave the order and led a company to quickly chase after the direction in which the plane was falling. Everyone, speed up. We can't let the Japanese devils get away. Sun Yuhai shouted as he ran. The soldiers raced through the forest, the fallen leaves crunching under their feet. Finally, they reached the drop zone. There they found Watanabe, stuck in the fork of a large tree, looking utterly disheveled. Sun Yuhai raised his gun and shouted at Watanabe, Pilot, drop your gun. Watanabe, pale-faced and trembling, said, Don't shoot. I'll throw him. Sun Yuhai ordered, Climb the tree. Get him down. Be careful. Several soldiers quickly climbed the tree and carefully rescued Watanabe. Meanwhile, the crashed plane was also found. It had crashed on a gentle slope without exploding, but one wing was missing half, and the Japanese soldiers in the rear cockpit were dead. Great! We've captured a relatively intact aircraft, a soldier exclaimed excitedly. Hurry up and drive over to tow the plane away. Find a secluded place to hide it. Sun Yuhai shouted. A truck roared in a moment later, and the soldiers worked together to tow the plane away from the scene and hide it. This time, the Japanese devils really suffered a great loss. Our anti-aircraft firepower is really powerful. The soldiers gathered together, excitedly exchanging stories, their faces beaming with the joy and pride of victory. Battalion Commander Du Jianhao looked at his soldiers and said excitedly, Comrades, this is just the beginning. As long as the Japanese devils dare to invade, we will make sure they never return. Yes, never return, the soldiers shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the valley. Upon learning that a relatively intact aircraft had been captured, Commander Chen's face was filled with barely suppressed joy. He put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. This is truly a great haul. Lin Yi, standing to the side, also smiled with delight and then asked, Commander, can this plane be repaired? If it can be repaired, we can use it to train pilots. With pilots, I can provide you with more planes. Upon hearing this, Commander Chen's eyes lit up immediately, and he turned to Chief of Staff Su, saying, Chief of Staff, this matter is entrusted to you. Do everything in your power to repair this aircraft. Chief of Staff Su was so excited that his face turned red. He straightened his back and shouted, Yes, Commander, I guarantee to complete the mission. After saying that, he rushed out. Commander Chen watched Chief of Staff Su's departing figure, then turned to Lin Yi and said, Now the Japanese won't dare to send reconnaissance planes so easily anymore, which also gives us valuable training time. His eyes were full of anticipation for the future. Commander Chun continued, Our special communications team training class has already assembled. Since you know a lot about communications technology, you should go and give them a lesson so they know the latest communication technologies. Lin Yi replied without hesitation. All right, Commander, I'll go find Zhou Hui in a bit. She's quite talented in this area. Let's see if we can give her some special training. Commander Chun patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. All right, then thank you for your hard work. Chapter 58 Spies in Action. Lin Yi went to the special communications team and found Zhou Hui. As soon as Zhou Hui saw Lin Yi, a bright smile appeared on her face, and she said, Boss Lin, the communications team is about to have lunch. Let's go eat first and chat while we eat. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, how could I refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman? So the two of them went to the canteen together. As they walked, Zhou Hui said to Lin Yi, You've come at the perfect time. Today our communications team is having ramen. Our chef Ma makes some really good ramen. A hint of anticipation flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he replied, That's great. It's been a long time since I've had ramen. After queuing up and getting 2 bowls of ramen, the two sat down and started eating. It must be said that Master Ma's ramen was truly excellent, with a very modern feel. The noodles were thin, long, and evenly thick with a slightly yellow color and a springy texture. Several thin, tender slices of beef, with clear marbling, were garnished with bright green scallions, fresh cilantro, and orange-red carrot shreds. The broth was a rich, brownish red, steaming hot, glistening with an enticing sheen, and the addition of bright red chili oil made it look incredibly appetizing. Zhou Hui said, "By the way, Lin Yi, our communications team has been training for 3 days now, and everyone has almost mastered the basic operations. The comrades sent from other military regions to learn are also working very hard, and many have expressed their willingness to stay and join our communications team." Lin Yi nodded and said, "That's a good thing. It means our communications team is attractive." As they were talking, Lin Yi saw a young and beautiful female soldier scoop out the chili oil from the ramen, add some soy sauce to the ramen, and then cut a hard-boiled egg in half and put it in her bowl. Zhou Hui followed Lin Yi's gaze and said, "Everyone's taste is different, but this chili oil is indeed spicy enough that I sometimes don't dare to put too much in." Lin Yi smiled and continued eating his ramen. The two chatted as they ate, and Zhou Hui recounted some funny stories from training, making Lin Yi laugh heartily. Before he knew it, Lin Yi had quickly finished his meal and said to Zhou Hui, "I suddenly remembered something. I'll come back this afternoon." After saying that, he hurriedly left the communications team. Zhou Hui watched Lin Yi's departing figure, somewhat puzzled, but didn't ask any further questions. Lin Yi rushed into Commander Chen's office and barged in. Commander Chen looked up, his face full of surprise, and asked, "Lin Yi, didn't you go to the communications team? Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Yi did not answer immediately. Instead, he glanced warily at the door, then closed it behind him before saying solemnly, "Commander, I have something important to discuss." Seeing this, Commander Chen also became serious. "What's making you so nervous?" Lin Yi took a deep breath and told Commander Chen in detail about seeing the female soldier while eating ramen at the communications team. Commander Chen frowned upon hearing this, feeling that Lin Yi was making a mountain out of molehill. How others eat is none of the army's business. It's a matter of taste. You can't please everyone. Lin Yi lowered his voice and said in a volume that only the two of them could hear, "Commander Chen, as you know, I grew up abroad and have eaten food from many countries. This is how Japanese ramen is eaten. We Chinese don't usually eat ramen like this." Upon hearing this, Commander Chen jumped to his feet and asked sharply, "Are you sure?" Lin Yi nodded without hesitation. "I'm sure." Commander Chen immediately picked up the phone and called Kai Xingjin and Su Lisin, telling them to come to his office right away. He then called the political commissar and chief of staff from the next office over as well. Soon, everyone had arrived. Commander Chen recounted Lin Yi's discovery at the communications team again, leaving everyone dumbfounded. No one had expected that Lin Yi could discover a spy's involvement while having a meal. Kai Xingjin said, "Okay, I'll go investigate first, and we'll discuss the next steps once the results are in." Everyone agreed. In the afternoon, Lin Yi arrived at the communications team at the agreed time and gave everyone a lesson. He vividly described the development of communications in later generations, and everyone listened with great interest. Time flew by. As dusk approached, Commander Chen sent his bodyguard to summon Lin Yi. Lin Yi understood that the investigation had yielded results, and he quickly followed the bodyguard to Commander Chen's office. Upon entering the office, Commander Chen said to Lin Yi, "Please sit down quickly. We've been waiting for you." Then, Commander Chen said to Kai Xingjin, "Minister Kai, please share what you've learned with everyone." Minister Kai cleared his throat and said, "According to our preliminary investigation, this woman's name is Zheng Liping. She was sent here by the Chahar military region for training. They will definitely conduct background checks on personnel in such key positions. A few days ago, the 1st Company of the 3rd Battalion of the 6th Regiment of the Jin Southeast Military Region heard gunshots near our garrison. When we rushed over, we found a group of Japanese soldiers chasing after 5 8th Route Army soldiers, including Zheng Liping. 3 of them were killed in the process of escaping the pursuing Japanese troops, but she and a man named Li Bin were rescued by the arriving company. Judging from the current situation, they should be all right." After listening, everyone turned their attention to Lin Yi. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said, "I think we should be cautious and verify things more thoroughly." Commander Chen thought for a moment and said, "I agree with Lin Yi's opinion. I will send a telegram to the Chahar military region right away and ask them to send someone who knows Zheng Liping and Li Bin to come and identify them." Then we will know the truth. In the next few days, we will keep these two people under secret surveillance and not let them find out. 2 days later, the Chahar military region sent someone, Zhang Chaomei, the deputy director of the communications department. Minister Kai showed Zhang Chaomei the photos of Zheng Liping and Li Bin that he had secretly taken. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chaomei glanced at them and said decisively, "These are not Zheng Liping and Li Bin." Minister Kai was so startled that he jumped to his feet and said, "Director Zhang, are you sure?" Zhang Chaomei answered without hesitation, "How could I not recognize my own subordinates, whom I spend every day with?" Minister Kai, worried that something might go wrong, secretly took Zhang Chaomei to check on Zheng Liping and Li Bin. Zhang Chaomei confirmed that the two were not Zheng Liping and Li Bin, and immediately reported to Commander Chun. Commander Chun was shocked. Lin Yi was right. Those Japanese devils are really cunning. Therefore, Commander Chun gathered everyone together again to discuss countermeasures. Chief of Staff Su said, "I didn't expect the Japanese to pull such a trick on us. They're really cunning. If it weren't for Lin Yi's extensive experience, we would have really been fooled by the Japanese." Political Commissar Wang continued, "It seems that the real Zheng Liping, Li Bin, and the other three have all met with misfortune. As for them being chased by the Japanese, that was just a show put on by the Japanese. They really went all out." Commander Chin said with a serious expression, "Next, we need to discuss what to do. Arrest them or not." Opinions immediately diverged. Some advocated for immediate arrest to avoid complications. Others thought they should observe for a while longer, perhaps following the clues to uncover more enemies. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "The enemy has used a substitution trick on us. Why don't we turn the tables on them?" Commander Chin's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh, saying, "Good. We'll make those Japanese devils lose both their wife and their army. However, we still need to send people to closely monitor these two and see who they contact. If we can find out their connections, that would be even better." Everyone nodded in agreement. A thrilling counter-espionage drama was about to unfold. Chapter 59, Feint to the west, Attack to the east. 2 weeks later, Commander Chun led Lin Yi back to the training base, a place filled with passion and sweat. The warriors of the Kree Corps drove their steel behemoths across the training grounds, the roar of their engines deafening. Every turn and acceleration showcased their ever-improving skills. Commander Chin stood to the side, his gaze focused and serious as he observed the soldiers' actions. "Lin, look, these soldiers are performing quite well." Commander Chin nodded slightly, a satisfied look on his face. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. "Commander Chun, their group training and aiming training have indeed made great progress, but they still lack experience in live-fire shooting." Commander Chun turned his gaze to the heavy artillery regiment's training ground, where the soldiers were conducting operational drills in a tense but orderly manner, the huge cannon barrels gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The same goes for the heavy artillery regiment. Training has been effective, but actual combat is the true standard for testing strength. Commander Chin's voice was firm and powerful. Back at the command post, Commander Chun sat at the conference table, crossed his arms, and, after a moment of contemplation, said, "We can't wait any longer. We must get the tank regiment and heavy artillery regiment into actual combat as soon as possible and hone their true combat capabilities." The Chief of Staff, along with Lin Yi and several staff officers, discussed day and night, and after 2 days of intense planning, finally formulated a detailed battle plan. The atmosphere at the operational meeting was heavy and tense. A huge map hung on the wall, marking the troop distribution and strategic locations of both sides. Commander Chun stood in front of the map, his eyes gleaming. "Comrades, the purpose of our attack this time is to recapture the 3 counties of Fuping, Laiyuan, and Lingxiu." According to reconnaissance, the garrison in Fuping County consisted of approximately 2 battalions. The garrison in Laiyuan County consisted of 1 battalion plus a puppet army regiment, and the garrison in Lingxiu County consisted of approximately 1 battalion. However, in order to mislead the enemy, we announced our destination as Fanshi, Daxian, and Wutai County. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the map, their expressions focused. "We will divide our forces into 3 routes. We will concentrate the 1st and 2nd regiments of the Chahar military region and the artillery regiment to recapture Lingxiu County, under the command of Lu Kaixian, commander of the Chahar military region. I personally commanded the Central Military Region Guard Regiment, the 2nd Regiment of the Southeastern Shanxi military region, the 1st Heavy Artillery Regiment, and the 1st Tank Regiment to recapture Laiyuan. The 5th and 6th Regiments of the Jin Southeast Military Region, along with the 2nd Tank Regiment and 2nd Heavy Artillery Regiment, were concentrated to recapture Fuping. The operation was under the unified command of Lin Yi, commander of the Jin Southeast Military Region. The day after tomorrow, August 20th, at 6 a.m., the attacking forces will launch their assault simultaneously. After entering the city, the pace of advance needs to be appropriately slowed down to create an opportunity for enemy reinforcements and for our tank units to engage. Commander Chen's powerful voice echoed throughout the conference room. Lin Yi then added, "Tank units must be aware that your primary task is to approach the city walls, use tank guns to blast them open, and conduct precision strikes against enemy fortifications and bunkers, providing full cover for the infantry to enter the city. But remember, you must not participate in street fighting. If enemy reinforcements arrive, then the tank units will come in handy. At that time, they will be able to achieve combined arms operations, using the propulsion of the tracks and their powerful firepower to completely crush the Japanese invaders. To cope with urban warfare, we are equipped with ample 40mm rocket launchers and hand grenades. We possess a large number of pistols and submachine guns, as well as precise sniper kills, which is sufficient to deal with various complex combat situations." After the meeting, Commander Chun kept Lin Yi behind. "Lin Yi, there are enemy spies in our base who have been secretly monitoring our movements. This operation plan must be kept absolutely secret. We cannot let the enemy know it in advance." Commander Chen's expression was grim. Lin Yi frowned and said, "Commander, how should we identify these spies?" Commander Chen's gaze was firm. "I already have a plan." This afternoon, the tank and artillery units began preparing supplies and getting ready to depart. They'll announce to the outside world that they're moving to a new location tomorrow, but our tank and heavy artillery units are actually preparing to go to the battlefield. Once we pinpoint the location of the enemy's radio station, we'll immediately arrest the enemy agent, but we'll have to let the agent transmit the message. After capturing the enemy agent, the tank and heavy artillery units immediately advanced to the battlefield. Models of tanks and artillery that we had prepared were placed inside the base, and the anti-aircraft battalion of the anti-aircraft regiment and tank regiment were deployed to ambush and attack enemy aircraft near our base. Lin Yi nodded. "Commander, this plan is excellent. It will definitely expose the enemy's weaknesses." The next day, the headquarters communications team secretly released information about an attack on Fanshur, Daisian, and Wutai. At the same time, the 4th Regiment of the Jin Northeast Military Region and the Military Region Artillery Regiment also began operations near the 3 counties, creating a realistic combat atmosphere. Meanwhile, various units began to quietly and secretly assemble in the combat zone. Minister Kai kept a close eye on every move within the command headquarters. Around 6 p.m. that day, Minister Kai came to Commander Chen's office to report, "Commander, this afternoon, Zheng Liping left the headquarters under the pretext of going to the medical team to collect medical supplies. On her way to the medical team, she slipped a note into a crack in the wall when no one was looking. After collecting some bandages and hemostatic drugs at the medical team, she returned to the communications team. Our men opened the note and read, August 20th, attack Fancheng, Daizhou, and Wusan counties. After reading it, we put the note back as it was. Less than an hour later, an old shepherd quietly took the note. He put in his pipe and drove away with his sheep. We followed him all the way to Fuping County and watched him enter the city. Commander Chun, good. Jianggan stole the letter. The Japanese have been tricked. They will definitely strengthen the defense of these 3 counties and may even send troops from other places to reinforce them. Zhou Hui immediately stood up and said to Kai Shengjin, Minister Kai, an unidentified radio signal has appeared. We are locating it. Kai Shengjin responded decisively. Okay, action team, get ready to go. Communications team, move faster. Less than 20 seconds later, Zhou Hui shouted loudly, the location is out. It's the faculty dormitory, the easternmost few rooms. Without hesitation, Kai Shengjin said, let's go. Let's set off immediately. He then led the action team to the rooms on the east side of the teacher's dormitory and quietly listened to the sounds coming from inside. Suddenly, Tang Shiliang, the team leader, shouted, this one. He then ran to the easternmost room and kicked the door open. Inside, a man in his 30s was sitting in front of a radio, wearing headphones, his fingers constantly pressing the send button. Seeing someone burst in, He immediately grabbed the pistol lying beside him. Tang Shiliang, sensing the urgency of the situation, reacted swiftly and pulled the trigger. With a sharp bang, the bullet struck the man's arm, and the gun fell to the ground. Tang Shiliang lunged forward, kicking the man to the ground, and said, "Oh, it's Instructor Hong." In fact, this thrilling scene unfolded in just 2 seconds. Minister Kai rushed in and witnessed Instructor Hong sending the telegram. He said coldly, "Take him away." Immediately, 2 people came up, grabbed Instructor Hong's arm tightly, and pulled him out of the room. By this time, a large crowd had gathered outside the door. They stood around watching and whispering among themselves. So, Teacher Hong was a spy. I never expected that. Chapter 60 Ground Air War. Upon learning that the spies hiding in the tank regiment had been captured, Commander Chin immediately ordered the tank regiment and heavy artillery units to set off overnight. He also ordered the engineers to set up tank and artillery models and instructed the Air Defense Regiment and the Air Defense Battalion of the Tank Regiment to quickly set up air defense positions. At roughly the same time, there was a rapid knocking on the office door of Sasakage Koka, the head of the Special Higher Police's Beiping station. Sasakage Koka said, "Come in." Immediately, a Japanese lieutenant colonel rushed in. Sasakage Yasuka asked, "Ogura-kun, what's so urgent?" Ogura quickly replied, "Chief, we just received a telegram from Agent Manhwa, who is infiltrating the Jinchaji military region. It says the 8th Route Army's armor training base is 1 kilometer west of Rui Gully, and their armored and heavy artillery units are moving to a new base tomorrow." However, the signal was cut off before the telegram was finished. Manhwa must have been exposed. Sasakage Koka said, "Yash, Plum Blossom is excellent, truly worthy of being an elite of our great Japanese empire. We only received news from Keiko tonight that the 8th Route Army is going to attack Fanshi, Daisien, and Wutai counties. Their heavy infantry will be moving tomorrow. I think they're probably going to support the 8th Route Army in Fanshi, Daisien, and Wutai. This confirms that Huizi and Manhwa's intelligence is reliable. I'll report to the commander immediately." Immediately afterward, Sasakage Koka picked up the phone and called Tarachi Hisashi's family. Tarachi Hisashi was fast asleep when a piercing phone rang. It rang several times before Tarachi groggily opened his eyes and answered, "Moshi Moshi, who is it?" "Sasakage Yasuka." "Commander, it's me, Sasakage Yasuka. I have an emergency to report." Tarachi Hisashi, "Go ahead and say it." Sasakage Koka, "Commander, I'd better report to you in person. The intelligence is too important." Tarachi Hisashi, "Okay, come to my office in 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, Sasakage Yasuka arrived at Tarachi Hisashi's office and said, "I'm sorry to have disturbed Commander's rest." Tarachi Hisashi, "Sakage-kun, what information do you have?" Sakage Yasuka gave Tarachi Hisashi a detailed report on the 2 pieces of information he had just received. After listening, Tarachi Hisashi walked to the map, studied it carefully for a while, and then picked up the phone. "Connect me to Anda 23 from the Taiyuan command." After the call was connected, Adachi Nuzo's voice came through. "Mr. Tarachi, what brings you here so late?" Tarachi Hisashi said, "Mr. Adachi, I just received intelligence that the 8th Route Army's Jinchaji military region is preparing to attack Fanshi, Daisien, and Wutai counties on the 20th, and there may be armored and heavy artillery units providing support." Adachi Nuzo said in surprise, "Lord Tarachi, I received a report from the garrison of the 3 prefectures that 8th Route Army troops have been spotted on the outskirts, along with a number of artillery pieces, but no armored units have been detected yet." Tarachi Hisashi, "Adachi-kun, it seems the intelligence was accurate. I have a plan that requires your cooperation." Adachi Nuzo said urgently, "What are your orders, Your Excellency?" Tarachi Hisashi, "Tomorrow, no, that is after dawn today, the 8th Route Army's armored and heavy artillery units will be deployed. We will prepare overnight, and at daybreak, we will launch all our aircraft to bomb the 8th Route Army's armored and heavy artillery units. We will completely destroy them." Anda 23, "Hey, Commander, I will immediately order the Air Force to prepare." Tarachi Hisashi, "How many planes can you deploy?" Adachi Nuzo whispered to the Chief of Staff next to him for a while before saying, 10 bombers and 3 fighters at Datong Airport, 14 bombers and 9 fighters at Taiyuan Airport, and 9 bombers and 5 fighters at Yangchuan Airport." Tarachi Hisashi, "I will dispatch another 22 bombers and fighters from Shijiazhuang, 19 from Beiping, and 13 from Zhangjiago. In total, we will dispatch 104 aircraft, which is nearly half a flight division. It is sufficient to destroy the 8th Route Army's armored and heavy artillery units. We will launch a unified attack at 7 a.m. tomorrow. This operation will be commanded by Lieutenant General Toshio Kinoshita, commander of the 3rd Air Group. And at 23, hi, I'll arrange it right away. Upon receiving the order, Japanese airfields in Beijing, Shijiazhuang, Zhangjiago, Yanchuan, Taiyuan Detong, and other locations instantly erupted into a flurry of activity. Ground crew members hurriedly began pushing aircraft one by one out of the hangars. Refueling trucks quickly arrived, and fuel was continuously poured into the aircraft's tanks through fuel lines. Ordnance specialists worked diligently and systematically to load ammunition onto the aircraft, carefully installing each bomb and bullet. Meanwhile, maintenance personnel meticulously inspected every component of the aircraft to ensure it was in optimal condition. Before 5 a.m., the pilots were woken up from their sleep. Inoue Tsubasa, the flight commander at Taiyuan Airport, was still sleepy. Rubbing his eyes, he grumbled, "So early in the morning, can't they let people get some rest? I really don't know what they're up to, making such a rush." He muttered as he got dressed, quickly washed up, and went to the cafeteria for breakfast. But as he chewed his food, his mind was full of complaints. This damn task has disrupted my peaceful routine, and I don't even know how effective it will be. However, despite his many grievances, in no way Tsubasa knew that military orders were absolute and had to be obeyed. Looking out at the bustling scene, he knew this operation was crucial for the Japanese military. The other pilots, also exhausted, listlessly ate their breakfast, whispering their worries and doubts about this emergency mission. At 5:30 a.m., planes roared to life and took off from various Japanese airfields, like a flock of dark raptors flying rapidly toward their destinations. The plane that took off from Yanchuan had just entered the airspace over the base area when it was spotted by vigilant air defense sentries, and the news was quickly reported. Upon learning of this, Commander Chun said with a firm look in his eyes, the Japanese devils really did send planes. Before long, air defense sentries in various areas reported that Japanese aircraft had entered the base area from directions such as Beiping, Shijiazhuang, Zhangjiago, Yanchuan, Taiyuan, and Datong. Lin Yi made a detailed count based on the number of reports from the air defense sentries. This count immediately startled him, and he hurriedly said to Commander Chun, "Commander, I suggest that our air defense forces retreat immediately and not fight this battle. There are too many enemy planes. Even if we win this battle, the losses of the air defense forces will certainly be significant." But Commander Chin's thoughts were completely different. Over the years, they'd suffered terribly from enemy bombing raids. Whenever they saw enemy planes, their first reaction was always to take cover. But this time, Commander Chun was resolute. He said loudly, "Order all light and heavy machine guns of the troops around the base to participate in the air battle. Even if we cannot shoot down enemy planes, we must use concentrated firepower to attract the enemy's attention. We can no longer retreat, and we cannot always let the enemy swagger over our heads. Even if it comes at a price, it's worth it as long as it strikes a blow to the enemy's arrogance. Before, due to the vast disparity in strength, we could only hide. But today, even with the slightest chance, we will let those Japanese planes know that the skies over our base are not a place where they can act with impunity." Chapter 61, Ground-Air War. Before long, enemy planes flying from Yanchuan were approaching the airspace above the base. The flight unit commander, Hideki Kirikawa, saw the tanks and cannons faintly visible on the base directly in front of him and excitedly shouted into the radio, "Gentlemen, today is a great opportunity for us to make a name for ourselves. Before the other planes arrive, let's go down and teach the Chinese a lesson." After saying that, he shouted, "Fighter squadrons, go down for a probing attack. Bombers, prepare to bomb." As soon as he finished speaking, squadron leader Kiichi Horiuchi, piloting his Type 96 fighter, led his formation in a dive. At this time, the Japanese forces in North China were mostly equipped with a Type 95 biplane, with a top speed of only 400 kilometers per hour, and even older Type 92 fighters. The newer Type 96 monoplanes were mostly assigned to units operating in the south. The Japanese North China Air Force only had a small number of these aircraft. On the concealed air defense position, Lin Weijiang, the commander-in-chief of this air battle and also the commander of the air defense regiment, said into the communicator, "Anti-aircraft machine guns, prepare to fire." In the anti-aircraft machine gun position, the gunners lay steadily behind their gun mounts, their eyes fixed on the approaching enemy aircraft. Their fingers rested lightly on the triggers, awaiting the optimal moment to fire. The instant the enemy aircraft entered firing range, Lin Yi sharply waved his hand. Fire! Instantly, the anti-aircraft machine guns roared in unison, spitting out tongues of fire. A dense torrent of bullets surged into the sky like a steel flood. The sharp sound of bullets rubbing against the air mingled with the roar of the machine guns, creating a breathtaking battle symphony. In the sky, the first enemy plane was completely unprepared for this sudden and fierce attack. Before Keiichi Horiuchi could react, his aircraft was hit by several bullets. The metal shell was instantly torn apart, billowing black smoke, and the plane lost control, crashing to the ground like a bird with broken wings, turning into ruins in a burst of fire. This sudden attack threw the Japanese pilots into a panic. They had been confident that this air raid would be as easy as usual, but they did not expect to encounter such fierce resistance. However, the 8th Route Army soldiers did not slacken their efforts in the slightest. The anti-aircraft machine guns roared continuously, and spent shell casings rained down. Every shot was filled with anger towards the invaders and determination to defend their homeland. Another enemy plane was hit. The pilot desperately tried to control the aircraft, but ultimately could not escape its fate of crashing. Seeing this, the other enemy planes began to frantically evade and return fire. They rolled and dove in the air, trying to escape the anti-aircraft machine gun fire. But the 8th Route Army soldiers' shooting was precise and resolute, giving the enemy no chance to breathe. The battlefield was filled with smoke and flames. The anti-aircraft machine guns' firepower wove a deadly net, leaving enemy planes nowhere to escape. In the midst of fierce fighting, a young soldier, his face covered in sweat, showed no fear in his eyes, only unwavering conviction. He constantly adjusted his firing angle, gritting his teeth as he fired bullet after bullet at the enemy aircraft. Well done. Keep going. Lin Weijiang's voice rang out amidst the clamor, inspiring every soldier. After a fierce exchange, the Japanese fighter formation suffered heavy losses. The once orderly formation was now scattered, and some enemy planes, riddled with damage, fled in panic. Hideki Kirikawa was stunned. The 8th Route Army's fierce anti-aircraft machine gun fire caused his fighter squadron to lose 4 fighters, including one of the latest Type 96 fighters. Just then, the voice of Asano Shunsuke, the commander of the Japanese Air Force in Shijiazhuang, came through Kirikawa Hideki's radio. Kirikawa-kun, have you launched your attack yet? Hideki Kirikawa said, Asano-kun, we have tested the Chinese firepower. They have more than 30 anti-aircraft machine guns. 4 of my fighter squadrons were shot down, and 3 others were damaged and returned. Let's launch an attack together, take out the Chinese anti-aircraft machine guns first, and then we'll attack other targets. Shunsuke Asano said, all right, then our fighter squadrons will dive bomb the anti-aircraft machine gun positions, and the bombers will drop bombs over the anti-aircraft gun positions. Hideki Kirikawa, Yash, it's decided then. It turned out that Kinoshita Satoshi had given the takeoff order before they took off. At Kinoshita Satoshi's flight speed, they would have reached the base airspace around 8 o'clock. However, Yangshuan, Datong, Taiyuan, and Shijiazhuang were all closer to the armored forces base than he was, which is why other units had already arrived and launched their attacks while he was still on his way. The originally planned massive bombardment turned into a piecemeal attack. So the two led their teams to launch an attack. Lin Weijiang, the commander-in-chief on the ground, saw a large number of enemy planes diving down. So he decisively ordered all anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft machine guns to open fire and attack according to the preset positions. In an instant, countless tongues of fire crisscrossed the sky. Anti-aircraft guns roared deafeningly, and anti-aircraft machine gun bullets poured out like a torrential rain. Asano Shunsuke cursed, Kirikawa-kun, why didn't you tell me that the Chinese also have a large number of anti-aircraft guns? Your conscience is utterly wicked. Hideki Kirikawa hurriedly replied, Asano-kun, when we launched the attack just now, only the anti-aircraft machine guns were firing. Let's think about how to attack. If we withdraw now, the losses will probably be considerable. Then the Japanese fighter squadrons swooped down like wolves, their machine guns firing wildly. Some anti-aircraft guns and machine guns were instantly hit by the dense bullets, their parts flying everywhere. Just as a soldier was about to pull the trigger of an anti-aircraft machine gun, a bullet struck him hard in the chest, and blood instantly stained the weapons beside him. But the 8th Route Army soldiers did not flinch and continued to fire at the enemy planes tenaciously. Asano Shunsuke's fighter jet was quickly hit by dense fire, billowing thick smoke. However, instead of parachuting, Asano Shunsuke frantically maneuvered his fighter jet straight toward the anti-aircraft gun position. "Get out of the way!" the soldiers cried out in terror. With a deafening roar, the plane and the anti-aircraft gun were engulfed in flames, and a massive shockwave knocked the surrounding soldiers to the ground like a tidal wave. Bombers began dropping bombs from high above, one after another whistling down. Instantly, huge craters were blasted into the ground. Dust filled the air, and some soldiers who couldn't take cover were mercilessly blown away by the powerful blast waves. Anti-aircraft artillery positions were also completely destroyed. However, the 8th Route Army's anti-aircraft firepower remained incredibly fierce. Another Japanese fighter plane was hit by anti-aircraft fire and plummeted to the ground, trailing a long plume of black smoke. "Well done. Keep it up," Lin Yi shouted. Despite the increasing casualties, the soldiers' morale remained high. At that moment, another Japanese bomber, belching smoke, attempted to escape the battlefield, but was accurately hit in the fuel tank by anti-aircraft machine gun fire, exploding in mid-air into a dazzling fireball. The battle grew increasingly fierce and brutal, leaving the anti-aircraft gun positions in ruins. But the soldiers held their ground, constantly adjusting their firing angles and unleashing a furious barrage of fire at the enemy aircraft. A Japanese fighter plane was hit directly in the nose by an anti-aircraft gun during a dive, instantly disintegrating into countless fragments. But the enemy's attack did not stop. More bombs rained down, and several more anti-aircraft guns were destroyed. The soldiers fought bravely amidst the smoke and fire, showing no fear. For victory, kill the Japanese devils. The soldiers' roars echoed through the sky. Finally, the Japanese planes began to flinch, and their formation became chaotic. "The enemy is trying to escape. Don't let them get away." Lin Yi commanded his soldiers to continue firing. Ultimately, 24 of the 36 planes that took off from Yangchuan and Datong were shot down, and 9 of them flew towards the airport with smoke billowing out. Whether they could return home depended on whether their goddess Amaterasu would bless them. 3 more planes hovered alone high in the sky, including the one that had miraculously survived, Hideki Kirikawa. On the air defense position, the chief of staff of the Air Defense Regiment came to report to Lin Yi. "Regimental commander, we have 7 anti-aircraft guns and 9 anti-aircraft machine guns destroyed, and 2 anti-aircraft guns malfunctioned. We have lost 241 people." Lin Yi said with a grim face, "Have the soldiers replenish their ammunition and get ready. This battle is far from over." Just then, a staff officer ran over to him and said, "Regimental commander, the commander has ordered nearby troops to come and support us with light and heavy machine guns." Lin Yi was overjoyed and said, "Great. You take them to set up machine guns on the surrounding hilltops and prepare to fire at the air." Chapter 62, Ground-Air War. Just then, planes from Datong, Taiyuan, and Zhangjiago arrived. Hideki Kirikawa anxiously said on the radio, "Gentlemen, the Chinese anti-aircraft firepower below is extremely strong. A hasty attack would likely result in heavy losses." The commander in Taiyuan responded, "Kirikawa-kun, what should we do? Are we just going to sit here and wait in the air?" The commander in Zhangjiago echoed, "Yes, we can't keep circling like this. We must make a decision as soon as possible." Hideki Kirikawa said helplessly, "I have already reported the situation to General Toshimitsu Kinoshita, and now we can only wait for his instructions." The group hesitated and became uneasy, ultimately deciding to send another telegram to Kinoshita Satoshi. At that moment, Kinoshita Satoshi was slowly flying through the air in a Type 96 bomber. Hearing their calls, he said grimly, "Don't panic, gentlemen. Wait for me to reach the battlefield before making a decision." Thus, the Japanese aircraft formations could only circle at high altitude. On the ground, Lin Yi keenly observed the circling patterns of the Japanese aircraft. With sharp eyes, he decisively ordered, "Aim at the area where the enemy aircraft are circling and open fire with the anti-aircraft guns." In an instant, the anti-aircraft gun positions roared again, shells whistling into the sky. The Japanese Type 96 bombers, having sacrificed their protective capabilities to increase range, appeared extremely vulnerable under the intense fire. Boom! A Type 96 bomber was hit directly, instantly turning into a huge fireball, with debris raining down. Hit again. Keep going. The soldiers' morale soared, and they operated the anti-aircraft guns even faster and more accurately. Another Type 96 bomber attempted to dodge the shells, but was still affected by the shockwave of the explosion. Its wing broke off, and it spun and plummeted to the ground. Baka! How could this happen? Came desperate cries from inside the Japanese planes. But the anti-aircraft gun attack did not stop, and shells continued to explode in the sky. Another bomber was hit, billowing smoke and out of control. Oh no, we're going to be shot down. The Japanese pilot screamed in terror. Hold on, hold on. The commander shouted hoarsely, but to no avail. A barrage of artillery fire resulted in the immediate downing of 11 Japanese aircraft, mostly slow-flying Type 96 bombers. Black smoke and flames filled the sky, creating a scene of utter carnage. When Kinoshita arrived at the battlefield, he saw many planes belching thick smoke and flew into a rage. Bakayuru, you bunch of idiots, how could this happen? However, at this point, anger could no longer undo the heavy losses suffered by the Japanese army. At this point, everyone reported that fuel was running low. In fact, the range of Japanese fighter planes was not very long. The main fighter, the Type 96, had a range of about 1,200 kilometers, and the Type 95 biplane had a range of only 1,100 kilometers. In other words, if you fly from Beiping, you have to go back after half an hour of fierce fighting on the battlefield. Otherwise, you really won't be able to get back, or you'll have to land at another airport. With a look of anxiety, Hideki Kirika reported the current battle situation over the radio. General, the Chinese anti-aircraft fire is extremely fierce, and we have already suffered heavy losses. Kinoshita's face was grim. After listening to the report, he stared fiercely at the air defense positions below and ordered, half of the fighters will dive bomb the air defense positions, and the other half will coordinate with the bombers to attack the tanks and heavy artillery inside the base. Upon receiving the order, the Japanese warplanes quickly adjusted their formation, and some fighters roared down, swooping towards the anti-aircraft positions. Just as the fighters reached machine gun range, Lin Yi ordered without hesitation, all light and heavy machine guns, anti-aircraft machine guns, and anti-aircraft cannons, opened fire on the enemy aircraft. In an instant, a dense barrage of fire erupted once more, forming a screen of bullets. Anti-aircraft guns roared deafeningly, shells exploding in the sky, forming plumes of black smoke. Bullets from anti-aircraft machine guns and both light and heavy machine guns rained down on the enemy aircraft, emitting sharp whooshing sounds as they pierced the air. Hideki Kirika cried out in terror. Amazing Amaterasu! What's going on? Why are there so many machine guns appearing again? A Japanese Type 96 fighter plane was hit first and struck by several anti-aircraft shells. The fuselage immediately caught fire. The pilot tried to parachute to safety, but was hit by flying shrapnel and died instantly. Keep firing. Don't let the enemy planes get close. Lin Yi shouted. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes fixed on the diving enemy planes, their fingers constantly pulling the triggers. Another Type 95 biplane was riddled with bullets from anti-aircraft machine guns, lost control, and crashed to the ground, causing a huge explosion. However, the Japanese warplanes did not retreat and continued to rush towards the anti-aircraft positions. Boom! A bomber was hit by anti-aircraft fire and disintegrated in midair, its wreckage falling in flames. At the same time, the Japanese attack also put enormous pressure on the anti-aircraft positions. Some anti-aircraft guns were destroyed by enemy strafing, and the gunners heroically sacrificed their lives in the explosions. For our comrades, for victory, give them a good beating. Lin Weijiang's eyes were bloodshot as he personally operated an anti-aircraft machine gun and fired at the enemy planes. A young soldier was loading bullets at his machine gun, sweat soaking his forehead, but he never stopped moving. Suddenly, a bomb dropped by an enemy plane exploded nearby, and he was instantly thrown into the air by the powerful blast, but he struggled to his feet and returned to his post. Despite the constant threat of anti-aircraft fire, Japanese fighter planes continued to be shot down, but they stubbornly carried out their attack missions. At-at-at-tat. A volley of bullets swept past, and an anti-aircraft machine gunner fell into a pool of blood, but his comrade next to him immediately took his place and continued to fire at the enemy aircraft. At this moment, the sky was filled with smoke and flames. A Japanese fighter plane broke through the enemy's fire and swooped down to strafe the anti-aircraft positions. The soldiers on the ground took cover, but many were still wounded and killed. "Never back down," Lin Yi roared, directing his soldiers to adjust their firepower and concentrate their attack on the enemy plane. Finally, the arrogant enemy plane was hit by a hail of bullets and plummeted into the distance, trailing black smoke. Meanwhile, another group of Japanese warplanes launched an attack on the tanks and heavy artillery inside the base. Bombs rained down, turning the base into an inferno. "Report. Some of the tanks and heavy artillery have been damaged." A communications soldier ran up to Lin Yi to report. "It's all right, let them bomb. It's not like it's real anyway," Lin Yi said. The battle reached its climax, with both sides fighting desperately. Japanese bombers continued to drop bombs, and casualties on the anti-aircraft positions were rising steadily, but the soldiers' morale was only growing stronger. Boom! Another bomber was hit and exploded in midair. "Well done. Hold on," Lin Yi encouraged his soldiers. In a fierce battle, time ticked by. Due to insufficient fuel and continuous losses, the Japanese warplanes gradually lost their advantage. "General, we can no longer continue the attack. We must retreat. Most of the enemy's tanks and heavy artillery have been destroyed by our forces, and our operational objectives have been achieved." The chief of staff of the flight group urgently reported to Kinoshita Satoshi. Kinoshita Satoshi looked at the carnage on the battlefield with a grave expression, his brows furrowed, and after gritting his teeth, he finally gave the helpless order: "All troops retreat." The remaining Japanese warplanes, battered and bruised, fled the battlefield in a sorry state, like stray dogs. On the air defense positions, smoke filled the air, leaving behind a scene of devastation and ruin. But as the soldiers watched the enemy planes disappear into the distance, victorious smiles gradually appeared on their weary faces, smiles filled with resilience and pride. In the headquarters, after receiving the report from the Air Defense Regiment, Commander Chun excitedly shouted, "Well done! Congratulations to our air defense forces for winning this battle. Next, you must take good care of the wounded, and the headquarters will send you the missing supplies as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Commander Chun addressed the group. "The enemy aircraft have retreated. This time, we shot down 59 Japanese planes and damaged 27. We achieved a great victory. However, our losses were also significant. We lost 16 light machine guns, 11 heavy machine guns, 18 anti-aircraft machine guns, and 21 anti-aircraft guns. Our personnel casualties totaled 633. Our air defense forces have suffered nearly half their losses." Lin Yi said, "Commander, I will provide you with some more advanced individual air defense weapons next time to enhance our air defense capabilities." Commander Chun nodded repeatedly. "The more the better. With more powerful equipment, we can better defend against enemy air raids and protect our base." Chapter 63, Feign Attack on 3 Counties. When Kinoshita Satoshi landed in a disheveled state with the remaining plane, his face seemed to be covered with a thick layer of frost. His angry expression was as cold as ice, making people feel as if they were instantly placed in an ice cellar. He glared at his adjutant, Watanabe Shiro, who had come to greet him, and demanded, "Watanabe, what exactly were our losses this time?" Watanabe Shiro's lips trembled, and he stammered for a long time without being able to utter a word. Kinoshita Satoshi, burning with anger, roared, "Watanabe Shiro, I order you, as your superior, to report the battle situation to me immediately." Watanabe Shiro nervously pulled a folder from his briefcase, his hands trembling as he opened it and read aloud in a shaking voice. Datong Airport reports that of the 13 departing aircraft, only 4 returned. Of the 23 departing from Taiyuan, 7 returned. All 14 departing from Yangchuan Airport were lost. Of the 22 departing from Shijiazhuang, 11 returned. Of the 13 departing from Zhangjiago, 7 returned. Of the 19 departing from Beiping, 9 returned. 4 more crashed en route to the airport due to severe damage, and 2 crashed during emergency landings. Only 38 aircraft ultimately landed safely. Upon hearing this series of shocking figures, Kinoshita Minoru felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground, unconscious on the spot. Watanabe Shiro panicked and rushed forward to hug Kinoshita Satoshi, then pinched his philtrum hard. After a long while, Kinoshita Satoshi slowly opened his eyes and said weakly, but with hatred in his voice, "I almost destroyed half of the Empire's air force in North China. I swear I will not rest until I avenge this." Watanabe Shiro quickly replied, "Yes, I'll get right on it." Meanwhile, on the other side, Ran Xiang, the commander of the 4th Regiment, had already led the 4th Regiment and a large number of militiamen and local troops to complete the assembly smoothly and efficiently. During the unified reorganization of the troops, Song Dabiao was promoted to commander of the 5th Regiment. Li Qing took over the position of commander of the 6th Regiment. Zhang Fuge became the commander of the 7th Regiment, and the important responsibility of commander of the 4th Regiment ultimately fell on Ran Xiang's shoulders. Upon receiving the order to launch a feint attack on the 3 counties, Ran Xiang acted decisively, ordering all militia and local troops to change into military uniforms and march towards the assembly point in a mighty, overwhelming force. At the final pre-battle meeting, Ran Xiang, with a serious expression and a firm gaze, said to Battalion Commander Han Yongjun, "Your battalion, along with the attached militia and local troops, will form the first group. The 2nd and 3rd battalions will follow the same arrangement. Currently, in order to prevent us from defeating them one by one, the Japanese troops in the 3 counties have abandoned some small and medium-sized strongholds and withdrawn entirely to the county towns, where they have built a large number of strong defensive fortifications. In this battle, we're not deliberately pursuing the annihilation of a large number of Japanese soldiers. The key is to ensure that the Japanese firmly believe that we are the main force." 2 days later, on the morning of August 20th, all troops must withdraw from the battlefield and return to their base areas. Absolutely no lingering fighting is permitted. If the Japanese dare to enter our base areas, then we must find a way to delay them. Outside Daishan County, Battalion Commander Han Yongjun gripped his binoculars, his gaze fixed firmly on the county town ahead. Behind him, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion stood ready, mountain guns and heavy mortars standing tall, while numerous light and heavy machine guns, anti-aircraft machine guns, and rocket launchers exuded a chilling aura. "All artillery positions, prepare. Hear my command, fire hard." Han Yongjun ruwarit. "Yes, Battalion Commander," the artillerymen responded in unison. "Fire." With Han Yongjun's order, the mountain guns roared first, shells whistling towards the trenches and bunkers outside the city. Boom! Boom! Violent explosions rose and fell, blasting dirt and rocks into the air. Heavy mortars then joined the battle, shells raining down like raindrops. Bakayuru, the Japanese commander on the city wall, roared angrily at the bombed-out defensive fortifications. "Give them a counterattack. We can't let them succeed." Squad leader, "Our casualties are heavy," a Japanese soldier cried out in terror. "Shut up, hold the line, and serve His Majesty the Emperor," the squad leader roared, brandishing his sword. "Battalion commander, look, the enemy's bunker has been destroyed," a soldier shouted excitedly. "Don't be too happy yet. Keep shelling. Don't give the enemy a chance to breathe." Han Yongjun ruwarit. Shells continued to explode outside the city, and the firing positions on the city walls were thrown into chaos by the shelling. "Hit! Hit!" the soldiers cheered. "Don't let your guard down. Keep going." Han Yongjun quoted. After round of shelling, the trenches and bunkers outside the city were left in ruins. "Cease fire. First company charge," Han Yongjun shouted, raising his pistol. The soldiers charged towards Daishan County like tigers. "Kill!" The battle cries echoed through the sky. However, as they approached the county town, the Japanese infantry hidden in the trenches suddenly opened fire. At-at-at-tat. The machine gun fire suddenly rang out, and the soldiers at the front fell one after another instantly. "Take cover! Get down!" a squad leader shouted. "You damn Japanese devils! I'll fight you to the death!" a soldier cursed angrily. "Don't be impulsive. Wait for the battalion commander's orders," the squad leader said, pressing him down. "Grenade launcher! Fire!" a commander shouted from inside the Japanese trench. Whoosh! Whoosh! The shells from the grenade launcher exploded among the soldiers, filling the air with smoke. "Medic, there are wounded soldiers over here," a soldier shouted. "Hang in there, brother." The soldier next to him held the wounded man's hand tightly. Han Yongjun watched his soldiers fall one after another, his heart filled with anxiety. "Machine gunner, Suppress enemy fire. Han Yun Hotet. The light and heavy machine gunners quickly found advantageous positions and opened fire on the enemy's machine gun positions. You little devils, taste my bullets, one of the machine gunners shouted. Well done, keep going, a soldier beside him encouraged. Under the cover of machine gun fire, some soldiers rose again and charged. Charge! For victory, the soldiers shouted. Baka! Hold on! Hold on! The Japanese commander brandished his sword. Boom! A grenade thrown by a soldier exploded inside the Japanese trench. Good job! Keep throwing, his comrade shouted. After a fierce battle, the 1st Battalion finally broke through the enemy's defenses and approached the county town walls. Outside Wutai County, Battalion Commander Chu Weiman stared coldly at the town ahead, his soldiers of the 3rd Battalion standing beside him, their morale high. Snipers, prepare to move out. Freely fire on any Japanese soldiers who dare to show their faces. Chu Weiman decisively gave the order. Numerous snipers quickly dispersed, lurking like ghosts in various concealed corners, searching for traces of the enemy through their cold scopes. At the same time, half of the mountain guns and heavy mortars began to roar, and shells whistled towards the Japanese fortifications and city walls. Boom! Boom! The explosions resounded through the sky, flames shot into the heavens, and the Japanese positions were instantly engulfed in smoke and dust. On the city wall, Japanese soldiers were in a state of panic. Bakayuru, hide well, don't show your faces, a Japanese platoon leader shouted hoarsely. However, some impatient Japanese soldiers tried to observe the situation, but as soon as they peeked out, they were accurately shot by our snipers and fell to the ground instantly. Well done, a soldier exclaimed excitedly in a low voice. Don't let your guard down, stay alert, a comrade beside him reminded him. Just then, the Japanese artillery spotted one of our artillery positions and rained down shells. No, take cover, the soldiers on the artillery position shouted. With several loud explosions, 3 mountain guns of an artillery group were destroyed, resulting in heavy casualties among the soldiers. You damned Japanese devils. Chu Weiman's eyes widened in fury. Concentrate all heavy mortars and mountain guns and blast the Japanese artillery positions to smithereens. Upon receiving the order, the artillerymen quickly adjusted their gun barrels and aimed at the Japanese artillery positions. Load the shells. Prepare to fire. Fire. With a series of commands, our shells flew toward the Japanese artillery positions like vengeful flames. Boom! The first shell hit its target, and chaos erupted on the Japanese artillery position. Keep firing, don't stop. We mean South. Shells exploded continuously on the Japanese artillery positions, with fire, smoke, and dust mingling together. Help! The Japanese artillerymen cried out in despair. Outside Fanshur City, the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion were digging fortifications with great enthusiasm. Amidst the flying dust, the soldiers were sweating profusely as they worked tirelessly with their tools, gradually forming solid defensive lines. Battalion Commander Wu Liang patrolled the position, his eyes filled with determination and vigilance. Hurry up, the Japanese devils won't give us much time. Wu Liang said. Battalion Commander, don't worry, we guarantee we'll complete the mission, a soldier replied. Just then, the Japanese troops on the city wall noticed the 2nd Battalion's movements. They quickly concentrated their artillery fire and opened fire on the 2nd Battalion's position. Boom! Boom! Shells exploded on the position, sending flames soaring into the sky. Take cover! Take cover! Wu Liang shouted. Those damn Japanese devils! How dare they attack us? A soldier cursed angrily. Stop cursing! Fight back! Shouted a comrade beside him. Wu Liang wiped the dust from his face and decisively ordered, Mountain guns and mortars, fire at the Japanese. Yes, Battalion Commander. The artillerymen sprang into action. Load the shells. Aim at the target. Fire. With each command, our shells roared towards the Japanese artillery positions. Boom! The two sides engaged in a fierce artillery battle, the sound of cannons deafening. Battalion Commander, the Japanese artillery fire is too intense, an artilleryman shouted. Wu Liang shouted, Don't be afraid, give him a good beating. After a fierce exchange of fire, the Japanese artillery gradually fell silent. They dared not fire again. The Japanese devils are terrified of us, a soldier exclaimed excitedly. Don't let your guard down. Keep digging, Wu Liang warned. As the fortifications drew closer to the city wall, the Japanese troops began to grow restless. Commander, the Chinese fortifications are getting close to the city wall. What should we do? A Japanese soldier asked. Send Sato's squadron out of the city to probe their strength, the battalion commander ordered. A Japanese company cautiously opened the city gate and crept towards the 2nd Battalion's position. Battalion commander, the Japanese devils have left the city, the soldier at the observation post reported. Wu Liang sneered. We've been waiting for them. Light and heavy machine guns, anti-aircraft machine guns, prepare to fire. Yes. When the Japanese troops approached within effective firing range, Wu Liang gave the order, fire. Instantly, a dense hail of bullets rained down on the Japanese troops. At-at-at-at. Light and heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft machine guns roared in unison. Japanese soldiers fell to the ground, shot one after another, their screams echoing. Retreat! Retreat! The Japanese company commander shouted in terror. Don't let them escape! Attack! The soldiers roared. Under the powerful firepower of the 2nd Battalion, the Japanese troops who went out to probe the city suffered heavy casualties and fled back into the city in a sorry state. Well done! Let the Japanese devils know how powerful we are, a soldier cheered. Looking at the carnage on the battlefield, Wu Liang said, Comrades, this is just the beginning. Chapter 64 Tanks unleash their power. Just as the 4th Regiment was carrying out its feigned attack on the 3 counties in full swing, the Japanese Taiyuan Command received an urgent message that the 3 counties were under attack. In Adachi's office, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. A heavy, intense atmosphere permeated every corner. The adjutant rushed in, his face flushed and his steps hurried. After saluting, he shouted at the top of his lungs, reporting to the commander, a telegram from Daisien reports that the enemy's main force, under the strong cover of heavy artillery fire, has successfully breached the east city wall. Currently, our garrison is engaged in a fierce stalemate with the enemy, and the situation is extremely critical. Less than an hour later, the adjutant rushed into the office again, his face filled with anxiety. He was panting heavily and his voice trembled as he reported, Commander, a telegram from Fansha reports that the enemy's main force is advancing rapidly and has already approached the city walls. Most of our outer fortifications have been destroyed, and our artillery has suffered heavy losses. Furthermore, an urgent telegram has arrived from Wutai, reporting that the enemy has launched a fierce and relentless attack on our city walls and outer fortifications. More than half of our fortifications have been destroyed, and our artillery has suffered extremely heavy losses. However, the enemy has not yet launched its main attack. After hearing the report, Anda 23 revealed a smug smile and arrogantly said, Yash, it seems our advanced reinforcement and defensive strategy have been very effective, giving the enemy a real taste of their own medicine. They are far from being able to capture these 3 heavily defended county towns at the same time. Immediately order our mobile forces to prepare fully and wait for the enemy to be exhausted before launching a surprise attack. I will ensure that these arrogant enemy troops never return and are utterly annihilated here. At this moment, Lin Yi, following Commander Chun, had arrived outside the Shueibao stronghold, not far from Liuyuan County. It must be said that this strategy of encircling the city from the countryside was truly brilliant. They were almost at the county seat, yet the Japanese army still hadn't realized the 8th Route Army's strategic intentions. Lin excitedly said to Commander Chun, Commander Chun, I'll go with the 2nd Tank Regiment. I really want to experience the thrill of driving a tank and crushing the Japanese devils. Lin Yi smiled sinisterly, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. Commander Chen nodded slightly. All right then, you will assist Bao Jiaming in commanding the 2nd Tank Regiment. Lin Yi excitedly replied, Okay, hee, let's go have some fun. Despite having served as an officer for several years, Lin Yi had never commanded a tank before. Lin Yi sat in the command vehicle, his eyes blazing as he stared intently at the water fortress ahead. He gripped the radio tightly, his voice firm and powerful. 2nd Tank Regiment, prepare to charge. At his command, the steel torrent of the 2nd Tank Regiment roared in unison, like a beast unleashed from its cage, and began its swift and fierce charge. Inside the water fortress, the Japanese troops were patrolling and standing guard in an orderly manner, presenting a leisurely scene. However, the tranquility was instantly shattered by this sudden roar. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Panic shouts erupted instantly. The Japanese soldiers were thrown into chaos, rushing to their battle positions. Machine gunners frantically set up their machine guns. Riflemen's hands trembled with tension, their loading movements clumsy, and grenade launcher operators sweated as they tried to aim at the oncoming tanks as quickly as possible. Fire! Stop them! A Japanese officer roared at the top of his lungs. A hail of bullets and shells rained down on the tank, clanging and sparking as they struck its armor, but it was like throwing eggs against rocks, doing absolutely nothing to stop the tank. Inside the command post of the stronghold, a Japanese communications soldier, his face filled with terror, frantically dialed the phone number of the Liuyuan battalion headquarters. Hello. This is the Shueibao stronghold. We are under attack by a large number of tanks and request urgent support. His voice trembled with endless despair. However, before he could finish speaking, a tank had already broken through the stronghold's defenses and was heading straight for the command post. The communications soldier let out a short and shrill scream before being mercilessly run over by the tank. All that could be heard through the telephone receiver was the anxious shouts from the Liuyuan brigade headquarters. At this moment, the pillboxes within the stronghold became the Japanese army's last straw. Those in the pillboxes, give them a good beating, a Japanese officer shouted hoarsely, brandishing his sword in a desperate attempt to make a final stand. The Japanese soldiers inside the pillboxes fired wildly, trying to halt the tank's advance. Aim at the pillbox and fire. Lin Yi decisively gave the order. Boom! A tank shell hit the pillbox precisely, instantly blasting bricks and stones into the air. The Japanese soldiers inside were blown to pieces, a gruesome sight. A tank charged toward a group of fleeing Japanese soldiers, its tracks mercilessly crushing them. Some soldiers had their limbs crushed, fragments flying everywhere. Others died instantly, their blood staining the ground, forming horrifying pools of blood. Help! The screams of the Japanese soldiers rose and fell, incessant and deafening, but the roar of the tanks mercilessly drowned out their cries. May His Majesty the Emperor protect us. Some Japanese soldiers prayed frantically, but even this could not change their fate of annihilation. Under the powerful offensive of the tanks, the Japanese defenses were easily torn apart like paper. In just 4 minutes, the resistance at the water fortress completely collapsed. The defenders were either killed or crushed to death. None survived. Lin Yi looked at the devastated fortress before him, his face showing no pity, only hatred for the enemy and unwavering determination to win. Commander Chun hurriedly caught up and was stunned by the devastation of the water fortress before him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the ruins, his mouth agape for a long time before he finally stammered. This is it? That's all. Lin Yi smiled and said casually, Commander Chun, it's just a small, dilapidated outpost. For our tank regiment, it's just a matter of charging in. You see, we swept through like a whirlwind and took it easily. In this operation, we only had one unlucky soldier who, perhaps due to excessive excitement, bumped his head and fractured it while climbing out of the tank. All other soldiers were unharmed. Meanwhile, the Japanese soldiers on the city wall of Liuyuan also heard the sound of exploding shells and quickly called the county command. Report, a burst of intense gunfire came from the direction of Shueibao, which lasted for about 5 minutes. It has now stopped. Meanwhile, Battalion Commander Nobuo Kamida had already reported to the commander of the 20th Division of the Shijiazhuang Garrison, Fumizaburo Kawajishi, that the Shueibao stronghold had been attacked by a large number of tanks. Kawajishi Bunzaburo was taken aback, his heart filled with shock and unease. At that moment, Fuping and Lingxiu also reported the appearance of a large number of 8th Route Army troops in the surrounding area, along with a large number of heavy artillery pieces and tanks, and that several outlying strongholds had been attacked. His face instantly turned pale, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. Therefore, Kawajishi Bunzaburo immediately ordered the 2nd Mixed Brigade stationed in Baoding to reinforce Liuyuan, and the 53rd Regiment of the 17th Division stationed in Shijiazhuang to reinforce Fuping. He also sent a telegram to Anda 23 in Taiyuan requesting that the Datong garrison support Lingxiu. After receiving the telegram from Kawajishi Bunzaburo requesting reinforcements for Lingxiu, Adachi Nyuzo suddenly realized that he had been tricked. It turns out that the 8th Route Army's real objective was to attack Lingxiu, Fuping, and Liuyuan, while the attacks on Fanshi, Wutai, and Daishan were merely feints. Realizing this, Enda 23 was instantly enraged. His eyes widened, veins bulged on his forehead, and he roared furiously, "Baka Yuru!" The roar seemed to lift the roof off. Immediately, in a fit of rage, he ordered the garrison troops in Fanshi, Wutai, and Daishan to launch a counterattack in an attempt to turn the tide of the battle. At the same time, he urgently ordered the 12th Independent Regiment of the 26th Division stationed in Datong to reinforce Lingxiu at top speed, without the slightest delay. In an instant, the entire battlefield situation became intricately complex and chaotic. Troops from all sides were hastily mobilized. Communication waves crisscrossed the air, and a tense atmosphere permeated every corner. After receiving the order to counterattack, the Japanese garrison in Fanshi hurriedly organized its forces. The soldiers looked tense, and in the rush, chaos even broke out. The Japanese troops in Wutai cursed the 8th Route Army for being cunning while hastily preparing for a counterattack. The officers shouted at the soldiers, trying to restore order to the chaotic scene as soon as possible. The Japanese troops in Daishan were also in a state of chaos. Ammunition was urgently allocated, and soldiers were running around carrying out orders. The entire county was filled with a cacophony of noise. On their way to reinforce, the 12th Independent Regiment of the 26th Division in Datong marched at breakneck speed, their vehicles kicking up clouds of dust. The soldiers' expressions were serious and tense. The smoke on the battlefield grew thicker, the situation more tense, and an even fiercer battle was about to unfold. Chapter 65 Heavy Artillery Triumphs. At 6 a.m. on August 20th, just as dawn broke, the three counties of Lingxiu, Laiyuan, and Fuping were suddenly engulfed in a barrage of artillery fire. To attack Laiyuan, the Jinshaji military region deployed 48 152mm howitzers, 24 122mm howitzers, 24 76mm cannons, and 24 76mm mountain guns. The artillery firepower in Lingxiu and Fuping was equally impressive. On all the artillery positions, a scene of intense activity unfolded. The artillerymen responsible for loading the shells, shirtless, gritted their teeth, lifted the heavy shells, and struggled to stuff them into the breech. The observer kept a close eye on the target, constantly reporting data to the commander, who in turn issued a series of orders quickly and accurately. On the position of the 1st Battalion, 2nd Heavy Artillery Regiment, the commander shouted hoarsely, "Attention all artillery! Target enemy camp. Scale 280, direction 004, to the left, elevation +2, for rounds of number 4 explosive charge. Ready, fire." Looking at the flying artillery fire, Su Yixiong, the commander of the 2nd Heavy Artillery Regiment, said to Cheng Zhongyong, the chief of staff of the artillery regiment, "It seems that we still need to train more. There is still a gap in our artillery's observation level and ballistic calculation." Chief of Staff Cheng Zhongyong wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "It's all right. This is just a real combat training exercise. We'll get used to it gradually." In an instant, all the 152mm, 122mm, and 76mm howitzers roared in unison, their shells streaking across the sky like meteors, fiercely slamming into the firing points on the city walls, the city towers, and the bunkers and trenches outside the city. With a deafening roar, a bunker was instantly blasted to pieces, bricks and rubble rising into the air along with billowing smoke. Another firing point was hit directly by a shell, flames shooting into the sky, and shrapnel and severed limbs flew everywhere. On the city wall, shells exploded one after another, sending rubble flying and dust billowing everywhere. A huge brick was blown apart and slammed into a Japanese soldier, instantly turning him into a bloody mess. "This is the end of the world," a Japanese soldier shouted in terror, turning and running away without a second thought. "Don't run, come back." Another officer brandished his saber, trying to stop the soldiers from fleeing, but to no avail. Inside a bunker, Japanese soldiers were in a state of panic. "What are we going to do? The artillery fire outside is too intense. We are going to die here." Before the words were even finished, a shell hit the bunker directly, and the huge explosion leveled the entire bunker. Japanese Battalion Commander Nobuo Kamida was pacing frantically in his command post, like a cat on a hot tin roof. He yelled, "Mountain Artillery Company and Infantry Gun Company inside the city, open fire immediately." Mountain Artillery Company Commander Shunsuke Akiyama rushed in to report. Commander, the range is too short. Our guns can't reach the artillery outside the city. Kamita Nobuo's eyes widened in fury as he roared, Baka! Think of something. Just then, the military camp inside the city was subjected to a fierce bombardment from 152mm howitzers. The earth-shattering explosions were deafening, and the flames instantly turned the sky crimson. The chief of staff, terrified, ran in with his tail between his legs to report. Squad leader, we have been bombarded by artillery of calibers of 150mm or more and have suffered heavy losses. Nobuo Kamita looked on in disbelief and shouted hysterically, Impossible! How could the 8th Route Army have artillery with a caliber of 150mm or more? Before he could finish speaking, another volley of 152mm howitzer shells roared in, landing squarely on the command post inside the military camp. Boom! With a deafening roar, the command post was instantly reduced to ruins, the rubble ablaze. Captain! The soldiers' shouts were drowned out by the smoke and explosions. Nobuo Kamita, covered in dust and grime, struggled to crawl out of the rubble and roared, Hold on! Hold on! However, the artillery fire continued relentlessly, and the Japanese defenses teetered on the brink of collapse under the intense barrage. Some of the puppet troops were already terrified. Oh my God! How are we supposed to live? One of the puppet soldiers collapsed to the ground, his legs giving way. Run! Run, or we'll all die. Another puppet soldier scrambled and crawled away, covering his head. After a relentless 15-minute bombardment, almost all the bunkers outside the city and the firing positions on the city walls were destroyed, leaving only ruins. Commander Chun, with his keen eyesight, decisively issued the order, Tank Regiment and Guard Regiment, launch an attack. Thus, Lin Yi commanded the tanks, working closely with the Guard Regiment, to launch a combined arms attack. The Tank Regiment and the Guard Regiment then launched a fierce attack on the Japanese trenches. The Japanese army was not to be outdone and organized a counterattack, but they suffered heavy casualties under the strong firepower of our side. Just then, a Japanese rocket launcher was aimed at our tank. With a boom, the tracks of one tank were destroyed, temporarily rendering it unable to move. Some remaining firing positions in the trenches outside the city and on the city walls continued to stubbornly resist, firing bullets that clanged against the tanks. The tanks' cannons showed no mercy, quickly opening fire with direct fire. A machine gun in a bunker unleashed a furious barrage, and several infantrymen accompanying the tank's advance fell victim to the bullets. Damn Japanese devils! A soldier cursed furiously. Tank, take it down! Another soldier shouted anxiously. The tank quickly turned its gun, and with a boom, the bunker was blown into the air and reduced to a pile of ruins. At this moment, the Japanese mountain guns and infantry guns inside the city also began to fire. Shells exploded around the tanks, bursting into bursts of sparks, and several shells knocked down several soldiers. The Japanese artillery is pretty fierce, a wounded soldier said through gritted teeth. Medic, come quick, a comrade beside him called out anxiously. Upon receiving reports from observers regarding the positions of Japanese mountain guns and infantry guns within the city, the heavy artillery regiment immediately launched a counterattack. Load shells, prepare to fire, the heavy artillery regiment commander shouted in a booming voice. Fire! With the order, the artillery regiment fired a salvo, and the Japanese artillery positions were instantly engulfed in flames, with the sounds of exploding shells echoing one after another. The tanks continued their relentless advance, mercilessly crushing Japanese trenches and turning a heavy machine gun into a pile of scrap metal. Charge! The soldiers shouted with high morale. When they were about 50 meters away from the city wall, the tanks began to bombard the wall with direct fire, and the 152mm and 122mm howitzers also concentrated their fire on the wall. Give it a good beating. Lin Yi shouted hoarsely. Just a few rounds of artillery fire blasted a breach more than 100 meters long. Around the same time, the city walls of Fuping and Lingxiu were also bombarded and collapsed one after another. Just then, Chief of Staff Su rushed over and reported to Commander Chun. Commander, intelligence personnel have just sent word that Shijiazhuang has dispatched more than a regiment to reinforce Fuping. Baoding has also dispatched about a brigade to rush towards us, and even reinforcements from Dadong have been dispatched. Upon hearing this, Commander Chen showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, he revealed a firm and confident smile and said, "Great, now we'll have enough to eat our fill. The more of them they come, the worse we'll beat them, ensuring they never leave alive. It'll be a good opportunity for us to test our skills against these enemies and show them what we're made of." Commander Chun, his eyes gleaming, boomed, "Have Lin Yi follow the 2nd Tank Regiment and move swiftly. Make sure you wipe out the reinforcements from Baoding. Leave this place to us. Furthermore, immediately send a telegram to Lu Kaixian and Lin Yi, clearly telling them that Fuping and Lingxiu are my unwavering goals, and not a single Japanese reinforcement will escape. They will all have to stay here obediently." Chief of Staff Su was excited. His face flushed, and he said enthusiastically, "Yes, Commander Chun, I guarantee to send a telegram as quickly as possible and complete the mission." After saying that, he turned around and hurried off to carry out the order. Chapter 66, A Tide of Offensive. At this moment, outside Fuping City, Lin Yi said to Chief of Staff Hu Yuming with a solemn expression, "Chief of Staff, the commander just called and said that about a regiment of Japanese soldiers from Shijiazhuang is on their way. This enemy force is coming in strong, and we must not let them succeed so easily." Chief of Staff Hu Yuming nodded firmly. Lin Yi then solemnly ordered, "Chief of Staff, I now order you to lead the 1st and 5th Tank Regiments to depart immediately. This mission is arduous. We don't expect to annihilate all of this reinforcement, but at least leave half of them for us. We must show them firsthand what a real armored onslaught looks like. Let them know our power, and they won't dare to act recklessly again." Chief of Staff Hu Yuming straightened his back and responded loudly, "Yes, sir. We guarantee to complete the mission and ensure that those Japanese devils never return." Lin Yi patted Hu Yuming on the shoulder and said firmly, "Remember, we must fight with momentum and prestige, making the enemy tremble with fear. This is not just a battle, but a heavy blow to the enemy. We must make them understand that invading our land will inevitably come at a terrible price." Hu Yuming's eyes shone brightly as he said resolutely, "Rest assured, Commander, we will never let you down, and we swear to fight the enemy to the bitter end." Lin Yi raised his binoculars, carefully observing the devastation on and outside the city walls of Fuping. Looking at the gun emplacements and bunkers blasted away by the artillery fire, he couldn't help but sigh. Heavy artillery is truly something else. One shot, and a bunker is instantly reduced to rubble. In the past, with those 76mm mountain guns, at most they could only blow up bunkers. Political Commissar Zhang Zhengxing slowly walked over, patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, and said, "Old Chung, isn't that enough? This barrage of bombardment has fired quite a few shells." Lin Yi nodded slightly and said, "Yes, the Japanese in Shijiazhuang have also been mobilized. We can't delay any longer. It's time to act. Order the assault team to go and take this city in one fell swoop." Li Qing commanded the 6th Regiment, whose soldiers, each with a resolute expression and eyes burning with the fury of battle, charged fiercely toward the city gate of Fuping. Inside the city gates, Japanese troops unleashed a furious barrage from their meticulously positioned firing positions, raining down a dense hail of bullets. As the assault team charged, soldiers fell one after another, suffering heavy casualties. Li Qing's eyes widened, and he roared, "One shot, kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, several soldiers shouldered rocket launchers, and with a few whooshes, several rockets were fired. Immediately afterward, several deafening explosions followed, and the Japanese strongpoints were instantly engulfed in flames and billowing smoke. The once rampant and arrogant strongpoints fell silent. "Charge!" Li Qing brandished his gun and charged forward. The soldiers of the 6th Regiment surged into the city like a tidal wave, their battle cries shaking the heavens and the earth. However, the fighting inside the city was far more brutal and intense than expected. Seeing the fierce offensive of the 8th Route Army, the Japanese battalion commander Matsumoto Tsuyoshi revealed an extremely vicious expression on his ferocious face and shouted, "Bring the civilians over and use them as a barrier." A group of Japanese soldiers rushed into the civilian area like wolves, forcibly arresting many innocent civilians and forcing them to stand in front of the Japanese troops with rifle butts and bayonets to serve as human shields. The people were terrified and cried out in despair, "Please, let us go." An elderly man with white hair pleaded desperately. "Stop dawdling, move along." The Japanese soldiers roared fiercely, threatening him with their bayonets. Some civilians refused to move forward and tried to resist, but the Japanese soldiers' bayonets mercilessly pierced their bodies. Blood stained the streets, and their pitiful cries were heartbreaking. Upon seeing this, the commando soldiers stopped in their tracks, their eyes burning with anger, yet they dared not fire their weapons for fear of accidentally injuring civilians. "What should we do? We can't fire," a young soldier shouted anxiously. "We can't let the people get hurt." Another soldier clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Seeing this chaotic situation, Lin Yi was extremely anxious. He tried to find a solution, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Everyone, don't be impulsive, stay calm." Lin Yi shouted. Just then, a sniper hidden in the shadows locked onto a Japanese officer through his scope, who was directing the Japanese troops to arrest civilians. He took a deep breath, steadied his hands, and gently pulled the trigger. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, and the Japanese officer's head exploded instantly, blood splattering everywhere. The Japanese troops were immediately thrown into chaos. Just then, the Japanese army launched an attack, and the soldiers of the 6th Regiment had to retreat. The breakthrough they had just made was taken back by the Japanese army. "Damn Japanese devils." Lin Yi angrily pounded the wall beside him. "Commander, what do we do now?" A platoon leader ran up to Lin Yi and asked. Lin Yi took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and think of a solution. "We can't just back down like this. We must find a way to rescue the people, and then eliminate these beasts," Lin Yi said with a determined look in his eyes. "But Commander, this is too difficult." The platoon leader looked troubled. Lin Yi glared at him and said, "No matter how difficult it is, we will go. We are the 8th Route Army, and it is our responsibility to protect the people." Regiment Commander Lin Yi, his eyes bloodshot, roared furiously, "2nd Battalion, quickly organize a pistol squad and, under the cover of riflemen, take out these damned beasts in close combat. Leave no one alive." "Yes, sir," the battalion commander replied firmly. Soon, a crack commando team was quickly organized. Each member was equipped with a TT-33 pistol, their expressions serious, their eyes filled with a resolute killing intent. Under the cover of riflemen, they cautiously approached the Japanese troops. "Everyone be careful and keep formation," the battalion commander whispered to his men. "Understood," the soldiers answered in unison. The soldiers at the front were all brave and fearless, raising their rifles high and charging into the Japanese camp like tigers, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Their eyes burned with the flames of anger and determination, and the rifles in their hands became their most lethal weapons. They brandished them, stabbing and killing, engaging in a desperate struggle with the enemy. The assault team behind them was equally determined, their pistols spitting fire incessantly, the bang, bang, bang of gunfire echoing throughout. Every bullet carried the fury of revenge, relentlessly firing at the Japanese soldiers. The battlefield was ablaze with the glint of swords and the deafening shouts of battle. 8th Route Army soldiers grappled with the Japanese troops, their fists striking flesh, bayonets clashing, and the blood splattering onto the ground. A burly soldier used his rifle to forcefully deflect a Japanese soldier's bayonet, then thrust it forward, piercing the enemy. But from behind, a treacherous Japanese soldier caught him off guard, swinging his sword at him. The soldier couldn't dodge in time and was wounded in the back, but he still gritted his teeth and continued fighting. Another young soldier was accidentally stabbed in the leg by the enemy while fighting with bayonets with the Japanese army, but he endured the excruciating pain and used all his strength to thrust his rifle into the enemy's chest. However, this brutal battle also cost the 8th Route Army dearly. Although the Japanese army was almost wiped out in less than 2 minutes, the 8th Route Army riflemen who fought the Japanese with bayonets also suffered more than half casualties. Some fell in pools of blood, never to rise again. Others, seriously wounded, stubbornly persisted in the fight. The wounded Japanese soldier let out a painful scream. The remaining Japanese soldiers, seeing this, were so frightened that they retreated in droves. "Don't let them get away. Chase them." Lin Yi shouted. The soldiers pressed their advantage, giving the Japanese army no chance to regroup. At that moment, another sniper spotted a Japanese soldier forcing civilians to surrender with a bayonet. He aimed and fired decisively. The bullet struck the Japanese soldier precisely in the heart, and he fell instantly. "Fellow villagers, don't be afraid. We'll take you out of the city," a soldier shouted. Guided by the soldiers, the civilians began to evacuate from the city in an orderly manner. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd. "There are Japanese devils," someone shouted. A Japanese soldier, disguised as an ordinary civilian, secretly raised a grenade, intending to create chaos. Not good. The company commander reacted quickly, raising his hand and firing a shot. Bang! The Japanese soldier was shot dead on the spot, and the grenade fell from his hand. However, the grenade had already been detonated and was about to explode. Danger! Without hesitation, a soldier rushed forward and pressed his body against the grenade. With a deafening boom, the grenade exploded, sending up a cloud of blood mist. "Xiao Wang!" the soldiers cried out in grief. "Don't stop, keep fighting," Li Qing shouted, forcing back his grief. "Avenge Xiao Wang!" The soldiers roared, launching an even more ferocious attack on the Japanese troops. "Kill them! Let's fight them!" For a moment, the shouts of battle were deafening. As one soldier fired, he shouted, "You little devils, your end is near." Another soldier shouted, "You will pay for your blood debts." The Japanese troops were driven back in defeat and fled in all directions. Don't let a single Japanese soldier escape. Charge! The messenger ran up to Lin Yi and said, "Commander, the 6th Regiment is making good progress and has reached the Japanese armory." Lin Yi said loudly, "Good. Tell Li Qing to wipe out the remaining enemy as soon as possible." Chapter 67 Armored Torrent. By this time, the battle to capture Laiyuan, commanded by Commander Chun, was nearing its end. On the battlefield, artillery fire raged, and the smoke from the battle was as thick as ink, obscuring the sky. The Japanese command post was subjected to a fierce barrage of artillery fire. Shells rained down like a torrential downpour, leaving the Japanese positions in a state of utter devastation. Blood and flesh were flying everywhere, and the casualties were horrific, with cries of agony echoing throughout the area. The Guard Regiment stormed into the county town like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, plunging the town into chaos and panic. Seeing that the Japanese army was doomed, the puppet regiment commander, Zhou Jinbong, quickly began to scheme. To save his own life, he didn't hesitate to kill the Japanese advisor beside him, then swiftly turned his gun and opened fire on the Japanese troops. This sudden betrayal caught the Japanese army completely off guard, as if they had been stabbed in the back. With the help of these traitors, the 8th Route Army made smooth progress and quickly occupied most of the county town. The remaining enemy fled in all directions like stray dogs, and the 8th Route Army intensified its efforts to wipe out these fleeing Japanese troops. However, the attack on Lingxiu proved exceptionally difficult. After the 1st Regiment of the Chahar military region bravely stormed into the city, they were surprised to find that the Japanese army had gone so far as to set the city ablaze. The fire raged, thick smoke billowed, and the entire city seemed to be engulfed in a boundless inferno. Flames danced wildly, devouring everything around them. Houses collapsed in the flames, sparks flew everywhere, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. While fiercely battling the stubbornly resisting Japanese troops, the soldiers also fought desperately to put out fires and rescue trapped civilians. One soldier had just charged through a wall of fire when he was suddenly attacked by the Japanese. He quickly raised his gun and returned fire, killing the enemy in front of him, shouting angrily, "These heartless Japanese devils will die a horrible death." Another soldier carried an injured civilian on his back, struggling through the sea of fire. His face was blackened by smoke and fire as he cursed, "Damn Japanese beasts, doing such an outrageous thing. Quick, there are still people here." Shouts rose and fell. The surrounding fire roared, as if it too was raging in anger at the chaotic scene. "Don't let those little devils get away." The soldiers fired angrily at the Japanese troops, shouting as they fired, "These inhuman bastards! I'll wipe you all out." Just then, the cunning Japanese soldiers, taking advantage of the cover of the fire and thick smoke, stealthily approached the 8th Route Army. They suddenly opened fire from the shadows, bullets whizzing past the soldiers. An 8th Route Army soldier, who was desperately trying to put out the fire, was unexpectedly hit by a Japanese bullet and fell to the ground with a thud. "Watch out, The Japanese are attacking. The soldiers quickly turned to defend themselves. However, the fierce fire and thick smoke severely hampered their visibility, making the counterattack extremely difficult. The Japanese army seemed to see an opportunity, and they rallied and launched a large-scale, frenzied counterattack. A group of Japanese soldiers, yelling and brandishing their guns, attempted to break through the 8th Route Army's defenses. However, the 8th Route Army soldiers were not intimidated by the Japanese army's sudden attack. They quickly adjusted their posture and, relying on their tenacious fighting spirit and rich combat experience, immediately organized an effective defense and counterattack. At. The 8th Route Army submachine guns and light and heavy machine guns roared in unison, and dense bullets rained down on the Japanese troops like raindrops. The Japanese soldiers in the front were instantly felled in droves, and the Japanese soldiers behind them panicked and retreated in a sorry state. Due to the fierce fire and blocked roads, the 8th Route Army's operations were severely restricted and progress was very slow. Led by Major General Inoue Chiyo, the Japanese 2nd Mixed Brigade, spearheaded by tanks, marched menacingly towards Liuyuan to reinforce the area. The force was heavily armored, and the roar of the tanks was deafening amidst the billowing dust. Baoding is only about 100 kilometers away from Liuyuan. At a normal marching speed, it would take about 2 hours to reach the destination. Inoue Chiyo sat in the command vehicle, her expression serious, yet she was absolutely confident that reinforcements could arrive quickly. However, as the troops approached Sakakura, a strange unease welled up within Inoue Chiyo. This unease was indescribable, like an instinctive wariness of unknown danger. Meanwhile, in the woods surrounding Pitsong, Lin Yi was quietly hiding with his tank regiment. Lin Yi observed the movements of the Japanese army through binoculars, and when he saw the Japanese tanks appear in his field of vision, he turned to Bao Jiaming, the commander of the 2nd Tank Regiment, and said, "We're about to start." Bao Jiaming nodded, his eyes filled with a burning desire for battle. Lin Yi decisively issued the order, 2nd Tank Regiment, attack. At his command, the tank engines roared to life, like a pack of steel beasts charging out of the woods. Upon hearing the engine sound, Inoue Chiyo instantly realized something was wrong and immediately shouted, "The main force must stop advancing." But it was too late. Just then, several massive tanks suddenly appeared ahead, like war gods emerging from hell. Inoue Chiyo's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly ordered, "Armored units provide cover. The rest of the units deploy on the spot." The tanks of both sides instantly entered a fierce battle. Inside the 8th Route Army's No. 101 tank, Gunner Wang Xing excitedly shouted, "Watch me give those little devils a head-on blow." A flash of muzzle flash, and a 100mm armor-piercing shell whistled out. This shell accurately hit the Japanese tank, penetrating it completely. Immediately afterward, they switched to high-explosive shells, and with one shot, the penetrated tank was turned into a fireball. Driver Li Jiao shouted, "Well done, Xiao Wang." On the battlefield, the sound of artillery fire was deafening, and flames soared into the sky. A Japanese tank attempted to flank and attack the 8th Route Army's tank. The gunner of the 8th Route Army's No. 104 tank reacted quickly, rotating the turret and firing first. The shell struck the Japanese tank's track, instantly rendering it immobile. Boom! Another Japanese tank was hit by tank No. 205 and burst into flames. In another 8th Route Army tank, No. 106, the loader Zhao Jingyun, panting heavily, said, "Brothers, give it your all. Let the little devils taste our might." Tank Commander Lao Zhang responded, "Don't rush. Take it easy. Let's coordinate well." The 8th Route Army tanks coordinated their attacks. Tank No. 101 drew Japanese fire, while Tank No. 103 took the opportunity to aim and fire. A Japanese tank crewman frantically operated the turret, trying to lock onto the 8th Route Army target, but before he could fire, he was hit by a shell from 8th Route Army Tank No. 102. A Japanese tank crewman was horrified to discover that their 57mm tank guns could not penetrate the armor of the 8th Route Army's tanks. He hurriedly reported to his commander, "Sir, our shells cannot penetrate the enemy's armor." The tank commander, his face pale, roared, "Do not attack the frontal armor. Move to the rear and find weaknesses." However, the Japanese attempt was thwarted by the agile tactics of the 8th Route Army tanks. "Keep attacking. Don't give the Japanese a chance to breathe." Lin Yi shouted into the communications channel. The battlefield was filled with smoke, the sounds of clashing metal, and explosions mingling together. During the charge, the number 103 tank of the 8th Route Army was hit in the frontal armor by a Japanese shell. The soldiers inside the tank felt as if they had been punched hard. The tank commander, Lao Sun, shouted, "Are you all right?" The soldiers replied in unison, "We're fine. Let's keep fighting." They then returned fire and destroyed the Japanese tank that had fired. Charge! The soldiers were in high spirits. The 8th Route Army's number 102 tank charged toward a disabled Japanese tank and ran over it mercilessly. The sound of metal twisting was chilling. In less than 5 minutes, all 24 tanks of a Japanese tank battalion were reduced to burning ruins, and the battlefield was filled with pungent gunpowder smoke and the smell of burning. Chapter 68 Armor Torrent. Cease fire and inspect the battlefield. Lin Yi gave the order. The soldiers poked their heads out of the tanks to observe the surrounding situation. Reporting to Advisor Lin, all the Japanese tanks have been destroyed. Lin Yi's gaze was firm. He waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone pursue the 2nd Mixed Brigade. Don't give them a chance to catch their breath." The tank regiment pursued the fleeing Japanese troops like an iron torrent. The machine guns on the tanks spat out fire incessantly, and bullets rained down on the fleeing Japanese soldiers like a storm. Japanese soldiers fell one after another as they fled, their blood splattering and staining the road red. Lin Yi, commanding tank number 101, charged at the forefront, shouting, "Give them a good beating." In their panic, the Japanese troops attempted to organize a defensive line. They hastily set up machine guns, and the soldiers watched in terror as the tanks approached. "Fire!" a Japanese officer shouted hoarsely. However, the tanks were incredibly fast, breaking through their fragile defenses in an instant. Boom! The tank tracks mercilessly crushed the bodies of the Japanese soldiers, accompanied by the horrifying sound of bones breaking and a chorus of screams. Seeing this, the Japanese soldiers hurriedly set up mountain guns and infantry guns. "Fire!" The Japanese artillery commander waved his arms. Boom! Boom! The shells landed on the tanks, but only scraped off a piece of paint. What? How is this possible? The Japanese artillerymen stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. At that moment, Japanese soldiers rushed out carrying rocket launchers. Fire! Whoosh! The rockets flew towards the tanks. Several muffled thuds were heard. The tracks of one tank were broken, and 2 armored vehicles were destroyed and forced to stop. "Oh no! One of our comrades has been injured," the soldier shouted. Lin Yi roared, "Ignore everything else. Keep charging." The other tanks didn't stop at all and continued to roll forward. One tank's machine gun opened fire wildly, instantly mowing down a rank of Japanese soldiers. Another tank charged straight at a group of Japanese soldiers, crushing them under its tracks. The Japanese soldiers scattered and fled, completely losing their will to resist. "Don't let them get away," Lin Yi shouted angrily. Tanks rampaged across the battlefield, relentlessly pursuing the Japanese troops. Some tanks charged directly into the Japanese machine gun positions, leveling them to the ground. On the battlefield, the Japanese army fought desperately, their bullets raining down on the 8th Route Army tanks like locusts. A Japanese soldier, his eyes bloodshot, frantically pulled the trigger, shouting, "For His Majesty the Emperor!" But the powerful firepower of the 8th Route Army tanks instantly engulfed his position. Hiding behind a bunker, Inoue Chiyo's face was filled with terror. She quickly picked up the phone and reported to Kawajishi Bunzabureau, "Commander, we have encountered a large number of 8th Route Army tanks. The 8th Route Army has suffered heavy losses. We request reinforcements." Kawajishi Bunzabureau roared on the other end of the phone, "Hold on, I'll find a way." However, Inoue Chiyo knew that waiting for reinforcements might be too late. Inoue Chiyo's eyes were bloodshot. He knew that if he couldn't stop the 8th Route Army tanks from advancing, his side would be doomed. His face was contorted as he roared madly. "Organize a suicide squad. Blow up those tanks." Soon, a group of Japanese soldiers, brainwashed by militarism, quickly assembled. Each of them carried a heavy explosive pack, their eyes filled with determination and madness. Chiyo Inoue brandished her sword and shouted hoarsely, "For the glory of the great Japanese Empire, charge!" These suicide squad members ran wildly through the hail of bullets, recklessly approaching the 8th Route Army tanks. Some were hit by a hail of bullets after only a few steps and fell into pools of blood. Others, with the cover of their comrades, slowly approached the tank. We must not let them succeed. The 8th Route Army soldiers fired even more fiercely, the sounds of artillery and gunfire mingling together, deafeningly loud. However, the Japanese army's madness exceeded expectations. Another daredevil was shot in the leg as he approached the tank, but he dragged his mutilated body forward, attempting to detonate the explosive charge. At-at-at-tat. A burst of machine gun bullets struck the explosive charge, and with a deafening roar, the Japanese soldier was instantly blown to pieces, blood mist filling the air, and limbs flying everywhere. Under cover of fire, a crazed Japanese soldier carrying a satchel charge charged toward an 8th Route Army tank. "Watch out! A satchel charge!" the soldiers cried out. A hail of bullets rained down on the Japanese soldier, but he remained fearless, continuing his desperate charge forward. Boom! The explosive charge exploded next to a tank. Although the tank was not destroyed, it was damaged to some extent. Immediately afterward, another Japanese soldier charged forward carrying a satchel charge. The 8th Route Army tank quickly rotated its turret and opened fire with its machine gun, but the Japanese soldier used corpses and shell craters for cover, getting closer and closer. "Damn it!" the gunner roared angrily. Boom! A deafening explosion followed, and the tank was unfortunately destroyed, bursting into flames. The battlefield was in chaos, with Japanese corpses everywhere, some riddled with machine gun fire, others crushed beyond recognition by tanks. "Advisor Lin, it looks like the Japanese troops ahead are about to surrender," a soldier reported. "Lin Yi surrender. Their crimes are unforgivable. Continue the attack." The tanks continued to advance, and those Japanese soldiers who attempted to surrender were ruthlessly wiped out. After a fierce pursuit and battle, only a few scattered Japanese soldiers remained on the battlefield. "Search them all. Don't let a single one escape," Lin Yi ordered. The soldiers jumped off the tanks, guns at the ready, and searched the battlefield. If they encountered any surviving Japanese soldiers, they didn't hesitate to fire a shot. In the end, fewer than 500 Japanese soldiers escaped and disappeared into the distance. Standing atop a tank, Lin Yi watched the departing Japanese troops and said, "This is just the beginning. You little devils, your end is near." The battlefield was littered with burning vehicles, shattered weapons, and the corpses of Japanese soldiers. "Advisor Lin, what do we do next?" the soldier asked. Lin Yi took a deep breath and said, "Clean up the battlefield, tally the casualties and losses, replenish ammunition and fuel, and we're going to reinforce Lingxiu." The soldiers busied themselves, collecting Japanese weapons and equipment and aiding their wounded comrades. Some soldiers retrieved ammunition and weapons from the Japanese corpses, while others repaired damaged tanks. With great excitement, Lin Yi picked up the phone to report the victory to Commander Chun. "Commander Chun, good news. The Japanese Independent Mixed Brigade No. 2 no longer exists." Upon hearing this, Commander Chun on the other end of the phone burst into hearty laughter. "Well done, Lin Yi. You've done a great service to our troops. We've finished our work here, too. Liuan has been captured." Chapter 69, Armored Torrent. The joy of victory had not yet faded when a series of booming sounds suddenly came from the sky. Lin Yi looked up and saw several Japanese planes flying towards the 2nd Tank Regiment. "Attention, everyone. Japanese aircraft are attacking. Prepare for air defense," Lin Yi shouted. The soldiers sprang into action, operating the anti-aircraft machine guns on the tanks, ready for battle. Japanese planes swooped down, dropping bombs one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions resounded through the sky, and dust billowed from the ground. "Fire!" Lin Yi gave the order, and the anti-aircraft machine guns spat out angry tongues of fire, with dense bullets shooting towards the enemy planes in the sky. A Japanese Type 96 fighter plane was hit and crashed, billowing black smoke. "Well done. Keep firing," Lin Yi shouted excitedly. The soldiers' morale soared, and the sound of anti-aircraft machine guns filled the air. Another Japanese bomber was hit in the wing, lost its balance in the air, and spun as it crashed to the ground. However, at that moment, a 500-kilogram bomb landed near a tank. With a deafening roar, the tank was instantly destroyed, and a raging fire broke out. "Quickly save them." Lin Yi was frantic with worry. But unfortunately, the soldiers inside the tank had already heroically sacrificed their lives. "You little devils, I'll fight you to the death." The soldiers, filled with grief and rage, fired even more fiercely at the enemy planes. Seeing the situation was dire, the Japanese planes began to climb, preparing to escape. "Don't let them escape. Avenge our fallen comrades." Lin Yi roared. Anti-aircraft machine gun bullets relentlessly pursued the enemy planes. Another bomber was hit, teetering on the brink of collapse, billowing black smoke. Finally, the remaining Japanese planes hastily fled the battlefield. Lin Yi gazed at the devastated battlefield, tears welling in his eyes. He walked to the destroyed tank, silently removed his military cap, and paid tribute to the fallen soldiers. "Brothers, you are heroes. Your blood will not have been shed in vain. We will definitely avenge you and drive the Japanese devils out of China completely," Lin Yi said firmly. Then he turned to the soldiers and shouted, "Organize your equipment, clean up the battlefield. We have even more arduous tasks waiting for us." Filled with grief and anger, the soldiers threw themselves back into the work after the battle, their hearts burning with the flames of revenge, vowing to make the Japanese army pay an even heavier price. On the highway southeast of Fuping, Hu Yuming's eyes were sharp as he watched the Japanese reinforcements appear at the end of the road. He gripped his walkie-talkie tightly and shouted, "First Tank Regiment, all troops attack. Give the Japanese 53rd Regiment a good beating." The soldiers of the 1st Tank Regiment were in high spirits. Tank engines roared as they charged towards the Japanese 53rd Regiment like steel beasts. Dust billowed up, and the tank tracks kicked up clouds of sand. Tank number 201, commanded by Hu Yuming, charged ahead of the column, its guns pointed at the Japanese troops, ready to fire at any moment. The Japanese 53rd Regiment attempted to organize resistance in a panic, but their formation was already in complete disarray. A Japanese platoon leader shouted hoarsely, "Don't be afraid. Hold them off. The time has come to serve His Majesty the Emperor." Some Japanese soldiers frantically pulled the trigger, cursing, "Damn Chinese, we will not be defeated so easily." "Fire!" Hu Yuming gave the order. Instantly, tank cannons fired simultaneously, shells whistling towards the Japanese positions. Boom! Explosions rang out one after another, and Japanese soldiers were blown to pieces. However, as soon as the battle began, Junya Koizumi, the commander of the Japanese 53rd Regiment, realized the situation was dire. For marching infantry to encounter a large number of tanks was suicide. His eyes widened in terror, and he shouted hysterically, "Scattered and fled. Save yourselves." Upon receiving the order, the Japanese soldiers scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Some Japanese soldiers cursed as they ran. "What kind of devilish troops are these? We can't resist them at all." One by one, the Japanese soldiers, their faces filled with terror, abandoned their armor and fled in panic. Some even lost their shoes in the process, but didn't bother to pick them up. Some Japanese soldiers, in an attempt to escape faster, simply threw their heavy weapons on the ground, rifles and machine guns carelessly discarded. "Don't let them get away. Chase them." Hu Yuming roared. "Koizumi Junya, you cowardly bastard. To flee in such a pathetic state is a disgrace to soldiers." The tank regiment quickly gave chase. A tank aimed at a group of fleeing Japanese soldiers. A flash of gunfire, and a shell exploded instantly among them, scattering limbs and fragments everywhere. At-at-at-tat. The machine guns on the tanks kept firing, and the fleeing Japanese soldiers fell one after another. During the pursuit, a tank relentlessly ran over the weapons abandoned by the Japanese army. The rifles and machine guns twisted and deformed instantly under the weight of the tank tracks, making creaking and groaning sounds. Some tanks ran directly over the panicked Japanese soldiers, who screamed in despair as they were instantly crushed into a bloody pulp. However, some Japanese soldiers fled in disarray towards the nearby mountains. The rugged terrain of the mountains severely hampered the tank's movement. These Japanese soldiers scurried into the forest like rats, using the trees and rocks for cover, making the tank pursuit ineffective. Hu Yuming watched the Japanese soldiers fleeing into the mountains, gritting his teeth in anger. These cunning guys, do they think they can escape by hiding in the mountains? Although the tanks tried to approach the mountainous area, the steep slopes and complex terrain made it difficult for them to move forward. Suddenly, a tank overturned while making a sharp turn in pursuit. Damn it! Hu Yuming was extremely anxious and kept directing the tanks to coordinate their operations via walkie-talkie. Tank 205 on the left, block that gap. Tank 208 on the right. Be careful not to let that small group of Japanese soldiers escape. Despite the soldiers' valiant pursuit, they ultimately killed less than half of the Japanese soldiers. The rest scattered and fled, disappearing into the wilderness. Watching the departing Japanese troops, Hu Yuming angrily punched the tank turret and said, "Those cunning bastards. Next time we'll make sure they don't leave alive." At this moment, Kawajishi Bunzaburo was in a rage. He had received reports of defeats from the 2nd Independent Mixed Brigade and the 53rd Regiment. His eyes widened, veins bulged on his forehead, and he slammed his hands on the table in anger, roaring, "That bastard in no way Chiyo. The 2nd Mixed Brigade is an entire brigade of over 8,000 men, and they were utterly defeated by a single charge. It's an absolute disgrace. If he comes back alive, make him commit seppuku to atone to the Emperor." Colonel Hisashi Kinemura, the chief of staff standing to the side, had a gloomy expression and said with his head down, "General, this defeat is indeed unexpected." Kawajishi Bunzaburo roared in uncontrollable rage. "And that 53rd Regiment is even more despicable. They actually disbanded the unit and let everyone flee for their lives. Where is the dignity and prestige of our Imperial Japanese Army?" Colonel Hiseizo Kinemura wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, "General, the current situation is extremely serious." Just then, the Japanese garrison in Fuping and Laiyuan sent farewell telegrams, informing them that both places had fallen. Kawajishi Bunzaburo trembled with rage, roaring, "Fuping and Laiyuan have fallen? And the 8th Route Army's armored forces? This is utterly absurd. Didn't our bombers just wipe out the main force of their armored and heavy artillery units? How can they still have so many tanks?" Colonel Kinemura Hiseizo quickly replied, "General, the situation is unclear at present. Perhaps the 8th Route Army still has hidden forces." Kawajishi Bunzaburo's face was ashen, and he said through gritted teeth, "Find out the truth immediately." At that moment, more intelligence arrived. The armored forces that had just defeated the independent 2nd Mixed Brigade were advancing towards Lingxiu. Kawajishi Bunzaburo's eyes sharpened, and he decisively ordered, "Order the Lingxiu garrison to retreat immediately, join the reinforcement from Datong, and withdraw together." Colonel Kinemura Hiseizo quickly replied, "Yes, General. I will go and relay the order immediately." Kawajishi Bunzaburo crossed his arms and paced back and forth, cursing incessantly. "These despicable 8th Route Army soldiers. I will never let them get away with this." Chapter 70 Post-War Summary. At this time, Ranxiang's 4th Regiment, which had been feigning attacks on Fanshi, Daisien, and Wutai, was withdrawing to its base area. Han Yongjun's 1st Battalion was being pursued by a large Japanese force, and had to leave the main force behind to hold off the Japanese and cover the safe withdrawal of the militia and local troops. On the defensive position, Han Yongjun shouted, "Machine gunners, give him a good beating." Machine gunner Lun Mengzi gritted his teeth, his heavy machine gun spitting fire incessantly, rat-a-tat-tat, bullets raining down on the charging Japanese soldiers. But the Japanese troops surged forward like a tide, wave after wave, showing no sign of retreat. "Battalion commander, we're almost out of bullets," Soldier Xiao Zhao cried anxiously. Han Yongjun wiped the sweat from his face and roared, "Conserve them. Wait until the Japanese get close before firing." At this moment, Japanese artillery shells continued to explode around the position, filling the air with smoke. Soldier Xiao Lu was knocked to the ground by the shockwave of a shell. He quickly got up, picked up his gun, and continued firing. Just as he stood up, a bullet grazed his cheek, leaving a bloody gash. Xiao Lu ignored it and continued to fire wildly at the Japanese soldiers. "Platoon leader, take your men and push forward." Han Yonyun ordered it. Without hesitation, platoon leader Li Chang led his soldiers to the front line, engaging in close-quarters combat with the Japanese army. Li Chang had only charged a few steps when a shell blasted up a swath of mud that buried most of his body. His comrades quickly dug him out, and after spitting out the mud and sand from his mouth, he continued his charge. At this critical moment, Company Commander Zhang Yu arrived with a squad of soldiers to provide support. "Battalion Commander, we're here," Zhang Yu shouted. "Good. Let's hold off the Japanese together." Han Yonyun yelled. In a fierce battle, the soldiers fought valiantly, and comrades fell one after another. Soldier Ma Bin was shot in the abdomen, his uniform stained crimson with blood, but he still covered his wound with his hand and continued firing at the Japanese until his last breath. "Third platoon, go and take that Japanese machine gun," Han Yongjun shouted, pointing to the Japanese firing point not far away. Squad leader Xiao Kai led several soldiers, taking advantage of the smoke to stealthily advance. During their advance, one soldier was unfortunately discovered by the Japanese and instantly riddled with bullets. Xiao Kai suppressed his grief and continued forward, finally managing to reach the Japanese machine gun position. After a brief close-quarters battle, they eliminated the Japanese machine gunner. However, the Japanese offensive remained fierce. Shells rained down, leaving the entire position cratered and in ruins. Soldiers' bodies lay scattered on the ground, their blood staining the earth. "Battalion commander, we can't hold on much longer," a soldier cried out. Han Yongjun, his eyes red, shouted, "Even if we die, we'll die on the battlefield." Just then, a shell exploded beside Han Yongjun, and he was thrown to the ground by the huge blast wave. "Battalion commander," the soldiers exclaimed. Han Yongjun struggled to his feet, his face covered in blood, and shouted, "Continue the fight." While the 4th Regiment was engaged in fierce fighting with the Japanese army and retreating while fighting, Anda 23 learned that the 3 counties of Fuping, Liuyuan, and Lingxiu had fallen. His face was grim, and he roared angrily, "Baka! How could this happen?" His staff officer, Yamamoto Ichiro, said, "General, the situation is unfavorable to us. Continuing the pursuit will likely lead us into an even deeper predicament." After a moment of contemplation, Anda 23 finally made up his mind. Immediately order the troops in Wutai, Fanshe, and Daisian to cease pursuit and withdraw immediately. Upon receiving orders, the Japanese troops began to retreat, but the soldiers of the 4th Regiment remained vigilant. "Commander, it seems the Japanese are about to retreat," Scout Shaoli reported as he ran in. Ran Xiang said, "Let's retreat too." The soldiers, dragging their exhausted and wounded bodies, began to withdraw from the battlefield in an orderly manner. Looking back at the smoke-filled, corpse-strewn battlefield, every soldier's eyes burned with anger and an indomitable spirit. After the remaining 500-plus defenders of Lingxiu fled the county town, the war-torn town of Lingxiu was officially recaptured. The flames of war on the battlefield gradually died down. Looking at the scene before him, Liu Kaixian, commander of the Chahar military region, felt a deep sense of resentment, but there was nothing he could do. The fire in the county town was raging and had not yet been extinguished. He could only lead his men to continue the arduous work of fighting the fire and rescuing the people. Thick smoke billowed and flames soared into the sky. Liu Kaixian led his soldiers through the inferno, fighting the fire with all their might. Their faces were blackened by smoke and fire, and their clothes were soaked with sweat, but they dared not stop for a moment. "Quickly, the fire is raging here. Send more people." Liu Kaixian shouted, his voice hoarse but firm. After more than a day and night of tireless effort, the fire was finally extinguished. Looking at the devastated ruins of the city, Liu Kaixian's face was ashen, his eyes filled with anger and sorrow. After careful counting, more than 600 charred bodies were carried out in this horrific fire, and 2,938 houses were destroyed, a truly heartbreaking tragedy. After a week of arduous marching and fierce fighting, the soldiers of the entire Jinchaji military region were exhausted. However, the results achieved were also gratifying. They successfully recaptured the 3 counties of Fuping, Liuyuan, and Lingxiu, eliminating over 18,400 defenders and reinforcements in this arduous battle. This victory was won with the blood and lives of countless soldiers, and every inch of the land is imbued with their bravery and tenacity. At the post-war debriefing meeting, the Soviet Chief of Staff, beaming with pride, said, "Our operation lasted a full 7 days and achieved remarkable results. We successfully recaptured the 3 counties of Fuping, Liuyuan, and Lingxiu, and captured as many as 9 strongholds that were defended by more than a company. In total, over 18,400 Japanese soldiers and over 4,100 puppet troops were eliminated, and over 800,000 people were liberated." Specific details of the battles are as follows. In Fuping County, there were initially over 2,300 Japanese soldiers, but ultimately fewer than 200 managed to escape in disarray. In Liuyuan County, over 1,200 Japanese soldiers were completely annihilated, and of the 1,368 puppet troops, 833 surprisingly revolted on the battlefield, resolutely choosing to abandon their allegiance to the enemy. In Lingxiu County, over 600 of the 1,100 or so people were killed. In the strongholds near the three counties, more than 2,600 enemy soldiers were defeated by our brave and fearless warriors. Of the 8,110 men in the 2nd Mixed Brigade, only 500 managed to escape back to Baoding. Of the more than 4,100 men in the 53rd Regiment, 2,230 were annihilated. In the feigned attacks and blocking battles against Fanshe, Daixing, and Wutai counties, approximately 2,100 enemy soldiers were also successfully eliminated. Furthermore, in these three county towns, we also seized a large amount of assets from the Japanese army and traders, including over 13,440 taels of gold, more than 1 million silver dollars, 69 aircraft, and 28 tanks and armored vehicles. As for grain, cloth, medicine, and other supplies, their quantities were too numerous to count precisely. The regimental commanders and officers applauded excitedly after hearing this. Chief of Staff Su continued, "In this fierce battle, our army and the people also paid a considerable price. In the Fein attack, the 4th Regiment suffered over half its casualties, reaching 1939. The Military Region's Air Defense Regiment and the Tank Regiment's Air Defense Battalion, as well as the reinforcing machine gunners, also suffered 633 casualties. In the battle to capture Fuping and during the interception of reinforcements, there were 1,412 casualties. In the battles to capture Liuyuan and annihilate the 2nd Independent Mixed Brigade, the number of casualties was 783. In the battle to capture Lingxiu, there were 414 casualties. In the attacks on surrounding strongholds, another 837 were killed or wounded. The total number of casualties reached 618. Furthermore, 9 tanks were damaged in the battle, 3 of which were repaired and still operational. 2 armored vehicles were also lost. A total of 3,376 innocent civilians were killed or wounded in the fighting. Behind these numbers lie the grief and sacrifice of countless families, but it is precisely their dedication and bravery that formed the cornerstone of our victory." Chapter 71, Next Steps for Development. Commander Chun stood up, his expression serious and firm, and said in a powerful voice, "Comrades, this battle of attack and reinforcement has made us see very clearly the powerful combat capability we have demonstrated after we are equipped with a large number of heavy artillery, tanks, and armored vehicles. In particular, our tank units swiftly and decisively annihilated the 2nd Mixed Brigade and successfully routed the 53rd Regiment. This remarkable achievement made us fully aware of the enormous advantages brought about by equipment upgrades, but at the same time, it also exposed some of our existing problems. Therefore, we need to expand our army on a large scale. Our proactive offensive against the Japanese army has made us deeply aware of the serious shortage of troops. Moreover, after careful consideration, we realized that it was inappropriate to assign the main force to defend the base areas. Therefore, we must make further adjustments to the organization of our troops. Having successfully completed this arduous battle, our Chahar military region and Northeast Shanxi military region have been successfully linked together. In addition to our existing main forces, we need to begin forming 6 more garrison regiments. The recruits are mainly drawn from local troops and militia, while also drawing some experienced officers and veterans with strong combat capabilities from the main forces to serve as regimental and battalion-level officers and junior officers. These 6 garrison regiments should be equipped with the same light weapons as the main force regiments, and should also be equipped with a small number of heavy weapons. In this way, the main force will not need to worry about the defense of the base area when it is out on the battlefield. Even if the Japanese army launches a large-scale invasion of our base area, our garrison regiments can closely cooperate with the militia and local forces, relying on tunnels and landmines to firmly defend the base area. In fact, after the battle, when Commander Chun, Chief of Staff Su, and Lin Yi were exchanging ideas, Lin Yi took the lead and boldly proposed the idea of separating the field troops and the garrison troops. In his view, using regular field troops to defend base areas was undoubtedly a huge waste of resources. Moreover, Lin Yi was particularly excited at the time and enthusiastically drew a huge circle for Commander Chun, gesturing wildly as he said, we must adopt a strategy of defending the south and attacking the north. To the south, we built incredibly strong fortresses at the three main mountain passes leading into the mountains, keeping the Japanese army firmly outside the base area. If necessary, we can use the fortresses to annihilate the Japanese army. Our next goal is to recapture Datong and the surrounding counties. You must understand, Datong is a treasure trove of rich coal resources. Once we recover Datong, we can focus all our efforts on developing our industry. Then, we can gradually recover the entire northern Shaanxi and Suiyuan regions. This will give us a much wider strategic maneuvering space. That evening, Commander Qin telegraphed the veteran generals to report the situation. After repeated discussions, the veteran generals unanimously agreed with Commander Qin's development direction and clearly instructed that the army should be appropriately expanded while increasing the proportion of heavily armed troops. Thus, Commander Chun convened a meeting of all regimental commanders and solemnly proposed this ambitious plan. At the meeting, the commanders of the various military regions and the regimental commanders immediately started arguing. Lu Kaixian was so anxious that his face turned red and his neck bulged. He said loudly, "The reason we attacked Lingxiu this time was because we didn't have the support of tank units and heavy artillery. Otherwise, not only would the Japanese devils in Lingxiu County not be able to escape, but even the reinforcements from Dadong wouldn't be able to escape." Lin Yi also said with great enthusiasm, "Let's just put the heavy artillery regiment and tank regiment assigned to us directly to us." Commander Chen laughed and said, "You wish. That belongs to headquarters. Our next focus is on expansion. Each military region needs to be equipped with 2 tank regiments and 2 heavy artillery regiments. As for the personnel needed, each military region should select those with education and send them to the training base for study." Lin Yi then added, "Give us more of those one-shot kill RPG-7 guns too. I want to equip the platoons." Everyone argued back and forth for the entire afternoon before finally deciding on the equipment needed for the next step. This trip back will keep Lin Yi busy for quite some time. After the meeting, Lin Yi frowned and asked Commander Chun with a worried expression, "Commander Chun, what is the current situation of the intelligence agents at headquarters?" Upon hearing this, Commander Chun slapped his forehead and said with a face full of regret, "Oh dear, this is terrible. I completely forgot about this." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly picked up the phone and dialed Minister Kai's number in the security department, urgently inquiring about the situation. After a long while, Commander Chen finally put down the phone, his face extremely solemn. He slowly said, "The 2 spies from the headquarters, Zheng Liping and Li Bin, are still in service for now. They have been assigned to a radio training course as instructors. They might be able to play a role in the future. As for the enemy spy Lu Jiaojiao, whom we captured at the hospital last time, we have successfully turned her to the enemy through our efforts. However, as of now, the enemy has not yet made contact with her." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi said, "That's good. But Commander Chun, you should also start building the airport and training pilots. Wasn't the reconnaissance plane we captured last time already repaired? Besides, we captured more than a dozen Japanese pilots this time. Think of a way to recruit a few to serve as your instructors. I'll get you a few more training planes this time for pilot training." Commander Chin's voice trembled with excitement as he said, "That's wonderful. We can finally have our own air force." Just as Lin Yi was preparing to return to the modern world with the large amount of supplies that the 8th Route Army had painstakingly collected over the past 2 months, Commander Chun, accompanied by Zhou Zhenbong, the head of pharmaceutical sales, hurriedly approached Lin Yi. Zhou Zhenbong looked anxious and said to Lin, "Comrade Lin, we've encountered some thorny troubles and really don't know how to handle them." Lin Yi remained calm and asked, "What exactly is it that makes you so anxious?" Zhou Zhenbong quickly replied, "The Russians, the United States, Britain, and Japan have all sent people to us, wanting to buy penicillin production technology. They've approached us several times already." Lin Yi responded decisively, "If they want to buy finished products, we'll sell them directly to them. We absolutely cannot sell the production technology. Besides, I can't acquire the production technology anyway. How have the sales been these past few months?" Zhou Zhenbong said, "Sales are booming. As long as we have stock, they buy it immediately without hesitation. Especially Germany and Russia, they have asked us to increase the supply many times. We are now supplying 100,000 units per month, which is quite a lot." Lin Yi nodded slightly and said, "That's $500,000 in sales per month, which translates to over 430 kilograms of gold. But that's still a bit low. With the increasing amount of heavy equipment, and the next step being the establishment of an air force, that will be an even bigger money-guzzling beast. Okay, starting next month, we'll increase the supply fivefold, and the price will remain $5 per vial. This time when I go back, I'll also find a few other burn and malaria medications to sell together. That way, we can earn more money, Zhou Jinbang said excitedly. That's great. Chapter 72, going to Shaanxi to join the 8th Route Army. After the 8th Route Army announced the exhilarating news of its great victory in northern Shaanxi, the entire country was shaken, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. In the streets and alleys of many major cities, a surging wave of enthusiasm instantly swept through, with people shouting the heroic slogan, "Go to Shaanxi and join the 8th Route Army." From bustling commercial streets to quaint residential areas, from lively markets to tranquil campuses, this wave of enthusiasm spread rapidly, like an unstoppable torrent. In every corner of the city, people gathered in small groups, passionately discussing the glorious victory in northern Shaanxi, their eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. Groups of educated youth resolutely embarked on their journey to Shaanxi. Along the way, they traversed mountains and valleys, undeterred by hardship. Upon arriving in Shaanxi, they joined the 8th Route Army without hesitation. They used their knowledge to devise strategies for the war effort. Their youthful passion inspired the soldiers' fighting spirit. Although they had not experienced the prolonged baptism of war, they were brave and fearless, rapidly maturing amidst gunfire, vowing to dedicate all their strength to defending their motherland and driving out the enemy. Wang Jingxiu, the only son of a wealthy Malaysian Chinese businessman, was having dinner with his parents at home when this exciting news came over the radio. Wang Jingxiu put down his chopsticks, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. That night, Wang Jingxiu hastily wrote a letter to his parents in his room. In it, he wrote, "Dear Mom and Dad, when I heard the news of the great victory in northern Shaanxi, my heart was filled with unrest. The fate of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. I have decided to go to Shaanxi to join the 8th Route Army and contribute my strength to defending our motherland. Please forgive your son for leaving without saying goodbye. I believe you will understand my choice." The next morning, the mother went to Wang Jingxiu's room and saw the letter. Tears instantly blurred her vision, and her hands trembled as she held the letter. The father stood beside her, silent, but his eyes revealed understanding and helplessness. With tears in her eyes, the mother whispered into the distance, "Son, go do what you believe is right. May you be safe and bring glory to the country." Although their hearts were filled with reluctance, they knew that their son's decision stemmed from his love and sense of responsibility for his country. And so, with only a few simple bags, Wang Jingxiu embarked on his journey back to China. Chen Ruifeng and Han Lingshuang, two senior mechanical engineering students at National Central University, moved west to the wartime capital after the Japanese occupation of Nanjing. One day, a newspaper report of a major victory in northern Shaanxi ignited their passion like a torch in the darkness. "Ruifeng, look at this great victory in northern Shaanxi. The 8th Route Army is amazing. We can't just sit here in the classroom anymore. Let's join the 8th Route Army and fight the Japanese devils." Han Lingshuang excitedly waved the newspaper in her hand, her eyes shining with determination. Chen Ruifeng clenched his fist and replied, "That's right. Lingshuang, let's go to Shaanxi, join the 8th Route Army, and fight the Japanese." Their decision quickly caused a sensation among their classmates. Some classmates expressed their support, believing that this was the responsibility that passionate young people should have. But many others expressed their concerns. After all, the front lines were rife with war and danger. "Are you all crazy? War is no joke," one of the students said, trying to dissuade them. Chen Ruifeng's eyes shone brightly as he responded loudly. "With a nation in peril, how can we sit idly by? Even if there's a hail of bullets ahead, we will have no fear." Han Lingshuang continued, "We have knowledge and strength, and we will definitely be able to play a role on the front lines." However, when their teacher learned of this decision, he earnestly advised them, "Students, what you should be doing is arming yourselves with knowledge. What the country needs now is not only soldiers on the battlefield, but also knowledgeable and skilled talents to build the future. Study hard at school and make greater contributions to to the rejuvenation of the country in the future. Chen Ruifeng said urgently, "Teacher, we understand your good intentions. But the country is in imminent danger, and people are suffering every moment. We can't wait any longer. We must immediately throw ourselves into the torrent of resistance against Japan." Han Lingshuang excitedly said, "Teacher, our knowledge can also be used on the battlefield. We can help the 8th Route Army manufacture and repair weapons." Looking into their determined eyes, the teacher knew she couldn't change their minds, and could only sigh, "Children, be careful on your journey, and be sure to come back alive." And so, Chen Ruifeng and Han Lingshuang embarked on their arduous journey to Shaanxi. Along the way, they encountered countless difficulties. Transportation was paralyzed, forcing them to travel on foot. The roads were rugged, often requiring them to traverse mountains and valleys. When their rations ran out, they foraged for wild vegetables to stave off hunger. When thirsty, they drank from mountain streams. After entering the mountainous region of Shaanxi, they encountered a torrential downpour. The mountain path was muddy and slippery, and Chen Ruifeng slipped and tumbled down the slope, sustaining multiple abrasions. Han Lingshuang was extremely anxious and struggled down the slope to help him up. "Ruifeng, how are you? Can you walk?" Han Lingshuang asked with concern. Chen Ruifeng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and said, "It's nothing. These injuries are nothing. Let's keep going." They supported each other and trudged forward in the rain. On another occasion, they passed through a village in Shaanxi province and found it completely looted by the Japanese army, leaving the people homeless. Chen Ruifeng and Han Lingshuang were heartbroken. They shared their meager food and money with the villagers. "Fellow villagers, we will definitely drive the Japanese out and let you all live a peaceful life," Chen Ruifeng said firmly. The villagers were moved to tears and offered their blessings. After more than 2 months of arduous trekking, they finally arrived at the edge of the Jinchaji base area. There, they encountered new trouble. The Japanese army had intensified its blockade of the base area to seal off Jinchaji, and patrols were frequently seen. Chen Ruifeng and Han Lingshuang carefully avoided the enemy patrols, but they still narrowly escaped being discovered. During the evasive maneuver, Han Lingshuang accidentally stepped on a branch, making a sound. "Who goes there?" came a shout from a Japanese soldier in the distance. Chen Ruifeng and Han Lingshuang quickly hid in the nearby bushes, barely daring to breathe. The Japanese patrol approached the sound, their footsteps growing louder, and their hearts pounded in their throats. Just then, a reconnaissance platoon from the military region happened to pass by and engaged the Japanese patrol in a firefight. Chen Ruifeng and Han Lingshuang seized the opportunity to escape the danger zone. After some twists and turns, they finally arrived at the Jinchaji base area. When they saw the soldiers in 8th Route Army uniforms, they were moved to tears. "We finally arrived." Chen Ruifeng and Han Lingshuang embraced tightly. Their arrival was warmly welcomed by the 8th Route Army soldiers. From then on, they dedicated their youth and blood to the anti-Japanese cause, becoming renowned weapons experts in the 8th Route Army's arsenal. Chapter 73, The Japanese Army's Response. In the oppressive atmosphere of the conference room at the Japanese Army's Beiping Command, Tarachi Hisaichi sat in the main seat with a stern face, his eyes revealing anger and anxiety. "Quiet down, all of you. Okabe-kun, begin your report." Tarachi Hisaichi roared in a low voice. Chief of Staff Naosuro Okabe stood up and said with a grave expression, "General, in this battle with the Jinchaji military region, our army suffered heavy losses, with 18,357 casualties. Among them, the independent Mixed Brigade No. 2 alone suffered 7,812 casualties, and we lost the 3 county towns of Lingqiu, Laiyuan, and Fuping." As soon as he said this, the conference room erupted in an uproar. "What? Over 8,000 men? Okabe, are you lying about military intelligence?" Commander Suzuki Hiramatsu of the 108th Division roared. Okabe Naosuro glared at him and continued, "The Jinchaji military region currently possesses over 200 tanks, over 100 artillery pieces exceeding 150 mm caliber, 14 well-equipped main force regiments, and a large number of militia and local troops, totaling over 60,000 men. How is this possible? We just wiped out the resistance forces in Jingdong 3 months ago. Where did they get so many people? And where did they get their weapons?" Kawajishi Bunzaburo, commander of the 20th Division, slammed his fist on the table and asked. Tarachi Hisaichi frowned and said, "Just 3 months ago, Adachi Nyuzo reported a great victory in Jindong and that the opposition forces had been eliminated. How did things suddenly turn out like this? Perhaps they were captured from our previous battles, and some were sold to or supported by the Soviet Union." Naosaburo Okabe replied solemnly. "Nonsense. How could our Imperial Japanese Army allow them to capture so many weapons?" Commander Shigeki Yamaoka of the 109th Division shouted angrily, his face flushed red with rage. "In these recent battles with them, we have lost far more than 40,000 men. Moreover, they are equipped with a large number of standard Soviet Army weapons, and the cannons that appeared this time are all of the caliber commonly used by the Soviet Army," said Naosuro Okabe, his brow furrowed and his tone heavy. "How on earth did they manage to transport so many heavy weapons in? You know, the territory controlled by the 8th Route Army doesn't even have a direct border with the Soviet Union." Suzuki Keiji, commander of the North China Independent Mixed Brigade, stared wide-eyed and shouted, his expression filled with doubt and anger. Naosaburo Okabe said helplessly, "Generals, we still don't know how they transported them in. The development of the Jinchaji military region has exceeded our expectations. Their tactics are extremely flexible, and they have the full support of the local people." "Popular support?" Doihara Kenji, commander of the 14th Division, said angrily. "That's the reality, and we can't ignore it," said Naosaburo Okabe. At this moment, Suzuki Hiramatsu shouted, "The Imperial Japanese Army can fight 10 against 1. So what can they do even if they have these?" "You're just blindly confident," Naosaburo Okabe retorted. "Given the current situation, it would take at least 4 Class A divisions and 2 tank divisions to wipe out the Jinchaji military region." 4 Class A divisions? 2 tank divisions? "Okabe, you're too cowardly," Kawajishi Bunzaburo said disdainfully. Tarachi Hisaichi pondered for a moment and said, "Then let's first arrange for the garrison troops in various places to exercise restraint and not provoke the Jinchaji military region. The Battle of Wuhan is at a critical moment now, and we cannot disperse our forces. After the battle is over, we can transfer troops to carry out a reckoning. General, doing this will cause us to lose control of the Jinchaji region." Suzuki Keiji said anxiously. "This is the best option at present," Tarachi Hisaichi said. Kenji Doihara stood up and said, "However, if we allow the Jinchaji military region to develop unchecked, the consequences will be unimaginable." Hisaichi Tarachi slammed his hand on the table. "Enough! Execute the order." In the days that followed, the ruthless Japanese army frantically rounded up laborers on the outskirts of the base area and gathered numerous prisoners of war, forcing them into arduous labor. The Japanese army drove these innocent people to build numerous bunkers and impregnable fortifications, while simultaneously establishing layer upon layer of blockades. Their purpose was extremely sinister: to brutally cut off the 8th Route Army supply lines and strictly prohibit the entry of weapons, medicine, food, and other crucial materials into the base area. At this time, Lin Yi had already returned to Makala with the substantial profits earned from the large quantity of goods and medicines that the 8th Route Army had painstakingly collected over 2 months. Upon arriving in Makala, he immediately began handling various matters. First, he meticulously arranged for all the goods he had brought back to be shipped to China. After completing this task, Lin immediately dialed Andre's number. However, after several attempts, he only received the disappointing message, "Out of service area." Left with no other option, Lin had to put down the phone for the time being and go out for a meal of local hand-grabbed rice. After filling his stomach and returning to his lodgings, he calmed down and began to carefully plan the supplies he needed to order this time. In fact, the supplies Lin wanted to order were incredibly diverse and numerous. They included not only a large quantity of weapons and ammunition, but also building materials such as reinforced concrete, intended for constructing fortresses for the base. Lin immediately called Tao Xiaowai and urgently ordered a batch of steel bars and cement. In fact, steel bars and cement are not scarce in any country, but Lin would always prioritize domestic companies whenever possible. After all, even with shipping costs included, the price won't be more expensive than in other countries. It wasn't until late at night that Andre called. Lin answered and asked bluntly, Andre, are you busy saving the world? Why haven't you answered your phone? Andre replied with a smile. Why don't you talk about yourself? You've been gone for more than a month. I can hardly keep up with your pace. I'm back in Russia. I've been busy all day, and I didn't even realize my phone was dead. I'm just trying to find the goods you need. Lin Yi said. Oh, so what did you find? Andre replied. I'm going back to Makala tomorrow. Let's talk in person. It's not really appropriate to discuss these things over the phone. Lin Yi responded. Okay, see you tomorrow. Chapter 74, Crazy Shopping Spree. At this time, Lin Yi had already returned to Makala with the substantial profits earned from the large quantity of goods and medicines that the 8th Route Army had painstakingly collected over 2 months. Upon arriving in Makala, he immediately began handling various matters. First, he meticulously arranged for all the goods he had brought back to be shipped to China. After completing this task, Lin Yi immediately dialed Andre's number. However, after several attempts, he only received the disappointing message, out of service area. Left with no other option, Lin Yi had to put down the phone for the time being and go out for a meal of local hand-grabbed rice. After filling his stomach and returning to his lodgings, he calmed down and began to carefully plan the supplies he needed to order this time. In fact, the supplies Lin Yi wanted to order were incredibly diverse and numerous. They included not only a large quantity of weapons and ammunition, but also building materials such as reinforced concrete, intended for constructing fortresses for the base. Lin Yi immediately called Tao Xiaowai and urgently ordered a batch of steel bars and cement. In fact, steel bars and cement are not scarce in any country, but Lin Yi would always prioritize domestic companies whenever possible. After all, even with shipping costs included, the price won't be more expensive than in other countries. It wasn't until late at night that Andre called. Lin Yi answered and asked bluntly, Andre, are you busy saving the world? Why haven't you answered your phone? Andre replied with a smile. Why don't you talk about yourself? You've been gone for more than a month. I can hardly keep up with your pace. I'm back in Russia. I've been busy all day, and I didn't even realize my phone was dead. I'm just trying to find the goods you need. Lin Yi said. Oh, so what did you find? Andre replied. I'm going back to Makala tomorrow. Let's talk in person. It's not really appropriate to discuss these things over the phone. Lin Yi responded. Okay, see you tomorrow. A day later, Andre returned to Makala and went straight to Lin Yi's warehouse. Without even exchanging pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Didn't you want armored vehicles, tanks, and artillery? I've had our military industry department expedite the refurbishment of your T-54s and BTR-60s. We've already completed the refurbishment of over 100 vehicles. In addition, I've also acquired a large quantity of Mosin-Nagant, PPSH, DP-27, and SG-43 grenades, which are already loaded onto the ship. I'll send them to you immediately if you need them. Lin Yi asked in confusion. How did you know I wanted more? Andre said excitedly. Given the size of your order this time, there will definitely be follow-up orders, right? Lin Yi said helplessly. All right then, but this time I plan to purchase some anti-aircraft weapons. Lin Yi bought anti-aircraft missiles because he felt that the losses from the last ambush on Japanese aircraft were too great. Originally, Lin Yi's idea for providing anti-aircraft machine guns and anti-aircraft cannons was that they could be used for both anti-aircraft defense and to attack bunkers and pillboxes. Andre exclaimed with delight, Lin, that's fantastic. What kind of air defense weapon do you want? The S-400 or the S-17? It's important to understand that the S-400 has a maximum defense range of up to 500 kilometers, and its price is beyond the reach of most countries. India spent over $5 billion on just 5 S-400 systems. The price of these long-range air defense missiles is outrageously high, and the profit margin is far greater than selling small arms. Lin Yi quickly called for a halt, urgently saying, Andre, think about it. How can my client afford such expensive weapons? Just give me some man-portable air defense systems. My client only needs to deal with drones and helicopters. Why would they need an S-400? Andre said with a disappointed look. Individual soldiers, huh? Yes, we have the latest Igla, which has a range of more than 1,000 meters longer than your Vanguard 2, and the price is only $150,000 per shot. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at Andre and said, China's Avant-Garde 2 missiles are less than $50,000 each. Okay? To be honest, China's weapons are really not expensive in the world. The Stinger missile, which the United States has been selling for more than 40 years, is still $50,000 each. Andre emphasized, Ours is the latest needle type S. Lin Yi replied, Okay, I'll take the latest S-type needle, $50,000 each. Give me 500 to try first. If my client likes them, we can discuss the price later. Andre could only say helplessly, okay, I'll get it sorted out for you as soon as possible. Lin Yi then took out the list of weapons to be ordered from his bag and said, Andre, how many tanks and armored vehicles can you provide me within a month? After thinking for a moment, Andre said, we can refurbish 150 T-54s, 80 armored vehicles, and D-20s and D-30s are ready at any time. Lin Yi said, okay, then send all the refurbished tanks and armored vehicles to the warehouse within a month. 100 D-20S and 100 D-30S each. 50,000 rifles, 20,000 submachine guns, 8,000 DP-27S, 3,000 G-43 heavy machine guns, 2,000 anti-aircraft machine guns, 1,000 82mm mortars, 400 120mm mortars, 100 million rounds of various types of ammunition, 300,000 artillery shells, 1 million hand grenades, and 10 tons of C4 explosives. Gather them all within a month, no problem, right? Andre exclaimed. Are you planning a world war? We haven't received such a large order in all these years since the end of the Cold War. Of course, there's no problem with the supply. After he finished speaking, he took out a calculator and started typing away. After a while, he said, a total of $132 million. Lin Yi checked his phone and found he didn't have enough money. So he said to Andre, I don't have enough money. I'll give you half as a deposit, and you can pay the rest when I receive the goods. Andre readily agreed. No problem. It's a pleasure to work together. When Lin Yi returned to his company in Beijing, he found Director Li Xian and a middle-aged man in his 40s already waiting for him. As soon as Lin Yi stepped into the company gate, Director Li quickly stood up and said, Lin Yi, you're back. Lin Yi glanced up and saw it was Director Li. He immediately rolled his eyes and said, Director Li, I just got off the plane less than an hour ago. Your information network is amazing. Your nose is really sharp. Director Li laughed it off, then introduced another middle-aged man beside him, saying, This is Zhang Feng's son, the bank's president, who came specifically to receive the gold you brought back. Lin Yi then suddenly remembered that he had promised Director Li that he would sell the gold to the Huagua Bank, but when the gold was sent back, he completely forgot to tell Tao Xiaoai about it. Tao Xiaoai called him several times afterward, but couldn't reach him. Even now, that batch of gold remains quietly stored in Lin Yi's company. Lin Yi suddenly slapped his forehead and said, Oh dear, I completely forgot about the important matter of handing over the reins to Tao Xiaoai. So he immediately decided to proceed with the handover. After careful weighing, the gold weighed a total of 4.3 tons, which, based on the price of 530 yuan per gram that day, was worth a staggering $325 million. After the transaction was completed, Lin Yi quickly received payment in his bank account, which was enough to pay Andre. Lin Yi added, A large batch of gold will arrive in a few days. I'll call President Zhang then. After exchanging contact information with Lin Yi, President Zhang took his leave. Chapter 75, Crazy Shopping Spree. Lin Yi respectfully and cautiously led Director Li into his office. As soon as Director Li stepped into the room, he bluntly uttered a sentence that instantly stunned Lin Yi, leaving him completely bewildered and confused. Director Li, his face tense, said sternly, You're really not being fair. You bought so much weaponry from the Russians. Why didn't you consider giving us, the domestic people, any preferential treatment? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, They actually found out about this so quickly. Then, he could only force a bitter smile and hurriedly said, If there are suitable resources in China, I will definitely give priority to those in China. Look, just yesterday, I specifically arranged for my company to order a large batch of cement and steel bars to be shipped to Makala. Even including the sea freight costs, the price is almost the same as similar products from other countries. I've always been doing my best to support our domestic businesses. Director Li still wore a smile, but his gaze was fixed on Lin Yi like a nail. He said, Don't play dumb here. You know perfectly well that the Russians just shipped a huge amount of weaponry to Makala, and their domestic military industry is working feverishly to refurbish T-54A tanks, D-20, and D-30 howitzers. Shell production is going on nonstop. Tell me, who exactly bought all this old equipment? With a somewhat stiff smile on his face, Lin Yi said, I originally planned to contact President Luo as soon as I got back because there are some things about the goods that I need to discuss with him. As he spoke, Lin Yi quickly dialed President Luo's number. The phone rang less than 3 times before President Luo's voice came through. Brother Lin Yi, hello there. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi quickly took over the conversation, saying, Brother Luo, I just returned to the country. I have a big business deal I'd like to discuss with you. If you have time, let's schedule a time to talk. Luo Tianxing readily agreed. Sure, I'll bring Zhou Nan to your company right now, and we'll meet and discuss things in detail. Upon hearing that Lin Yi and Luo Tianxing had arranged to meet, Director Li got up to say goodbye and left. At this moment, Tao Xiaoai finally had a chance to speak to Lin Yi. Boss, you've been gone for over a month and I couldn't get through on the phone. I didn't know what to do with the goods you sent back last time, so I just left them in the warehouse. I've already arranged for the purchasing staff to negotiate on the cement and steel bars. I expect to have a result tomorrow. Lin Yi smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work, Xiao AI. Tao Xiao AI blushed and said, Boss, please don't say that. We can all see that the company's business was all brought in by you through your hard work. We only did some very small things. Lin Yi said earnestly, How can you say that? It's precisely because of you that I can contact business without any worries. Moreover, after I've secured the business, you can quickly and efficiently deliver the goods to the overseas warehouse for me. After chatting happily for a while, Luo Tianxing brought Zhou Nan to the company. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Yi said, Brother Luo, let's get down to business. I want to discuss a big deal with you this time. Luo Tianxing said enthusiastically, I love big business. The bigger the better. Lin Yi smiled and said, That's good. I plan to buy a batch of airplanes. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tianxing was stunned and muttered, Fly. Airplanes? Another batch. Lin Yi said affirmatively, Yes. Luo Tianxing pressed further. Do you want to buy a J-10 fighter jet? Lin Yi quickly explained, Brother, don't joke like that. My client can't afford the J-10. I need to buy a batch of propeller planes to use as trainers and ground attack aircraft. Zhou Nan said, We have the CJ-6 trainer jet, which has a very large export volume. As for ground attack aircraft, why use propellers? Our domestic Q-5 is quite good, isn't it? It's a very mature aircraft. Look around. Besides Brazil's Big Mouth and Argentina's Pucara, which other country in the world produces propeller-driven attack aircraft? Lin Yi said helplessly, That's what my client is asking for. What can I do? Zhou Nan and Luo Tianxing exchanged a glance and then whispered amongst themselves. After less than 2 minutes, Zhou Nan said to Lin, Boss Lin, how about this? We go to the production facility for the 6th grade primary school textbook together and talk to the factory manager to see if they can produce it according to your requirements. Lin Yi nodded quickly and then instructed Tao Xiaoai in front of the two of them. Starting this month, increase the order of penicillin and veterinary penicillin by 5 times. Order a batch now and send it to Makala. Also, order a batch of Mebo and artemisinin and send it to Makala together. Subsequently, Lin Yi, along with Zhou Nan and Luo Tianxing, boarded a plane and arrived at Hongdu Aircraft Manufacturing Plant. Hongdu Aircraft Manufacturing Plant, a long-established aircraft manufacturer in China,